Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Hyen Won-chong beside him lightly brushed his eyes with the back of his hand. For a brief moment, Jeong Yeon-shin thought it was understandable. He saw 20 blood sword masters pulling out identical thunderclap bombs from their bags. It felt utterly unreal. This was how evil sects dealt with enemies who had mastered supreme martial arts. Their attitude was to kill by any means necessary, as if they all applied martial techniques to throwing after images rose from their hands. Kwang. There wasn't even time to shout a warning. He stomped the ground using the fate-defying scripture on his lower body meridians and waist vertebrae points. Even though he avoided a direct hit, his body flew against his will. His ears rang as if struck by a bell technique. It felt like his marrow was being shaken. Thud. His entire body ached. He couldn't move for a moment. Cook. While falling and coughing blood, he felt it. Internal damage. There was a strong burning sensation rising from his stomach. Bang. Boom. Roar. The ground rose like waves in all directions. The pristine feeling of the Lotus Pavilion was instantly swept away by dirt and dust. Groans echoing from everywhere added to the horrific scene. Insane. The blood flame sex breaking technique for the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm wasn't martial arts. It was extremely meticulous. T/note. Demon-destroying blue steel hand has been changed to azure unyielding palm. Both mean the same, however. I changed it to match the context of the technique. They had already realized there was no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. Thunderclap bombs. Since they've been declared an evil sect, they're not concerned about the imperial court. It was the same last time. He remembered the explosion that had crushed the righteous Heaven Sword family's formation. Despite their supposedly large influence, they moved mysteriously while hiding their main base. These were ones who had immediately tracked and followed Jeong Yeon-shin's movements. The blood flame sex tracking technique was said to be in the realm of sorcery. Knowing the Gu Gua was lightning flash, they wouldn't be careless. Senior Chong Myong said it many times. He remembered him mentioning the Sichuan Tang sect. They were renowned for poisons and hidden weapons. There were no other explosive bombs in the world that could work at a speed effective against martial artists. They were supreme thunderclap bombs triggered by inner power. Were they imprisoning dwarf craftsmen too? It's too early to be certain they received help from the Tang sect. Regardless of who is behind it, these couldn't be common items. Some martial arts take precedence over group power. Fatal breaking techniques were especially so. Those fellows must have gone to extremes too. Should he be relieved that the blood flame sex apostle hadn't come personally? What about young hero Hyen and Shin So-bin? Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes moved as he staggered up. He could feel a familiar energy beside him. Through the thick dust, he saw a figure guarding the surroundings. It was Hyen Won-chong. He seemed to have benefited from his extraordinary eye technique. What about Shin So-bin? She said she was going to scout Wangbo Myongrin's side before they came. She must have headed to the pavilion. Hyen Won-chang, who had immediately turned around, replied with sound transmission. His behavior had changed. Words that conveyed only the essentials revealed the gravity of the situation. The blood sword masters who had now closed the distance were using both swords and thunderclap bombs. Their purpose was clear. The massacre of desolate sects Lightning Flash and the orthodox sects Rising Talents. They were rebels using explosive bombs privately. The imperial court might raise a massive military force. Those fellows were always taking risks too. They could be called a fanatical sect. Hyen Won-chang, who had approached, flinched at seeing the battered Jeong Yeon-shin. Can you move? To the pavilion. Jeong Yeon-shin said briefly. Simultaneously, he ran with Hyen Won-chang while hiding their presence as much as possible. His whole body felt like it was being torn apart. Though the distance wasn't far, time felt extremely long. When they approached while avoiding direct combat, they could see above where the dust was relatively thin. Wangbo Myongrin, who had been escaping with the family's young masters at the pavilion, quietly slipped to the very back. Shin So-bin was right in front of her. The moment Shin So-bin, who had been watching for the blood flame sect, was momentarily caught from behind, Wangbo Myongrin quickly struck Shin Sobin's back. It was completely point-blank range. Having already circulated an enormous amount of true chi before striking out, Desolate Sect's youngest white rank member allowed one hit, unable to respond in time. It was a sneak attack from extremely close behind. Shin Sobin's body bounced up like a bow from Wangbo Myongrin's technique that couldn't distinguish front from back. She had been at the back of the line. No one seemed to have seen it. That. Beside the enraged Hein Wenchang, Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes sank. Before counting to 5, she'll hit the lake surface. Distance is 7 jang. If she falls like that, it'll draw attention. T/note. 7 jang is about 23.33 m. He analyzed the situation in an instant and calculated the lightness technique distance. The true chi already spread throughout his body rushed forth. First were the supporting point below the hip, the deep gate point right below on the back of the thigh, and the bubbling spring point on the sole. He forgot the pain of his meridians that were even slightly bruised. Quack. He stomped the ground with Desolate Sect's lightness technique. It was swift. He ran close to the ground like a rushing gale. In 3 steps he reached the edge of the clearing, and on the 4th step he touched the edge of the lake and leaped. Wakak. Shin Sobin of the Shin family. Her young face with tightly closed eyes rapidly enlarged. Though she always showed an all-knowing attitude, she was still a precious daughter of a prestigious family. She seemed to have never experienced a sneak attack like Wangbo Myongrin's sudden strike. She was conscious. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately felt her breath. The internal injury didn't seem deep either. That's enough. The true chi of the Jeong family dynamic technique painfully rushed. It traveled from the latissimus dorsi muscles on his back, through the shoulders, down to the forearms. T/note. The latissimus dorsi is a large, flat muscle in the lower back that helps with upper body movement and breathing. His inner power took on the softness of the moon's spirit harmony technique. He stretched his left hand to embrace Shin Sobin's waist, and with his right hand grabbed the outer railing of the pavilion, spinning like a leaf. It was an elf clan's body technique that deflected impact. Tack. The small landing felt like an impact. This was the first time he'd been this injured since entering the Murim. Shin Sobin. Footwork. He muttered quietly as soon as they landed inside the pavilion. Regardless of attitude, it was said she followed orders promptly. Energy immediately spread from Shin Sobin's legs as she opened her round eyes wide. Her slim waist was good for using as a weapon. Jeong Yeon-shin swung his junior, who was still in his arms. Feek. A blood flame sect member approaching from the side was struck by her feet and tumbled. As expected, it couldn't have been just blood swordmasters. It was a pursuit encirclement. The heaven-spanning net he'd only heard about seemed to be forming from the Namgung family's territory. Was it natural since they weren't concerned about the Imperial Court's reaction? Thank you. Senior. Are you all right? Her long, thin eyebrows rose high. Shin Sobin examined him with an extremely surprised face. Jeong Yeon-shin silently shook his head. Let's go. He rejected her attempt to support him. They needed to leave the Lotus Pavilion quickly. The two who jumped down together landed in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Hein Wenchang hurriedly joined them and whispered. They're coming up from the south. Northwest. Let's go up along the waterside. It could be a trap? Shin Sobin replied. Meanwhile, she was greatly rubbing her waist where Jeong Yeon-shin's arm had touched. Was she trying to lighten the mood in this urgent situation? She stared directly at Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes as if deliberately not avoiding them. She didn't approach too boldly. He almost smiled despite the pain that seemed to split his entire body. We have no choice. Because of the lake, we must choose between 2 options. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke calmly. It was words determining their subsequent actions. Let's go. The blue-rank warrior lightning flashes order fell. The 3 immediately began running along the lakeshore. It wasn't mindless escape. It was the direction where Wangbo Myongrin had gone up gathering her brothers and family disciples. The Blood Flame sect is just a common obstacle, he thought while forcing himself to move. The mission was top priority. His current physical condition wasn't something to worry about. He couldn't lose the Wangbo family. The explosions that had been echoing from afar had subsided. The thunderclap bombs were no longer exploding. Whether they were saving them or had run out was unknown. He remained alert, unable to lower his guard. Seems they're busy killing other rising talents. Makes me feel guilty. Why should we feel guilty when it's the blood flame sect accumulating sins? After running for a while, they seem to have gained some breathing room. Both Haiyan Wenchang and Shin Sobin's words made sense. The situation made him newly aware. It was the price the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm had to pay. Now Desolate Sect's lightning flash must live with the blood flame sect hanging on his back. Anger and guilt intermingled. Blood flame sect. I'll split your skulls every time I see you. Jeong Yeon-shin thought calmly. There they are. Haiyan Wenchang pointed ahead. Jeong Yeon-shin had already noticed. They were rising talents from various martial arts prestigious families, including the Wangbo family. There didn't seem to be any injured. With swift lightness techniques, they were already running up the path that reached the mountain range. Escape was natural in this situation. It was said that even among blood sword masters, the exceptional ones martial might reach Desolate Sect's blue level. This was understandable from how the Blood Flame sect's seventh apostle had matched Ma Jin in martial might. Such meticulous and powerful fellows. There couldn't be a gap in their middle-ranked masters. Oh? Over there. It was a young man who kept glancing back while climbing the mountain path. He pointed at Jeong Yeon-shin's group disguised as Chasing Truth Sect. The family's rising talents turned and stopped. They waited until Radiant Demon Wing's 3 people climbed nearby. Frost seemed to flash momentarily in Wangbo Myongrin's eyes as she stood in the middle. What's with that appearance? Your condition looks very serious. Anyway, it's good your limbs are intact. Lazy Flame Dragon spread his arms wide. His expression greatly welcomed Jeong Yeon-shin. It was also burdensome as he was chewing opium poppies that he seemed to carry by the armful. With this level of chaos, the main family will be coming from above and Namgung from below. It won't take long. You're someone to discuss martial arts with me. I'll specially help get you some miraculous medicine. I have that much authority, even though there are many who gossip about being illegitimate. Brother. Wangbo Myongrin pushed Lazy Flame Dragon. Were they half-siblings? No respect was visible in her attitude. She immediately approached Jeong Yeon-shin. What should I do? Jeong Yeon-shin thought while looking at Wangbo Myongrin. If it were a mission where he didn't have to hide his Desolate Sect affiliation, even his current internal injury wouldn't be a problem. Taking the clear righteousness pill received from little divine monk Gak Jong would solve it. He couldn't bring it. He left it with Chong Myong along with the Desolate Sect sword. Shaolin's internal injury medicine containing elf clan secret techniques had a very strong clear fragrance. Any master who had trained their senses even moderately would be able to detect it. He had heard through Desolate Sect's information network. The little divine monk enjoyed praise as much as his visible temperament showed. They said he traveled the martial world speaking about Desolate Sect's prodigies. The whereabouts of the rare clear righteousness pills would inevitably become known too. You mongrel. Wangbo Myongrin glared at Jeong Yeon-shin. Perhaps due to the thunderclap bomb's aftermath, her face was covered in grime. Her fundamental noble air hadn't disappeared. Her features themselves were quite delicate and pleasant to look at. It would have been even more so if not for her arrogant expression. You. What's your identity? Those sect swordsmen clearly came targeting you. You said chasing truth? What grudge did you bring here? Answer. Do I look amusing to you? After briefly scanning others around, Jeong Yeon-shin slowly opened his mouth. Are they all family young masters? The rising talents from minor sects must have died or scattered. Don't change the subject. Don't put on airs. I can tell just by your wretched appearance. Your internal injury is clearly visible. Can you still show off your meager martial might now? Wangbo Myongrin said with a sneer. Her hair, having lost its luster, swayed. The angered Haiyan Wenchang and Shin Sobin tried to step forward. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his head while extending his arm. He stepped forward with his aching foot. He slowly stood face to face with Wangbo Myongrin. Their eyes met at a very close distance, and her beauty containing malice looked particularly ugly. You tried to use my martial sister as bait. At the Lotus Pavilion, he said. The quiet mountain path began to fill with tension. No one would readily acknowledge it, especially if they claimed to be an orthodox sect. Wangbo Myongrin sneered again. She didn't even twitch an eyebrow. You say I used your martial sister as bait? You must be seeing things. Or, her lips curled up. A smile formed without the slightest hesitation. Are you trying to slander me? You rootless mongrel. Isn't it you who lacks roots? It wasn't Jeong Yeon-shin. His restraining hand was pushed back by Hien Wenchong's body. The desolate sect divine hero who stepped forward spoke. His appearance, slightly smiling while adjusting the hero's band on his forehead, was like a picture. Your words about mongrels don't seem like those of an educated person. What? You must have received numerous precious medicines since childhood? I hear your Shandong has Lu cuisine. Among them, I know the dumplings wrapped with various ingredients are excellent. Perhaps you wrapped and ate pages of the 4 books and 3 classics with your medicine. Is that how your family taught Confucian principles? I heard the Wangbo family was noble, but that must have been false. The words flowed like clear water. How dare you, lowborn? Wangbo Myongrin's mouth opened slightly for a moment. Hien Wenchang looked at her cynically. They said Shandong food was salty. Your words are truly bland. 2 people witnessed your misdeeds, yet you shamelessly deny it? I've never heard of such a poor character as Wangbo Myongrin among Shandong martial arts noble families. Isn't that right? Hien Wenchang asked while looking around. Those who met his eyes averted their gaze one by one. A refreshing smile lingered on Hien Wenchang's lips. You want to die? Wangbo Myongrin took a step forward with her footwork. The energy gathered in both hands was fierce. In that moment, Jeong Yeon-shin's hand beside her blurred. With a crack, her body spun in the air. He had struck her cheek with his body refined by the Jeong family dynamic technique, adding his power. Puhuk. The moment Wangbo Myongrin fell miserably. The other family's rising talents each took their energy-gathering stances. 8 held swords gleamed with the bright sunlight. If your words are true, this too is proper. However, understand us. There is no neutrality in the Murim under heaven. If we don't know the truth, we can only take the side of those we share friendship with. 2 among the rising talents spoke. A subtle wariness lingered in their tone. Unlike those who had shown goodwill after Jeong Yeon-shin exchanged greetings with Lazy Flame Dragon. They said even orthodox sects don't share the same nature. The disciples of the 9 sects worshipped Buddha, or the primordial heavenly lord. As mountain ascetics, they were mostly detached from fame and profit. Martial families were different. It was a term used when powerful families continued for a long time. While advocating righteousness, they pursued profit. Their way of realizing chivalry was completely different. Some wealthy practitioners with powerful martial arts spoke without restraint. They said it's not easy to find true champions of justice outside mountain sects. I heard there were those who enjoyed acts of chivalry. Not some family young masters. They were right before his eyes. Powerful ones had colluded. The group's leadership lay with Wangbo Myongrin. It was that way from the composition. South Jili was in the lower region of Shandong. The Wangbo nobles were said to act as royalty in Jinan, Shandong province. The nearby martial arts family's disciples had to treat them differently. Wangbo Myongrin's side had more value. He deliberately didn't kill her. He judged with blue-level discretion. Lazy Flame Dragon was a young master destined to die. He seemed to be used just to raise the family's reputation. The siblings who had been struck by Jeong Yeon-shin were the Wangbo family's future. I heard there are spirit beasts too, Jeong Yeon-shin said. There was a young man who quickly approached to support his sister. He had picked a fight with Jeong Yeon-shin on Huizhou's main road and was knocked down with 1 strike. They said he was the Wangbo family's second young master. Even after you did this. I'm speaking. He flinched when quietly observed. The second young master couldn't even meet his gaze and turned his eyes away. I heard noble families have beasts cleverly raised with clan secret techniques. They're called spirit beasts. They say these animals understand human speech and display mysterious abilities. Call your family's warriors. As many as possible. Who knows if the Blood Flame sect might send reinforcements. The 8 great families of the Murim were called nobles. They had solid regional foundations and supreme martial arts like royal mansions. It was a world where spirit beasts could be bought with gold. Direct bloodline descendants of the Wangbo family would surely possess at least 1 messenger bird. Whether carrier pigeons or whatever else didn't matter. Shandong wasn't far from here. They needed to keep sending messages. So that when part of the Wangbo family's military force was empty, Desolate Sect could secure justification for punishment and immediately advance north. Indeed it was so. The moment he finished speaking, wings moved from inside the second young master's collar. It was a small bird resembling a swallow. The second young master made a small message using a small brush and ink container used during journeys and tied it to the bird's leg. However, he didn't release it. He said, "The moment we send the message, we lose our value. Wouldn't you rush to kill us then? We'll decide when to release it. Think about it. It doesn't end with sending it once. Consider the size of South Jili and Shandong. That bird needs to keep going back and forth." "You're right." He silently acknowledged his mistake. He seemed wary of Jeong Yeon-shin's martial might. Even with internal injuries, he must think Jeong Yeon-shin could lead them to mutual destruction. In the martial world, it was called dying together. This fellow has become quite cautious. Jeong Yeon-shin looked up at the departing bird's tail and lowered his head. Wangbo Myong-rin, having regained consciousness, was glaring murderously. In contrast, the second young master couldn't raise his head. They could never harmonize. Yet they had to become companions. "Whoever brought those blood demons, we need to join forces. Since they seem to have come to kill even the Dragon Phoenix Gathering's rising talent." It was Lazy Flame Dragon. He looked at both sides once before stuffing a winter cherry into his mouth. His eyes, while chewing the flower bud, soon stared blankly at Jeong Yeon-shin. *****. 20 days had passed. They had shaken off the blood flame sect's pursuit several times. It was a heaven-spanning net that started from the south. They couldn't return to Huizhou. Rather, receiving protection from the Wangbo family coming down from Jinan would be quicker. The entire group looked like complete beggars. It was because they had been forced to take mountain paths completely separate from the main road. It was a plain at the end of a very long mountain range. They had drawn closer to Shandong. Now it's a race against time, Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He had even grown used to hunting birds for food. Even when sleeping, one of the radiant demon wing's 3 people had to stay awake. It was because they couldn't fully trust the rising talents, including the Wangbo siblings. Enough time had passed. The mission was successful. The Wangbo family and Desolate Sect would be rushing from both sides. It was a battle between the martial arts noble family ruling Jinan, Shandong, and Desolate Sect which governed the entire Central Plains. If the battlefield was Shandong, it wouldn't be strange for either side to arrive first. That would be true for a sudden mission. They'll come simultaneously. They said the Blood Flame sect had difficulty inserting spies due to their techniques. The Wangbo family was different. They must have rushed out ignorantly. Once they crossed north of South Jili, they could never escape Desolate Sect's eyes. Desolate Sect had been watching them from before. It was a long-planned operation. There was a high possibility that the military force, including Radiant Demon Wing, was already hiding in the rear while concealing their presence. "The family's guard unit is coming," they said. It's over now. By now, Wangbo Myong-rin had completely regained her confidence. She spoke openly. The second young master's face beaming with smiles looked delighted. The later period disciples and Wangbo family warriors, watching from behind, had expressionless faces. Gugwa of Chasing Truth Sect. It's about to begin. Are you ready for the family's interrogation? Wangbo Myong-rin, who seemed to even feel pleasure, was the same. She even wore a playful smile. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer. Just as he was about to draw out a newly comprehended sword technique, his sword-carrying steps suddenly stopped. Whoosh! Bang! Someone landed behind Jeong Yeon-shin. An enormous vibration echoed. They seemed to have jumped from the hill behind. The feeling of the ground shaking was incomparable to the thunderclap bombs. He knew without looking back. The overwhelmingly rising energy wave was very familiar. Squad leader. It was Shin Sobin's cry. Jeong Yeon-shin's maternal uncle. Ma Jin, the leader of Radiant Demon Wing, had descended. Bang! Bang! 2 energy waves of similar size struck down like meteors. They seemed to be on either side of Ma Jin. The thick rising dust reached the front. It was energy resembling the ancient heavens and spirit that felt both eerie and profound. This too wasn't unfamiliar. The heads of Azure Sky Squad and Annihilation Team. The Azure Sky Squad leader had given spirit pills when Jeong Yeon-shin first entered, and the Annihilation Team leader had overseen his blue rank promotion examination. There were more. They were ones who had always eaten and slept together after his entry. Whoosh! The reverse wind from the lightness techniques of Radiant Demon Wing's blue-ranked masters swept everywhere. Perhaps around 20 people. He could feel them stopping behind the leaders with their highly trained body protection movement. It wasn't the end. Similar-sized groups descended and spread left and right immediately. Their energy waves were equal to radiant demon wings. They must be Desolate Sect's Azure Sky Squad and Annihilation. They were the 17 Divine Sword Squad supporting the civilians under heaven. They said 2 or more gathering together were invincible. Lighting flash. Whiss. Along with Jeong Yeon-shin's shout, a long object rushed toward the back of his head. Jeong Yeon-shin, slightly twisting his body, caught it at once. The cool sensation wrapping around his palm was extraordinary. It was the Desolate Sect sword. He immediately placed it at his waist along with the Northern Light sword. Another one flew in. The white pill caught in Jeong Yeon-shin's hand spread a fragrant scent. Jeong Yeon seemed to have seen through his internal injury. It was Shaolin's clear righteousness pill. This was the end. The lightning flash's supplies were complete. Thud. Desolate Sect's Divine Sword Squad. Jeong Yeon-shin trembled at the festival of energy waves rising like wildfire. Could there be a more powerful force in the world? At this moment, he felt as if an invisible force was supporting his right hand drawing the sword. Simultaneously, Hyen Won-chong approached. His footsteps were light as if about to fly. He grabbed and tore down the cloth covering beside Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulder with one hand. Rip. The character Huang was revealed. It was golden text meaning the direct disciple of Desolate Sect's Lord. Someone unknown swallowed empty breath. Tyrant Sword Wangbojun. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly opened his mouth. As he slowly rolled the clear righteousness pill in his left hand with his fingers, a silence, as if time had frozen, suddenly surrounded the plane. You may begin, he said, holding down his sword. The expressionless faces of the Rising Talents and Wangbo family guard unit instantly vanished. Dozens of faces changed one after another. Desolate Sect? Why Desolate Sect? What energy wave? Desolate Sect's blue ranks? Isn't that Radiant Demon Wing? Isn't it said that they are comparable to a minor sect? With that energy wave and black martial clothes, aren't those Desolate Sect squad leaders? How are there 3 of them? Those from family sects who claimed they could discuss matters of the world couldn't hide their inner thoughts. Even Domineering Sword Wangbojun * hesitated. There was raw bewilderment showing. They all seemed to harbor questions and shock. T/note, I translated Domineering Sword as Tyrant Sword in previous chapter. I changed it to avoid confusion with the Tyrant Sword sect, one of evil sects. At that age, Desolate Sect blue rank. I've heard of it. Wangbo Myongrin's lower lip trembled. Her continuing voice did too. Lightning Flash. You, Gugwa, you were Desolate Sect's Lightning Flash. It's not a name that should have spread to Shandong. Isn't that quite far? Jeong Yeon-shin answered, slightly puzzled. He seemed to have heard of people like Wangbo Myongrin, those who collect rumors with interest, even about martial artists who don't influence the major currents of the martial world. The well-known places were said to be Beggar Sect and House Sect. Desolate Sect was a place watched by the entire martial world. She seemed to have encountered the title of Lightning Flash while looking into emerging masters. Why? We would have treated you better than anyone. Wangbo Myongrin's question was rather perplexing. Jeong Yeon-shin conveyed what he had heard. Better treatment is a laughable story. Everyone knows the martial world treats Desolate Sect coldly. What was the reason for hiding your identity? I'm a Desolate Sect warrior. What other reason could there be besides the mission? Mission? The Domineering Sword cut in. The appearance of the middle-aged swordsman who had been emanating overwhelming presence disappeared. On his gravely sunken face, his eyes, repeatedly scanning Desolate Sect's masters, shook anxiously. That's when it happened. I failed to recognize the Imperial clan. One of the Rising Talents abruptly knelt. The dully echoing sound was unusual. Those nearby tried to stop him with bewildered faces. Young hero Cheon, what are you doing? What Imperial clan? If he's the direct disciple of Desolate Sect's Lord, isn't he of the Imperial clan? I heard it's been that way for generations. Looking at this, he's not even from a noble family. How could Desolate Sect's Lord pass down martial arts to a commoner? It was an amusing commotion. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer and turned his head. His eyes met with Ma Jin, who had somehow approached his side. The scar across his face seemed to contain concern. It appeared to be because Jeong Yeon-shin's appearance was that bad. Bad enough to know at a glance even without being from a noble family. Even I hadn't anticipated multiple thunderclap bombs. Is your internal injury all right? Ma Jin asked, slightly distorting his lips. Jeong Yeon-shin readily nodded and spoke. You came after understanding the situation in Huizhou. By chance, do you know what happened to Yu Haiyan of the Mount Hua sect? You mean the youngest disciple of Mount Hua's sect leader? The Namgung family responded immediately to protect him. That young Taoist Yu Haiyan, I know he's already destroyed a couple of Blood Flame sect branches along with the Plum Blossom Sword Masters. The Mount Hua sect left Huizhou long ago. I see. He had been concerned about their indefinite separation in the chaos. While greatly relieved, Jeong Yeon-shin was inwardly surprised. Even though Yu Haiyan was one of his few close friends, they hadn't shared friendship for long. He felt there was more affection than expected. Perhaps because he approached warmly saying he'd come to Desolate Sect. Come to think of it, he could count his close peers on one hand. Crown Prince Jeong Yeon-shin wasn't yet among them. Perhaps only Yu Haiyan, Shin Sobin, and Ma Seon of the Desolate Sect Ma family. Sword Dragon Wei Ji Myowa of the Jeongnan sect was considered a sister somewhere between them and Baek Mirayo. It was like making one friend each time he went on a mission. Thinking about it now, it wasn't too bad. Even if he died without eating the world tree fruit, there would be people who would remember him. Not something I particularly want to think about. That's when domineering sword Wangbo Jun stepped forward. Hearing the conversation, you're not of the Imperial clan. UB *SD *RD no? His words, ignored by Jeong Yeon-shin and Ma Jin, were briefly cut off. It seemed like the first humiliation in his life. He took a long exhale and composed himself. Young hero. And great hero Ma. He raised a formal cupped fist salute. His attitude had completely changed. If it were just Radiant Demon Wing, a family of the 8 great families wouldn't have bowed like this. He seemed to have guessed something after seeing the gathering of 3 Divine Sword Group military forces. Cold sweat was visible on his nape. I've long heard the great name of Radiant Demon Wing. This Wangbo Jun failed to recognize the direct disciple taken in by Desolate Sect's lord and spoke false words. I hope you can forgive me. What false words? Ma Jin asked briefly. For a moment, there was no answer. Mongrel, lowborn, one without roots. Shin Sobin, who quickly cut in, chirped. She seemed very excited. Aren't these all insults to the squad leader? I know Senior Lightning Flash is also of Desolate Sect Ma family bloodline. He became famous during the main family's coming-of-age ceremony, right? This is the martial world. They say he downed the Thunder Spirit treasure wine in one go while declaring that. Ma Jin's face froze coldly. The aura rising like frost from his scar was extremely cold. By now, those who should know were aware that the Lightning Flash was Desolate Sect Ma family's reverse scale. They said Ma Jin, unlike his appearance, was a warm person full of affection. He wouldn't forgive anyone who spoke of bloodlines. Wangbo family. Ma Jin opened his mouth with an expressionless face. The crime of a mere noble family forcing citizens into labor is heavy. The number reached 1,000. You asked about the Lightning Flash's mission. It was to create rifts between the Wangbo nobles who rule Jinan with force. He made it possible to secure justification for extermination. He completed it excellently. Aren't you all here? What? Wangbo Jun swallowed hard. It was words from a squad leader under Desolate Sect's Divine Sword Squad. No one would consider it false words. However, admitting the crime was another matter. Even if decisive evidence had been taken, they had to deny it. Whether people or documents, it was so. Unless one was naive, they wouldn't admit it in this situation. Even Jeong Yeon-shin, with his shallow martial world experience, could understand. He turned around. He gave a cupped fist salute while taking in Ma Jin, Annihilation Team leader and Azure Sky Squad leader at a glance. I dare to ask. May this junior announce the start? It was the Annihilation Team leader, so skinny that his black robe's wide cut stood out. To combine 3 military forces, the chain of command needed to be unified. He heard the Annihilation Team leader temporarily held command authority. They said it was because of his age near 50 and long years as squad leader. Ma Jin and Azure Sky squad leader were in their 30s. They said that was quite young for squad leaders. Radiant Demon Wing's Lightning Flash. I watched your rank promotion test from the side. It was quite impressive. The eyes of an internal energy master who had reached the extreme carefully observed him. The moment Jeong Yeon-shin met the pitch-black gleaming spirit light, he couldn't help but feel tense. Unlike Desolate Sect's lord who completely contained his energy, he could fully sense the martial might. Still far to go. Squad leaders are completely different. It was when he was realizing the realm of desolate sex black rank. The Annihilation Team leader slowly opened his mouth. Announcing the start, that was your mission. I permit it. Thank you. Jeong Yeon-shin, maintaining his cupped fist salute, slightly bent his waist before lowering his arms. Step. He turned around again and stepped forward alone. He put the clear righteousness pill he held in his left hand into his mouth. Like lazy flame dragon who enjoyed chewing opium poppies, he roughly chewed while continuing to walk without stopping. He headed straight for where the rising talents and Wangbo family warriors were gathered. They said there's no need to circulate qi. Indeed. They said it combined noble family secret techniques and Shaolin Medicine King Hall's medical techniques. There was a feeling of refreshing energy rising from all his body's meridians. Mysterious efficacy spread throughout his body, healing his internal injuries. Until then, no one had dared to act rashly. The three military forces of Desolate Sect exerted terrifying suppressive power. He passed by the Domineering Sword. He ignored Lazy Flame Dragon too. Originally, Jeong Yeon-shin had intended to take the neck of the Domineering Sword, the strongest among the enemies. Wangbo Myong-rin was next. However, after facing the Annihilation Team leader's intense spirit on the battlefield, his thoughts changed. He was a blue-ranked warrior under the black-ranked squad leader. Exchange swords with the Domineering Sword for dozens of moves? It was merely reckless bravado blinded by merit. With the squad leader's martial might, they could kill someone like the Domineering Sword in a few moves. In a position aiming for the Divine Sword squad leadership, he couldn't risk falling out of favor with the Azure Sky and Annihilation Team leaders. Now I'm incorporated into the mission to strike the Wangbo family. It's enough to make myself remembered. Jeong Yeon-shin approached to 3 steps in front of Wangbo Myong-rin. He had come so deep inside that it would be hard for anyone to imagine him acting alone recklessly. He slowly opened his mouth. Let's settle our grudge. What did you say? You may reply comfortably. I will say my piece. You told me to offer my arm. You said you'd behead me after interrogation. The Dragon Phoenix gathering too. Shin So-bin could have died. That would have happened if I hadn't saved her. I acknowledge the prestige of Desolate Sect's blue-ranked warrior. Furthermore, as the direct disciple of Desolate Sect's lord, you can be this arrogant. Wangbo Myong-rin straightened her waist. Grace began to show in her wretched appearance from the long escape. However, I cannot make up non-existent words. I am upright. I never did anything against the righteous path. You keep doing that. It doesn't matter now. The remaining mission is the extinction of the Wangbo family. Whatever boasts you make are meaningless. Jeong Yeon-shin put strength into his hand holding the Desolate Sect sword's hilt. In that moment, the energy wave bursting from the back of his hand spread in all directions. The precursor to sword technique manifestation. In the middle of enemy territory. Before Wangbo Myong-rin, her face full of shock, could reply, tendons rose on the back of Jeong Yeon-shin's hand. Wangbo Myong-rin was a vastly inferior opponent. It showed from her expression in that instant. The terror of a martial artist facing an insurmountable sword technique rose up. What? Please. Simultaneously, the Desolate Sect sword flashed. The swift sword technique radiant sword style. The blade distorted like a beam of light at a speed impossible to react to. Swoosh! A white lightning struck and passed through her neck. It was swift swordsmanship that had reached the blue rank realm. Wangbo Myong-rin's head stayed in place momentarily. Even the panic fixed in her eyes hadn't faded. The blood burst a breath later. Splash! As her head rolled down limply, her corpse collapsed. The terrified Domineering Sword was rushing in from behind, but Desolate Sect's masters were much faster. With ghost-like body technique, the Annihilation Team leader arrived first and grabbed the Domineering Sword's back of head, slamming it to the ground. Bang! The inner power concentrated in his thin arm was tremendous. The ground cracked and split. Rina! Young lady! Family head! The second son and Wangbo family guard unit cried out. The rising talents seemed frozen. The faces that were indifferent when discussing Jeong Yeon-shin's arm and neck now showed unprecedented animation. It was desperation and terror. Thud! Ma Jin and the Azure Sky squad leader leaped into their group. The two supreme masters radiated heavy energy waves in all directions and drew their blades like a painting. They didn't even give warnings. Destructive energy stormed from their blade and sword strikes that began cutting down everything in their path. The domineering sword, who had hurriedly rolled away, barely escaped the Annihilation Team leader's grasp. It was the moment he rose to his feet, seemingly about to display Wangbo family's sword technique. Boom! Along with rough footwork, Ma Jin's form tore through the air. He rushed in with truly explosive speed. In that instant, the pitch-black blade he held pierced straight through the center of the domineering sword's chest. Crack! Crunch! The penetration was brief. Ma Jin twisted his waist and horizontally severed the domineering sword's upper body. Along with the sound of ribs splitting at once, a large amount of blood spurted up. The tremendous impact became spirit itself and stopped time. The desolate sect. It was true. We can't fight them. We must think of escape. Desolate sect's radiant demon wing leader. The domineering sword died truly meaninglessly. Ma Jin didn't seem to give it much significance. He immediately charged toward the Wangbo family warriors again. His blade work cut off 5 more throats in an instant. The black blade shadow that swept like a storm left tremendous air-splitting force as it cut necks, hearts, and waists. Organs and blood poured out between ruptured muscles. It was terrifying. The term, demonic blade, truly suited it. This was Radiant Demon Wing Leader's attitude toward enemies who had threatened his only nephew. Thud! Even the remaining dust from his leap was torn to shreds. Suffocating killing intent spurting from his entire body constricted all directions, and it converged into overwhelming force waves upon reaching his blade. Flee! Run away! Eventually some began turning their backs. It was momentum that seemed to completely dismantle even the spirit of martial arts family warriors. The 3 squad leaders chased and killed them. They burst their backs with palm techniques and cut off their necks. It was a scene revealing the fundamental difference from martial world practitioners. They viewed martial artists who disturbed the people's livelihood strictly from the imperial perspective, rogues who didn't even properly pay tribute. Desolate sect's execution of the country's harmful elements was merciless. The squad leaders don't give any openings. Unless it's quite a large scale. Will only earn merit when striking the Wangbo family's main house. I envy the lightning flash. Hasn't he already done quite a big deed? Among the members of Radiant Demon Wing, Azure Sky, and Annihilation Team, very few joined the squad leaders. The majority approached without even participating in battle. Some captured and interrogated the rising talents. Please arrest me. I am that heinously evil young master of the Wangbo family. That won't do. Please return the opium poppies, eh? Please. Lazy Flame Dragon was among them. Jeong Yeon-shin looked up after gazing down at Wangbo Myongrin's corpse. This one isn't even resisting, Chong Myong said. He shrugged and kicked Lazy Flame Dragon's back of the knee. Lazy Flame Dragon, who fell to his knees with a thud, looked up at Jeong Yeon-shin with a grin. Things have gone wrong. If you came knowing everything, it's extermination. A blue-ranked warrior? I couldn't even imagine your true identity. From their first meeting, he who chewed opium poppies while drunk was indeed not in his right mind. He seemed largely unconcerned even though his half-sister's head had been severed. Whether it was due to the contempt he suffered as an illegitimate son who became a young master, or simply because he was mad, was unclear. Solar Divine Meridian. Was the pain said to shake the meridians beyond imagination? Even at first sight, Lazy Flame Dragon was truly insane. He seemed to have lived merely by inertia even as the Wangbo family's young master. What was that sword technique? It was a sword strike I've never seen before. What internal energy technique did you learn? Tell me. Your sister just died by my sword moments ago. Those dull ones are none of my concern. They lived in a different world. They probably didn't even think of me as a sibling. I'm the same. With the family about to fall, there's no need to mind the elders' feelings. Gugua, no, lightning flash. I want to know all your martial arts. Lazy Flame Dragon created a smile with shadowed eyes. Now it was certain. He had gone completely mad from martial arts and pain. Jeong Yeon-shin ignored his words while stroking the hilts of the Desolact sword and Northern Light sword in turn. The Wangbo family guard unit was just the preliminary battle. The expedition had just begun. It was a mission to strike one of the 8 great families. They said extermination wouldn't be achieved through short-term decisive battle. The Wangbo family is a massive local prestigious clan. They said it wasn't just one main house in Jinan, Shandong province. They said they could secretly exploit the people while ruling Jinan like royalty because they had branch families and branch offices. They couldn't be judged by one guard unit. They said it was an organization equipped with an elder council and elite masters. He heard all the 8 great families and 9 sects were like that. They were strong enemies equipped with various martial arts. Enough to please Jeong Yeon-shin. A sword technique to deflect thunderclap bombs, an internal energy technique for quick energy accumulation, sword techniques effective in one against many. The sword techniques had already established their system as martial arts. Only combat adaptation remained. In the midst of chaos, Jeong Yeon-shin slightly closed his eyes. He hoped he could complete both the sword technique to counter thunderclap bombs and the new internal energy technique in one mission. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Your efforts were great. Thanks to you, we can accomplish a long-standing mission. The senior masters ruffled the heads of Jeong Yeon-shin, Han Won-chong, and Shin So-bin. While Shin So-bin made a face of disgust, Jeong Yeon-shin asked Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo about what had happened. This was after Baek Mirayo had already grabbed both his shoulders once to check his injuries. For us, well, we were just terrified when we heard about the Dragon Phoenix gathering incident. Who knew they would use thunderclap bombs like that? We really ran here with lightness techniques until our feet sweated. At the blue rank, one should be able to handle explosive bombs. I'll teach you how to utilize the Radiant Demon technique, Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo said. Even if Desolate Sect had no master-disciple bonds, human relationships were different. Jeong Yeon-shin felt Radiant Demon Wing as a complete sect. Starting with Chong Myong's grinning face. The same was true for Baek Mirayo, who looked at him after demonstrating a palm technique that gently drew circles in the air. This is the Harmony Realm technique. From the very character, it's different from the Force Realm technique that releases true energy forcefully. You've heard the saying softness can control hardness? If you surround your sword or fist palm with an internal energy barrier, you can even send back explosive bombs. I'll show you many times, so feel free to ask until you master it. I thought of that. Oh, I'm curious about several application uses, but I think I understand those too, so I'd like you to check them. Meanwhile, the surroundings were noisy. The dantians of those who surrendered without dying among the Wangbo family guard unit members were being destroyed. The dantian was an organ that affected the entire body's meridians and channels. It couldn't end with just dispersing internal energy. Cook. Hyok. Many were rolling on the ground, but no one paid attention. They were ones who surrendered without fighting alongside their comrades to the death. The gazes upon them couldn't be kind. Several, including Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo, were excluded from the menial tasks. They said it was because they had been scouts. The same was true for Jeong Yeon-shin, Han Won-chong, and Shin So-bin. Their martial world activities from the Dragon Phoenix gathering until now were officially recognized as merit. Not just anyone can destroy the dantian. A blue-ranked master with deep internal cultivation must do it. It's quite a troublesome task. Since they're prisoners once captured, we can't kill them. During battle it's at our discretion, but afterward we hand them over to the government office. We follow the imperial court's judgment, Chong Myong said. Jeong Yeon-shin and Han Won-chang slowly nodded. Desolate Sect was a sect with clear hierarchical order. The white-ranked warriors who arrived late took charge of handling the surviving enemies. Even post-battle tasks weren't easy, like gathering corpses, checking identification tags for identity confirmation, and temporary burial. Meanwhile, rising talents from other families gathered together with sealed lips. Their eyes, glancing at Radiant Demon Wing including Jeong Yeon-shin, held no spirit light. Their faces were like domineering sword Wangbo Jun who ultimately died by Radiant Demon Wing leader's hand. Their complexions weren't good. I'm newly envious. It feels like yesterday we took the Desolate Sect examination together, but now Sir Jeong is my superior. Han Won-chong shook his head while looking at the corpses. If he hadn't completed missions earlier, he might have had to handle this. Jeong Yeon-shin stared at him blankly before speaking. May I say something as a blue rank? This staring. Sir Han doesn't need to do it for me. I've been quiet thinking you might feel awkward, but it's rather embarrassing. I'll do it myself. Jeong Yeon-shin said while patting below his shoulder. It was where the character Huang was engraved. Simultaneously, Han Won-chong's face noticeably deflated. When it's one of my few life's pleasures, must you take everything? What? They were given leisure to chat. It was a rarely enjoyable time. Around when the dry plain entering spring was heated by the noon sun, handling Lazy Flame Dragon and the second young master became an issue. I believe killing them is right, Jeong Yeon said with a slight smile. Perhaps because he was from an elf clan said to be dignified anywhere in the Central Plains. He showed not the slightest hesitation even before 3 squad leaders. Jeong Yeon-shin thought it was like him. Won't they be future trouble? Since they've seen the martial arts of 3 desolate sect military forces in their eyes, if we carelessly take them prisoner and they escape, it could become a headache. Counter techniques might even emerge. There's a point. The swordsman with a grave expression nodded. It was the Azure Sky squad leader. He was said to have been born destined to become a sword master thanks to his tall height and long arms. That's when it happened. Radiant Demon Wing. Lazy Flame Dragon raised his head and shouted. His glistening eyes stared only at Jeong Yeon-shin on one side. I want to join Radiant Demon Wing. I'll serve with all my might. I'll grovel like a dog, just let me stay by the lightning flash's side. What nonsense. Hyan Won-chang muttered as if dumbfounded. There was no way it would be accepted. Whether he was illegitimate or whatever, he was still blood of a family about to be exterminated. The Ming imperial court never left future troubles. Desolate sect was the same. A sect transcending orthodox and evil sections. They only cared about the people's livelihood. You are a prisoner. In that moment, powerful formless energy burst from the Annihilation Team leader's index finger. Lazy Flame Dragon's upper body shook as if hit by a typhoon. Finger wind. It was a technique that locally expelled palm wind through true energy. 7 steps life-losing acupoint sealing. It's the Annihilation Team leader's unique martial art. Hyan Won-chang beside him whispered. Jeong Yeon-shin was always amazed by his martial world knowledge. He had no way of knowing how he knew martial arts he'd never seen. The Annihilation Team leader spoke. Solar Divine Meridian. I know your true energy is like having learned the Scorching Yang Divine Technique. My original true energy carries wood energy like elf clans. You must have heard the principle of wood generating fire. Your inner power isn't as refined as the true energy that just entered. So you're saying if I raise my energy, it will only strengthen your true energy, so don't try to unseal carelessly. I've well heard of the esteemed Annihilation Team leader's 7 steps life-losing pressure point sealing. If one acts rashly, the entire body's channels twist and one dies before taking 7 steps. In my case, I'd burn to death. Lazy Flame Dragon replied with a grin. Wood generating fire was the 5 elements principle that wood energy strongly nurtures fire. If he could control the solar divine meridian's energy, it would have rather become nourishment. It wasn't so. Because he couldn't control the scorching young power, he had a constitution destined for early death, and if wood energy further strengthened this uncontrollable power, it would only be fatal. You know well. Now be quiet. Your opinion is useless. Haha, well. When Lazy Flame Dragon, who had briefly lowered his head, raised his neck straight again, the bloodshot whites filling his eyes didn't look human. You turtle-like be *SD*RD. Burn to death? Die by burning? I'm really sick of heat. Now you're just some damn person. Like the solar divine meridian. It's just a minor meridian, you skeleton be *SD*RD. Simultaneously, Jeong Yeon-shin moved unexpectedly and struck the back of his head. The momentary sensation of abundant hair touching his instep felt unpleasant. He pushed with footwork carrying true energy. Thud. He looked down at him who had fainted with his forehead hitting the ground. He thought it was better than instant death from the squad leader's technique. Why aren't you destroying this one, Stantion? He asked, looking around at the 3 squad leaders. It wasn't what he hoped for. He was just curious. Ma Jin, his body soaked in blood, placed his hand on Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulder. Actually, the treatment of that lazy flame dragon has been decided. The sect lord commanded it. She said to bring him alive if he's living. She said keeping his inner power intact is important. It's the solar divine meridian that's said to be rare in the world. Perhaps she has something to study martially. In that moment, Jeong Yeon-shin felt a strange intuition. Was it upper dantian precognition? He had an intuition that the desolate sect lord's order was related to him. Then it must be good. He thought unconsciously. While she was strict about the world tree fruit, she was clearly wrapping Jeong Yeon-shin in goodwill. There was no reason for the peerless master said to be closest to world's strongest to treat Jeong Yeon-shin with pretense. Swish! While he was lost in thought, the second young master's head fell. The Azure Sky Squad leader had cut down him who was kneeling in terror. "We can't let more than one direct line survive," the Annihilation Team leader said. He was the one who had first met and picked a fight with Jeong Yeon-shin near Huizhou. It was strange to see the head of that so dignified and arrogant young master lying with eyes wide open. Do most martial artists' lives end so futilely in the end? The martial world was a world of survival of the fittest. If the one encountered was stronger, one had to helplessly offer their neck to correct the disorder of people's lives, rather following the martial world's ways. Jeong Yeon-shin newly realized Desolate Sec's paradoxical role. While thinking it was unavoidable, he hoped there wouldn't be missions that conflicted with his heart. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time passed in place. It was around when clouds caught in sunlight moved to the distance. The moment white-ranked warriors finished cleaning up the battlefield, the Annihilation Team leader gathered Radiant Demon Wing and the Azure Sky Squad and Annihilation Team forces. The atmosphere was free-spirited. Jeong Yeon-shin sat down heavily with Hien Wen-chang and looked at the Annihilation Team leader. "We'll repel the branch families first." The Annihilation Team leader quietly continued speaking. "A martial arts family's power isn't all martial might. Martial world connections are also powerful. We must preemptively annihilate their contacts who could bring in other sections. The main force will enter the Wangbo main house after that." "Wouldn't blocking Jinan be enough? How will we organize the personnel?" Ma Jin asked. He seemed to treat the Annihilation Team leader as a senior. "There are 9 Wangbo branch families where the family's martial arts have branched. 1 in each county of Jinan. The branch family's martial might has already been investigated. We'll exclude white ranks. We'll distribute the blue ranks." "Understood." Meanwhile, Jeong Yeon-shin observed the faces of other Desolate Sect masters, including the Annihilation Team leader. What he was about to do now was something that required reading the room. It could likely be seen as an attempt to monopolize merit. Though that's actually true. Only Radiant Demon Wing saw him in a purely positive light. Still, it had to be done. The Central Plains were terribly vast. Many missions required watching dozens of sunsets. He needed to accumulate as much merit as possible. He planned to immediately overturn any reputation damage from this moment with martial arts. In the hall where the Great Master's heavy spirit seemed to press down even on the blue ranks. "I wish to volunteer for a solo mission." Jeong Yeon-shin, who finally raised his hand, spoke calmly. The surroundings instantly went quiet. Even Desolate Sec's masters were human. They said there were those who privately sought merit. However, Lightning Flash Jeong Yeon-shin was a young master who had just become blue-ranked. It could easily be seen as reckless behavior. The Annihilation Team leader stared at him and asked back. "You want a solo mission?" "It's to hone the wide area martial art I recently acquired in actual combat. I will certainly succeed in the mission. I promise to give up if I cannot gain the recognition of the seniors here." "You." True energy carried in the Annihilation Team leader's voice. "This mission is crucial. We're dealing with one of the 8 great families. Do you know why I'm even listening to your words now? It's because you've risen to blue rank. That's all." The waves flowing from his voice felt almost visible, and even the stone fragments rolling across the plain began to bounce slightly as if reacting to his internal energy. Yet the hem of the Annihilation Team leader's black robe didn't move at all. It was power control that had reached divine skill. "Lightning Flash. I thought well of you. It's a world where martial artists who can add wit to prodigious talent are rare. I saw the capacity of a squad leader in you, yet you disappoint me like this." Even Ma Jin dared not interrupt at this moment. He only made an expression as if asking why he hadn't given advance notice. Jeong Yeon-shin was rather fine with it. The Annihilation Team leader had mentioned blue rank. It was a sign of respect. There was a chance to prove himself. It was different from when he contemplated facing the domineering sword. He could immediately prove his ability to handle multiple enemies. It was the martial art that had led to his ill-fated encounter with the Wangbo siblings on Huizhou's main road. "I apologize." As he stood up and made a cupped fist salute, the masters formed a circular space. Their expressions varied. Concern, interest, and displeasure seemed to fill his vision together. "It'll be fine," he repeated inwardly to reassure himself. They said there were no masters above blue rank who weren't obsessed with martial arts. He didn't hope for amazement. He hadn't heard of anyone creating sound techniques with a sword. Perhaps they would acknowledge it with one demonstration. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly gripped the sword hilt. Not the desolate sword, but the Northern Light sword. Its material was excellent and suitable for sound techniques. Swish. It was a plane entering noon. Dry radiance gathered on the drawn sword. It was the moment of demonstrating his new unique martial art before the masters of Desolate Sect's 3 military forces. Please protect your ears with internal energy. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke respectfully and raised his inner power following the sword technique's chant. He split the rising true energy in two. It was the Lesser Palace Point and Labor Palace Point among the 3 meridian points gathered in the center of his palm. He applied power simultaneously. A chilling light brushed the Northern Light sword. Whyish! It was the moment when a wave like a bird's cry spread inside the long blade. About 10 white-ranked warriors around fainted and collapsed in all directions. Those who collapsed while standing were especially precarious. The blue-ranked masters who seemed momentarily dazed quickly caught their juniors' bodies. Internal energy barriers like protective energy arise through mental focus. When consciousness is lost, even white-ranked masters were no different from third-rate warriors. The external cultivation realm of diamond indestructibility, where the entire body becomes as hard as diamond, only existed in legends. Bewilderment lingered on the faces of blue-ranked masters laying down their juniors. It's sound attack. How can he do that? Such precise true chi. He strangely applied power enhancement of bladed weapons. At that level, it's in the realm of chance. Their discussion already showed insight into the essence of martial arts. This was the realm of Desolate Sect's blue rank. They said those with overflowing talent from their hometown dedicated their lives to martial arts. They were ones who would be called masters anywhere in the vast martial world. Understanding the principles of martial arts came first. Whether envy or admiration came after. Eventually, the blue-ranked masters began discussing among themselves. It's a martial art I've never heard of. To penetrate white rank's protective energy. Their Desolate Sect white ranks, so it only led to fainting. It would show truly overwhelming aspects, especially in group battles without masters of equal rank. Though there would be various limitations, the advantage is clear. Causing damage to allies is a problem. Isn't it worth trying in solo missions? They didn't hesitate to discuss martial arts even before the squad leaders. They only spoke facts. In Desolate Sect, no one could criticize this. It seems to consume considerable internal energy. The Annihilation Team leader opened his mouth while staring at Jeong Yeon-shin. Jeong Yeon-shin answered with a silent bow. He wasn't wrong. Loading radiating true chi while raising sword sound was a technique impossible with ordinary perception. The sword technique required extreme concentration. Even Jeong Yeon-shin felt considerable fatigue from one casting. Such precise true chi operation. Of course, it would be hard to use suddenly in chaotic battles. It would be good to unleash when starting a fight. It would also have the effect of dampening morale. He was already giving advice. He seemed very interested. Even so, we can't send the lightning genius alone. The mission isn't light either. It was the Azure Sky squad leader who was stroking his chin while looking at Jeong Yeon-shin. The Annihilation Team leader nodded. I'll attach 2 more. The mission is to strike the Wangbo branch family in Pingin County of Jinan. Any volunteers? Many raised their hands in that moment. It seemed easily 30 people. Not just Radiant Demon Wing, but volunteers came from both Annihilation Team and Azure Sky Squad. It was sword sound attack. Perhaps they wanted to see the unheard of martial art with their own eyes in actual combat. Several blue-ranked masters smiled awkwardly. Radiant Demon Wing would be better. It's right for Master Ma to decide. There are none besides Radiant Demon Group who have matched movements. It would be good to attach Bewitching Sword Demon and Blue-Eyed Demon Sword. Do as you wish. Then, the Annihilation Team leader's pitch-black gleaming eyes turned to Jeong Yeon-shin. Show that it wasn't recklessness. It's a matter of proving with martial might. So none will criticize you as rash, he said while turning around. The hem of his dark robe fluttered without lingering. Thank you for your guidance. Jeong Yeon-shin, putting away the Northern Light sword, gave a cupped fist salute toward the seniors, including the various squad leaders. Where did you learn it? There's no such martial art at the main sect. Is it a secret technique of the Desolate Sect Ma family? It was when blue-ranked masters were approaching with faces full of curiosity. Ma Jin's body blocked them. He led Jeong Yeon-shin to move to another place. Several seniors stopped with regretful expressions. It was a situation where it was revealed that desolate sect Ma family blood flowed in Jeong Yeon-shin's body due to the coming-of-age ceremony. No one saw it as strange. Ma Jin, who had come to the entrance of the mountain range connected to the plain, asked quietly, "That sound attack. Did you create it?" "Yes," Jeong Yeon-shin, who stood calmly, answered. The scar on Ma Jin's face twitched. "Why didn't you say so earlier? What martial artist goes around revealing all their personal martial arts? The person themselves would likely end up dying away from home after being countered. This time I had no choice. I hadn't thought it through either." "You're not wrong. Did you seek a private audience just to ask that?" "It's something else." Ma Jin shook his head and spoke. "Yeon-shin, you almost died on this mission. Listen. Long-lived martial artists often recognize their grudges well." Jeong Yeon-shin's eyebrows twitched at hearing the words long-lived. "Your impact on the Murim isn't ordinary. Battles between martial forces aren't just all-out wars. The battle of informants is no less important." Word came from the superintendent's office. "There are those investigating the desolate sect Lightning Geniuses movements. Grudges. Just what we've heard so far are the Tyrant Sword Sect, Deep Martial Alliance, and Blood Flame Sect. Cutting down the Tyrant Sword Sect Master's disciple and 8 fierce demon swords was excellent. However, they were both from lineages with thick martial artist layers even within the Tyrant Sword Sect. There are bound to be many sharpening their blades. Deep Martial Alliance is understandable. I took the head of one of their rising talents. Sword Art Flower, they said. I heard she was famous in Huguang and Hunan regions as a girl with both beauty and sword talent. Seems there was a betrothed. You must be careful of not just the family patriarch but also the one said to be her lover." Jeong Yeon-shin silently agreed. "The most troublesome is still the Blood Flame Sect. If you hadn't had the clear righteousness pill, you would have had to return to Desolate Sect." Ma Jin continued gravely. "There was no martial art like your demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm technique. You're bound to be a target. You could have met the 7th Apostle at the Dragon Phoenix gathering. It's fortunate you avoided that demoness. That's why the Blood Flame Sect's apostles are focusing on expanding their influence across the Central Plains. The distance must have been considerable." "Right. I'm not yet at the level to face an apostle head-on." When he first revealed the demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm, he took out the 7th Apostle's eye. It was like getting heavenly luck thanks to her carelessness and the chaotic battle. Jeong Yeon-shin newly realized how many had come to consider him an enemy. And not ordinary enemies. The 13 heavens of evil sects are comparable to the 9 sects and 8 families. It's something you must handle if you walk the martial world. Even so, you're excessive. It would be hard to find precedent for making so many powerful enemies in such a short time. Especially at your age. It sounds like you're saying I'm carrying out missions properly. Now you're truly a martial artist. Many harbor grudges against you. You must always be vigilant in the martial world. Remember this." Concern could be felt in Ma Jin's voice. Jeong Yeon-shin readily nodded. "I have been running nonstop." It felt like briefly honing the sword in his heart before doing so again. He was glad that his enemies were all great sects of the 13 heavens of evil sects. The Tyrant Sword Sect and Blood Flame Sect were his enemies, and the more of their necks he cut, the more merit he would accumulate. Isn't the Wangbo family evil too? He fell into internal energy cultivation while returning to the group with Ma Jin. It was to use sword techniques efficiently. He had to constantly refine his true chi operation. Jeong Yeon-shin was growing stronger, separate from Ma Jin's warning. "White ranks will be excluded from direct combat." It was the Annihilation Team leader's voice. He was starting mission assignments. He and Wen Chang and Shin So-bin were drafted. They became unable to participate in the mission to strike the Wangbo family. They were assigned the role of restraining the Dragon Phoenix Gathering's rising talents and the remnant Wangbo Family Guard unit. Jeong Yeon-shin had to separately receive advice from Annihilation Team's blue-ranked senior. The martial arts inherited by the Ping branch are mainly heavy sword techniques. If you parry lightly, you're likely to be pushed back. Remember the pull at the crook, march on forearm, and lesser C points. As you know, they're arm joint meridians. Make sure to fill them firmly with true chi when exchanging sword strikes. He familiarized himself with the martial art characteristics of the Wangbo branch in Ping'an County. It didn't take long. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days passed after the battle on the plain. They really left us behind and went. Seems your sound attack was quite reliable, lightning genius. Jeong Yeon-shin smiled with an amused expression. The 3 blue-ranked warriors of the Radiant Demon Wing, including Jeong Yeon-shin, had arrived at the southern edge of Shandong Province. It was a marketplace where human presence was barely felt. Ping'an County, where the mission target had established their base, was truly quiet. The merchants who had laid out their spots and displayed their goods were mostly middle-aged men or elderly women. Baek Mirio stroked her long flowing hair. After glancing at the displayed accessories, she said, Zhangqiu, where the Wangbo main family is located, borders the Yellow River. It's a vast river. It would be troublesome if they escaped by boat. To secretly control the area near the river, it's right to send minimal personnel to strike the branch family. They said Shandong's spring was dry. The marketplace atmosphere felt even more barren. The villagers who clearly looked at the sword-carrying group didn't even appear frightened. There was no vitality in their wrinkled faces that seemed to bear weariness. Young men aren't visible. They really must have been taken for forced labor. The Azure Sky Squad and Superintendent's office confirmed it multiple times. It can't be wrong. If they weren't a martial arts family, the Imperial Army would have been deployed, right? It's fortunate since army deployment wouldn't be good for people's livelihood either. Jeong Yeon-shin said calmly. In fact, Jeong Yeon-shin had contemplated hiding Wang Xiang's mark again. He had kept thinking so until arriving at Ping'an County. It was different from previous missions involving the 13 evil sects. The Wangbo family was a renowned family in the orthodox martial world. He wanted to see their true nature. We can just go to the Wangbo branch and ask what the situation is. Tak. With Jeong Yeon-shin's words as the end, the 3 people stepped forward simultaneously. It was lightness technique steps carrying inner power. True chi filling the meridians to the toes began pushing their bodies forward. The speed gradually increased. Only then did the surrounding people, startled, rapidly distance themselves backward. They put aside the magistrate who had the duty to report the people's livelihood to the imperial court without concealment. They had heard well about the magistrate of this Ping'an County, that he was a very unusual person. If what they knew was correct, the magistrate would also be at the Wangbo branch. They headed straight for the estate containing the largest group of halls in the village. Though there was no hanging plaque, they could feel it was a martial arts family. It was because energy waves of internal energy could be felt from inside. HWK. In that moment, Jeong Yeon-shin's rush overtook the 2 people. It was a mission to adapt Radiant Demon Wing's Lightning Flash's unique sound technique to actual combat. Having received a grateful opportunity, Jeong Yeon-shin didn't want to disappoint the 2 people's expectations. He operated the verse of Eternal Blossom Fist's Advancing Thunder. Kwang. Fragments of the shattered gate scattered in all directions. The remaining force of the powerful energy wave made it seem as if hit by a storm. Jeong Yeon-shin momentarily hesitated at the scene suddenly revealed. A drinking party taking place in the large courtyard before the main gate. A small pond on one side caught his eye. It was a place decorated with carvings of all kinds of spirit beasts. Among the grass by the pond, not only the 4 divine beasts in Qilin, but also strange beasts with peculiar wings could be seen. There were people holding wine cups sitting on large rocks surrounding the pond. They didn't stop tilting their cups even after seeing the group. One who had been laughing among 5 beautifully adorned women raised his head. He was a noble, handsome man with yellow cornus flowers tucked behind his long ears. The servants busily moving around glanced at Jeong Yeon-shin's group, then silently continued their work. Today, too, our Jinan's heroes have come. The main gate won't last. The noble man raised his hand high. The sleeve of his mint-colored official robes fluttered. He continued speaking as if dealing with a very familiar matter. Why not just leave Shandong and report to somewhere like the Desolate Sect? I really can't understand. With what confidence do these low-levels challenge the Wangbo family? Jeong Yeon-shin was silent for a moment. Jeong Yeon-shin and Baek Mirio also seemed unable to say anything particular. Desolate Sect martial uniforms have embroidered threads of the character Huang on both shoulders and the center of the back. Those looking from the front had difficulty recognizing it. Unless they had considerable knowledge, that is. Are you the magistrate of Ping'an County? Jeong Yeon-shin quietly asked. They said it was a long-standing operation. He had heard much. Desolate Sect gathered as much information as possible before dispatching military forces under the Divine Sword Groups. Not only the Wangbo family's main house, but also the branch family's members and martial art characteristics were targets for investigation. Can't you tell by looking? I'm quite well known in my own right. The nobleman answered with a smile. He was an impressive, handsome man whose official robes looked dignified. Even while looking at the strange warriors, he was being served wine by women, and there was such refinement in his hand extending while holding the cup. Though he was merely a pleasure-seeking official wearing a hat, his personal quality came across differently. The noble magistrate's gaze passed over Jeong Yeon-shin and Baek Mi-ryo before landing on Chong Myong. So there was someone of the same clan. Surely you're not enjoying playing warrior together? It would be better not to. Let me advise you in advance. Chong Myong maintained a strange expression without answering. The estate's atmosphere was strange. The smell of alcohol filled everywhere, yet all the people moving about looked at the magistrate with expressions of reverence. Some even directed similar gazes at Chong Myong. They say Han people who admire elf families are everywhere. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Was this what debauchery was? It was an atmosphere he had never experienced even at the Jeong family estate. He slowly stepped forward and opened his mouth. I know the head of the Wangbo branch in Ping County is your first wife. Call her out. How lacking in manners. Have you never studied Confucian learning? Is this how your parents taught you? The noble magistrate replied with a relaxed smile. A magistrate who colluded with martial arts families. What respect do you seek when your conduct is unworthy of a gentleman? At Jeong Yeon-shin's calm reply, the woman massaging the magistrate's arm stood up. She seemed about 30. Her languid, downcast eyes were striking, and she gradually revealed an energy wave matching her red light armor. I am Jinling's principal wife. If you're a Shandong martial artist, you must have heard of me. I am Wangbo Meiwei of the Deep Autumn Sword. It meant the magistrate's surname was Jin. Ling was a term referring to husband. Noble families gained power with the founding of the Ming dynasty. Many women held positions from lower to higher offices and key posts in various martial arts sects. They said it was completely different from the Yuan dynasty era. Now it was irrelevant. As head of the Pinyin Wangbo family, I command you to refrain from disrespectful words and actions. No, it's already useless. What could have ended with an arm will now end with your head. As the woman's energy wave gradually grew stronger, warriors from various halls walked out. There were over 20. Though belittling in words, they didn't underestimate the energy wave of the fist technique that destroyed the gate. It was worthy of being called a renowned branch family. 5 warriors among the Pinyin Wangbo family's fighters began approaching first. Though appearing suddenly, solid spirit could be felt. There was a feeling like tempered iron. It seemed to say that even a branch was rooted in one of the 8 great families. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't look at them. He stared blankly at Deep Autumn's sword before slowly opening his mouth. Do you know Wangbo Myongrin? What? Your talk of arms and heads is exactly the same. You seem to have heard something. She's an outstanding child worthy of attending the Dragon Phoenix gathering. However, a red smile formed on Deep Autumn Sword Wangbo Meiwei's lips. It looked as if she had applied rouge. She continued speaking. Did you think we would be lenient if you spoke as if you knew our direct bloodline? Impossible. What a degenerate age. Martial artists should just focus on training. Jeong Yeon-shin unconsciously recalled words that sect elders might say. Along with that, the image of desolate sect's lord naturally came to mind. She who had reached the absolute realm was beautiful through dignity alone without other adornments. A martial artist should be beautiful through supreme martial arts. He spoke again. I saw the marketplace. It seems true that you privately mobilized citizens for labor. You've extended your martial world authority to affect people's lives. Aren't you ashamed as a martial artist? Meanwhile, Chong Myong and Baek Mi-ryo had stepped back. The blue-ranked youngest was to be given Murim experience. They had discussed earlier about not intervening unless the situation was truly dangerous, and it was impossible to measure how to repay the kindness of the Radiant Demon Wing seniors. That's when it happened. Everyone in the estate laughed at Jeong Yeon-shin's words. The magistrate and Deep Autumn Sword laughed loudly without even covering their mouths. Child, you've heard many Murim rumors. Power is simply power. Distinguishing between the Murim and people's lives? How can anyone do that? Deep Autumn Sword said with a face full of laughter. The noble magistrate chimed in. Martial arts families are simply noble families. How could it be wrong to enjoy luxuries befitting our history in the place we've settled? A noble denying imperial law. Your first wife's head will fly today. Jeong Yeon-shin's answer only drew mockery again. This time, even the warriors who were slowly walking burst into laughter. You don't understand elegance. That's how those who call themselves heroes are like that. Hey! The magistrate clapped lightly. Yes, elder magistrate. Musicians appeared rushing out from various places to take their positions. They held instruments to be plucked and blown, including zither and jade flutes. It was like watching a scene from an opera. Music began at the magistrate's gesture. Simultaneously, the Wangbo branch warriors drew their swords and approached closer. They seemed to treat even martial artists' swordplay as entertainment. Incredible. Jeong Yeon-shin stood still. He recalled stories he could hear because desolate sect gathered all matters under heaven. They were anecdotes of some high officials who had tasted many pleasures. They said the ultimate entertainment they enjoyed was appreciating murder. The scene before him was just like that. He could tell at once. This wasn't something that started yesterday or today. A young swordsman who can destroy the estate's gate. Quite a regrettable talent. Wouldn't it provide suitable entertainment? Deep Autumn Sword, who had already sat down again, shared a laugh with the magistrate. They even shared wine cups. It can be this different. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled when they first entered the village. The sound of grass brushing that had welcomed their group had been pleasantly modest. This place was different. It was suffocating. Can't stand it. He muttered unconsciously to himself. The melody that began flowing through the estate had refinement, as the magistrate said. Even Jeong Yeon-shin, who didn't know music, could feel it. That's why it was even more unwelcome. Shandong province was vast. They said Jinan was Shandong's center. There must have been many local martial artists, and among them must have been heroes as they mentioned. Rest in peace, one of them said. He was raising his drawn sword. He seemed to feel some small guilt, but the distance to Jeong Yeon-shin had already shortened to about 10 steps. Looks familiar. I'll have to reconsider the 8 great families. Aren't they just evil sect trash? Jeong Yeon-shin said while gripping the Northern Light sword's hilt. There must have been many righteous warriors who came filled with indignation after seeing the citizens' forced labor. They seemed to have killed them all. The music now naturally flowing past his ears. The warriors approaching with footwork as if matching the rhythm. He decided to take the initiative. Thud. Whoosh. He stamped his slightly raised foot with true angle. Concentric winds blew in all directions. The power properly raised was deeper than before. He had been constantly operating the moon's spirit harmony technique while creating new internal energy techniques. The energy accumulation of the peerless divine technique was indeed different. Changes were already somewhat noticeable. Everyone's expressions changed at one true angle. Simultaneously, Jeong Yeon-shin's body tilted forward. As wind exploded past his ears, his field of vision rapidly expanded. The movement was instantaneous. Waves of true chi began spreading from his hand gripping the sword hilt. He had already reached right in front of the enemies. He circulated internal true chi following the verse. Dazzling sunlight shimmered at the end of the radiant sword-style straw. Swoosh! The moment light flashed, 2 heads flew off at once. They couldn't even scream. It's not over. There are many enemies. Energy waves exploded from Jeong Yeon-shin's body. Energy waves that surged in 8 directions partially reached the Northern Light sword and transformed into chilling sharpness. Once again, with true angle, the aftermath of a horizontal sword strike scraped the ground. The sensation of the blade cutting another one's neck reached his grip. Splash! Now Jeong Yeon-shin's swordsmanship had reached a realm where blood spurted a breath later. He shouted in the gradually rising dust. Desolate sect's radiant demon wing condemns you. It was a shout carrying inner power. Everyone in the estate was startled as if convulsing. The phrase scattered in panic would be fitting. 3 corpses were created in an instant. It was the time of one blink. The music that had been flowing with lively rhythm stopped in one breath. Desolate sect. Wait. The noble magistrate stood up abruptly and waved his hands. Cold sweat that had appeared from who knows when made his handsome face gleam. I have committed a great discourtesy. Please forget what was said until now. I am from the elf clan. How could I dare disturb imperial order? His eyes moved sharply. He scanned from Jeong Yeon-shin, who had shifted to reveal the character, Huang, below his shoulder. His gaze also reached Baek Mirio and Chong Myong, who stood indifferently. A kind of resignation seemed to form on the magistrate's face. He seemed to reach certainty upon seeing Jeong Yeon of the elf clan. My wife received orders from the main family, and I as magistrate of Jinan could not go against the Wangbo family's authority. You call that an excuse? Aren't you even ashamed to take back your words? Please show mercy. I know you cannot kill an imperial official. If the branch members and I attack together, even you would find it difficult to leave unscathed. Energy waves spread from the magistrate's right hand as he finished speaking. It was deep internal energy that could be immediately felt as having accumulated considerable training. You're a threat. The guilty party trying to act innocent. Finally, Baek Mirio and Jeong Yeon stepped forward. If it's desolate sect, you must have come knowing everything. I have no choice either, right? Meanwhile, the magistrate's smile regained composure. He lightly tapped the shoulder of his first wife, Deep Autumn Sword, who was glaring fiercely at Jeong Yeon-shin. Wife. Yes. Deep Autumn Sword Wangbo Meiwei snapped her fingers. It was the moment a sound carrying internal energy spread. Over 30 more warriors poured out from various halls. As Jinan was a massive city, even a branch family governing a single county was equipped with martial might befitting their role. The stillness that covered the estate in that moment didn't come as silence. It was because the momentum of the Wangbo family warriors filled the hall. Wouldn't it be better to withdraw like this? The magistrate said while looking at Jeong Yeon, who had somehow come to stand beside Jeong Yeon-shin. His clothes were now fluttering as if he had raised his entire body's internal energy. Persuasion came across as threat. You spoke of elegance, Jeong Yeon-shin said. He looked once around at the warriors who had begun gradually surrounding them in a circle. I too have recently practiced a melody. With his words, there was vibration rising from the Northern Light Sword. It was a gradually growing resonance. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced at Baek Mirio and Jeong Yeon while operating his entire body's internal energy at full force. It was the moment they slightly nodded. Wish! A long cry rose from the blade. In that instant, invisible waves of true chi surged and swept all directions. Hup! Ugh! It was truly a surreal sight. Dozens fell in all directions with short groans. Dull sounds echoed everywhere. Though the sword sound quickly faded, its aftermath did not. The encirclement collapsed entirely. The Wangbo branch warriors lay on the ground in various positions. They stared blankly at the sky, having died with eyes wide open. Only a very few, including the magistrate and Deep Autumn Sword, remained standing. Evil sect trash talking about elegance. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth after looking slightly around. Seems it was quite moving for you, he said while sheathing the Northern Light Sword. The Wangbo family was an ancient one. The Wangbo bloodline, which rose to prominence in Shandong during the late Yuan dynasty, established their base in the heart of Shandong province. It was Jinan. There had been great masters who honed the family's martial arts over time. The consolidated family's martial arts grew increasingly powerful. It was a chaotic era. They seized Yuan dynasty's large estates wherever they could. This continued until the noble families who claimed to have descended from light came to power. The Wangbo family began to be called local nobles in exchange for conforming to the new Ming dynasty. It was the birth of a martial arts family. They acted as rulers of Jinan for generations. Mom, when is brother coming? A girl about 14 or 15 planted an axe with a thud next to household items. They were a family that had been chopping wood for 2 generations in Pinyin County of Jinan. Though they say martial arts aren't easy to learn, those who could read often kept books on qi circulation and breathing methods. The 3 powers internal energy technique distributed by the imperial court increased the manpower. They said even ignorant commoners could draw in a bit of atmospheric energy. It was said to be a prestigious family's secret technique that created mighty warriors by planting strength in body and earth and made fields fertile. A middle-aged woman sitting and twisting straw rope opened her mouth. Though wearing shabby hemp clothes, her tone carried dignity and her pronunciation was clear. The Wangbo family took him, didn't they? Let's wait patiently. Your brother might return as a martial artist. If he becomes even a gatekeeper for a powerful family, we won't have to skip meals. The trees in the back mountain aren't good these days. Uncle Ma keeps cutting the price. Why wasn't he taken away? The girl complained. Though quite skilled with an axe for her age, she wasn't truly mighty. The 3 powers internal energy technique was mysterious, but closer to a cultivation technique. The girl could work as much as grown men because of her outstanding talent. Even Uncle Ma, who seemed to have connections with the Wangbo family, had started pressuring her to join aggressively. Her startled mother whispered, "Taken away? Watch your words. They say martial artists have ears as good as bats. They're all probably feasting with the magistrate anyway. I'm glad those playboys who kept bothering me were taken away, but we might starve to death at this rate. Wood prices are dirt cheap and food scarce. What little there is, the magistrate and Wangbo folks take it all." I said, "Watch your words," the middle-aged woman who screamed in a whisper said while catching her breath. "The Wangbo family is a noble house that protects us. It was the same in your grandfather's time when he passed the civil service exam." Always talking about grandfather. He said people outside Jinan constantly have their wages stolen by martial artists. At least we don't have that happening to us. If your dead father hadn't been a gambler, we would have lived properly. Stealing wages? That's what the Wangbo folks are doing. How much could brother earn if he were here? Child, really? You'll be in big trouble cursing an orthodox sect. The girl who got slapped on the back left the house grumbling. What orthodox sect? They kill all the heroes. Mom uses characters strangely. What happened to teaching me letters? The mother's scolding leaked through the closed door gap. The girl paid no attention and set out. Perhaps because she walked aimlessly, she carelessly reached the Wangbo house of Ping County, the largest in the village. It was the moment the girl quickly turned after glancing up at the large estate. Oh, perfect timing. It was a voice with thick resonance. A strong hand grabbed and lifted her by the scruff of her neck. I heard one branch family was exterminated by desolate sect thugs. An Uncle Ma? The girl's body was spun around. A middle-aged man wearing yellow silk clothes wore an indifferent expression. He muttered while walking toward the shattered gate. You could be a question for those fellows. What is chivalry? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Sword song. The power revealed by the sword sound attack was overwhelming. What is this? Deep Autumn Sword Wangbo Meiwei looked around the estate in bewilderment. Fallen dead and unconscious bodies were strewn everywhere in succession. The battle stopped. Until the servants who had withdrawn, leaving only the table settings when the fight began, slightly showed their faces. What? Why are they lying down? They're bleeding. They're not moving? Are they dead? It was the moment their shrill screams rang out at seeing the tragic scene. Energy waves flowed from Deep Autumn Sword's hand resting on her sword hilt. Despite all her adornments, her hands alone couldn't hide traces of training. She was certainly a rare swordsman. Her killing intent could be felt in her voice even though only her lips moved between her teeth. How dare you? Sound attacks are martial arts that's rare in the world. The magistrate muttered. Gone was the appearance of a dignified pleasure seeker who wanted to watch a bloody battle with music. He could only stare with sunken grave eyes at Ma Guangx's three people. There was time for a few breaths. Jeong Yeon-shin took a long inhale. The moon's spirit harmony technique was also a method of breathing in and out. His mind calmed as he recalled desolate sect lord's long, thin breath when receiving the technique. I overdid it. The true chi operation method used to cast the sword song was incredibly precise. He pushed his senses to their limit. It was about loading radiating true chi onto sound created by internal energy. It was martial arts that greatly used upper dantian abilities. It could even be called divine skill. Weren't we discussing elegance? Why no more words? Though Jeong Yeon-shin spoke deliberately calmly, he felt extreme fatigue. It felt like having a water-soaked cloth in his head. It was his first time using the sword song at full power. That was necessary to instantly kill martial artists. The same was true even for those inferior to him. Since natural protective energy was also clearly an internal energy barrier, there was no choice when trying to pierce ears and kill with sword resonance. I can't use it twice. I didn't know even doing it once would be this hard. His previously excellent physical condition rapidly deteriorated. They said life and death in the world of masters is divided by the smallest difference. If there were opponents of equal or greater number among the enemies, he would have to continue a difficult fight. It was the moment he observed his interior thanks to the moon's spirit harmony technique's breathing. Jeong Yeon-shin briefly lost his senses. Above his head, the crown. It was clearly different from morning. He recognized the difference over one day with his innate senses. The Biwi point had widened. It seemed like 3 days' worth. T/note, By we DU20, known as the 100 meetings point, is a significant acupuncture point located at the crown of the head where various neurological pathways converge. My hand. His index finger trembled in the middle of actual combat. It wasn't from lack of strength. It was because panic visited briefly. An instinctive fear of death suddenly approached. The abyss briefly overwhelmed him. Moving Tru Chi was like using muscle power. They said if one could freely handle power without exerting force and internal energy focus, they were already a peerless master. The internal energy realms called 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 energies returning to origin, reaching the peak etc. were that process. It was different from Jeong Yeon-shin's innate senses. It was like climbing a massive mountain. I'll think about solutions later. A life and death battle lies ahead. He forcibly returned his consciousness. He deliberately pushed his anxiety to one corner of his mind. Like how he had crumpled the shock of his first kill during the Jeong family's extermination. Think about martial arts first. Would there be no recoil if I reached at least the black rank realm? Jeong Yeon-shin's power control relied greatly on his innate upper dantian. He operated Tru Chi through senses alone without fundamental changes in internal energy realm. There had to be reaction to transcending limits. Golden threads. A disciple of desolate sex lord. Deep autumn sword Wangbo Meiwei muttered while slowly approaching. The scene spread around her was compensation for the price Jeong Yeon-shin paid. The sight created by the collapsed encirclement was truly overwhelming. A blue-ranked warrior had single-handedly shattered the entire force of one branch of the 8 great families. How did Jeong Yeon-shin appear as he stood silently? Deep autumn sword steps were cautious. Though she seemed to have started using footwork techniques, no particular energy wave was felt. Jeong Yeon-shin just stared blankly. Deep autumn sword Wangbo Meiwei. She was nominally the head of a branch family. Her appearance of applying rouge to her lips and showing affection to her lord among many concubines had to be viewed separately. He didn't think her accumulated martial arts would be shallow. Jeong Yeon-shin stood here stepping on the enemy's carelessness. He absolutely could not be in the opposite position. Swish. He gripped the desolate sword's hilt and slowly drew it up. Deep autumn sword. I remember what you said. Being in desolate doesn't make a lowborn's blood noble. You don't qualify to exchange words with me. You mentioned arms first. Evil sect trash. Jeong Yeon-shin said quietly. His head was ringing. Though his overworked upper dantian felt burning hot like white heat, he transmitted words to Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo through sound transmission. That he was treating this as a solo mission. It meant not to interfere. Advancing beyond black to purple martial robes? Perhaps there was no path except through chaos. There would be battles where he'd hover between life and death. He absolutely needed experience in unleashing martial arts in a disturbed state like now. Therefore he said, "Come." In that moment, he felt presences crossing the estate's threshold from afar. It wasn't time to mind that now. Whoosh! Heavy energy waves rose from her sword before his eyes. The blade's surface was very wide. It was as the blue-ranked senior of Annihilation Team had said. They said the martial arts inherited by this pinging branch was heavy sword. It meant the sword energy was steady and firm, rarely wavering. Linear energy waves extended toward him along with tremendous sword power. It seemed like she had circulated Tru Chi several times while walking here. It was a properly prepared strike. Cling. He almost lost his grip when meeting it with the desolate sword, even though he tried to deflect it as much as possible. Simultaneously, Jeong Yeon-shin's slackened senses sharpened again. Tack. He stepped back once. At the same time, his realm of instinct shone. Twisting his elbow, he led the opponent's energy wave to his lower back internal oblique muscles. His knees bent naturally. It was the moment the aftermath of the received sword strike passed through the gluteus maximus of his waist to reach the back of his thighs. At that point, the opponent's power became Jeong Yeon-shin's energy wave. Powerful energy explosively increased from his leg that had stepped back. Boom! It became a true step without even lifting and stamping his foot. It was instantaneous. The movement of his entire body's muscles that had deflected power was instantly reversed. The power that burned up to his hand gripping the sword hilt released an invisible heavy energy wave. The air was shaken. It was the moment of returning heavy sword with heavy sword. Wind gusts rose from fragments of energy force bursting from Jeong Yeon-shin's hand holding the desolate sword. He swung the sword upward just like that. Bang! Hup! Deep Autumn Sword's blade, which was just striking down for a second sword draw, flew away. She was not an opponent who showed any carelessness. This was Jeong Yeon-shin's sense, and the lightning flashes martial might. Her face that seemed to have lost its senses for a moment brushed the edge of his vision. The moment her sword flew, she rotated forward. Jeong Yeon-shin too had immediately prepared a second strike. Chwack! A distinctly cumbersome feeling was felt from the blade. Blood stained the desolate sword that returned with dim light. Deep Autumn Sword's right arm had fallen off. Yuck! She exhaled empty breath and staggered back. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his sword once. In this moment, he was strong. He was clearly looking down on the head of a Wangbo family branch. It wasn't talent limited to learning. Combat ability that sharpened even in moments of exhaustion. In his senses was strength that couldn't be estimated by martial arts ranking. Next time he might go out to the Murim alone. Chong Myong's voice tinged with laughter was heard from behind. Jeong Yeon-shin moved his steps steadily. Blood dripped from the lowered sword tip, and at its end was Deep Autumn Sword urgently striking the meridian point of her right forearm to stop the bleeding. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly parted his lips. You said it. He lifted the desolate sword slightly while stepping forward indifferently. It was the moment of single-handedly destroying one branch of the Wangbo family. It seemed excessive as payment for 3 days of lifespan. At least it wasn't merit a blue rank could accumulate alone. Already desolate sect lord's face came to mind. After arms, you mentioned the neck, he said. The opponent lost both sword and arm. It was when Jeong Yeon-shin was about to strike Deep Autumn Sword's neck. You insolent B*SD*RD. The magistrate's body, who was far behind, rushed forward, creating a windstorm. The mint-colored hem of his official robes fluttered like a butterfly. Passing by Deep Autumn Sword with movements unique to elves, he spread both arms wide to block her. You dare harm this magistrate's principal wife? Desolate Sect is the imperial sword. Where does a mere blade dare cut its own master? Are the Wangbo bloodline equals to the imperial court? Jeong Yeon-shin asked back with eyes more dispassionate than looking at roadside trash. He never knew he would feel such emotions toward nobles. At least while at the fixed house, it was unimaginable. The magistrate bit his lip once. You can't do anything without cutting down this magistrate. Give up. How dare you harm me, the magistrate of this Ping'an County? You're not even a black-ranked warrior. Whoosh! The wind blew once more. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced sideways. Chong Myong was suddenly standing beside him. His usual smiling expression had completely disappeared. Just follow clan law, Chong Myong said. Simultaneously, his expression changed. His eyes remained the same, but only his lips formed a smile. The Grand Empress Dowager has decreed that Desolate Sect elves may execute officials of 6th rank or lower regardless of hierarchy. The magistrate is 7th rank, right? I thought it was an absurd privilege, but running missions, occasions to use it do arise. You really? They say our clan becomes unsightly when mixing with Han people and becoming worldly, but who would say anything about taking one head? At most, perhaps a brief summons to Beijing. The magistrate who had appreciated warriors' deaths while listening to music lost his enthusiasm. His handsome face turned completely pale. This time, even Jeong Yeon-shin was surprised. While it was already natural that elves held high authority in Ming, he learned for the first time that they held authority comparable to black-ranked warriors of great master level. Perhaps because imperial bloodlines were deeply mixed with elf blood. Huh. Suddenly, the magistrate sighed. Soon finding composure in his complexion, he smiled slightly. I almost showed an unseemly appearance on my way out. Without elegance, how can one discuss the refinement of drinking and dancing? Why say more? Go without dirtying elf face. Of course. As Chong Myong drew his sword, the magistrate's smile deepened. I must go now. None under heaven who don't welcome me. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his gaze backward. It was because of energy waves rising from the direction of the shattered gate. There had been a presence stimulating his nerves since fighting Deep Autumn Sword, and indeed it wasn't an ally. Desolate Sect. His build was very large. He was a middle-aged man with a long scar on his cheek. He held the scruff of a girl's neck in one hand. She appeared to be around Jeong Yeon-shin's age and seemed to have her mute and paralysis point sealed. Unable to speak and body stiffened, she hung from the man's hand. He shouted like a roar. You degenerates who disturb the Murim discussing strange chivalry. The magistrate, brightening at his shout, chimed in. Now I should call you Wangbo Majun instead of Mr. Ma. Such crisis does come. With the main family's warrior's arrival, this gene has been relieved of great worry. The magistrate shouted. Though Deep Autumn Sword Wangbo Meiwei, who was called the first wife, didn't look entirely cheerful as if concerned about her right arm, relief seemed to spread across her face. The man called Wangbo Majun did not answer. He completely ignored the magistrate as if he had always found him disagreeable. Holding the girl high, he looked straight at Jeong Yeon-shin and opened his mouth. Young warrior. At that age, being Desolate Sect blue-ranked must mean nothing in the world seems worthy in your eyes. Even more so seeing the pattern on your shoulder. Direct disciple of Desolate Sect's lord? I can clearly see your mind intoxicated with honor and status. Isn't it you who sees nothing? Clearly holding an innocent civilian. Jeong Yeon-shin said while slightly tilting his head. He was already measuring the distance. Too far. This fellow had accumulated considerable training. Even if Chong Myong, whose movements were faster than his, rushed in, it was too far to save the girl in time. Wangbo Majun sneered. The actions of the Wangbo bloodline always have great justice. What would you have martial artists eating the nation's salary now? You Desolate Sect lot who are obsessed with taking martial artists' heads, crawling all the way to Jinan. Did you just say great justice? Jeong Yeon-shin asked while alternately looking at the girl's face with slightly raised eyes and Wangbo Majun. His gaze substituted for asking if they felt no shame. Wangbo Majun's chest puffed up even more. The great justice of the Murim is noble. You lot are thugs splashing muddy water on the Murim. Stop interfering in the world of those who cultivate through martial arts. He had heard there were such people. It was a world where exchange of culture and ideas wasn't active. The Murim was especially so. There were many stubborn extremists. Martial arts training was a single path of cultivation. They said this was why reclusive martial artists who rarely showed themselves would cause storms on flat ground when they came out to the world once in a while, taking hostages and discussing chivalry. Confucian and Mencius teachings couldn't communicate with them. T/N Confucius and Mencius taught moral philosophy centered on human virtue, emphasizing personal ethics, proper behavior, and the importance of harmonious relationships through 5 key virtues: Ren, humanity; E, righteousness; Li, proper conduct; Ji, knowledge; and Xian, loyalty. Of course, Desolate Sect also didn't talk to martial artists with the principles of the 4 books and 3 classics. They only pointed swords. The Wangbo family must be even more so. They called themselves Jinan's royal family or whatever. They strengthened their power by gathering their bloodline. Jeong Yeon-shin's thoughts didn't last long. It was because Wangbo Majun spoke while shaking the hand gripping the girl's nape. Your chivalry is extremely alien. You come rushing in to cut necks saying imperial law was violated. Were there no heroes of justice among the lowborn? Let me tell you this girl's story. Go ahead. While responding, he circulated internal true chi. Jeong Yeon-shin prepared overlapping chain techniques while standing calmly. He hoped the kicking technique's energy wave of the eternal blossom fist could break his balance. This child's grandfather was a man called Dan Muhayu, who served as magistrate of this Ping County before that current magistrate took office. Strength seemed to enter the jaw of the girl who could only glare. Wangbo Majun continued speaking unconcerned. He was an upright character. They say he fearlessly confronted evil sect martial artists intimidating people in the marketplace. He shouted that he would lock them in the government prison while questioning the Great Ming Code. He grinned. He flew away with his stomach burst from one palm technique. That evil sect fellow was also quite ignorant of worldly matters. He probably thought he could end it by escaping with lightness technique, but he had to face the main family's wrath as they tried to coordinate Jinan's order with the magistrate. That's how we avenged this child's enemy. Are you playing benefactor while holding her neck? She's a child with outstanding talent. She accumulated considerable energy even with just the 3 powers internal energy technique. It would be a waste to kill her now, but I've always wanted to see her true face, you Desolate Sect lot. She's the granddaughter of the previous magistrate who governed the county with high virtue. How will you handle this? NNGH. The girl groaned and squirmed slightly. She seemed to have somewhat unsealed the pressure points herself. They said she had talent for energy accumulation, and perhaps she truly had innate sense for handling energy. Look at this. Wangbo Majun, glancing at her with distinctive eyes, raised his hand high. The girl's body dangled. If you lot withdraw now, this child lives. It would also prove desolate sex chivalry that protects all people from the Murim. However, if not, his eyes swept the front, perhaps meaning he couldn't stand watching desolate sect throwing its weight around. Hatred seemed to seep from his face. He continued briefly. Never speak of people's livelihood again. The Wangbo family coordinates Jinan's order. Unlike worthless half-baked heroes. Every word is correct. The magistrate, now even smiling, chimed in at that moment. How much longer must we listen? Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly said. Simultaneously, pitch-black smoke rose below the back of Wangbo Majun's head. What? Baek Mirio stood behind him with a cold face. She was wrapped in black energy flow as if flames rising from the abyss. Spirit light dark as the night sky filled her eyes. Swish. Conversely, Baek Mirio's hand, dyed white as snow, grabbed the back of Wangbo Majun's neck. He couldn't even resist. Desolate Sect's blue sleeve fluttered with materialized ink-colored true chi. Though the same clothes, the martial uniform she wore was different. It approached like a black celestial maiden's clothes, as if the reincarnation of the Nine Heavens fairy from legends. Baek Mirio moved her lips. Aren't you one of the 8 great families? How petty. It was a low voice. She overwhelmed him completely. After delaying his reactions with mysterious energy waves, she instantly sealed his paralysis points. It seemed he wasn't originally an elite warrior of the main family, but just someone monitoring the branch. Jeong Yeon-shin grinned. Radiant Demon and the Azure Sky and Annihilation Forces headed to your main family. They should be getting exterminated about now. The squad leaders would have shattered them. What? The moment the magistrate froze stiff, Jeong Yeon-shin's form spun. He passed by the magistrate with a natural rotation, like a leaf riding gentle spring breeze. At the end of the body movement of momentary technique was the desolate sect sword. The blade below his grip flashed with chilling light. Chwack! Jeong Yeon-shin felt it clearly from his grip. The sensation of cutting flesh and cleaving bone announced the end of the mission. Perhaps she was about to call him lowborn again? Deep autumn sword Wangbo Meiwei's mouth shape suggested so. It was futile. Her head fell off as her lips crumpled in shock. Desolate sect doesn't negotiate with traitors. Jeong Yeon-shin said while looking down at Deep Autumn Sword's head. It was the moment the belatedly turning magistrate reached out with an enraged face. There was no sound. A cold blade tip protruded through his abdomen. Jeong Yeon's desolate sect sword had pierced his back. I like this. Though brief, you were insufferable. Even while killing someone, Jeong Yeon's voice was refreshing. It would have been the last words the magistrate heard. The energy wave Jeong Yeon expelled through his sword was overwhelming. Blood tears welled up in the eyes of the corpse that had been pierced through the abdomen. It seemed the insides were completely destroyed. Even senior Jeong Yeon's techniques weren't this cold. Perhaps being from the same elf clan made him even more ruthless. It wasn't over. When Jeong Yeon-shin turned around, his eyes widened. Kook. A sinister chill emanated from Baek Mirio's white hand that was gripping the back of Wangbo Majun's neck. Simultaneously, his neck crumbled helplessly like crushed ice. Yet, the captured girl managed to land without falling on her bottom. After her small shriek, silence fell over the estate. The sunset was already falling. The sunlight, which seemed to slowly roll darkness into a bedding, cast a pale light. An ominous wind blowing through the martial arts world rustled past the leaves of the ash tree by the pond. The incident was concluded. The magistrate and Deep Sword were dead. The warriors of the Wangbo branch family were also completely annihilated. The cleanup wasn't the Blue Rank's job. People from the desolate sect would come. Jeong Yeon-shin passed by the Dan family girl with his desolate sword sheathed. He wanted to say something to the girl his age who had been through such a harsh experience. Without stopping his steps, he slowly opened his mouth. You have a talent for martial arts. Huh? The girl sharply turned her head around, but Jeong Yeon-shin didn't look back. Baek Mirio, who had already erased her materialized black true chi, was smiling slightly. Her eyes, which had been completely black, regained their whites and black pupils. Only her snow-white hands remained unchanged as she stroked Jeong Yeon-shin's head. Along with the cool sensation, her soft sleeve brushed past his ear. Desolate Sect is not a sect that discusses chivalry. If you wish to become a righteous warrior, you'll get hurt someday. Thank you for the advice. Jeong Yeon-shin responded while slightly closing his eyes. Either way, this mission was a success. He had accumulated another great achievement. There wouldn't have been room for their group to intervene at the Wangbo main family where the squad leaders went directly. That's when it happened. As if waiting for the incident to end, a bird flew in. With sky-blue feathers gleaming strand by strand, it landed on Chong Myong's finger. It seemed to be a spirit beast. It was different from the one used by the second son of the Wangbo family. A mysterious fragrance emanated from the small body of the creature. Chong Myong untied the small message tied to the bird's leg. Did Shin Sobin write this? The characters are quite dense. As Chong Myong opened and scanned the message, his head tilted slightly. Has something gone wrong? Jeong Yeon-shin asked calmly. No. This isn't from the group that went to attack the main family. Then, you know how the white-ranked warriors were holding the Dragon Phoenix Gathering's rising talents? Their families must have given it their all. They finally found them. The location? Yes. Apparently they even clashed with the Blood Flame Sect B*SD*RDS. There were 3 battles. First the Martial families, then Blood Flame Sect, then the Martial families again. While regrouping, they suffered a major defeat. Even Haiyan Wenchang was captured. Dan Zhongjong. They heard the girl's name while leaving Ping County. Dan Zhongjong had her pressure points sealed and was grabbed by the nape by a martial artist. She was a commoner. Anyone would worry about after effects. Jeong Yeon-shin was inwardly concerned, but there was no need. She was composed after being released. She showed strong determination even after seeing the carnage Radiant Demon Wing created. Isn't spring-dried tofu skin delicious? She warmly kept offering dried tofu skin to Jeong Yeon-shin, who was her age, but he only took 1 bite before leaving Ping County. They would likely never meet again. He thought she would live well with such qualities and mental strength. Our lightning flash would be the best candidate for a husband. Was he trying to repeat the teasing from the Righteous Sword family? Chong Myong opened his mouth with a slight smile, but this time there was no one to respond. Back then he had bantered back and forth with Haiyan Wenchang. Not now. Whoosh! They began running as soon as they left Ping County. The lightness technique rush of 3 Radiant Demon Wings blue-ranked masters scattered wind streams. The destination was set the moment they received the message. Jeong Yeon-shin was different from the blue-ranked seniors with great power. He needed to get fine horses from relay stations to travel long distances. Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo also said they preferred using relay station routes to conserve internal energy. Unseasonable sandstorms spread on the main road. The earth-colored dust spreading to their sides and back spoke of urgency. Jeong Yeon-shin asked while stamping the ground with the 2 companions. Are those martial families strong enough to handle 5 white ranks? Regular sects shouldn't have been a problem. Unless the opponent was one of the 9 sects or 8 great families. The battle with the Blood Flame sect we fought earlier must have been exhausting too, but the wind was fierce as their lightness technique was fast. Voice had to carry true chi. Chong Myong's answer came with the unique rumbling of inner power. They couldn't exert full power. It's obvious since some were taken away alive. Jeong Yeon-shin sighed briefly. He immediately recalled what Chong Myong said. It was when he drew his sword song speaking of a solo mission. He understood what effect shaking the brain had on Master's battles. Because of my sound attack's aftermath. It's because the white-ranked kids' martial arts were shallow. When you're not stronger than the enemy, you have no choice but to take care of yourself. That's the Mirim. Chong Myong's words were cold. Baek Mirayo, running beside them with her usual indifferent face, opened her lips. Either way, it's something blue ranks must handle. We must split at the relay station. The main force has no leeway. Exterminating one of the 8 great families is no ordinary matter. We must do it. They went down to South Jili? The blood demons. There are many paths to keep in mind. About 4 routes. Chong Myong said. There were treasures in his head as a desolate sect elf. They said he had a map of the Central Plains more important than most martial arts manuals. It was a right equal to black-ranked great masters. Unlike Jeong Yeon-shin, who received education about local geography for each mission. Blood Flame Sect, martial arts families. Jeong Yeon-shin, who repeated the enemies, was briefly silent. He recalled when he had just entered after taking the Desolate examination. The superintendent's office scholar had said, though Desolate Sect was called the Imperial Sword, martial artists harming Desolate Sect warriors wasn't treason. because they weren't warriors belonging to the imperial court. They said it was due to hostile martial artists' lightness and body techniques. It was from the early founding period. There were cases where they couldn't catch people even after declaring they would exterminate entire clans for treason. When equating state affairs with oppressing martial artists, there was high risk of the imperial dignity falling. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly asked, "But isn't Desolate Sect the strongest in the martial world? With what confidence did the family sects make surprise attacks?" One of two things. Our methods are quite cold, right? They probably thought their children wouldn't be safe. What wouldn't parents do when they go crazy? There must have been some family heads who gave up their children. What's the other? They know that our Desolate Sect has no leeway. Such insight is why the main sect's warriors die away from the sect. Sects that can oppose Desolate Sect are of two types. Small sects who think their world is everything, and large sects who observe worldly affairs. Only mediocre ones can't touch the main sect. Jeong Yeon muttered. Jeong Yeon-shin observed his face as he mentioned dying away from home. There was no expression on his handsome features. He was a senior known to be promising. Even when he went around saying people die because they deserve to, no one said anything. It was unfamiliar seeing him quietly angry with such a calm appearance. Jeong Yeon opened his mouth again. There are 17 military forces under the Divine Sword Squad, right? Our Radiant Demon Wing is counted among the top forces even within the Divine Sword Squads. We're often compared to elite forces like the Plum Blossom Sword Masters of the Nine Sects. The problem is the number 17. It's quite ambiguous. Then Baek Mirio, who had silently approached from the side, stroked Jeong Yeon-shin's head. She seemed to have taken a liking to it. It started after Jeong Yeon-shin called her sister during the Great Violet Pill mission. She was cold yet gentle. Even while rushing quickly, her touch didn't waver. As she rubbed deep into Jeong Yeon-shin's hair, she parted her lips. The problem is having to watch the entire Central Plains, governing a martial world the size of 15 or 16 small countries. It's an impossible duty. We're always short-handed. Any sect with reasonably quick information gathering and insight knows this. They rarely show fear. Jeong Yeon, who had begun adding speed to his lightness technique, chimed in. The wind sounds striking their ears grew fiercer. Jeong Yeon-shin added true chi to the Yongchen point under his feet and opened his mouth. This mission's repercussions will be big. We exterminated one of the 8 great families by pulling out forces we don't have. That's right. It's something unlikely to happen again. They already considered the Wangbo family's extermination a foregone conclusion. It wasn't just because they had seen the power of 3 military forces up close. It was after completing their share of the mission. Their minds were elsewhere. Jeong Yeon-shin carefully opened his mouth. I don't understand why they took them without killing them. Would Sir Hyan still be alive? Usually it would end in death. After taking down a Desolate Sect warrior, who would keep them alive instead of killing them completely? That's why capturing them is different. There must be intent. T/N. The Desolate Sect warrior is being referenced here is the investigator who went missing in earlier chapters. Jeong Yeon answered. 3 white-ranked warriors, including Hyan Won-chang, were captured. It wasn't the work of orthodox martial arts families. There was no need to add future troubles when they could just take away their children. They said the Blood Flame sect did it. What intent? At Jeong Yeon-shin's question, Baek Mirio's black pupils glanced at him. Jeong Yeon's blue eyes did the same. I think it's those who were pursuing since the Dragon Phoenix gathering. The movements connect. The captured white ranks might just be means. Isn't the demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm the issue? It seems they want to kill you by any means. It made sense. These were ones who even mobilized thunderclap bombs. His senior's speculation struck sharply. If they make another counter-technique like the 13 Heavens. The words complete extermination came to Jeong Yeon-shin's mind. However, it was also hard to be certain it was all done just targeting one Desolate Sect's lightning flash. This was why the group had to split up and sweep north of South Gili. Discussing movements, they arrived at the relay station. It was a place where officials sometimes slept during journeys. They lightly jumped over the large roof before descending. Jeong Yeon-shin, being the youngest, stepped forward. He showed the Desolate Sect token to the administrator, who had startled awake from nodding off. It's genuine. Take them. Mounting the borrowed horse right away, Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Using the nation's relay stations so easily yet not belonging to the imperial court. The privileges of black-ranked Great Masters and Jeong Yeon-shin who could kill officials were the same. The Great Ming Code means nothing. There are so many above the law. Worldly affairs were complicated, but now wasn't the time to mind that. They had to split up right away. Finding the white ranks comes first, but avoid getting caught in power struggles. The Namgung family is at war with the Blood Flame sect. Those evil sect B*SD*RDS spread their heaven-spanning net in their inner courtyard of Huizhou. They must be desperate. His tone was light. Jeong Yeon-shin, casually stretching his legs on horseback, winked. Jeong Yeon-shin was used to heeding his seniors' words, even when they didn't sound important at first glance. He took everything as words directly related to life and merit. Since they were captured by blood demons, they'll live for 10 days. They're ones who steal true chi through blood techniques. Main sect warriors are rare prey, Baek Mirio said as she mounted her fine horse with elegant movement, flipping her ear-length hair that flowed like black ebony while looking at Jeong Yeon-shin. Her obsidian-like pupils contained concern. What's there to worry about? The Wangbo branch's extermination will be recorded in the Lightning Flash's merits. More than enough for a solo mission. Jeong Yeon-shin smiled and gestured with his chin. It was time to split up. Giving a brief cupped fist salute on horseback, Jeong Yeon-shin whipped his horse without looking back. The mission continued immediately. They said rescuing companions would also be recorded as merit. It didn't feel very meaningful. At this moment, Jeong Yeon-shin's heart didn't speak of merit. He hoped Haiyan Wenchang would be safe until he could be called a desolate divine hero. Asterisk. Jeong Yeon-shin came down below Ping County. It was straight to South Jili. Jeong Yeon-shin's spirit beast served as a carrier pigeon. The blue-ranked masters who finished their mission would spread across the vast regions of South Jili. There was fundamental confidence in martial might. It was a rank that could speak of solo missions. Support would inevitably be delayed. Huguang, where Desolate Sect's main sect was located, was too far. The Wangbo family expedition force had to handle it. The city is splendid. He took charge of Shuzhou in South Jili. 5 days had passed since separating from Radiant Demon First Team blue-ranked seniors. He went around showing the Desolate Sect token to government office magistrates. It was to ask about suspicious characters. They said there were Blood Flame sect members roaming the city saying they feared nothing in the world. It was the prestige of the 13 evil sects. T/note, changing 13 heavens to 13 evil sects for convenience. He heard that even when soldiers came out to beat down the evil sect members, they escaped with swift body techniques. Or they would conversely threaten by spewing energy waves. As their sect power gradually grew, the blood demons acted more arrogantly. Just look at how they carried out their business ignoring the Namgung family in Huizhou. They said the attitude of keeping evil sect-specific discipline was changing to indulgence. The days Baek Mirio had estimated gradually decreased. It was an urgent situation. Jeong Yeon-shin stood before what was said to be the city's largest pleasure house. The multicolored lights of lanterns hung above and below the main gate were brilliant, if not the ones said to be here. He erased his thoughts for now. This city, Shuzhou, was large. The martial world knowledge of the warriors guarding the gate seemed useful. They recognized Desolate Sect's character, Huang. Huang? That Huang. So young? The 5 fellows were flustered. Jeong Yeon-shin paid no attention and pushed the gate wide open. Clunk. The quite classical wooden door panels opened to both sides. An orange interior was revealed. They said the first floor of such a massive pleasure house was where guests socialized. In that moment, many gazes swept over Jeong Yeon-shin. Energy could be felt in the looks. They were all martial artists. Who is that child? Huang? Is he imitating Desolate Sect? Boy, there are other places for reckless behavior. Even blue-ranked. Boisterous laughter burst out. All sorts of figures were visible through lantern light beyond windows driving away twilight. Shuzhou of South Jili was said to be a city with especially many minor martial families. It was because the Namgung family that influenced all of South Jili was located below. It was orthodox territory. The complexions varied among what seemed to be easily 50 people. They were either flushed with drink or bright with flesh color. Haven't seen someone like that before. Tell us your sect. Women carrying weapons laughed, looking at Jeong Yeon-shin. Their relaxed sitting postures were very leisurely. Now looking, there weren't many courtesans. It seemed martial arts family women were also present. It was being used as a banquet hall. Shujo's finest pleasure house, luxuriously decorated, was indeed elegantly splendid. It seemed suitable for Mura men and women to socialize regardless of age. It was the first time since the battle with the Tyrant Sword sect and Jeongnon sect. Jeong Yeon-shin found such a place with many martial artists unfamiliar. Step. He took a step forward. The small footstep that shouldn't have mattered carried a strange power. Something that reached beyond hearing to energy sense drew gazes. He was releasing his momentum. With each step, the surroundings began to be dyed in silence. Desolate Sect Blue-Ranked Master. It was an energy wave that demanded silence even without intent. Those who had been making comments closed their mouths. Massive questions and silent surprise spread. Jeong Yeon-shin walked straight. His vision caught those standing up one by one from corners. Though all had black hair, he felt it instantly. Day by day, his achievement with the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm was rising. He was becoming extremely sensitive to sinister true chi. A branch is here, he said. He knew from the size of energy waves. 1 blood sword master and 5 blood flame sect members. Like fire ants, branches must be everywhere. Not just you lot. He continued speaking without slowing his steps. The young man who smiled confidently, seemingly quite sure of his martial might, was the blood sword master. He was a young noble without a single scar on his face. He spoke with a smile. So you're that one? Diligently offering tribute brings fortune. I'll take 1 step toward the apostle realm. Jeong Yeon-shin ignored him and opened his mouth. You must want to kill the owner of the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. The moment he operated verses mixed with dharma, refreshing energy drove away the pleasure house's alcohol smell. From his right hand lowered at an angle, precise energy waves began to spread. A subtle blue radiance surrounded his straight cultivation path. It remained purely blue without mixing with the sunset light of surrounding lanterns. UB*SD*RD. Chilling momentum exploded from the blood swordmaster's body. The fingertips that grabbed his sword hilt blurred. He raised a sword draw like blood bursting. The sword's energy waves rushing in an instant were fierce like a storm. It was an achievement worthy of mentioning Blood Flame Sect Apostle once. Jeong Yeon-shin also struck down with the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. The moves were clear. A smooth smile formed on the fellow's lips. He seemed intent on cutting the hand aiming for his head. Kun. It wasn't the sound of collision but shattering. The gale of energy force spewed from his sword was crushed as is, breaking the energy wave completely in half a technique, even shattering the sword. He completely rode down the straight move. The momentary first technique was completed at the fellow's head. Feek. Jeong Yeon-shin felt it with his blade hand. It went very deep. The fellow's crown sank with fragments of blue energy force. He fell brushing past the shoulder. His smiling face remained unchanged. There were 4 more Blood Flame Sect members behind him. Had they tried to rush in together? Their faces were hard to describe emotionally. They couldn't charge while standing hesitantly. Their branch leader died in 1 technique. Even martial artists who had jumped up sensing the Blood Flame Sect's unique energy wave briefly kept silent. Relay this. Jeong Yeon-shin parted his lips. Radiant Demon Wings Lightning Flash is here. He spoke bluntly while dusting his hand once. His blue sleeve fluttered once. Shujo was already large to begin with. There was more vigor than usual. It was because fresh rumors had spread. A young master from Desolate Sect had provoked the Blood Flame Sect. It was a story that anyone couldn't help but be interested in. Not a white-ranked warrior, but a blue-ranked master, they said. It was something that added force to how quickly rumors spread. When we sprinkled water, they were indeed Blood Flame Sect members. Their dye was truly flawless. They say he killed a blood sword master in 1 move. They say a Desolate Sect blue-ranked warrior is a rare master in the world. But even so, various stories flowed. He caused an incident at the pleasure house. Since it was during martial artists' banquet, many had watched. Even to the ears of Jeong Yeon-shin himself, the subject of the conversations, discussions about him could be heard. But to suddenly draw blood like that, unless he looked down on us. Does he think the Desolate Sect alone opposes the Blood Flame Sect? It would have been good if we joined forces. They said the martial world had all sorts of characters. There were those who couldn't stand someone making a name for themselves in an incident right before their eyes. They were superhumans carrying mysterious power called martial arts. Many acted as if they were the center of the world. They said small sects trapped in narrow places were like this. Jeong Yeon-shin was accumulating martial world experience. The battles he had experienced so far were mostly significant ones. Though he had fought battles worthy of promotion to blue rank, his Miram knowledge was narrower than most white ranks. He stayed a day at the inn next to the pleasure house. Though he was quite comfortable with silver coins in his possession, he didn't particularly want to seek sleep at the luxurious pleasure house. He thought if it was the Blood Flame sect, they would find him wherever he was in Shuzhou now. I wasn't hoping for uninvited guests. Jeong Yeon-shin looked up across from him while eating. We greet the renowned Desolate Sect warrior. We came wanting to discuss martial arts with you, but is it true you struck down a blood demon in one move? It's our first time seeing someone with Desolate Sect as their sect. It was one woman and two men. All had swords at their waists. Unlike their words, their main interest didn't seem directed at Jeong Yeon-shin's status. Rather than distant Desolate Sect in Huguang, the nearby Namgung family was the strongest in the Muram for them. No goodwill in their expressions. Was it local Muram territorial behavior? Jeong Yeon-shin had shattered a blood sword master's head in a place with all sorts of sects and martial families. Eliminating the Blood Flame sect was great honor for orthodox martial artists. He knew well as it wasn't just once or twice. Since he had committed such acts, it was natural for such people to seek him out. He slowly rose from his seat and made a cupped fist salute. I am Radiant Demon Wings Lightning Flash of Desolate Sect. They had spoken without introducing themselves first. Only after seeing Jeong Yeon-shin's courtesy did they each introduce themselves. Unfamiliar names came from their mouths. They called themselves Seol Yu of the Yulso Sword family, Zhang Cheol of the Flower Sword Gate, and Quan Chun of the Flying Dragon Martial Hall. Eldest daughter, young sect leader, and top disciple respectively. Jeong Yeon-shin carefully listened to their status. Inquiring about the Blood Flame sect at government offices wasn't enough. Martial artists' eyes had to be different. It was natural to observe build, body balance, and gait when seeing an opponent warrior. There would be differences in perspective. They said to praise the opponent if you need something. Not excessively. He recalled the social skills learned from Hien Wenchang. It is an honor to meet the heroes of South Jili. Jeong Yeon-shin slightly bowed his head, elevating them. Flying Dragon Martial Hall's Quan Chun's narrow brow slightly relaxed. A blue-ranked master's greeting with such courteous bearing. All martial artists keep Desolate Sect at a distance? They had to acknowledge at least their prestige and martial arts. The Muram was a world of those who staked their lives on their respective honors. None would dislike receiving courtesy from a warrior of status acknowledged by the world. Quan Chun cleared his throat and opened his mouth. Knowing our original martial arts are greatly lacking, would you consider having a sword discussion with us? A sword discussion, you said? Jeong Yeon-shin unconsciously asked back. It was having virtual matches while speaking martial arts techniques with the mouth. After trying it several times at the main family, Jeong Yeon-shin hadn't developed interest. He had lost to Hien Wenchang multiple times too. There were no sword techniques he couldn't demonstrate with words. This would be good for matching their mood. He ordered 3 bottles of alcohol and side dishes to set up the gathering. There were largely 3 ways to obtain detailed information in the martial world. The beggar sect called Gabang, beggar sect, house sect which had people working in all sorts of places like pleasure houses and inns under them, and finally local martial artists. While there were beggars even in Beijing, strangely, he hadn't seen them in Shuzhou. House sect was hard to trust due to multiple entanglements with the Blood Flame sect. There was no choice but the martial artists who had settled here. Couldn't you offset it with Sweep Thousand Armies horizontal energy wave there? Then releasing forward rotation would add power and speed, so it seems young hero would have nowhere to step. Jeong Yeon-shin lost continuously. Sword discussion was a war of words that martial artists had given a plausible name to. The side with weaker will to win had to lose, and Jeong Yeon-shin naturally learned about life in this setting. It felt almost too easy, this entertaining of guests. Would this work on Desolate Sect's lord? If she's in a good mood, perhaps. Were they so pleased to have won even verbally against a Desolate Sect blue-ranked master? The 3 people's expressions were very bright. Even with repeated drinks it was so. Jeong Yeon-shin was newly amazed by martial world culture. So this can be enjoyed too. If the Blood Flame sect didn't come today, he had planned to go around asking directly. That seemed unnecessary. It was because the three people, in good spirits from drinking together, told many stories. If young hero hadn't crushed the Blood Sword Master's crown, we would have. We were the ones who guided those blood demons to the banquet yesterday. Never dreamed they'd be Blood Flame sect members. Seol Yu and Quan Chun said. Seol Yu, said to be the Yulso sword family's successor, was a swordsman with palms full of calluses. Her seemingly hard eyes softened each time she won a sword discussion against Jeong Yeon-shin. Now he understood. These three people had come wanting to make their honor upright. That could happen. They seemed skilled at hiding their energy waves. Especially that Blood Sword Master. I could only feel his unique momentum right before drawing his sword. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly covered their faults. This was enough. The three people answered his careful questions in detail. First was where they had met those fellows. Where they had recently seen people hiding their appearance with similar bearing on which paths, what kinds of hushed talks were circulating in their sects about Shuzhou's Blood Flame sect. The three were rising talents of this city. Their access to information and discernment far surpassed government soldiers. Jeong Yeon-shin gathered useful stories. Yesterday they had even followed after letting the Blood Flame sect members live. He could easily organize places that needed to be shattered. Meanwhile, the three martial artists were quite drunk. Perhaps because Jeong Yeon-shin had simply subdued the Blood Flame sect members yesterday. As if there was no one in Shuzhou who could do anything to them, they didn't even drive away the drunkenness with internal energy. All their faces were red. It may be a somewhat rude question, but desolate sects martial arts, are they all somewhat sloppy like that? Sharing sword discussion does raise questions. Me too. Even if it's just word sparring, I never thought our Yulso sword family sword techniques would work so well even against desolate sect. Now the words were meaningless. The three people's alcohol-scented words couldn't dig into his ears. The remaining time wasn't leisurely. It was when Jeong Yeon-shin was about to rise from his seat. Sloppy? How could that be? He newly created sword techniques as profound as the 9 sects' secret arts. Right beside them, a clear voice seemed to push away everyone's drunkenness completely. Indeed, powerful yet gentle true chi was carried in the voice. Step. She approached with surprisingly light body-protecting movement. Only now did Jeong Yeon-shin feel her presence. Even absorbed in drinking and lost in thought, this was no ordinary matter. He turned his head and opened his eyes wide. Great hero sword dragon? The beautiful features and clear eyes were familiar. The feather ornament above her hair flowing like black ebony remained the same. Her sky-blue clothes fluttered with the rebound of light body technique. A white precious sword hung from the waist sash decorated with blue jade. It was said to be the divine sword, signifying her status as successor to the Jeongnan sect's leader. Sword Dragon Wei Ji Myoa slightly raised her lips. It was a smile beautiful enough that the three dining companions seemed to lose their senses looking at it. I was coming to participate in the Dragon Phoenix gathering. I came up hearing rising talents were being chased. Her smile deepened as she slowly continued speaking. Since rumors about Radiant Demon Wings lightning flash are rampant in Shuzhou. You came looking directly? Jeong Yeon-shin asked, collecting his surprise. Wei Ji Myoa slightly tilted her white neck down. Her attitude was ambiguous. They say young hero killed a blood sword master in one move? The rumors must have spread faster than my lightness technique. Enough to make it incomprehensible that the Blood Flame sect stays quiet. They must have schemes. Though happy to meet again, I have no leisure to wait. Because young hero Hyen was captured. She nodded after a short sigh. I'll help. The Jeongnan sect owes a debt to the two young heroes. Those who speak of Murim romance would likely love this moment. Here was the bearing of a beautiful great hero. He gained an army of thousands in the early evening. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't refuse. After paying the innkeeper, he left the inn together with Wei Ji Myoa, leaving behind the three people who were muttering Sword Dragon and Jeongnan sect with dazed expressions. The flow of pursuit gained rapid momentum. We'll need to track for quite a long time. Will this be all right? Wei Ji Myoa slightly twisted her body as if showing her appearance. One sword and a small travel pack on her back. Very simple. Indeed worthy of being called a 9 sects disciple. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his head. We might not need to take long. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The Murim was vast. The size of the Central Plains was the world of martial arts. It was endlessly expansive. There was a reason why the strategies of mere copycat imitators, which were not even ingenious, worked against the opposing force. The Blood Flame sect was a force that couldn't plant spies. They said one becomes a fanatic cultist the moment they accept blood techniques. It was the realm of sorcery. That's why they helplessly lost in information warfare just by being involved with the Blood Flame sect. Now was different. Jeong Yeon-shin was the one spreading his wings. Kwang. The Eternal Blossom Fist's second technique, Advancing Thunder's energy wave, exploded at some house's gate. Amidst fragments scattering in all directions like hit by a typhoon, Jeong Yeon-shin stood with sky-blue spirit light suddenly flashing. Kwang. The demon-destroying azure unyielding palm's energy wave stormed through the Blood Flame sect branches in her house. Jeong Yeon-shin thought while striking down the last guy's head. Heaven's decree, perhaps. At this moment his upper dantian precognition was flashing. Like lightning suddenly striking the blue sky. It approached like fate. It seemed like reaction from widening the 100 meetings point through forceful casting of sword song. Perhaps it was because Wei Ji-myowa, carrying mysterious energy, provided stimulus beside him. This was already the fifth. Every place they entered was a Blood Flame sect branch. For more remain. Information gathered from various government offices and martial artists harmonized with upper dantian precognition. Completely possessed like tracking speed and martial might transform to blue rank. Even Wei Ji-myowa with deep cultivation couldn't hide her shocked expression. Let's go. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced at the fallen Blood Sword Master and Blood Flame sect members before stamping the ground. Wei Ji-myowa had no chance to intervene. Jeong Yeon-shin's short-distance lightness technique using fate-defying scriptures overlapped true chi was fast enough to rival her, but the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm was beyond that. It displayed might-reaching invincibility against the Blood Flame sect. Just don't meet an apostle. He recalled the Blood Flame sect's seventh apostle who would have grudges against him. Simultaneously, heaven's energy passing through his crown annoyingly whispered that there was no need to worry today. Whether that was really so remained to be seen. Sixth. Jeong Yeon-shin muttered facing what looked like an ordinary hall. Desolate sect warriors don't mind government office eyes. It was bound to be noticeable chaos. It was truly enormous commotion. A desolate sect blue-ranked warrior rushed through Shujo together with a beautiful master of mysterious age. At the end of bold actions, completely shattered Blood Flame sect branches were revealed to all under heaven. Victims withered from true chi extraction, and corpses with bright red hair. Crazy, they said desolate sect, desolate sect. Isn't that simply a monster? Watch your words. That's a great hero. They said Shujo had many martial gates. People who came out wondering what was happening followed one by one. The gathering crowd grew larger and larger. Many gathered at the commotion. Those following Jeong Yeon-shin and Wei Ji-myowa had all learned lightness techniques. They belatedly caught sight of the two masters' movements. Jeong Yeon-shin paid no mind. He focused all his attention on rescuing Hien Wen-chong. He was completely concentrated. It was the first time his upper dantian, burning like madness, felt so welcome. Only upon reaching the hall did he have a moment to catch his breath. I heard he is blue rank, but... Wei Ji-myowa opened her lips. She had been showing surprise at Jeong Yeon-shin's changed energy waves from the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. He continuously displayed martial arts and precision that weren't there when he faced the Tyrant Sword sect at Mount Jeongnan. Not even half a year had passed. To her eyes, even the phrase looking at with new eyes seemed insufficient. There should be limits to how much skill can increase while unseen. So you weren't a white warrior wearing blue robes after all. Young hero has now fully become a blue-ranked warrior. Yes, Jeong Yeon-shin replied while taking a big step forward. Wei Ji-myowa inwardly sighed. Thanks to the Jingnan Sword Immortal, she knew about Jeong Yeon-shin's short life. Like a flame. It was an unheard-of speed of achievement. Even with life's end set early, it was so. He walked a different time alone. She had heard of a rising talent making masters of the demon path kneel in distant Xinjiang. Yet he wasn't even using evil techniques like that rumored one. She decided not to be surprised anymore. She had gained the title Sword Dragon by realizing the vastness of the world early. She had even overcome the heart demon gained from Jeong Yeon-shin. She had no jealousy or distrust that anyone could have. Wei Ji-myowa looked at Jeong Yeon-shin standing beside her with transparent eyes. I'm only now hearing this joyous news. Her face with a very small smile was beautiful. She continued speaking while stepping alongside Jeong Yeon-shin. It's regrettable that time and fortune aren't good, so celebrations must be cut short. Let's have drinks together with young hero Hyun. Thank you. Jeong Yeon-shin expressed thanks calmly. They were encouraging words. Hyun Won-chong must be alive. They immediately stood before the hall. Jeong Yeon-shin clenched his fist and operated the Eternal Blossom Fist's chance. Many presences could be felt inside. Perhaps innocent people might be alive. Though seemingly all grand, he had to only destroy up to the gate. No. He furrowed his brow. The energy waves touching his skin were strange. It felt like chilling tension holding its breath. Even blood scent seemed to flow out. Different from until now. Wei Ji-myoa beside him seemed to sense the dissonance too. As her lips slightly curled, Jeong Yeon-shin felt his upper dantian precognition scatter to nowhere. Thud. No time to delay. He stamped with true step first. The Eternal Blossom Fist's advancing thunder's energy wave explosively rose from his toes. The moment the instantly accumulated energy gathered in his fist, he extended his arm. Boom. Strong winds swept up by energy waves burst. The sensation of wood briefly touching his fist's surface was instantly pushed away. Through the shattered fragments, Jeong Yeon-shin and Wei Ji-myoa's eyes widened as they quickly rushed in. What? What now? Those startled were of two groups. They seemed to have been divided into factions checking each other. The blood demons with bright red hair were closer to Jeong Yeon-shin. Those who appeared captured were holding their breath on the opposite side. For some reason, they were in a standoff with the blood flame sect with bodies freely released. Hyun Won-chong was at the front. His skin had become rough and his expression unfamiliar. His handsome face was distorted like an evil spirit. A corpse with blood-red hair slightly mixed with black hair lay at his feet. It was a blood sword master. Must have been this blood flame sect branch's leader. Hyun Won-chong held what seemed to be a dagger stolen from their hands. His energy stance with hand gripping in reverse looked quite familiar. The blade was heavily stained with blood. He seemed to have butchered the sword master at his feet. He overdid it. Jeong Yeon-shin could tell at once. The Blood Flame sect fellows were evil sect members who stole true chi. They wouldn't have destroyed his dantian. Thanks to that, Hyun Won-chong must have been able to forcibly unseal pressure points and counterattack. But it wasn't an easy thing. Instantly tearing apart another's true chi occupying the body's meridians? Anyone with knowledge of internal cultivation would say it was madness. He must have suffered tremendous internal injury. It might be irreversible. Enough that he couldn't do anything about several Blood Flame sect members even after killing the Blood Sword Master. Must have been a mutually threatening situation. One could tell how long they had been in standoff. The commoners huddled behind Hyun Won-chang were repeatedly gathering and spreading their legs. There's a great hero there too, someone said. The martial artists who had followed Jeong Yeon-shin and Wei Ji-myoa were poking their heads in. They numbered dozens. The Blood Flame sect members were frozen stiff, unable to even open their mouths. How absorbed in the standoff had he been? Though Jeong Yeon-shin had destroyed the gate, Hyun Won-chang seemed to only now come to his senses. His eyes met Jeong Yeon-shin's. His expression that had been glaring at the Blood Flame sect members like evil spirits suddenly changed. His face became blank as if dumbfounded. Why did you come so quickly? These were Hyun Won-chang's first words. ******. The Blood Flame sect branches in Shuzhou were completely swept away. As dawn broke, the term Great Hero of Desolate Sect leaked out. It was an honorary title praising Hyun Won-chang. Dozens of Shuzhou martial artists had witnessed him protecting commoners with his battered body. It was different from Jeong Yeon-shin's powerful martial arts. Though many called Desolate Sect's Lightning Flash a great hero too, Hyun Won-chang was respected purely for chivalry, not martial might. They say eliminating the Blood Flame sect is great merit in Desolate Sect? Since the imperial court declared them an evil sect. Wei Ji-myoa said. She was sitting together with Jeong Yeon-shin at an inn. She smiled slightly. With many witnesses to young hero's merit, this incident too will be fully recorded. I can testify as well. Thank you. Jeong Yeon-shin replied briefly. It was because his heart wasn't well. Hyun Won-chang's internal injury was severe. He had fainted right after managing a slight smile upon seeing Jeong Yeon-shin last night. Jeong Yeon-shin couldn't help but groan when he checked his pulse and examined his interior. His entire body's meridians were tremendously damaged. He might not be able to learn martial arts. Wei Ji-myo-wa, carefully observing his expression, opened her lips. Young hero Jeong seems to have circumstances requiring great attention to sect merit, is that right? Yes, Jeong Yeon-shin answered slowly. This much he could tell her. Though not long friends, he had felt the sword dragon's deep character. Many of the main family, including Radiant Demon Wing, already knew about this matter. Even while hiding his constitution, he couldn't completely conceal his obsession with merit. While earning merit for Desolate Sect, you might be able to restore young hero Hyen's body too, Wei Ji-myo-wa said. Simultaneously, Jeong Yeon-shin's upper body leaned toward her. Wei Ji-myo-wa didn't avoid it and opened her mouth. Our sect fought a long war with the Tyrant Sword sect. Not few disciples suffered internal injuries like young hero Hyen. After a month he won't be able to use martial arts, but things would be different if there were even a medium-grade spirit medicine. Spirit medicine. Using the collapsed Dragon Phoenix Gathering as a starting point, the Namgung family and Blood Flame sect are engaged in a big battle. To the extent it could be called a war. And the Namgung family is the closest major sect to Shuzhou. In the same South Jili, Wei Ji-myo-wa's eyes sparkled with wisdom. The sword dragon's martial world experience unfolded. Her breath reaching Jeong Yeon-shin's nose carried hope, bestowing grace. Among all the 8 great families, the Namgung family is uniquely known as an upright martial arts family. They will surely repay the kindness. There's only one problem, she said. Whether young hero has martial arts of that caliber. Show chivalry through martial arts and receive chivalry in return. Wei Ji-myo-wa spoke of the Miram's essence. Fighting with the Namgung family? The Blood Flame sect must be pouring in tremendous forces too. Annihilating them was Jeong Yeon-shin's personal merit. Now another was added. Accumulating military achievements worthy of being received as favor by the Namgung family to receive one spirit pill? It was extremely difficult. But there was no other way. Radiant Demon Wing's next destination was set. From Shuzhou to Huizhou. Obtaining a spirit pill from another sect. Ordinary merit won't do. Jeong Yeon-shin said quietly. A martial art immediately came to mind. The sword song. He had lost 3 days of lifespan at the Wangbo branch. He had decided to seal it until his internal energy cultivation achievement reached beyond black-ranked masters. As exceptions might gradually become uncontrollable if repeated, it was a very firm decision. This will be the last time. Jeong Yeon-shin inwardly resolved. He made the decision because he could obtain both merit for Hyen Wonchong's martial arts recovery and Blood Flame sect elimination. It would be the last casting of the sword song before reaching the squad leader realm. The main force that went to strike the Wangbo family would still be in Shandong province. The 8 great families' territories were vast. It couldn't be called extermination with just handling one main family and several branches. I should only tell the blue-ranked seniors who came down to South Jili. I can leave a message at the government office. Seeing Hyen Wonchong's condition, even waiting for them to join would be a luxury. Jeong Yeon-shin decided to work on martial arts first in this place. He immediately fell into meditation while sitting. The sword song's killing range is separate from the area the sword sound reaches. Along with upper dantian ability, his mind began dismantling the verses piece by piece. It should work if I limit the radiating true chi from spreading as far as the sword's resonance. Even without specifying targets, I should be able to set a rough range. He loaded consciousness onto lightning flashing ceaselessly in his mind. He entered complete absorption. It was a world no one else could fathom. Young hero. Even Wei Ji-myo-wa's questioning voice immediately distanced from his mental image. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There was a long valley crossing the border between Huizhou and Shizhou. It was called Clear Night Valley. It was said to be where a noble peerless master fought some evil spirit during the founding, illuminating the night with sword light. Now it was broad daylight. The beating sunlight indifferently shone on blood splattering everywhere. Clang. Bang. Tremendous sword power clashed and true angles stamped everywhere shook the ground. Hundreds of warriors with bright red hair clashed with warriors wearing blue clothes. A long battle line had formed that was hard to see as a battle between martial arts sects. That apostle be asterisk SD asterisk road. He hardly moves. Meanwhile, where the Namgung family's upper echelons were positioned, the atmosphere was classical from the start. It was separate from the battle line's urgency. The noble family's unique spirit flowed dignifiedly without dispersing even on the battlefield. "How long must we stay silent?" a young man standing with the family elders asked. He had gently downcast eyes. He was the Namgung family's successor. The young man had already drawn his sword. The extremely luxurious blue silk martial uniform suited him perfectly. He possessed both outstanding appearance and martial arts worthy of being called the Blue Qilin by martial world people. Two apostles and sword masters are watching for an opening. "Don't act rashly," the Namgung family head said while showing only his back in pure white robes. "The regular sect members can be handled even without us. As young master, you must remember, the point of family battles isn't in victory. Put your heart into watching over family members' lives." That's right. When real masters come out, countering immediately means fewer sacrifices. His annoying younger sister supported their father's words. How could peeking out that tanned face be so annoying? Blue Qilin Namgung Seijin gritted his teeth. "The warriors dying now are our family members." His voice leaked through white teeth. Even his sister couldn't retort this time. Think of the decision made when driving out Wasin. As the family's master, don't keep individuals in mind. T/note, reminder that Wasin is the White Qilin from Desolate Sect. There was no change in the family head's tone. The fighting intensified, but the enemy leadership didn't come out. The fellows looking down with aloof posture from a peak at one side of the valley were very irritating. 2 apostles and 30 blood sword masters. Despite being formidable forces, when the Namgung family's supreme masters challenged them to fight, they thoroughly maintained distance and retreated. How many days has it been? Do they plan to continue this war of attrition? Namgung Seijin bit his lip. His father, the family head's anguish must be great too. The blood flame sect's power was enormous. When one family elder couldn't endure and stepped forward, 15 blood sword masters pushed into the battle line. It was mockery. A warning not to step out carelessly. They were exploiting the weakness of a family sect where all members were blood relatives. They seemed to plan to deploy masters only after pushing with numbers, but the Namgung family still hadn't found a proper strategy. The battle had continued for over 15 days. The mood of warriors fighting on the front line wasn't good, even though the family's supreme masters were intact. That's when it happened. Suddenly the family head and several elders turned their heads. Namgung Seijin with his exceptionally keen senses did too. Something was approaching quickly. Behind the blood flame sect camp. From very far away. Whoosh! It gradually spreads toward the valley. Was it the cry of a giant bird said to have soared the skies in ancient times? There was a resonance that slowly emerged and then rapidly spread. A sound no one had ever heard before came to the battlefield. If you are liking this series, please consider leaving a review for this series on novel updates. The day before the group left Shuzhou was extremely bright. The spring sunlight was very bright, enough to vividly settle on Jeong Yeon-shin's dark eyebrows. It was on the way back from visiting the government office to relay news to various seniors. He informed seniors like Cheon Myong spread across South Jili of the progress. It was something he could do because of being a desolate sect warrior. The magistrate showed reluctance, saying time would be needed for messages to reach. He wanted to send an urgent dispatch to Shandong province where the main force would be, but crossing an entire province meant speed couldn't be expected. Nothing can be done. He came out leaving the government office behind. Jeong Yeon-shin had to worry about one more thing. It was because of Hyan Wenchong's difficult movement. He had internal injuries. Putting him on a roughly shaking carriage or horse wasn't an easy decision to make. How should I take him? Jeong Yeon-shin returned to the guest room while repeatedly agonizing. On the bed lay the great hero of Desolate Sect with narrowed eyes. Before closing the door, Hyan Wenchang turned his body slightly. When their eyes met, he smiled and opened his mouth. It truly feels like death. The great hero's noble body is concerning. Jeong Yeon-shin countered with humor. The corners of Hyan Wenchang's mouth rose further. He seemed to never tire of hearing the honorary title. Many commoners peeked at the inn wanting to see great hero of Desolate Sect Hyan Wenchang. I've become a burden. Great hero sword dragon is waiting. Lady Wei. Jeong Yeon-shin told him about the conversation with her. At once Hyan Wenchang's face distorted. to the point of looking horrific. Young hero Jeong's heart is like the Great Sea. It's very touching. But don't do it. The Blood Flame sect is at war with one of the 8 great families? They must have sent death swordsmen. Didn't we already see the 7th Apostle's martial might last time? And I flew from my hand. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly answered and leaned against the wall. He stroked the northern light and desolate sect sword hilts in turn while slowly continuing. Adding one hand will be enough. The Namgung family's masters won't be idle either. They exchanged a few more words. There's no reason not to. Jeong Yeon-shin had already decided. It was about earning merit while protecting a companion's martial arts. Hein Won-chong couldn't overcome his stubbornness. The great hero of Desolate Sect was nominally a radiant demon wing master. Though his appearance looked sloppy, his sense for gauging battle was excellent. He realized that the longer they argued, the less leeway Jeong Yeon-shin had. After the life-saving debt, now I receive favor as a warrior too. Hein Won-chong rarely showed a serious face as he slightly closed and opened his eyes. Then young hero Jeong's worry is this. How to take a living corpse like me to Huizhou. With about a month's time, coming back up to Shuzhou from Huizhou won't have much leeway. Don't worry about that. Though his internal injury was severe, his voice wasn't dead. Hein Won-chong said with a grin. There's a reason why warriors with disturbed qi circulation from falling into cultivation madness are weak to shock. It's due to mental focus uniformized by long training in true qi operation. Regulating internal energy as usual becomes poison. Not knowing their body is in tatters. Then, my family has the secret technique of the Great Turtle Breathing Method. No ordinary technique. It even solidifies true qi flow to protect internal meridians, and being an assassin's secret skill, its stability is unmatched even after long time passes. He mentioned assassins while talking about family secret techniques. Great Turtle Breathing Method? It was said to be an ambush martial art that used internal energy to slow breathing and heartbeat while hiding true qi. It was an infiltration-type martial art even displayed in Desolate Sect's martial arts catalog. Assassin's secret skill. Jeong Yeon-shin repeated inwardly. The idea of assassins forming a family was nonsensical. However, there could be assassins who washed their hands with gold powder and left the Murim. As it was the first time Hein Won-chong mentioned anything about his family, Jeong Yeon-shin nodded without showing his thoughts. A strange relief seemed to appear in Hein Won-chong's eyes. He slowly continued speaking. Even buried anywhere in the ground, I just need a breathing hole. Carriage shaking is nothing. No need to worry about me. Young hero Jeong should focus on displaying his martial arts. An injured person safely hiding. If there's no problem with escort, that would be really reassuring. Of course, this desolate divine hero won't become anyone's burden. Hein Won-chong laughed heartily before coughing as if blood came up his throat. Shaking his head and leaving the wall, Jeong Yeon-shin left the room again. After visiting the government office to borrow fine horses and a carriage, he explained the situation to Wei Ji-myo-wa. Her expression clouded at the mention of the Great Turtle Breathing Method. She was heir to one of the 9 sects at the peak of orthodox sects. She couldn't welcome assassin martial arts. You two are heroes. I'll cover the rear. Fortunately, Wei Ji-myo-wa was broad-minded. She was a great hero who didn't judge people by martial arts. Jeong Yeon-shin expressed thanks with a cupped fist salute. Thus 2 people and 1/2 corpse set out on their journey. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Shuzhou to Huizhou wasn't close. They were the northern and southern ends of South Shili. This time they met many bandits. Not Murim forest bandits. They were commoners driven to use farming tools to harm people due to famine. Moreover, it was said disasters weren't limited to famine. Perhaps because the Blood Flame sect had risen up, bandits increased as they got closer to Huizhou. What would evil sects eat? They just sink their teeth into commoners' backs. Surprisingly, these were Wei Ji-myo-wa's words. Only when discussing the Blood Flame sect did her eyes also show edge. It seemed their relationship had grown somewhat closer while sharing the not-short journey. When bandits didn't try to take lives, they repeatedly sent them away with intimidation. Before they knew it, they reached their destination. We've arrived, Wei Ji-myo-wa said. The two had just come from actually burying Hein Won-chong in nearby ground. They did so because they had to expect fierce battle. Jeong Yeon-shin gazed past those guarding the valley entrance. It was the border of Chizhou and Huizhou. They said it was called Clear Night Valley. Collisions of energy waves could be felt occasionally bursting from afar. Indeed, it didn't seem like an ordinary scale battle. Those in the distance approached. 5 fellows had red hair. Their identity was clear even before they got close. One among them took the lead. He was a man with a shaved head and angular jaw. With energy waves reaching even Jeong Yeon-shin's skin being quite strong, he seemed like a regular member near sword master level. His martial might was such that some might mistake him for a sect swordsman. He opened his mouth. "You fellows' appearance isn't ordinary. Even bringing such fine horses and carriage. Leave everything you have here and turn back." A well-finished carriage was a luxury item. Anyone would guess there would be plenty of travel money. The bandits met during the journey thought so too. However, the Blood Flame sect fellows stopped at 10 steps distance. They didn't come closer. They thoroughly maintained distance. Indeed, the 13 evil sects. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He was quite perceptive. He seemed to sense something from Jeong Yeon-shin and Wei Jimyoa. Some among the bandits met earlier were different. They rolled away after recklessly approaching trying to do something to Wei Jimyoa. "Desolate, blue," another fellow muttered while slightly stepping sideways. He had sharp eyes. The fellow's words burst forth. "Desolate sect blue rank? At that age. Must be born to some noble family. Probably grew up eating spirit medicine like meals. Be careful of single strikes. Their power must be tremendous. We could die if careless. That's all. Just need to overwhelm with technique. Truly excellent prey." They started chattering among themselves. It was the Blood Flame sect's true face. They valued absorbable inner power chunks more than their own lives. They were even making assumptions seeing Jeong Yeon-shin's appearance. "They don't know me." Distinction lingered in Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes. He seemed to have found one of the Blood Flame sect's weaknesses. They were regular members, not blood swordmasters. Fire ants. Far more numerous than swordmasters. They said evil sects gathered with fanatics were especially places with clear top-down command. Orders from above, below obeys. No freedom. Information exchange doesn't occur easily. The fellows began approaching with big strides. Eventually, some even used lightness technique to rush. They seemed to say first to catch gets ownership. Wei Jimyoa stepped forward. It was the moment her palm struck the solar plexus of the one in front. Waves of true chi rose surging from the gap. Bang! Dirt dust scattered in all directions. Energy waves spewing strong winds swept while even scratching rocks. The fellows rushing together rolled away pathetically. Jeong Yeon-shin rushed through the aftermath of the Jeongnon sect's Azure Cloud Heaven Force palm. He knew the battle between the Namgung family and Blood Flame sect was happening right ahead. Without delay, he stretched his left hand and firmly grabbed one fellow's face. It was the shaved head man somewhat close to a blood swordmaster. Kook. Recently, only Jeong Yeon-shin's face could hint at his age. His body, refined by the Jeong family dynamic technique, rode the flow of time. He was growing remarkably lately. His body was already close to adult. His fingers wrapping the fellow's face were sufficiently long. It meant he could run while gripping an adult man's face using inner power. Thud. A storm rose under his feet, stamping the earth. He felt it the moment he immediately pushed off the ground. True chi of overlapped fate-defying scripture welled up from quadriceps, clearly splitting on both sides of his thighs. It begins. Bang! He sprinted, holding the fellow's face. The valley scenery before his eyes scattered past in hundreds of lines. Whoosh! The wind sweeping like striking his ears was tremendously fierce. He had long thought that to achieve notable military merit, shouldn't it be incomparably splendid? Jeong Yeon-shin drew his sword while creating gales with lightness technique. Sunlight shimmered silver along the wave patterns flowing on the blade. It was completely instantaneous until rushing into the battlefield. Below, the valley was wide like a plain. Hundreds were swarming while showing off their martial might. The festival of tremendous martial arts created military spirit like a war of thousands. He paid no mind. Jeong Yeon-shin jumped down at once while throwing the fellow he was holding. Thud. What? Who is this guy? It was body-protecting moment technique like the elf clan's unique wrapping wind. Jeong Yeon-shin's blue clothes fluttered long like an immortal's robe. Whoosh! At that moment, the sword song's cry was already rising from the Northern Light Sword. The Blood Flame sect members who had tormented him so severely began falling while spewing blood. Thud. He deliberately stamped the ground hard. The thickly spread dust was torn to shreds by the storm of energy waves that immediately rose. After landing, he rushed again. Following Jeong Yeon-shin's northern light sword, the battlefield's flow instantly began twisting. As if an invisible typhoon spread with him at the center, people falling in all directions continued appearing. Most were instant deaths. It wasn't power that could be seen as Jeong Yeon-shin's martial arts level. The sword song chants adjusted earlier managed not to create victims from the Namgung family. He penetrated the battlefield in a straight line. In an instant he reached where the Namgung family leadership could be seen. Various emotions spread across the faces of several elderly people, including a kind-looking, peerless, handsome man, a tanned woman full of vigor, and a middle-aged man with overwhelming spirit. That's when it happened. Radiant demon wings, lightning flash. You managed to return. The face that had lost its soul looks kind, but brought strange martial arts. Looking back, familiar fellows were smiling. Even knowing Jeong Yeon-shin's identity. Blood Sand sword masters with both glossy black and red hair. The energy waves the two emitted together were extraordinary. Jeong Yeon-shin silently looked at them. There was a scene clearly drawn before his eyes. The memory couldn't be blurred, because it was the moment of his life's first escape. He understood the fellows making scornful expressions. They were the ones who stood at the front throwing thunderclap bombs at Jeong Yeon-shin during the Dragon Phoenix gathering. They all possessed madness. They seemed not to care how many regular members died. Did you think something could be done working together with the Namgung family? One fellow said. He held thunderclap bombs drawn silently like hidden weapons. The martial artists around showed large signs of flinching. The moment the Dragon Phoenix gathering collapsed, Jeong Yeon-shin at Huizhou's Lotus Pavilion was the same as them. Step. This time was different. Jeong Yeon-shin advanced without stopping. He knew without looking back. The Namgung family's supreme masters would be watching this way. He slowly parted his lips. You fellows should know for certain. While sheathing the Northern Light sword, he drew the familiar Desolate Sect sword. The flow between sheathing and drawing connected smoothly. It was a master's bearing anyone could recognize. The Desolate Sect sword's blade naturally revealed itself and began containing sunlight. He adjusted his grip on the sword hilt once. The cold sensation instantly became hot. You who throw first are the traitors. Pay for your sins. Jeong Yeon-shin said calmly. Jeong Yeon-shin put on a show of force. Even to himself, it seemed he had shown a somewhat impressive appearance, but that was the end. He had performed far beyond his martial arts level. It was already his limit. This is hard. It felt like having a wet cloth bundle pressed inside his body. His previously light body felt so slack it seemed discordant. The sword song was martial arts that exacted a great price. It brought clear fatigue to the upper dantian. It was like this at the Wangbo branch in Ping'an County too. Could he properly execute the prepared sword song? He wasn't confident. He hadn't thought much about what would come after the sword song when rushing into battle. He had done his part sufficiently. He thought if the Namgung family's masters weren't scarecrows, they would do something. It was a natural thought. They were a martial family that received recognition from orthodox sects of the world and even held the Dragon Phoenix gathering. He thought they would be different from the Wangbo family. The upright character of Blue Chilan Namgung Wasan he met during the desolate examination had left quite an impression. Yet they weren't stepping forward. Do they plan to watch? Were they wary of the Blood Flame sect leadership? He couldn't guess the reason. It was a difficult situation. Even though they said it was rare to meet enemies in peak condition in the Murim, this was so. One blood sword master opened his mouth. Worthless. Die. The other fellow didn't even speak. The two blood sword masters' arms shook. With the thunderclap bombs, their right hands seemed to disappear and appear momentarily. It was proper throwing technique. Whoosh! Thunderclap bombs that had reached the realm of martial arts through masters' hands rushed in. They came charging while splitting the air like lightning. It was when he firmly gripped the desolate sword's hilt. Swish! Black hair fluttered before his eyes. For a moment Jeong Yeon-shin thought it was Wei Gmoa. It wasn't. It was someone emitting energy completely opposite to the Jeongnan sect's righteous energy waves. Red sleeves fluttered with strange nobility. He couldn't even hear the sound. Along with a gentle breeze, supreme-level pear blossom grafting technique was revealed. Two thunderclap bombs that brushed past white hands suddenly shot upward. The force was properly deflected. Though they sharply changed direction, it looked natural enough. The woman who had rushed in stretched her palm upward while showing her back. Simultaneously, mighty energy rose explosively surging from her palm center. Boom! The thunderclap bombs exploded in midair. It happened in an instant. Apostle. The blood sword master stepped back in the middle of the battlefield. Though she had blocked their attack, they showed no question. The woman didn't answer and turned around. Indeed. She smiled. Her hair fluttering from the explosion's aftermath was intensely black. Her bewitchingly white and beautiful face wasn't important. She wore a black eye patch over one eye, while the opposite pupil was pomegranate red. Apostle. They said it was a realm where high blood technique achievement manifested in the eyeball. I felt it while suffering your Dharma martial arts last time. Her black hair flowing like the night sky and single red eye glowed with true chi. The blood flame sect apostle spoke. It reached me through energy sense. There was a raw feeling that came from that place, but I thought it couldn't make sense. Then after receiving reports of your activities and seeing that strange sound attack, her lips, as if stained with blood, curled up. You were born with tremendous great master talent? To an unbelievable degree. Her informal speech remained. The content wasn't light. Blood flame sect apostle. She was a supreme master who had faced off against a desolate sect squad leader. She clearly had internal energy achievements like 3 flowers gathering at crown or 5 energies returning to origin completely contained in her entire body. How sensitive her energy sense might be was unimaginable. The smile formed on her lips approached eerily. Finally, the enemy had noticed. She had fully deduced Jeong Yeon-shin's talent. In the end, someone from the 13 evil sects who clearly realized the lightning flash's specialness had appeared. Dangerous. His nape went cold. For the first time since entering the Murin, Jeong Yeon-shin broke into cold sweat. The Murin was a world made of martial arts. They said any treasure in the world was trivial before verses of supreme martial arts. There was a reason peerless masters' tombs were dug up along with great chaos. Such was the world of those obsessed with martial arts. Step. The apostle walked over gently. Tremendous energy waves spread in layers with her light footsteps. The momentum wrapped around her entire body was terrifyingly chilling. Her red outer eye like blood condensed into jade stared straight at Jeong Yeon-shin. Energy filled with madness was nakedly felt. No match possible. Even the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm only works when martial arts difference is moderate. Without taking advantage of chaotic battle, he couldn't hope for a miracle like last time. Jeong Yeon-shin instinctively realized. The wind sweeping his entire body enveloped in energy waves felt like it had a sharply honed edge. His innate senses whispered that his lifeline was already in that supreme master's hands. Stubborn fools. The apostle suddenly sneered. It seemed to be mockery directed at the Namgung family masters who were only now starting to act. Jeong Yeon-shin felt it without looking back. Blood flame sect masters who had flown over from the peak blocked behind him. They seemed to be facing off against the Namgung family. You're mine. The apostle moved her smiling lips. They said calamity comes to the Murim in all forms. Death and defeat were the most common things in the Murim. Enough that anyone would nod when it suddenly approached and strangled even those on winning streaks. Poor condition, an unmanageable supreme master, meager numbers. He had learned well from Radiant Demon Wing. They said calamity takes various forms, but at this moment, all of them had come. It wasn't mere chance suddenly approaching. Jeong Yeon-shin had rushed in knowing there would likely be apostles on the battlefield. He did so even while guessing at the presence of vastly superior masters. He believed in his own talent sharper than anyone's. He trusted in the Namgung family renowned for sword and chivalry. It was something a martial artist shouldn't do. Even more so if thinking of longevity. Karma. The 16-year-old young master only reflected now that the situation had come. Comradeship was good. Trust was excessive. Let's go. The moment the apostle's hand blurred, his vision was instantly dyed pitch black. Her striking speed was extremely fast. He seemed to hear Wei Jimyowa and some young man's shouts, but they rapidly distanced from consciousness. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. He became aware of dully rising sensations throughout his body. The warmth touching his skin felt blunt. How long had he been lying down? Jeong Yeon-shin immediately grasped the situation. He was captured by the 7th apostle. He had been dragged somewhere while unconscious. There was one more thing. Though he felt hunger like his stomach was being dissolved, he hadn't starved to death. If searching within about a fortnight's distance radius from Huizhou, this place would come up. She sealed paralysis points. It seemed only his mouth could move. I was thinking of waking you soon. His vision was blurry, but along with an unfamiliar ceiling, the demoness face was captured. The seventh apostle wore a faint smile. Her long flowing hair lightly brushed Jeong Yeon-shin's cheek. You're the first desolate sex seed to set foot in our sex main hall. I should welcome you, right? Water. What? I'm thirsty. His forced-out voice was hoarse. Jeong Yeon-shin tried to maintain composure. They were ones with desires. Since they wouldn't kill him here, he recalled what he learned from the Radiant Demon Wing seniors and he and Chong. They're evil sect bastards. My lifeline is caught anyway. If I bow my head, there'll be no end. The seventh apostle, who briefly showed a blank expression, soon started giggling. The black hair gently stroking Jeong Yeon-shin's face suddenly lifted. He thought it was good to have that irritation removed. She stopped laughing with a strange sigh. Then she stared blankly. Her red outer eye that seemed to tickle met gazes as it scanned Jeong Yeon-shin's face. You. The corners of the apostle's mouth rose. You think I can't do anything to you? Feeling inspiration, creating verses. Since torture would be poison for creating martial arts. Her upper body that had been sitting on the edge of the bed came down, along with ebony-like hair. This time he had to feel it on his nape. The hair texture was creepily smooth. She whispered. You probably didn't know. The red eye came closer. The seventh apostle's elbow gently came down and pressed beside Jeong Yeon-shin's face. Her snow-white fingertips on the other side touched his cheek. The seventh apostle's slender fingers slowly climbed his face and eventually pressed his eyelid. His eye naturally closed. I can make your eyeball like mine too. I can cut off your limbs without killing you. I'll give you our sex regenerative ability. Though your technique blocked my eye's recovery, I don't have opposing martial arts like you. It'll heal right away. Her breath tinged with madness weakly brushed Jeong Yeon-shin's bridge of nose. The one whose eye was taken, unprecedented talent, unbelievably young age, evil sect fanatics' bewitching nature. At this moment, horrible possessiveness was sprouting. Jeong Yeon-shin felt it completely. Through her gaze and exhale. I'll wait forever while pulling out your fingers. Until you create martial arts for me. The mad air approached tangibly. Her red smile seemed to appear white. The seventh apostle, who lifted her waist and removed her head, rose from the bed. She no longer whispered but said, I'll transmit blood techniques to you. You'll gain regenerative power. Her red clothes fluttered slightly as if excited. The ones regular members or sword master learn wouldn't suit your caliber. What kind of martial arts would be born if I give you apostle secret arts? I'm so excited I could go crazy. You won't have time to torture me. Jeong Yeon-shin said slowly. Her outer eye flashed bright red as she whipped her head around. Such impudence is only until you learn blood techniques. I'll make you lick my feet. Come back again. Examine my 100 meetings point. Along with his calm reply, dozens of streams of gentle wind struck. It was the seventh apostle's body technique. Her fingertips that subdued Jeong Yeon-shin again touched his crown. The seventh apostle was a tremendous internal energy master. Directly touching his head, she would have to notice immediately. It was paradoxical. An enemy was caressing the crown that even his maternal uncle and grandfather couldn't touch. Her single eye widened. You. With your inner energy level, you can feel it with your hands. It's still growing even now, isn't it? Such a constitution in the world. The seventh apostle muttered blankly. Torture and heal me? In what lifetime? Jeong Yeon-shin asked with feigned composure. She had said it was the Blood Flame sect main hall. It was hopeless. Though the possibility of escape was infinitely small, he needed his body intact to at least attempt escape by growing his martial arts. Even modifying one martial art required dozens of types of true chi cultivation. They wouldn't destroy his dantian. He just needed to avoid torture. That's when it happened. You're truly brilliant. The distance was close. The seventh apostle's eyes filled his vision like red jade. He saw strange heat writhing in her white face and spirit light unique to supreme masters. Would witnessing the birth of monsters in the classic of mountains and seas feel like this? This wasn't male-female affection. It was the obsession of a fanatic master who breathed through internal energy techniques and moved through martial arts. The demoness exhaled smooth breath and whispered, "You're mine. You're my possession. Create my martial arts and be contained only in my eye, until you burn up all your talent and fade away." Crazy B asterisk TCH. A curse came out unconsciously. The touch caressing his crown no longer felt gentle. Jeong Yeon-shin felt goosebumps while racking his brain. How should he overcome this situation? He didn't know how long he would have to worry about it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. For 2 days he had to receive porridge made with finely chopped meat. During that time, Jeong Yeon-shin became sick of the Blood Flame sect main hall he hadn't even gotten to see. She's crazy. The apostle personally held the bowl and fed him. She absolutely wouldn't let servants do it. After confirming his lifespan, her eyes had completely gone mad. She treated him like a comet that could only be seen for an instant. Or rather, they said there were beasts that the imperial clan in Beijing raised with attachment. Was this how it felt to become a pet spirit beast? Only after recovering from long starvation, sealed pressure points, and the sword song's backlash did he receive freedom. It wasn't complete liberation. He suffered a technique like the Annihilation Team leader's 7 steps life-losing pressure point ceiling. The 7th Apostle's blood technique True Chi filled important meridian points. They said it would cause fatal internal injury if not periodically removed. "Let's go pay respects to the sect leader," the 7th Apostle said with a slight smile. Jeong Yeon-shin rose silently from his seat. It was his first outing. Blood Flame sect leader. The enemy of Elder Yuan who helped create the demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm. The master of the Blood Flame sect said to have the most vast power among the 13 evil sects. He was a supreme master counted among the Muram's absolute powers alongside the Shaolin Temple Abbot and Desolate Sect Divine Sword Squad leader. He must have been involved in the Zhang family's extermination along with the Tyrant Sword sect leader. He was someone worth seeing. Stepping out through the door, seeing himself walking alongside the 7th Apostle felt strangely unfamiliar. It was different from when he was being fed meat porridge like a beloved pet. His view opened wide. A developed village spread out. Classical halls were arranged in orderly fashion. There seemed to be hundreds passing by in all directions, with most having red hair. What? It was enough to make him swallow hard. Just where was this? Was it possible to hide from the Central Plains while building a village close to a city? Little one. The sect leader's hall is quite far. Follow well. His sleeve was pulled by the 7th Apostle's hand that was as careful as handling a jewel. While walking, Jeong Yeon-shin engraved in his eyes one by one the city's structure and composition of masters. Blood sword masters lowered their gaze as they passed. Regular members didn't dare even look. Great teacher. One passing blood sword master startled and knelt on one knee. He was one of the 2 who had thrown thunderclap bombs in Huizhou. It was strange. He didn't seem to be paying respects to the 7th Apostle. Rather, she gestured toward Jeong Yeon-shin. Her eyes showing only the right side curved slightly. Indeed it was so. The direction the blood sword master bowed his head was toward him. The fellow opened his mouth again. This unworthy sect swordsman respectfully greets the Grand Teacher. Jeong Yeon-shin was briefly silent. This wasn't the treatment of a prisoner. The Blood Flame sect was exactly the evil sect the Imperial Court had declared. They were people whose words and thoughts couldn't be grasped. As large as their sect power was, their doctrinal content should commonly leak out, yet even the Imperial Court couldn't completely uncover their teachings over long years. Jeong Yeon-shin quietly asked, "Were you calling me?" "Yes, Grand Teacher." The Blood Sword Master answered while kneeling and prostrating. The Zhang family was foremost in Henan's Xinya County. To not look ridiculous wielding authority, one needed cultivation. Even cast-out children couldn't let go of scholarship. Jeong Yeon-shin had learned even superficially the Book of Changes among the 4 books and 3 classics. They said all things under heaven had clear cause and effect. The same was true for Muram events. Tracing back incomprehensible results, there were incomprehensible causes. They said the Blood Flame sect of madmen was an unfathomable group. Radiant Demon Wing's talent was also so. He created opposing martial arts for the Blood Flame sect that no one since Bodhidharma had managed. He even created sword techniques causing wide-area killing through sword sounds. The sword song especially had no precedent. It was something far beyond his martial arts level. Therefore the kidnapping was also natural. Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo had said early on. If other sects learned of Jeong Yeon-shin's talent, they would have no choice but to persuade or kill him. The Blood Flame sect had simply chosen the former. I announced it widely in the main hall. The seventh apostle raised her lips. Her smile didn't approach as purely beautiful, perhaps due to the madness that seemed to flay skin. Her single red eye scanned Jeong Yeon-shin. She slowly whispered, "Your track record of achievements fast enough to be strange, creative talent at a level non-existent under heaven, character that carries no delusion in cutting down enemies. What would happen if we plant blood techniques in your body? Our sect might see the birth of a small sect leader after 100-some years." They said blood techniques were martial arts in the realm of sorcery. He had heard that the moment one learns them, the energy nature of all meridians from the 100 meetings point to the brain becomes twisted. It creates a state conducive to injecting blood flame sect doctrine. A martial religion of madmen. Because they had brainwashing in mind, they repeatedly broke conventions. They didn't hesitate to elevate their sect's enemy as Grand Teacher. It couldn't be understood through normal reasoning. It was fitting for an evil sect. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly replied, "It's not even funny to talk about small sect leader. I've cut off many of your sect members' necks. Children who faithfully sprinkled blood for the doctrine have shed their flesh and gone to the Peach Blossom land. Our retaliation isn't just revenge. It's burning spirit money with blood, while hoping for blessings to fill the Peach Blossom land." TL note, Peach Blossom land basically means utopia. There's no history of long-living rulers welcoming successors gladly. That's exactly groundless worry. Only that person will sit eternally on the sect leader's throne. Seventh apostle made an eye smile with her outer eye. The meaning is exactly as the words small sect leader say. Become my little sect leader as Grand Teacher. Grand Teacher, please perfect the blood techniques further. Many were gathering around now. Perhaps because the blood swordmaster had paid respects in the middle of the street. A circle of crowd full of red hair formed. It was a bizarre sight. As if pleased, true chi carried in her voice. "I spoke of your talent. Our sect has an old doctrine. The third phrase of the Flame Festival. Overcome stubbornly." The sect swordsman who had called Jeong Yeon-shin Grand Teacher shouted. His expression was solemn. When seventh apostle slightly nodded her head, he lowered his head as if overwhelmed. Seventh apostle spoke while carefully watching Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes. "It's a verse about red hair. It's heaven's punishment received the moment one learns blood techniques in the Central Plains. Because all sorts of mongrels who see red hair try to catch and kill sect members. Don't you frequently catch and kill commoners?" Jeong Yeon-shin said what needed saying among hundreds of Blood Flame sect members. Their reactions would determine how to conduct himself. But no one responded. Even seventh apostle was the same. Jeong Yeon-shin felt like he had fallen alone into a different world. Seventh apostle continued speaking with a thin eye smile. Originally it would have been natural. The glorious traces of blood techniques becoming heaven's punishment was due to two types. Orthodox sects who praise themselves as righteous. The imperial court who calls us evil sect. You'll help overcome it. You could change blood techniques' energy accumulation verses to make controlling internal energy easier, right? The talent that created Dharma martial arts. You can make these children's red hair black. It meant making Blood Flame sect members indistinguishable by appearance. It meant committing something tantamount to calamity. As soon as seventh apostle finished speaking, several people jumped up. Overcome stubbornly. Perfect the divine blood techniques. Grand Teacher. Grand Teacher. Madman. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. They call blood techniques divine while demanding development of verses. They say they must overcome while asking to change hair color. Weren't these all contradictions? He thought evil sects would rather be conservative. Not so. Their temperament was close to chaos. They were once satisfied with whatever seemed good. They made Jeong Yeon-shin a Grand Teacher wanting to spread wings in the Central Plains. Though their intentions were obvious, the gazes looking at Wangxiang's prodigy already contained admiration. Seventh apostle smiled amid the frenzy. "Young great master. You will pave our sect's future." Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer. Lost in thought with lowered gaze, he just stood silently. Only after causing quite a commotion did they disperse. Only then did seventh apostle reach out her hand again. Waves of true chi gathered like usual could be felt in her long fingers. The density touching him was tremendous. It seemed a realm where mental focus had no burden and inner power operation. She gently gripped Jeong Yeon-shin's sleeve, as if he could never escape. Seventh Apostle moved her lips. Let's go. My small sect leader. Our grand teacher. Jeong Yeon-shin followed silently. A stream of wind brushing his cheek in the Blood Flame sect main hall suddenly felt welcome. Perhaps because he had early awareness of his short life. Or maybe his innate heart was quite firm. The Blood Flame sect was a completely different world. His thoughts had to advance. Wouldn't energy accumulation martial arts be unique too? They said it was regenerative ability. Maybe, just maybe. Could he change fate through martial arts instead of the world tree fruit? The young great master walked silently. After passing several hall complexes with Seventh Apostle, a palace-like great hall appeared. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had been engraving every detail of enemy territory in his eyes, counted the wide stairs steps at once. 36. It was a number with many meanings. Taoism's 36 evil stars. Buddhism's 36 afflictions. They said sects based on religion had many symbolic structures internally. Not rarely were they used as clues in interpreting secret martial arts. He climbed the stairs, trying not to let Seventh Apostle catch his glancing. The moment he reached the end, a bright red painted gate opened by itself. Come closer. The voice was smooth. A white-haired handsome man sitting alone on a high throne chair gestured. His snow-white face and sophisticatedly high-nose bridge gave him noble features like imperial family, but he was sprawled indulgently with one leg up on the wide chair seat. No particular momentum could be felt. Yet he was the Blood Flame sect leader counted among the world's top in martial arts. Surely not. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled Desolate Sect's lord enjoying the wind with a gentle smile. It was right before sparring with Ma Se-in, the maternal family's successor. He had realized the presence of the precious sword at her waist very belatedly. The sect leader has spoken. Did you not hear? One of those lined up long on both sides of the Blood Flame sect leader spoke. The tone was overbearing. He was a middle-aged man with pitch-black hair. Unlike the Blood Flame sect leader, he wrapped his entire body in mighty spirit, enough to instantly know he was another apostle. Is there an apostle above, Grand Teacher? Jeong Yeon-shin asked without changing his tone. He called himself Grand Teacher. Seventh Apostle beside him burst into laughter. Her echoes resounding eerily off the luxurious hall were tinged with ecstasy. The laughter didn't stop even in front of the sect leader. Your question is valid. Grand Teacher and Apostle ranks aren't different. She answered with a radiant face. It's disgusting how this desolate sect mongrel claims to be our sect's Grand Teacher. His position isn't even decided yet. The middle-aged man spoke with a calm expression. The apostle showed all sorts of behavior before the sect leader. Unlike the blood sword masters and sect members, it was an unbelievably free-spirited atmosphere. He continued speaking slowly. I've already received the sect leader's permission. If what I've heard about your talent is true, even if granted blood techniques, you won't be able to cleanse your mind and body with our sect's spirit. You will have to undergo countless trials from now on. Third Apostle. Listen well. The expression disappeared from the Seventh Apostle's face. Energy waves that seemed about to convulse spread from her entire body. Your child isn't fit to be small sect leader. Don't be jealous. You speak of trite matters. It was the Blood Flame sect leader's voice. He gestured languidly. Simultaneously, his snow-white flowing hair shook slightly. It moved as if alive separately. Whoosh! A cool breeze blew. The energy filling the sect leader's hall in surges was instantly swept away. Even the Seventh Apostle's bewitchingly sharp momentum unique to her vanished without a trace. It was a highly accomplished technique hard to guess the key points of. Note: if you're reading this elsewhere, please consider reading on nineheavens.org to support the original translator, although I get nothing out of this, but more readers on original site is always welcome. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly felt his wrist tighten. Strength had entered the Seventh Apostle's hand, gripping his sleeve. First, under the sect leader's protection, the Third Apostle spoke slowly. I must experience your martial arts. With rumors abundant and the Seventh Apostle enchanted by you, it's only right I see and speak of it. It's a very basic matter. Your circumstances are complicated. Let's get on with it. No one became angry at Jeong Yeon-shin's reply. The Blood Flame sect's leadership was calm like clear water. No matter how twisted their direction, they each seemed to have built up high levels of cultivation. Apart from martial arts, they were frightening as people. No need for long talk. Come. The Third Apostle stretched out one arm. Womb. blood technique energy rose from his palm center. Faintly red energy flows began stacking in layers to form a circle. It wasn't bell technique power. Not a combination of technique and true chi, but a barrier created purely with internal energy alone. Unity of attack and defense. Jeong Yeon-shin saw through his technique. Extremely sharp energy stormed. It was a storm of sharpness raised with true chi. It must be far inferior to striking out with both internal energy and hand. Even so, it was an unrealistic feat. His true chi operation realm has reached a level to discuss the heaven. Isn't that a realm one would expect to see from those black-clothed fellows of desolate sect? Those lined up didn't hide their exclamations. Jeong Yeon-shin stared blankly at the internal energy barrier that appeared across the distance. The seventh apostle whispered in his ear. It's the test our sect's rising talents take when promoted to blood sword masters. They say spirit medicine is granted even for enduring one breath. What happens if I tear it? Jeong Yeon-shin asked calmly. Whoosh. He stepped forward while casting the demon-destroying, azure, unyielding palm. Clear energy waves spread in all directions from his right hand raised to chest level. He didn't drag it out. He formed a cultivation path and struck down at the barrier. Whoosh. The moment it hit, red wind began sweeping in all directions. Visible red energy flows stormed omnidirectionally from Jeong Yeon-shin's hand. The cultivation path embedded in the barrier emitted chilling blue light. It unraveled and tore apart the wall of internal energy built to a lofty realm. It didn't even take an instant to vanish. As the red wind scattered, silence briefly flowed. If it's truly a martial art created by him. The third apostle opened his mouth. Truly a dangerous fellow. He stepped back one step. Unlike his retreat, his facial expression carried sharpness. Jeong Yeon-shin noticed immediately. Some evil schemes seemed to be coiling in the Blood Flame sect apostle's mind. That's when the Blood Flame sect leader parted his lips. That power, true chi operation method. Indeed, it was something not to worry about. As he began speaking, the atmosphere in the hall changed. Even the apostles became sect members listening to doctrine and lowered their heads one after another. Learning peerless martial arts through verses alone? Great sects would have no reason to watch for talent when taking in disciples. Your technique goes further. I can feel an independent interpretation of Dharma powers breaking evil manifesting truth has melted in. Internal energy taking on specific properties isn't just because chi circulation paths vary greatly. Mental focus is important. That's why one needs a master. The Blood Flame sect leader said with a smile. As if he were Jeong Yeon-shin's master. The words are right. Jeong Yeon-shin inwardly agreed. The seventh apostle had already said it when taking her eye. That even with a little Dharma power imbued in martial arts, advancement is difficult. She said one had to be born with thousand-year talent to cultivate it. If Buddhist martial arts were easy to learn, the Blood Flame sect would have been exterminated long ago. Those words were right. No one else could learn it. Jeong Yeon-shin wasn't a fool. Of course, he created a manual and handed it to Desolate Sect's martial arts catalog. The demon-destroying azure unyielding palm was a rare supreme martial art. He gained great merit. However, the last news he heard diminished the achievement. Word was that even squad leaders couldn't achieve any progress. You alone were the problem. The Blood Flame sect leader smiled faintly. Now you've come to our sect like this. You broke through the test with outstanding skill. The Grand Teacher should receive a reward. Bring it. As he clapped once, one person walked out. Judging by careful footsteps, they seemed to be a servant. They held up a tray covered in golden silk at head height. And classical box placed on top caught the eye. The Blood Flame sect leader made a small gesture. As the servant knelt and lifted the tray, the leader opened the box and took out a crimson pill. What is it? Jeong Yeon-shin asked calmly. Simultaneously, a strange atmosphere sprouted from the Blood Flame sect leader's body. It wasn't normal. When he slightly raised his beautiful chin, there was an allure that exploded and bloomed like true chi. There were countless anecdotes about the Blood Flame sect's master. They said he sank teeth into necks and absorbed true chi and blood. They said there were many victims who died smiling even then. The Blood Flame sect leader curled his lips and said, "It's a poison that narrows meridians. Our sect's secret art." There was devil nature in his smile. It was a bewitching smile. Whoosh! The next moment Jeong Yeon-shin stood before the sect leader. It was swift body technique. The blood flame sect leader's white hair flowed long, disheveled by the belated wind. Was it faith in the sect leader as an absolute being? No one acted rashly. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly stretched out his hand and gripped the pill. The blood flame sect leader didn't stop him. He just looked at Jeong Yeon-shin with interest, palms spread open. Narrows the meridians? Jeong Yeon-shin muttered quietly. The pill gripped in his hand appeared large to his eyes. It was crimson-black like congealed murky blood. He said, "How can one live with blocked chi and blood? The word poison is right. It kills people. It would be useful when rising to the apostle realm. Cultivate your entire body's meridians through true chi. You should be able to endure it. You must know the upper dantian plays a big role in creating martial arts. Won't my effectiveness disappear? Even with your extraordinary talent, it will take quite some time. By then, couldn't you have overcome one of our sect's weaknesses?" The blood flame sect leader said while raising the corners of his mouth. It was a puzzling smile. Trust this person? Nonsense. Jeong Yeon-shin gauged reality. The moment he changed the battle's flow, he was cut by the Namgung family's non-intervention. It was unworthy of the main family of White Chilin Namgung Hwasin, who had shown a surprisingly upright character. It approached similar to the Wangbo family. Now that distrust of orthodox martial arts had become clear, even the evil sect leader's words didn't approach with sincerity. Everything was hard to believe. The Murim was a place that couldn't be trusted. Moreover, he said it was poison that couldn't be taken immediately. Its effectiveness was unknown. Saying it's only suitable to take at spousal level? Blood flame sect apostles aren't much different from desolate sect black ranks. He's telling me to live as a slave to martial arts for a long time. However, he had to comply in this situation. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly nodded and put the pill in his breast. The blood flame sect leader, wearing a satisfied expression, clapped once more. Having regular members' blood summoning technique is natural, but it's a vessel far too small to contain thousand-year talent. Following his gesture, another servant approached. Jeong Yeon-shin looked at two books presented in the servant's hands. Demon Roaring Blood Technique. I bestow the apostles' secret arts to the Grand Teacher. The blood flame sect leader concluded with a voice tinged with laughter. Jeong Yeon-shin silently collected the Demon Roaring Blood Technique manual. It seemed not long since it was transcribed. The paper's texture felt new. Blood flame sect apostles' internal energy cultivation technique. Now an evil sect's peerless secret manual had entered his possession. Jeong Yeon-shin instantly sensed what kind of events this would cause. He recalled streams of blood flowing down the 36 steps below the sect leader's hall. Was it upper dantian precognition? Or perhaps just imagination? However, no concern showed from the gathered supreme masters here. It seemed confidence born from evil sect members' unique boldness from deep cultivation, long Murim experience, and accomplished martial arts and insight. Indeed, this place was their sanctuary. For now, escape by his own power was impossible. But it seemed he could inflict damage. In desolate sect's lighting Flash's own way. How much merit would he gain when harming the blood flame sect main hall? She might give me a piece of the fruit. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't worry about his survival. Blood flame sect. By capturing me, the location of major forces has been specified. Desolate sect's lord came to mind. The absolute being standing at the peak of elves said to wield all abilities. Though he harbored distrust of the Murin, her image was clear. With clues given, nothing that happened would be strange. They said I was first to set foot in the main hall. It's unprecedented. Maximum fortnight's distance from Clear Night Valley. If it can be swept in a circle. While lost in thought, the blood flame sect leader parted his lips again. There are parts the Grand Teacher must not touch. Speak. The matter of containing and purifying impure outsiders' true chi in our bodies. It is our sect's fundamental doctrine, as it is sacred verses that draw out mission as instinct. Do not touch it. It meant don't modify the verses that cause chi absorption and madness. They were the blood flame sect of the 13 evil sects. It would be easy enough to examine victims to learn the improved martial arts first. Jeong Yeon-shin turned around silently. Quietly complying would rather raise greater suspicion. Show some respect. Explosive momentum surged then subsided from the third apostle behind. The blood flame sect leader seemed to have stopped him. The seventh apostle approached with quick steps and linked arms. Glancing sideways, her face showed an enraptured expression. Her bright red lips created the image of a madwoman. I'm so excited about the reborn blood techniques. How long will it take? From waking in the seventh apostle's house until reaching the sect leader's hall, Jeong Yeon-shin began honing the blade in his heart while experiencing something unprecedented in the world. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You can change the blood summoning technique as you wish. But, the seventh apostle said while reclining on the bed. She was looking at Jeong Yeon-shin sitting formally on the floor. The demon roaring blood technique is different. You'll have to make it fit me. Rising smoothly from her seat, she moved her lips. Her white face was full of possessiveness. Soon approaching, her touch was gentle as she stroked Jeong Yeon-shin's hair. It was hair that even Ma Yeon-jik and Ma Jin hadn't had the chance to observe. If they too had been able to directly touch and examine his crown, they would have immediately noticed his constitution. Many Radiant Demon Wing seniors had stroked Jeong Yeon-shin's head. Rather, his maternal family members dared not do so. It was thought to be due to feeling guilty. The seventh apostle's lips approached his ear. I'll show you everything. True chi operation, footwork, even the movement of every muscle fiber in creating body technique. She whispered bewitchingly. Perhaps at the core was the feeling that it didn't matter since he would die anyway. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke with eyes closed. So this is the blood flame sex hierarchy. Can you scheme things without the sect leader knowing? The sect leader only cares about the blood summoning technique. He's satisfied if sect members can live without being hunted. Since slight changes to the demon roaring blood technique versus won't dramatically improve apostles' martial might. But you. Suddenly the seventh apostle's hand roughly grabbed his head. Her red jade-like outer eye filled Jeong Yeon-shin's vision. You won't make martial arts just for me? Really? You dare? Let go. I was unraveling your base blood technique versus. The strength in her grip instantly vanished. The seventh apostle pulled back her face and made a crying expression. She began stroking both sides of Jeong Yeon-shin's head with both hands. Sorry. I interrupted sacred work. Sorry. I was awful. Sorry. He was already used to the seventh apostle's behavior with constantly fluctuating emotions. It was so even though not a day had passed since regaining consciousness. But this wasn't what was important. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly rose from his seat. The seventh apostle looked up with her single red eye wide. Her face wasn't threatening to kill anymore. After looking down at her briefly, he opened his mouth. I need to take a walk. Let me see your movement technique. Great. The seventh apostle brightened instantly and got up to lightly grab his sleeve. How should he operate the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm to shatter this hand? Jeong Yeon-shin pondered. Creak. As soon as they left the room, he sent true chi to the bubbling well point under his feet. Though blood technique true chi filled and lurked in his meridians, there was no issue with lightness technique operation. It was because he was born with true chi control. The seventh apostle smiled with her eyes. Whoosh! The two masters began roaming the evil sex village. The main hall was clearly visible to Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes, but no one stopped them. It made him wonder if there was another source to their absolute confidence. Did you hide this place with formation techniques? His words pierced the air, striking their ears. A strange smile formed on the seventh apostle's lips. Yes, the two flame blood spirit formation. You wouldn't have heard of it? It's our sect's most accomplished esoteric learning. It's been continuously strengthening while accumulating hundreds of years of history. Indeed, they said imperial blood flowed thick with elf blood. Hiding a city from their eyes? There was no way except through sorcery or formations said to handle the principles of all creation. It was the Blood Flame sect, long famous for blood techniques in the realm of sorcery. It wasn't strange that they protected the city with mysterious dark arts. I'd like to look around the outskirts. Want to find clues to break it? The seventh apostle smiled brightly. Sorcery wasn't an unknown realm to Jeong Yeon-shin. He had already created Dharma martial arts that broke blood techniques. It meant sorcery's qualities had entered his energy sense. Yet the seventh apostle happily led Jeong Yeon-shin along, as if it was pleasure to engrave her body technique in the lightning flash's eyes. She's looking down on me. She spoke of hundreds of years. Having lived safely in the main hall as long as time accumulated, it was natural to have confidence close to complacency. They didn't care what talent a single desolate sect blue-ranked master who entered had. The gazes of the Blood Flame sect masters seen in the sect leader's hall. There was another foundation to their expressions, like looking at a spirit beast held in their hands. The two flame blood spirit formation. It was a natural sorcery formation that even the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm couldn't break. 1. Jeong Yeon-shin confirmed the strangely rippling space at the village outskirts. It was amazing mysticism. It was cut off from the outside. Only the wind passing in and out moved strangely free through the bizarrely twisted space. He raised his entire body's innate energy sense. He completely felt the formation's energy waves by dismantling them piece by piece. Plant energy? Suddenly Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes widened. Rocks, grass, trees. They were filled with true qi and bound together through some technique. The strange arrangement created concealment close to severance. The entire village was hidden while wrapped in a formation of internal energy. It was called sorcery's harmony. He found a starting point to supplement insufficient power. Thanks to the arrogance and complacency of the likes of the seventh apostle. Bang! Blue lightning struck. Blue inspiration flickered in Jeong Yeon-shin's mind. Lightning intertwined strand by strand to form a skeleton of light. They were verses of true qi operation. They were directly connected to 3 techniques. Demon-destroying azure unyielding palm, sword song, formation. They repeatedly expanded and rotated without rest. Isn't it wonderful? 1,000-year barrier. Can you feel it's not the time to distinguish whether you're poison or medicine? He had to avoid showing the seventh apostle his insight. Jeong Yeon-shin carefully contained the blue light trying to leak from his spirit eyes while slightly closing them, to appear momentarily despairing. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. This is why major sects can't be trusted. The gaunt-looking Hyeon Won-chang ranted. He seemed unaware that Wei Ji-myowa of the Jeongnon sect was standing before him. Her expression was also grave. The Namgung family, they did save face. They acknowledged young hero Lightning Flash's merit and gave young hero Hyson a spirit pill. If you weren't here, miss, we wouldn't have received it. Isn't it clear? Petty B asterisk SD asterisk RDS. The two people wanted 2 things. Punishment of the Namgung family and tracking Radiant Demon Wing's whereabouts. Wei Ji-myowa had to stay away due to the range of Jeong Yeon-shin's unique sword song. She had clearly seen it. When Jeong Yeon-shin, who cut straight across the battlefield, reached the Namgung family leadership's presence, no one supported him. They ignored the desolate sect's rising talent who had shown marvelous martial arts. Until the young swordsman collapsed and was carried away in an apostle's embrace. Were they trying to cut off a sprout that would become the Imperial Court's divine sword? They clearly tried to kill a righteous hero walking the proper path. Wei Ji-myowa thought. Moreover, they attempted it trusting in an enemy's blade. It was truly despicable behavior. However, rescuing Jeong Yeon-shin was more urgent. I sent spirit beasts to my sect. Support should be coming. The Jeongnon sect doesn't forget favors. Since we have deep ties with Shaolin and Mount Hua, I sent urgent messages, so there should be some kind of response. I'm very grateful. Hyeon Won-chang answered with reddened eyes. He had been frequently bursting with resentment. Even now, 20 days after the Clear Night Valley battle, the two had just returned to Huizhou after practically tearing through Qizhou and Ningguan near Clear Night Valley. Hyeon Won-chang stayed at the government office as a desolate sect warrior. It was because he received news from senior warriors. So here you were. Chong Myong found them first. His expression had become very cold. Frost seemed to linger on his face. I heard the situation. Wait. The Murim will gather. His tone was also very rigid. Wei Ji-myowa, who exchanged cupped fist salutes, asked back. What do you mean the Murim will gather? I gathered Shaolin warrior monks including Little Divine Monk Gak Zhong, Mount Hua sect leader's disciple and Plum Blossom sword masters, martial officials who beg with government permission in South Jili. Many martial noble families from South Jili, Huguang, Jiangxi, and Hunan were also drafted. Evil sect rampaging is also a state matter. They have no grounds to refuse. Chong Myong's blue eyes stared blankly at Wei Ji-myowa. You said you're the Jeongnon sect's successor. If you want to build reputation, there won't be a better opportunity. Make sure to perform well. Even so, isn't this hastily gathered forces? Hyeon Won-chang said. His expression was grave. Even if heaven's fortune helps us find them, there's a problem. It doesn't seem like enough power to strike the Blood Flame sect with their enormous sect power. He analyzed coldly because he wanted to rescue Jeong Yeon-shin more than anyone. Even with 3 of the 9 sects joining, it would only be part of their main sect forces. The same was true for martial families and officials. No matter how many in number, apostle-level forces were a different matter. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly shook his head. That level of difference doesn't matter. Why? Hyeon Won-chang asked with a puzzled expression. Jeong Yeon-shin was silent for a moment. His beautiful face was unlike usual. It was hardened, completely rigid. He slowly parted his lips. The sect lord is coming. Now you say the sect lord is coming. Hyeon Won-chang stammered. Agitation spread across Wei Jimyoa's face beside him. Shock leaked through even her cultivation built at Mount Jungnan, the sacred ground of the Dao Gate. Desolate sect's lord personally. It's been a very long time since the sect lord ventured into the martial world. About 15 years since destroying the Dali kingdom. Jeong Yeon-shin said slowly. In the Murim, 15 years was time for a generation of young masters to change. It meant she hadn't shown her divine might for a long time. Like some young people, they said some rising talents who built deep inner power through spirit medicine looked down on older generations. Martial arts was a skill that developed with the flow of time. No disciple of renowned orthodox martial lineages feared peerless martial arts from hundreds of years ago. But Desolate Sect's lord was a different existence. The divine technique that destroyed the Dali royal family in Yunnan, with my own eyes. Wei Jimyoa muttered while stroking her sword hilt. The shock was intense. Even her worry for Jeong Yeon-shin was briefly scattered. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced at her and gestured to Hyeon Won-chang. I can't imagine how fast her lightness technique might be. It wouldn't be strange if she's already entered South Jili. Tell the magistrate to prepare hospitality. You'll need to call the prefecture governor too. She must be welcomed with the courtesy due a monarch. Even the prefecture governor. Hyeon Won-chang exclaimed as he left the room. A human deity whose arrival even the expression thousands of soldiers and tens of thousands of horses asterisk was insufficient to describe was descending. TL note, asterisk it basically means strong military might. The prefecture governor who oversaw all of Huizhou was 3 ranks higher than the magistrate. He held status no less than the Namgung family head. Even so, he would have to respectfully pay courtesy before Desolate Sect's lord. For she was a queen recognized by the emperor. The sect lord will be arriving. Prepare. What did you say? Hyeon Won-chang relayed Jeong Yeon-shin's words to the magistrate and immediately watched with satisfaction as the fellow's face paled in panic. This magistrate was closely connected to the Namgung family, local nobles of South Jili. His previously lukewarm attitude toward requests to dispatch government troops vanished without a trace. When he came out of the government office's workroom, it was then. A middle-aged swordsman in blue martial robes stood in the main hall. His gaze glaring at Hyeon Won-chang was unusual. Though he didn't seem to have consciously raised his energy, the energy waves permeating the air in layers were very heavy. Azure Sky Boundless Sword. Hyeon Won-chang immediately recalled the Namgung family's signature technique. Even the clothing matched those damned people's. You desolate sect lot. The swordsman with neatly flowing jet-black beard said. Are plotting something outrageous. You dare gather warriors in South Jili while ignoring our main family? With such lack of courtesy to local noble families, you're no different from lawless evil sect rabble. Who are you? I am Namgung Y. Desolate sect ruffian. Hyeon Won-chang was briefly silent. He knew well. This was the vice leader of the renowned Azure Sky Sword Heaven Group. He was said to be one of the top swordsmen in South Jili. A master that even most blue-ranked experts would find hard to guarantee victory against. My neck could fly off if I'm not careful. The Namgung family was known to be ranked above even the Wangbo family. Judging by the magistrate's attitude, their collusion with local government must be tremendous. They had the power to bury an incident even if they committed murder in the middle of a government office. Hyeon Won-chang carefully opened his mouth. You filthy hypocrite. Do you have the heart to speak of courtesy while knowing your family's baseless behavior? How did you memorize Confucius, Mencius, and the 4 books and 3 classics to utter such disgraceful words with a human face but beast's heart? Do you feel no shame before your likely deceased parents? The anger accumulated over time flowed out in a calm tone. There was a gentle aura spreading from his body. Namgung Y's reaction was delayed by a breath. What did you say? You are the true evil sect warrior. Did you not ignore the death of a rising talent who tried to behead evil cultists to stabilize people's lives? Now the main sect gathers martial artists to strike that evil sect, yet you lot speak of family face while turning a blind eye to your own actions. As Hein Wenchang's words continued, the internal energy waves rising from Namgung Y's body grew stronger. Hein Wenchang paid no heed. Your appearance is truly a sight to behold. He concluded with a refreshed expression. Namgung Y shook his head. Did you think I wouldn't draw my sword because this is a government office? Womb. His sword began to emit a majestic cry. Indeed, even the sword sound was extraordinary for a renowned swordsman. It was when Hein Wenchang was about to fill his throat with true qi to call Chong Myong and Wei Jimiawa. Thud. There wasn't even a cutting sound. Suddenly, with a gentle breeze, Namgung Y's head separated. His head fell futilely. It was as natural as a fallen leaf suddenly descending. Opposite the rolling head, the body of the renowned swordsman collapsed. It was such a futile end that it didn't feel real for an instant. Since when? A ceaseless gentle breeze like a heat haze circled around. It was a very strange moment. Though they were colorless streams of wind, it felt like faint green rippled in all directions. Time in the government office seemed frozen. A gentle transcendence was sprouting in the hall dyed with silence. The Namgung family's crimes. A melodious voice rang out from the rooftop. Will be buried with the lightning flash. TL note, they are talking about burying Lightning Flash solely based on their assumptions that he was captured and killed. Long robes the color of tender grass fluttered. Hein Wenchang had already tilted his head up. His eyes widened as if about to tear. Soon he knelt with proper bearing, but there was a trembling spreading through his entire body with excitement. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Awake. A playful whisper tickled his ear. It was a thick inner power breath. He was used to it now. The seventh apostle's exhale. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his eyes immediately. His senses didn't rise right away. Though he could sharply raise his entire body's energy sense just by willing it, true qi activation was briefly sluggish. He knew immediately. He had been subdued. My paralysis points were sealed again. The seventh apostle's face blocked half his vision. Her expression was filled with deep affection. Desire could also be felt. Jeong Yeon-shin quietly stared at her red outer eye before opening his mouth. What did you do? I want to preciously preserve your dazzling body. I drew a picture. So the child that I see will remain in our sect forever. TL note, the child she is referring to is young Jeong Yeon-shin, nothing else. People might make needless assumptions. She smiled brightly and straightened her waist. Only then did Jeong Yeon-shin recognize the stimulating smell of ink and paint. Was she skilled in painting and calligraphy? His entire body was drawn on the large paper in the seventh apostle's hand. It wasn't just a portrait. It reproduced his internal body. The entire body's meridians, including the 8 extraordinary vessels and blood paths, and even the 3 dantians. One part was particularly eye-catching. It was the upper dantian of his head connected to the blood paths widely opened from his crown. It was drawn with amazing detail. An anatomical diagram. She had observed his body by putting true qi into it. The seventh apostle was a master of internal energy techniques. Scanning his body must have been an easy task. She raised the corners of her mouth. Who knows? Maybe our sect can create a child who can follow even a little of your talent. I've heard. Strange divine arts often come from the blood flame sect. Do you use regenerative abilities for sinister medical arts? No wonder righteous doctors fall behind. This will be a treasure. You use sect members as sacrifices. Fitting for evil sect mongrels. The conversation didn't mesh. It was a relationship formed by the Murum's law of survival of the fittest. The smiling seventh apostle and calm Jeong Yeon-shin were misaligned from the start. He closed his eyes again. He focused his internal energy on the lower dantian. The moon's spirit harmony technique transmitted by Desolate Sex Lord was said to be a peerless martial art rare in the world. He had spent quite some time training to create a new internal energy cultivation technique with extremely fast energy accumulation. His insight had grown just from carefully examining and studying the verses. Indeed, Jeong Yeon-shin was already familiar with supreme breathing methods. So this is how speaking to the sect lord about internal energy cultivation techniques comes back. The verses of the demon roaring blood technique that he had examined immediately after receiving the secret manual from the blood flame sect leader unfolded in his mind. He had somewhat classified the effects of internal energy accumulation technique. He could distinguish verses affecting the brain first. He immediately removed them. "What are you doing?" the seventh apostle carefully asked. She seemed to have taken to heart her anger and repeated apologies from yesterday. Jeong Yeon-shin paid no heed and familiarized himself with the demon-roaring blood technique's energy circulation. He did as the seventh apostle wished. He kept the nature of her blood technique true chi contained in his body. It's done. After dismantling the verses, the rest was instantaneous. A new true chi operation path was engraved in his mind. He could now remove the seventh apostle's true chi that held his lifeline sealed in his meridians. Additionally, he learned one thing. The blood technique's regenerative ability originates from true chi absorption. The sect leader's words came to mind. He said not to touch the fundamentals. The blood flame sect's martial arts were two in one branch. Even knowing the technique, it couldn't be openly used outside. Jeong Yeon-shin was already considering escape. He slowly parted his lips. Your martial arts. HM? I'm working on the demon-roaring blood technique first. Is it really okay to tailor it just for you? When it's martial arts for all apostles. The seventh apostle's face was dyed with pure white joy. She nodded repeatedly. The other B*SD*RDS have petty pride as so-called supreme masters. They won't even learn it? You just need to look at me. The sect leader will focus on the blood summoning technique. As she spoke, she brought over and handed him a neatly folded package. It was red. Judging by the thickness and shape, it was a red robe. It was like the clothes she often wore. It's a pure blood robe, made by weaving our sect's sorcery and heavenly silkworm silk. Even ordinary swords can't scratch it. A precious item. Yes, our sect only has a few. Only apostles can be granted them. His desolate sect martial clothes had already been confiscated. Jeong Yeon-shin looked down at the package before opening his mouth. Let's go for a walk. You still have lingering attachment to desolate sect? The seventh apostle asked while slightly tilting her head, but Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer. He had made some kind of plan after seeing the formation yesterday. He needed to go around plant energy in various still objects. How did she interpret his silence? The seventh apostle made all sorts of expressions by herself. Perhaps because of his words about working on the demon-roaring blood technique, anger and possessiveness that she couldn't rashly express were felt. There seemed to be a trace of regret as well. It's not for my sake. It's because of her own desires. It was an emotion Jeong Yeon-shin didn't need to agonize over. It must be pity felt as a blood flame sect member. Inwardly shaking his head, he opened the door wide. The voice that had been grating on his ears since midday suddenly grew louder. And so a new grand teacher has manifested in our sect. Your head will become equal to all apostles. Therefore, you shall rightfully swing the sword of punishment against those vicious Beijing crowds and hypocritical ruffians. It's the third apostle's son, a fellow called Gaozong. The seventh apostle spoke in a strange tone. Red hair filled all directions. There seemed to be easily hundreds of blood flame sect members. The man spouting passionate words while standing on a platform in the village center suddenly turned his head. His gaze met Jeong Yeon-shin's. In that moment, the corners of his mouth curled up. There. He's there. He has shown his noble face to us. Tremendous gazes gathered following Gao Zongshue's gesture. Even the seventh apostle turned her eyes and smiled softly. True chi was contained in Gao Zongshue's continuing shout. He is the one who will lead our sect to Beijing. Behold him. Our sect shall be transformed by the miracles the Grand Teacher will raise. I humbly request the Grand Teacher, please show a miracle to these pitiful lowborns trapped in flame blood. The miracle he spoke of seemed to mean modifying the blood summoning technique verses, but it was an unreasonable demand. It had only been one day since regaining consciousness and spending a night in the main hall. Even the blood flame sect leader didn't speak of immediate results. He said this was the third apostle's son. It was a moment of realizing there was political strife even in evil sects. He intended to use the already existing reputation to greatly embarrass him. Was even a group of madmen a place where people lived? From what the seventh apostle said in the sect leader's hall, he knew the third apostle and his son were aiming for the small sect leader position. The lust for power that broke through the blood technique's madness approached anew. Jeong Yeon-shin shook out the package he was holding. The bright red, wide cloth unfolded and fluttered like a flag. He silently began putting on the robe in layers. With a few small movements, The pure blood robe covering his body fluttered blood red. The crowd fell silent. Gao Zongshui was the same. Jeong Yeon-shin's appearance was that strange. Womb. Was it because he began circulating the demon roaring blood technique with the madness cut out? It was an aura that had never before come from the blood flame sect. Though clearly the energy waves of blood techniques, transparent energy began to create an eerie atmosphere unique to the blood flame sect. Some sect members whispered. All sorts of words came from here and there. Sect leader, grand teacher, apostle, pure blood. The energy waves from his entire body raised wind. Black hair swayed at the shoulders of the red robe. At this moment, his appearance was no different from the blood flame sect's martial lineage orthodox transmission. You want to see the Grand Teacher's miracle? He asked. Originally, accumulating heterogeneous true qi was a dangerous act. They called it cultivation madness. This was because one couldn't know what collision different types of internal energy would cause in the meridians. Jeong Yeon-shin was different. He could immediately recirculate and change the nature of circulated true qi. It was because he was born with true qi control ability. This was why he could easily absorb spirit medicines like replenishment pills and Great Violet Pill. He had already removed even the verses of madness. It meant there would be no side effects from using the demon roaring blood technique. You've already entered the initiation? Really? TL note, initiation here is referring to the early mastery of the blood technique. Surprise spread across the seventh apostle's face. Those who learned extreme demonic heterodox martial arts couldn't help but be sensitive to similar martial arts. The characteristics were distinct. It meant immediately sensing superior martial arts. Regular members' blood summoning technique was meant to be suppressed by Apostle's demon roaring blood technique. Moreover, this was an evil sect group. Such pure energy waves. Could he perhaps be pure blood of the sect leader's lineage? Blood flame sect members began bowing. The sound of knees hitting the ground continued in all directions. Grand Teacher, lead our sect to Beijing. Make us unworthy sect members' hair black and bestow upon us a more perfect blood summoning technique. Earnest words burst forth everywhere. The atmosphere was solemn. It was because desperate hearts born from fanaticism were contained in the shouts. It didn't go as Gao Zongshui intended. The platform for inciting expectations changed to one of praise and supplication. Jeong Yeon-shin stood quietly while operating the demon roaring blood technique. The momentum of superior blood techniques that created calmness with madness removed. The sect members widened their eyes as if to engrave even the slightly fluttering blood-colored robes in their minds. Did he appear noble in their eyes? At this moment Jeong Yeon-shin was the blood flame sect's grand teacher. From the evil sect crowd's perspective, he completely seemed so. He turned his steps sideways without responding. No regular member dared approach. He also ignored Gao Zongshui's glaring gaze while keeping his mouth shut. Only the seventh apostle immediately followed Jeong Yeon-shin. I didn't know you'd achieve small success overnight. You don't just have talent for creation? The vessel of martial arts itself was broad. Spirit light unique to masters flickered in her red eye. Jeong Yeon-shin just glanced at her before turning his gaze forward. Then he slowly opened his mouth. I need to look around the main hall. Not just this once. I'll need to do so periodically. Is there a reason? To extract and organize new verses, inspiration won't come just from sitting in meditation in a room. Wall-facing meditation is what Bodhidharma did. I'm very different. I can't do that. I need to feel the wind in nature. I also need to take in the martial arts qualities of your sect members. The same goes for the demon roaring blood technique. He suddenly stopped walking and looked at the seventh apostle. She met his gaze with her heat-filled outer eye without flinching. I've never created someone else's martial arts. I need to know many things, Jeong Yeon-shin said. Your normal breathing, steps, gestures, even the thoughts that form the basis of your mental focus. To circulate internal energy through optimal paths, I need to know everything about the practitioner. It's not something I can fully grasp just sitting in one place. Yes, your words. The same goes for the blood summoning technique. I'll need to experience the blood flame sex spirit to modify it into a versatile martial art. Though Jeong Yeon-shin's words cut off, the seventh apostle was even panting. She seemed very excited. Was she feeling ecstasy? He had only used the excuse of saying he would present properly tailored martial arts. Indeed. She sees me as prey already caught. Words he thought wouldn't be accepted because she was a madwoman had worked. He gained freedom of movement. It seemed he could go anywhere if accompanied by the seventh apostle. Starting with the sect leader's hall courtyard, Jeong Yeon-shin spoke while unhesitatingly moving his feet. I believe in the main sect, but I need to take measures. Realistically, the forces desolate sect could immediately mobilize wouldn't be large. The Murim never lacked for incidents. They said even having 3/10 of the Divine Sword Squad's 17 great forces gathered at the main family was rare. They were spread across the Central Plains carrying out missions. He was inside the Blood Flame sect. He had to do everything he could. Wait, he said to the seventh apostle. Okay. She nodded and stood still. She was strangely obedient. Her single eye held Jeong Yeon-shin and read, Grand Teacher. It was the 36 steps leading up to the sect leader's hall. Blood swordmasters who seemed to be on guard briefly paid respect. He just nodded in acknowledgement. Jeong Yeon-shin raised his true chi while placing his hand on the railing. He couldn't hide the spreading energy waves. But he had explained. The reason he was captured by the Blood Flame sect became justification for moments like this. The great master talent for creating martial arts could rationalize all actions as inspiration. Demon-destroying azure, unyielding a palm. Just as Dharma power was about to rise, Jeong Yeon-shin changed the energy circulation path to the demon-roaring blood technique. Womb. The true chi changed strangely. Deep within the blood technique energy, the qualities of the demon-destroying azure, unyielding palm were embedded. It was power control reaching the realm of divine skill. At this moment, he took a step forward. It was a realm of adjusting the intimate structure of true chi with thousand-year senses, though it doesn't affect the magnitude of power. In short, it was a deception. The demon-destroying azure, unyielding palm power wrapped a shell of blood techniques, so that even supreme masters couldn't imagine the essence. He leaned slightly on the railing and raised his hand. Jeong Yeon-shin asked casually, It's marble. Where was it brought from? I believe it was brought from the Dali Kingdom in Yunnan before its destruction, Grand Teacher. A blood swordmaster standing to the side respectfully answered. He nodded vaguely while stroking the railing. Simultaneously, he planted the power of the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm disguised as blood technique true chi. It wasn't the end. He drew out inspiration gained from the two-flame blood spirit formation enveloping the Blood Flame sect headquarters. It was a formation technique. He locked it so the infused energy wouldn't scatter. The power immediately melded in. It sank deep without emitting even minute energy waves anymore. It's sturdy, he said while caressing the smoothly carved wall surface. He couldn't contain as much as spirit medicine. But if his plan succeeded, he might truly be granted even a piece of the world tree fruit. I'll come again. The blood swordmasters paid respects at Jeong Yeon-shin's farewell. The seventh apostle followed with a smile. You have some discerning eye. All structures in our sect have contained at least decades of history. If you look carefully, there may even be objects with spiritual nature. I'll show you noble and divine scenery that can only be seen in our sect. All of that is inspiration. It's certainly impressive. Jeong Yeon-shin answered with an indifferent expression. The seventh apostle smiled brightly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Time passed. 2 fortnights went by. Sunset and dawn crossed more than 30 times. The Blood Flame sect members had grown quite accustomed to the young Grand Teacher. Jeong Yeon-shin repeated the same actions for a month. Railings, stairs, rafters, dirt ground roofs. He roamed throughout the Blood Flame sect planting the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. He mainly kept his movements centered around the sect leader's hall. He also contemplated various formations including the two-flame blood spirit formation. Unless activated, formation mediums are just still objects. Even martial artists can't sense them. The same goes for the sect leader. It might be different for the elf clans. However, there were no elf clan members in the Blood Flame sect. It seemed to be because they were clans closely tied to the imperial court from birth. Meanwhile, the seventh apostle had to go on an expedition. She came to him with a very excited face. The killing intent flowing through her entire body was quite fierce. It's obvious. Bringing you was a decision that took quite a risk for both me and our sect. They must have swept all areas within about a month's distance from Clear Night Valley. Whether to recover you or to eliminate our sect, I don't know. Probably both. Jeong Yeon-shin replied nonchalantly while sitting cross-legged. It's beginning. He felt it when he went outside today. The Blood Flame sect main hall was stirring. They said martial artists were searching the surroundings. Quite a large scale. Just from what's been reported, there's Shaolin, Zhongnan, Mount Hua. Even nearby branch sects have gathered. They say it's easily over 500, with Desolate Sect White and Blue ranks among them. The seventh apostle's eyes narrowed as she spoke. She stretched out her white hand. Her long fingers stroked Jeong Yeon-shin's hair, with truly mighty power breathing in every joint. The heavily emanating energy waves were tremendous. I won't give you to anyone. Don't harbor any fleeting hopes. You're already mine. Here. You said no one has discovered this place for hundreds of years. That's right. The corners of the seventh apostle's mouth rose. The two-flame blood spirit formation isn't human realm esoteric learning. Even a million-strong army passing by wouldn't perceive it. Even to Jeong Yeon-shin, their sorcery formation wasn't in the human realm. Just by gaining insight into part of its structure, he could use formation key points, so it must be highly accomplished for even the Blood Flame sect to absolutely trust it. These were people with 1,000-year supreme formation as backing. He needed to know their schemes. He stared at the seventh apostle and parted his lips. Yet you're going on an expedition? Wouldn't it be enough to stay quiet and wait for the storm to pass? If you deliberately reveal yourselves, you'll only give certainty to your location. Are you worried about me? My possession. I'm so happy. There was madness of treating an object in her hands reaching out to embrace him. Womb. Jeong Yeon-shin raised the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm in his cultivation path. Supreme Master's movements are highly accomplished and hard to hit, but if it lands it can inflict fatal wounds. Just like when he took her eye. When will you soften towards me? He stood up, feeling disgusted by the seventh apostle who seemed to be whining. Though he had been here quite a while, he had only grown his loathing for the Blood Flame sect. These people's staple food wasn't food, but people. Every day they captured martial artists and commoners, sucked their blood and true qi, then discarded them. Since they even had medical arts to prevent plagues, they frequently burned the corpses. Inwardly shaking his head, he organized what needed to be done. I requested a meeting with the Blood Flame sect leader. It was time to load today's demon-destroying azure unyielding palm into the sect leader's hall. Don't we need to grasp the Orthodox sect's mongrels' locations for our sect's activities to continue? I'll be going on a brief outing, so you stay put quietly. The seventh apostle belatedly answered. Jeong Yeon-shin left the room without replying. The end was approaching. His intuition said so. He felt no particular emotion even at facing unwelcome faces. At this point, I have this thought. The third apostle's son, Gaozong Shui, stroked his thick chin while blocking the way. He was one who had tried hard to narrow Jeong Yeon-shin's position over the past month. He couldn't be taken lightly. His accumulated cultivation was powerful enough to subdue even ordinary blood sword masters in 10 moves. I heard the Grand Teacher has talent worthy of discussing world's finest. The corners of his mouth slightly rose. I don't know how you bewitched the sect leader's divine eye. Though I've paid respects until now, as a sect member I'm greatly concerned about the lack of proper merit. Perhaps because he had endured all provocations indifferently. Recently his words and actions had become blatant. Say what you want to say, Jeong Yeon-shin said. The reply came as sound transmission. Kill yourself. You broken string lowborn. His words were strange. Everyone knew the seventh apostle kept the Grand Teacher close. Did he intend to ambush while she was briefly away? That's when it happened. A suddenly blowing stream of wind seemed alive as it fixed his collar and passed by. The breeze brushing his ear seemed to whisper some words. It was a sensation he had felt before. During his first mission, Chong Myong's demonstration of body technique had approached as a mysterious wind carrying elf power. Think as you wish. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke in a flat tone and turned his body. He didn't care whether the fellow raged with an angered look or followed without turning back. He headed for the outskirts. There was no hesitation in his steps. He arrived immediately. Womb. It was where he first encountered the two-flame blood spirit formation with the seventh apostle. A place with a mystical atmosphere as if space was rippling. She was beyond that barrier. He unconsciously swallowed hard. He saw her immediately. The moment she entered his vision, she was engraved in his mind. His lifeline. His salvation. It was a woman wearing long light green martial clothes that looked like palace attire at a glance. Her head was slightly raised in profile. Her milky white skin emitted a smooth radiance. Other scenery seemed to lose color. Sunlight formed a halo around her beautiful nose bridge. The swaying vegetation around settled as if one body. Her light green hair, as if spring breeze had seeped in, flowed down long enough to cover her back, spreading mysteriousness. It wasn't a human presence. Though completely containing her inner power, she revealed terrifying spirit. Finally, she turned her head. Green eyes brilliantly containing the sun in the sky were revealed. They were eyes holding an overwhelming abyss. Desolate Sex Lord stood outside the formation. Yet her presence was distinct. Their gazes seemed to brush past each other, yet not quite. Though they clearly met eyes for an instant, it was like that. It was very strange. There was no reason to ignore Jeong Yeon-shin after coming all this way. She just stood still. Sunlight fractured along the line of her slender jaw turned slightly sideways. Silence lingered briefly. Her head did not turn back. The stillness surrounding them gradually began to approach as anxiety. Surely not. Surely she couldn't be unable to perceive this side. It was an unconsidered situation. Though the two flame blood spirit formation was said to be formation learning beyond the human realm, Desolate Sex Lord was a peerless master who showed transcendence in every movement. You couldn't be bewitched by a sorcery formation. Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes wavered for the first time. He had maintained composure even in the Blood Flame sect main hall. This time was different. He couldn't. That's when it happened. You could take more. I'll give you one day. A whisper like a breeze tickled his ear. Step. It was the moment she took one step. It was an instant. Along with fluttering leaves like flower petals, her figure disappeared. It wasn't visible to human body technique. Like a rising wind, not even a trace remained. As if asking when she had come. He clearly felt her presence. He couldn't doubt his sharply honed five senses. His briefly shaken eyes quickly calmed. Jeong Yeon-shin regained stability very rapidly. I'll give you one day. It was a word that warmly colored his heart that had run endlessly wearing blue martial clothes. He could escape. What I saw and heard was right. Desolate Sex Lord had come. It was a clear fact. Her words were strange. She seemed to want him to take things that could only be obtained from the Blood Flame sect. Had she sensed the newly achieved demon roaring blood technique? She might have even gained insight that he was loading the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm with formation mysteries. Could take more, she said. Jeong Yeon-shin turned off his attention to Gao Zongshue's trailing. He felt Desolate Sex Lord's whisper lingering in his ears for a long time, and very slowly sank into contemplation. What more could he obtain? His pondering continued until the red robe covering his body was stained with faint sunset light. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The day changed quickly. He didn't know how he had slept. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly left the house, where he was left alone after the seventh apostle's departure. Desolate Sex Lord's words wouldn't leave his mind. Would there be something to gain from completely breaking the blood technique verses? Or should I obtain something from the sect leader? Lost in thought, he moved his feet. He had a destination. He had received word early in the morning. It was a message requesting his attendance at a banquet. The Blood Flame Sect 2 was a place where people lived. He knew well thanks to Gao Zongshue, the third apostle's son. There was jealousy and envy even among sect members, and being large in sect power, they also enjoyed lavish banquets. They said most were feasts accompanied by blood and corpses. However, this was his first invitation. They requested a meeting while even mentioning the sect leader. He couldn't refuse. It wasn't an ordinary matter. Yesterday Gao Zongshue followed me. He must have seen traces of someone visiting outside the formation. Or he might have even glimpsed Desolate Sex Lord briefly. Until now, the Blood Flame sect had given much freedom to Jeong Yeon-shin, who was merely a prisoner. Though under the pretext of protecting the Grand Teacher's inspiration, they had strangely left him alone. Just looking at Jeong Yeon-shin's treatment, it hardly seemed like an evil sect at all. Today is the last day. I might learn the reason. Jeong Yeon-shin walked slowly. The light of ornate lanterns was already spreading in his vision. Was it the Wave sect? The sect master's son's moves were quite fierce. I beheaded his younger brother. His power tasted quite good. The blood wasn't much. The banquet was held in the sect leader's hall courtyard. There were many evil sect people. They asked about each other's well-being and discussed blood techniques and doctrine, boasting of their exploits attacking sects they wanted to absorb true chi from as war stories. Their respective fierce auras and madness-tinged words created chaos unique to evil sects. Welcome, Grand Teacher. That you would accept our family's invitation to this banquet. We are simply grateful. Gao Zongshui stepped forward to greet Jeong Yeon-shin with a deliberately courteous attitude. His lips were different. A faint sneer was formed. Grand Teacher, the desolate SRCD trash has come? Isn't there still no clear advancement? Too early. Speaking too big. It was a banquet of the leadership. Unlike regular members' reactions, their words and actions were much more uninhibited, and they didn't hide their respective energy waves. Jeong Yeon-shin felt it as soon as he arrived. There were no allies here. But he wasn't lonely. Desolate Sect's Lord's gentle presence seemed to wrap his entire body. It had been so since last night. TL note, oh. These are words of those who don't know better. Please let them pass. Gao Zongshui said. His expression was different. After guiding Jeong Yeon-shin to the seat of honor, he openly showed a satisfied face. It's a place to bring down a lowborn. Gao Zongshui thought. Grand Teacher Lightning Genius Asterisk had wandered many places within the sect for a month. TL note, Lightning Flash was the wrong translation. It translates roughly to lightning talent. I had randomly chosen a word that would go along with lightning. Since Azura is using Lightning Genius, I'll use it as well for readers who read both. Though modifying martial arts might be hard for ordinary people to imagine, a prisoner treated as Grand Teacher had spent a month leisurely under the excuse of inspiration. Even though they gave freedom of movement because of the two flame blood spirit formation, it was excessive behavior. Naturally, it was irritating the blood flame sect's upper ranks when yesterday's incident occurred. Gao Zongshui had seen clearly. He was certain just from the side profile. An elf had reached near the two flame blood spirit formation then disappeared. He couldn't track the body-protecting movements traces. It was a tremendous master. He immediately reported to his father, the third apostle, that the Grand Teacher had been before them. That elf trifle was such a supreme master. Who knows what chilling abilities they might have. The elf families that formed the core of the Beijing Imperial Court were old enemies of the Blood Flame sect. They had encountered all sorts of mysterious martial arts and incidents through frequent clashes. They might have exchanged communion with the Grand Teacher through abilities unique to their kind. The third apostle had a private audience with the sect leader. The banquet schedule was set immediately. The 36 steps leading to the sect leader's hall symbolized the Blood Flame sect leader's authority. It was very wide. Even with luxurious seats placed on each level, there was space to spare. Isn't this a rare scale of banquet even in the main hall? Enjoy it. Usually one of our sect stars falls at gatherings like this. The words of those chattering were right. It was a place to interrogate and bring down those who had damaged the sect leadership's dignity. It was the best opportunity. Small sect leader? Preposterous. The corners of Gao Zongshui's mouth rose high. He spoke while clasping his hands. This humble Gao's family held this through petition to the sect leader. We belatedly wished to host the Grand Teacher in a good place. There wasn't enough time to give advance notice. We hope for your understanding. He wore a seemingly regretful expression with his courteous bearing. His strongly featured face was quite handsome. Sincerity could even be felt at a glance. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had been quietly watching Gao Zongshui, smiled faintly. The fellow's necklace entered his vision. A small jade was hanging there. The poison-avoiding pearl. He had heard it mentioned in their boasting talk. It was a treasure possessed by only some of the sect's leaders, an item bestowed by the third apostle to his son. They said it was very precious. It could immediately neutralize most poisons. It would be useful when using the blood poison received from the sect leader. While noting the poison-avoiding pearl, he spoke perfunctorily. I should be glad to be invited. Unlike when he first entered, it was hard to find his aura. A glint passed through Gao Zongshui's pupils. The reactions of those around were captured in his eyes. Many who had been on alert seemed disappointed. Is it because the seventh apostle is on expedition? Was he really just a rice worm? Words and actions hard to imagine in desolate sect or orthodox martial arts ran rampant. No one stopped them. Even the Blood Flame sect leader looking down from the seat of honor maintained the same expressionless face throughout. Those who should come have come. I will give a toast, the sect leader said. It was a low voice. Silence descended instantly. There was no need to load true chi in his voice or draw attention. Jeong Yeon-shin clearly recognized it. There was no one in the vast banquet hall who wasn't a master. The evil sect master's extraordinary senses seemed to encompass the entire sect leader's hall courtyard. You are the pillars of our sect. The day approaches when you will display your extraordinary talents with conviction. We have taken in a grand teacher who will dye the sight of foolish ones black. He will modify blood techniques to wash away the world's hypocrisy, so first raise a cup. The blood flame sect leader caressed a cup with long fingers, then very slowly gripped it and drank. Only then did the masters who had been looking up at him raise their own cups. This is Dukong Wine Star. I heard the grand teacher is from Hunan, perhaps you know it. TL note, Dukong is considered the inventor of wine in Chinese mythology, and the wine named after him is considered as a mortal wine or tribute wine. Gao Zongshui sitting beside him asked with a small smile. Jeong Yeon-shin shook his head. He seemed to have heard it was wine his father enjoyed at the Jeong family estate, but he wasn't certain as he had never drunk together. He knew it was famous wine from Hunan. They said Chao Mengde, Emperor Wu of Wei, enjoyed drinking it. TL note, Chao Mengde, Cao Cao, also known as Emperor Wu of Wei, was a prominent warlord, dictator, and a poet during late Eastern Han Dynasty period. He was ruthless, but a military genius. This gathering. The meaning of the wine is strange. The wine's fragrance flowed, enveloping the banquet hall. The atmosphere sank as the blood flame sect leader kept drinking Dukang wine before them. It was as if drinking in Cao Cao's ambitions. Tension circled. Everyone seemed to sense blood would flow down the steps. That was the meaning of a banquet held before the sect leader's hall. Gao Zongshui. The blood flame sect leader opened his mouth. As he tilted his body slightly, his smooth white hair became disheveled. His gaze brushed past Jeong Yeon-shin. His strangely bright red lips rose slightly. Yes, sect leader. Gao Zongshui quickly came out and prostrated himself. He bowed completely with his head down, but his rather broadly exposed back looked strangely triumphant. The sect leader said, "Interrogate him." I receive the command. Gao Zongshui immediately stood up and turned around. The direction was clear. At the end of his gaze was Jeong Yeon-shin. The matter is obvious. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He didn't feel like listening for long. There's no time. He had received 1 day from Desolate Sect's Lord. The seventh apostle also said that martial artists from 3 of the 9 sects and local martial arts circles had come. Desolate Sect's Lord, whom he met yesterday, had sent sound transmission through the 2 flame blood spirit formation. The sorcery formation would be split by today. All sorts of warriors would storm the blood flame sect main hall. It was when Gao Zongshui cleared his throat as if about to display eloquent speech. In short, Jeong Yeon-shin spoke first. There's no progress in modifying the blood summoning technique, and meanwhile villains targeting the main hall brushed past the formation. A desolate sect person became grand teacher at a bad time. You must have wondered if there was willingness to cooperate. The grand teacher's words are not wrong. Gao Zongshui deliberately put his hands behind his back in a leisurely manner. Just as he was about to open his mouth as if to say something, Jeong Yeon-shin raised his head towards the blood flame sect leader. I understand this gathering was held at the request of Gao Zongshui and the third apostle. Speak. The blood flame sect leader gestured with his chin while wearing a smooth smile. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly continued speaking. I'm very displeased. If I prove my usefulness in this place, may I take the Gao family's precious treasure from the main hall? Insolent fellow. The third apostle, seated to the side on the level just below the sect leader, muttered. Jeong Yeon-shin paid no heed. If I cannot, you may behead me. I was going to ask you about this anyway. I too was curious about your progress. The blood flame sect leader answered with a dizzying smile as if wrapped in devilry. The solemn atmosphere became strange. A bet with one's head on the line excited people regardless of the era. Though Jeong Yeon-shin had exceptionally become grand teacher, none of the leadership treated him as orthodox. Unlike regular members, they had the power of bloodlines built up over long years. It meant courtesy had to have duality. This was so no matter how extraordinary Jeong Yeon-shin's talent. A spirit beast to change the situation. Or expendable goods brought from outside. It was time to evaluate the usefulness of the desolate sect seed who had been briefly set free. Come here. Jeong Yeon-shin gestured to a servant. He was a regular member. With red hair, he dared not disobey the Grand Teacher's words and approached. Sit down and receive energy. The servant immediately sat on the floor and closed his eyes. There was blind fanaticism in his bearing. He seemed almost indifferent at a glance. It was as if he wouldn't care even if Jeong Yeon-shin killed him. Untimely energy circulation unfolded in the banquet hall. Jeong Yeon-shin silently bent his body slightly. He slowly placed his hand on the servant's back and raised blood techniques. A month had passed since coming to the main hall. It had been a very leisurely time to even change a few verses just in case. Jeong Yeon-shin's blood technique true chi flowed through the servant's body. The reaction was immediate. Huh? What is? It was a miracle. Something unprecedented in the blood flame sect was happening. The bright red hair began rapidly turning jet black. It was the moment the blood summoning technique, with hundreds of years of history, was drastically changing. The masters who had thrown all sorts of words at Jeong Yeon-shin swallowed empty gasps. The time of change was surprisingly short. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly removed his hand. The servant grabbed his black hair, now reaching his shoulders to check. His expressionless face instantly broke. Grand Teacher, have I, for the first time, contained a miracle? He babbled while his body trembled. Jeong Yeon-shin was not looking at him. He could not accurately gauge what desolate sex lord had meant. Then he would just take whatever caught his eye. Before all the martial artists stormed this place today. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his head to capture Gao Zongshui in his eyes. Did the blood flame sect madmen have different blood flow too? It was the first time he saw a person's face truly turn pale blue. Even his hands behind his back had come undone. He slowly parted his lips. The poison-avoiding pearl hanging on your neck. Whoosh! At this moment he deliberately raised the demon-roaring blood technique. The blood-colored robe covering his body began to flutter. Along with bewitching waves, there were energy waves coldly spreading from his entire body. Present it to me now. The blood flame sect's young grand teacher said. Laughter burst from the mouth of the blood flame sect leader looking down. It didn't stop. The ecstasy flowing out grew deeper and deeper. It soon became maniacal laughter. The blood flame sect leader began laughing madly while sweeping his white hair to the side. Amidst that, Jeong Yeon-shin stared straight at Gao Zongshui. The guy's complexion was very bad. He stood awkwardly, unable to figure out what to do. You don't heed the command. Jeong Yeon-shin said quietly. He slowly stepped towards the guy. He approached while blatantly leaking demon-roaring blood technique true chi waves. No one could stop him. The current Jeong Yeon-shin was wrapped in dignity. At least in the blood flame sect, it was so. The grand teacher who achieved a long-cherished wish. Only the sect leader was above Jeong Yeon-shin, who personally manifested a miracle. The blood flame sect leader's laughter resounding amid the silence was proving it. Standing face to face with Gao Zongshui, Jeong Yeon-shin looked up at him slightly. I commanded. Present it. Gao Zongshui couldn't answer. His hand slowly gripping his own necklace was trembling. All the sect leadership watched that sight in silence. It was the scene of the third apostle's son, one of the top blood sword masters in the blood flame sect, offering a treasure with his own hands to a desolate sect lowborn. A precious tribute. Jeong Yeon-shin gripped his hand. The sensation of the jade smoothly wrapping around his finger joints was new. They said poison was more fearsome than any master in the world. He had heard the value of the poison-avoiding pearl was incalculable in money. He had obtained the most valuable item among things he had owned in his life. Grand Teacher. The blood flame sect leader shouted with a smile all over his face. His voice was very hearty. It was a sight unseen since being captured. It seemed the same even for the blood flame sect masters. While they couldn't hide their bewilderment, Jeong Yeon-shin's and the blood flame sect leader's eyes met. The leader's lips tore bright red on both sides. Come here. I grant you my side. Empty gasps burst from here and there. They weren't ones maintaining indifference through evil sect's deep cultivation. He kept breaking conventions. The verse modification Jeong Yeon-shin showed had that much power. Such a strange thing. Indeed so. Is it not a marvelous event? The servant who gained jet black hair like apostle divided the gazes with the grand teacher. Then, Jeong Yeon-shin climbed the 36 steps as the blood flame sect's grand teacher. Meanwhile, servants with fluttering red hair moved quickly to make a seat beside. The same heat seemed to linger on the faces glancing at the grand teacher. They were ones wanting black hair. Come quickly. The blood flame sect leader, who split his mouth wide with madness, gestured elegantly. Then he spread his arms wide. Music! Play the music! The place of purge changed. It turned into an unprecedentedly large congratulatory banquet. They said rhythm striking people's minds was a very effective means of rule. It was the same even for the blood flame sect, which didn't serve heaven and had no heavenly rituals. Artists holding all sorts of instruments, including zither and flutes, walked out. Take it. The blood flame sect leader smiled and held out a jade bottle of Dukong wine. His touch was very delicate. It felt like a streak of consideration was imbued in his wild bearing. He just smiled slightly even when Jeong Yeon-shin only lightly touched his own cup. You must now learn the doctrine. To teach the grand teacher, ordinary rank won't do. I should assign an elder. However, since loading our sex ideology into your head has gained great meaning, I want to tell you the first key point myself. Listen. The essence of the doctrine is enough in one phrase. Though Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer, the blood flame sect leader continued speaking alone. Our sect burns the world's chaos and distress. Afflictions. He made a satisfied expression at Jeong Yeon-shin's murmur. With a smile, the leader's white hair tilted slightly. That's right. Buddhist monks call those two together afflictions. These 36 steps have great meaning. The blood flame sect leader lightly kicked the step floor. There was a lightness unbefitting and absolute power of the martial world in his action. We built them to overcome the 36 afflictions of the mundane world. It means our sect's teachings are no different from Maitreya's salvation. Maitreya is a bodhisattva and future Buddha, who is believed to be a savior and bringer of salvation. Is death salvation? Jeong Yeon-shin abruptly asked. The smile formed on the blood flame sect leader's lips deepened. If we discuss the profound meaning, it wouldn't be enough even debating while seeing dawn many times. Do you know the Ming dynasty was wrong from birth? The world has already fallen into an abyss. The grand teacher must also know of the poor harvests spreading across the central plains recently. The leader's long fingers stroked the cup. It was a gesture as if drawing on the ground. Bad years bring chaotic times. Since the Murim is also not a world of immortals, but of those who must eat to live, what will happen is clear. Poor harvests breed famine, and the strong won't endure hunger. Next is plunder. The boundary between government and Murim will properly collapse. There was strange dizziness imbued in the evil sect leader's words. He unfolded insight befitting divine skills highly accomplished. Were all masters of top sects counted in the world like this? Jeong Yeon-shin slowly parted his lips. Desolate sect will be busy. Your sect is powerful, but it's small compared to the vast and boundless central plains. The country's great Ming code? The day will come when the power of martial artists spread across the world changes to omnipotent authority. Martial arts are above the law. The Wangbo family's actions you saw were already saying so. When founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang and those elf B*SD*RDS raised the country, this seat clearly saw. The state of the Central Plains was truly a sight to behold. Fools under heaven lament blood techniques, but even our sect's esoteric learning couldn't match the horrors of war raised by Yuan and Ming. They say you've lived as long as the 9 sect's elf elders. I guarantee. Calamities no less than then will come, and in that era there will be no heroes. Raising the banner of chivalry while stomachs shrink? Ridiculous words. The blood flame sect leader drained his cup and declared. The coexistence of martial arts and chivalry that dilettantes cry out for in the Murim doesn't exist. Only martial arts alone will remain, so our sect must spread widely. We will reduce the world's mouths with blood techniques, and sect members strengthened by the power of sacred victims will re-establish order in the world. Didn't you say you burn chaos and distress? It is our sect's mission to trample the ignorant masses' lack of understanding and advance. To remove afflictions, one must be afflicted. The exhale released with his words approached solidly. I almost took it as deep insight. I couldn't. An ominous quality was imbued together. He was one containing both a martial world absolute power's dizziness and an evil sect leader's demonic energy in one body. It was close to chaos. Jeong Yeon-shin only understood part of the conveniently twisted beliefs. However, there was no leisure to contemplate the coming chaotic times in this place. Time is up. He felt the fading sunset light. He gauged the time. The time given by Desolate Sect's Lord had passed. She could appear at any moment. That's when it happened. Suddenly a cry filled with resentment rang out. Almighty sect leader. Looking down, Gao Zhongshui was dragging some beggar-like boy by the scruff of his neck. He knew immediately upon seeing. He was a commoner caught from outside. He seemed to have been beaten a lot. There was no intact place on the boy's severely swollen face. The Grand Teacher has proven his marvelous talent. The momentum of the demon roaring blood technique he possesses is truly lofty, but I believe he has yet to display the wonder of star absorption. This sword master wishes to enjoy the glory of presenting tribute to the Grand Teacher. I dare to request permission. Interest seemed to linger on the blood flame sect leader's lips. He turned to look at Jeong Yeon-shin. This seed also knows it to be so. Go down and add that boy's meager strength to your nourishment. You should understand the marvelous principle of star absorption technique imbued in blood techniques. Go and demonstrate it. You will step into a new world. The voice tinged with laughter instigated murder. Star absorption. Absorbing stars. They said fanatics tended to bestow holiness on their own actions. Star absorption technique was what blood flame sect warriors called true qi plundering differently. Jeong Yeon-shin felt the time had come. A sense he himself couldn't understand was detecting desolate sect's lord's gaze. After slowly standing up, he began descending the 36 steps of affliction. 1. He raised inner power. He wrapped demon roaring blood technique true qi around demon destroying azure river unyielding palm technique. This place was a den of demons. The blood flame sect main hall where one could say demons breathed. There were many supreme masters who could immediately see through ordinary supreme martial arts. Apart from the talent for creating martial arts, the blood flame sect leader and apostles were so. The third apostle's gaze glaring holes in the back of his head approached like a blaze of fear. Unlike those amazed by the miracle, the gazes of some supreme masters who blindly believed in bloodline weren't entirely kind. It was a den of madmen. And momentum that seemed like they might carry out assassination even enduring the leader's anger was felt here and there. Now let's return. He had built up enough merit. They said the desolate sect's general administrator office's accounting was important in measuring merit. He had left the main sect for too long. There were many things to receive within desolate sect, as many as the successive missions that had burst forth. Step. Before he knew it, he reached before Gao Zhongshui. He glanced at the boy sprawled beside, looking up with a severely swollen face. He was a strangely extraordinary child. Spirit could be felt from his eyes. Detestable, blood demons. Father won't forgive. The boy mumbled with slurring pronunciation. His gaze glaring at Jeong Yeon-shin was very strong. Gao Zhongshui didn't hit him anymore. He just smirked while staring at Jeong Yeon-shin. How is it? I've prepared someone who's eaten lots of spirit medicine for the Grand Teacher. If you begin star absorption, I'll gladly stand as Dharma protector. It was a face as if asking if you can do it. Jeong Yeon-shin silently stretched out his hand. Irregular waves unique to blood techniques spread from each finger joint. The technique didn't aim at the boy. It stretched towards Gao Zhongshui's neck. The fellow smirked and raised blood technique true qi. Protective energy with quite a solid texture rose as red heat haze. He didn't dodge. It was an attitude as if facing childish venting. The noble ones can fold their convictions before the greater cause. Whether the Grand Teacher is also noble is another matter, but... Kook. The essence of the move was the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. At this moment Jeong Yeon-shin realized the essence of internal energy deception. The overlapped and wrapped true qi exerted different power than before. Blood technique and Dharma power. Opposing energies harmonized with innate sense. It was powerful. It was enough to scatter Gao Zhongshui's protective energy like mist and grab his neck. It was the moment urgency appeared on the guy's expression as energy rose. Jeong Yeon-shin gripped his hand as is. Crunch. He felt it while mercilessly crushing. The sensation of both carotid arteries tempered with true qi and neck bones crumpling together was clear. He roughly pushed as if discarding a wooden stick. Gao Zhongshui's corpse collapsed with a thud. The eyes of the boy sitting and glaring at Jeong Yeon-shin became round. What deplorable. UB*SD*RD. The blood flame sect master's perception ability was indeed like lightning. It was so even though a contextless event had occurred. They rushed in raising a storm, and it felt like a prison of killing intent was instantly created. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly stood blocking the innocent commoner. I want to rest a bit. The Murim journey that began from the Dragon Phoenix gathering had been quite long. How much merit would be counted was a secondary matter. Though the mission rewards would be tremendous, it was separate from his current thoughts. Was Hein Wenchong safe? Had the expedition team, including Ma Jin, suffered harm from the Wangbo family? His mind was hot. His 100 meetings point was filling with warmth. At this moment, the suddenly arriving Upper Dantian energy sense depicted outside the two flame blood spirit formation. There were hundreds of martial artists lying in ambush surrounding the area. Their momentum was unusual. The highlight was directly above the center of the sorcery formation. Desolate Sex Lord was making her light green palace-like robes flutter along. She was positioned treading on wind. It was the bearing of a complete, absolute master. She was calmly demonstrating void stepping. Her long, extended leg moved. Her foot stepped down mercilessly on the barrier. Boom! In that instant, the atmosphere rippled. Let's return, Jeong Yeon-shin thought. It was time to go back. Right after the young grand teacher's hand snapped Gao Zongshua's neck. The third apostle didn't care about his son's death. He would have gone to the Peach Blossom Land. Blood Flame sect members didn't worry about the well-being of those who passed. Mundane matters were what angered them. Lowborn B***SD* road. The desolate sect trash moved his hands as he pleased. Though they said his talent was unseen before, it wasn't power matchless under heaven. It was the behavior of one still just a worm. Capture him, the Blood Flame sect leader said softly. As he rested his chin on his hand in the Grand Teacher's seat, his white hair that looked silver due to its gloss flowed down. It was an expression that was hard to read his thoughts. At least he didn't seem to consider immediate execution of the Grand Teacher. This won't do, the third apostle thought. The desolate sect lowborn was quite dangerous. His innate talent was unfathomable, and his character was also willful. One who caused trouble before the sect leader also possessed talent rare under heaven. He would grow into someone hard to control. Must cut off the sprout. He spoke through energy sound transmission. It was a technique to send very secret sound transmission to multiple people. It was an instant. Though enraged middle-ranked members were rushing at the young trash, it would be hard to handle with Blood Sword Master's level. He was one with Dharma martial arts and had even learned the demon roaring blood technique. Sword masters with blood summoning technique couldn't match him. Sixth apostle. Step forth. Do not command me. A voice that seemed to rise raw from the lungs came back. TL note. Raw voice means hoarse or unrefined voice. The third apostle glanced at the sixth apostle with his lean build and stern impression. There were 4 apostles in the Blood Flame sect main hall. 2 excluding the 7th and 10th apostles who went on reconnaissance. The 6th apostle should be counted as absent too. He was a lost cause who pursued martial arts extremes even after learning blood techniques. To break the desolate sect trash's limbs without showing an unsightly appearance, indeed the third apostle himself had to step forward. He rose from his seat. He operated the demon roaring blood technique. Immediately abundant divine energy sprouting from all meridians throughout his body filled him. Whoosh! The third apostle projected burning true chi forward along with mental focus. A net of momentum ensnared the entire body of the Grand Teacher standing seemingly calm. It was supreme cultivation praised as comparable to the Namgung family's imperial sword form. It would feel like an invisible prison. Would he dare receive even one move? He was a youngster who rashly showed spirit intoxicated by his own talent. Even 1.5 seconds was too much. Must tear off his limbs. He saw the fellow with both eyes dyed pale sky color. The apostle's eye technique pierced through the young lowborn's spirit light. The movement of his pupils was strange. While blocking the swordmaster's attacks, he was looking elsewhere, as if immersed internally. It was a sight to behold. His mind was focused elsewhere. I knew your family well. It was a worthless third-rate martial house. The third apostle opened his mouth while slowly descending the steps. Henan Shinya County. Zhang family estate. The memory was clear. You enjoyed fertile land unbefitting your status. Due to the complex structure of the 13 evil sects, they had to cooperate with the tyrant sword sect's sword ghosts. The task of draining the power of the strange world tree. He ordered to clear away the cumbersome third-rate family and burn their land. Since the sect leader permitted it, in short, that lowborn had pretended as Grand Teacher before enemies. Do you know your father, the Zhang family head, was known as a playboy in Henan? They said he spread numerous love affairs with all sorts of young ladies. He even seduced your mother with his rather outstanding looks. The pettiness of the previous Divine Sword Squad leader was known to all under heaven, but seeing that matter they wondered if he wasn't a gentleman. He let live the fellow who took his daughter as second wife after she cut ties with family and clan. There was laughter in his tone. It was mockery. You're lowborn because your father was trash. Even if you're Ma Yun-jik's grandson. Though that obsolete old man asterisk said to spare just you, fearing to beg revenge from desolate sex lord, you repay our sex grace with enmity. TL note, old man here is being referred to the tyrant sword leader. When the seventh apostles left I fell, all the blood flame sect's secret agents were mobilized. They even threatened the house sect where lower classes exchanged information. To learn everything about desolate sect's lightning genius. The matter was ridiculous. One left alive out of concern for future troubles had turned into another future trouble. The Murim's grudges were that profound. You modified the blood summoning technique well. The third apostle's voice grew rough. Power reaching the apostle realm boiled up to his throat's airway. Now your worthless limbs are unnecessary. Just your mouth will suffice. I'll carve under your fingernails with large needles. Your insolent words and actions will become courteous when we flay your skin. Cling. The lowborn was receiving the swordmaster's joint attack quite well. He thrust out his hands while spinning as if in a trance. His body technique movements were fluid. Inner power operated with surprisingly delicate precision throughout his meridians approached as calm energy waves. While spewing demon roaring blood technique energy waves, he mercilessly crushed swordmasters' heads as if using Dharma martial arts. It was shocking anew. He was one who must not be allowed to grow further. Come out. At his low command, the sword masters withdrew their bodies. A path opened instantly. The third apostle moved his steps toward the lowborn. Martial arts level encompasses Murim experience. People are like that. They grow strong eating years. Your meager sense hasn't bloomed yet. It means you had only momentary achievement. He rambled though knowing the other wasn't listening. He intended to cut off the limbs of a rising star who could leave great footprints in the Murim. Strange emotion couldn't help but rise. One move. Since you'll be killed the moment you try to block, conduct yourself properly as a lowborn. That's when it happened. Boom. In that instant the sky rippled. The third apostle doubted his senses. Even though he had reached the supreme master realm, he wondered if he had seen wrong. It wasn't so. Boom. The second resonance was different. Something broke. For an instant it felt like heaven and earth were overturning. The two flame blood spirit formation immediately came to mind. If his intuition was right, it truly was heaven and earth overturning. It was a 1,000-year barrier that had protected the headquarters for hundreds of years. The destruction of the two flame blood spirit formation meant the collapse of the blood flame sect's heaven and earth. Moon's spirit divine technique. It was from behind. The sect leader who had been watching leisurely suddenly stood up. The dignity of an absolute being had disappeared from his bearing. Boom. In that instant a snow-white storm swept in. Fragments of the shattered and destroyed barrier world. The third apostle immediately felt it with his vast energy sense. Energy scattering in 8 directions pressed down on the main hall together with outside wind. Roar. It was the sound of Murim trash charging in from everywhere. What had the 7th and 10th apostles done? They had gone out early on reconnaissance with several elite sword masters. What happened was unknown. Now it didn't matter. The third apostle fell into panic. The headquarters' supreme masters who could sense the formation's destruction were the same. Those who could act as strong ones anywhere under heaven all stared up at the sky together. There was someone descending from the distant heavens. It was an instant. A body that disappeared as if seeping into wind appeared on the ground. Light green hair and robes emitted transcendent clarity, as if detached from reality. A woman who lightly stepped on the ground as if a descended fairy. The aura rising from her entire body was not so. The blood flame sect master's body stiffened. The fear that should be felt more with higher martial arts level was also different. Not a fairy. Indeed the judge of the netherworld. Step. She took one step as calmly as taking a stroll. The hem of her grass-colored martial clothes brushed the ground with a soft texture. When had she drawn it? The radiance flowing down her precious sword, raised to the side, seeped into her mystical pupils and white skin. The sunlight seemed particularly bright. Mad. The Blood Flame sect leader muttered. There were appearances of absolute powers that those who discussed the world engraved in their minds. Her face was first. They said it was the same whether regional warlords or great martial sects. Even small kingdom royalty was no different, they said. Desolate sect's lord. The third apostle's gasp carried a question. It was because it didn't feel real. The situation was like that. The appearance that couldn't be captured in one portrait was the same. Because it was the ultimate beauty, recognition was delayed. This won't do. Looks and such weren't important. When Desolate Sect's lord slowly took another step, the third apostle was finally soaked in a chilling shock, as if an icicle had been stabbed in his nape. Our sex crisis. Pressure that seemed to quietly push away space layered his skin. The power encountered was at a level impossible to gauge. Step forth. It was when he commanded the sect's many high-ranked members. Swoosh. Desolate Sect's lord moved. She didn't grant those trashes any more leisure. The moment the third apostle, who widened his eyes, let out a battle cry, she was delivering a sword strike before him. Was it ground-shrinking technique said to be used by immortals? It was an unrealistic body technique, as if transformed into wind. Her snow-white sword rippled like a transparent, gentle breeze. Thud. The third apostle's head fell. It was an end unbefitting a notorious supreme master. The name that had crossed between the vast Central Plains cities and towns vanished futilely. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his eyes wide. He suddenly emerged from his trance. It was because his upper Dantian energy sense matched the scene before his eyes. I couldn't see the move. Jeong Yeon-shin guessed. It was like himself. The third apostle had died without recognizing her hand movements. He must have only been certain of the death approaching before his eyes. He only saw her raised hand. He couldn't capture the sword path with his eyes. Absolute master. Or peerless master. Though the meanings were different, the feeling was the same. TL note: absolute master means someone who has complete mastery over their skills. Meanwhile, peerless master means someone extraordinarily talented. They are interchangeable, but there's a minuscule difference. She would gain the upper hand against whoever she faced. There was no one in the world to compare to her. They said the world tree's fruit wasn't something to be stolen. The dilettante's words were right. TL note: dilettantes means enthusiasts. The tree said to bear the most divine spirit medicine in heaven and earth would be eternal under her protection. A deathly silence covered the sect leader's hall courtyard. A heretic who burst into the banquet had slain the third apostle, who was below heaven but above 10,000. But even outrage and indignation had to consider the opponent. The silence was deep. Only the shouts and momentum of martial artists resounding from outside rose high. Step. The Blood Flame sect leader suddenly stepped down. It was before Desolate Sect's lord. His blood-colored robe embroidered with golden dragon fluttered belatedly. He opened his mouth while sweeping his snow-white hair behind his back. This is our first meeting. I have no words to share with a criminal. No emotion was buried in Desolate Sect's lord's tone. The sword was the same. Without warning, the moment pale sword light flashed, blood burst from the Blood Flame sect leader's nape. The Blood Flame sect supreme masters nearby drew in empty breaths. The blood of an ancient absolute being flowed out as easily as in a dream. But he didn't die instantly. The Blood Flame sect leader had already withdrawn half a step. It was a matter with large implications. He had reacted to the sword strike. He properly stepped the evasion footwork. Hee. The corners of the Blood Flame sect leader's mouth twisted as he made a phlegm-rattling sound. His bright red lips tore to the ends on both sides. TL note: phlegm is the mucus that your body secretes during a cold. At that moment, Jeong Yeon-shin clearly saw. The sight of the sword wound on his neck boiling and rapidly regenerating was more bizarre than his laugh. He was a great master of blood techniques. His regenerative ability was on a different level from blood sword masters. Simultaneously, the forms of both absolute beings disappeared. It was as if they had entered a different realm. It was an internal energy achievement impossible to imagine. Boom. Though it rang out quite far away, he almost staggered. The wave striking his ears was tremendous. Still, they couldn't be seen. Jeong Yeon-shin quickly raised true chi. There was no need to observe internally. He wrapped an internal energy barrier around the external auditory canal in his ear. The delicate task was accomplished instantly. His realm of internal energy operation had advanced a step while studying the demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm and Demon Roaring Blood technique. Sect leader, where's the sect leader? Fighting the villain. The master's heads turned back. It was the mountain behind the sect leader's hall. A sound that seemed to shake heaven and earth rang out once more. It was as if hundreds of thunderclap bombs exploded at once. An enormously large dust cloud rose up. That was all. The interval between roars changed intermittently. The collision of absolute beings was only noisy at the start. One breath. Jeong Yeon-shin assessed coldly. He had heard about the realm of peerless masters. That one breath of an ordinary person was no different from eternity. Befitting masters hard to gauge, there seemed to be more evasion and feints than collisions. Jeong Yeon-shin soon put aside his thoughts. Destroy the evil sect. Breaking evil, manifesting truth. Demon destroying, devil eliminating. The sounds of sword strikes and energy waves grew closer. It was the martial artists who had begun striking the Blood Flame sect main hall. The ones rushing while roughly deflecting enemies' weapons were familiar. Chong Myong was fastest. Next were Wei Jimyoa and Baek Mirio. Little Divine Monk Gak Jong's body technique was no less than theirs. Even Mount Hua Sec's Plum Blossom Sword Masters were there. It was welcome. It felt like a bed to rest his heart was approaching. Young hero Jong. He heard clearly. Hien Wen Chong was at the tail end of the vanguard. He came running with a gaunt face. While displaying lightness technique, he cleverly avoided several Blood Flame sect members' sword strikes. Upon seeing Jeong Yeon-shin, he even managed a very tired smile. He was still the same companion. You've recovered your martial arts. While greatly relieved, Jeong Yeon-shin's mind spun tensely. He thought of Desolate Sect's Lord's victory. However, the Blood Flame sect leader was also an absolute being counted among the vast central plains. He couldn't imagine him being dealt with easily. That would mean greater sacrifices. He knew just from a glance. You were our sect's calamity. The sixth apostle who had begun raising killing intent from one side was a big problem now. His appearance alternately staring at both Jeong Yeon-shin and the martial artists was very threatening. Strong ones comparable to Desolate Sect black-ranked great masters were rare. There's no supreme master who can match an apostle. It was so even though hundreds of martial artists had pressed in from all directions. The dozens of blood sword masters were the same. Headquarters sword masters might dominate not just a county, but a prefecture. It meant they were rare strong ones in the martial world. Desolate Sect's squad leaders are coming. Chong Myong shouted while running with lightness technique. It was clearly empty bravado. He had already observed when his upper Dantian energy sense arose. There were no black-ranked among allies. It was a moment revealing Desolate Sect's chronic problem. They lacked manpower to encompass the vast central plains. Indeed, there are no great masters from the main sect. Jeong Yeon-shin scanned the allies once more. The mighty energy waves unique to black ranks did not exist. It was natural. The Central Plains was as vast as combining over 10 foreign countries. It was a size too much for 17 martial powers to handle. Moreover, with 3 of them focused on the Wangbo family, the main sect had no choice but to be quite empty. It was because of forces already scattered across the Central Plains. Even the Divine Sword squad leader rarely entered the main sect in Xiangyang. It meant she was fulfilling Desolate Sect's duty. Even if a couple squad leaders came, they would be checking the Blood Flame sect apostles who weren't here. There were quite many blue ranks. They mainly commanded martial artists drawn in through justification and authority. They were fiercely clashing with the main hall forces. Did you join the Blood Flame sect? Amid that, a strangely familiar shout burst forth. It was the young Taoist who had already run up before his eyes. The plum blossom embroidery sewn on his Mount Hua sect uniform fluttered. Yu Haiyan. He was the Mount Hua sect leader's disciple who had become Jeong Yeon-shin's close friend. A leisure unbefitting the battle situation flowed. He was just as on the day they first met. Wei Jimyoa, the Zhongnan successor, and Little Divine Monk Gak Jong of Shaolin were also there. The 9 sects connections running over had even brought their martial siblings. He knew the moment he saw. They had come purely out of friendship and chivalrous spirit. They must have had to get permission from their sect elders. He argued about the disappearance of heroes. The Blood Flame sect leader who had spoken of poor harvests and famine came to mind. Jeong Yeon-shin inwardly shook his head. Could he say the same things while knowing them? Tap. These guys are quite strong? Jeong Myong's lightness technique was fastest. Along with his spinning landing movement, his desolate sect blue robe fluttered elegantly. His movements stepping to the side were very light. Whoosh! Jeong Yeon-shin's hair fluttered in the breeze unique to noble families. As Jeong Myong patted his shoulder while smiling, he looked more reliable than anyone at this moment. Baek Mirio and Wei Jimyoa also arrived, raising strong counter-winds. It wasn't the end. Yu Hyan and 5 Plum Blossom Sword Masters, Gak Jong and 4 Extraordinary Warrior Monks, 10 familiar Jiangnan Sect Masters and Hien Wenchang. He exchanged greetings with eye contact with the others. It was because the situation lacked leisure. The Blood Flame Sect headquarters, it lives up to its name. 1 Plum Blossom Sword Master swallowed hard. A confrontation formed. It was Jeong Yeon-shin and martial allies who had entered the center, and the Blood Flame Sect headquarters high-ranked members who began surrounding them. They opened the space. They did it deliberately. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He could see the calculations of the Blood Sword Masters, including the 6th Apostle. They seemed to highly regard the martial arts of the intruders with fastest lightness technique. They planned to draw him in at once and eliminate him first. We've secured lightning genius safety. Baek Mirio opened her mouth. Getting out is the problem. We don't know in how many exchanges the sect lord will kill the Blood Flame sect leader. While speaking, she scanned the pure blood robe Jeong Yeon-shin wore. She seemed to be checking if his body was intact. That guy, isn't that an apostle? Hien Wenchang belatedly exclaimed while pointing at the 6th apostle. The elites who arrived first had been watching him from the beginning. He wrapped his entire body in the most powerful energy among the enemies. The more skilled they were, the more sensitive their energy sense. They had no choice but to be wary. Mount Hua, Zhongnan. Shaolin. The 9 sects came too. The 6th apostle smiled. His cheeks without flesh sunken deeply. Were you afraid of future troubles? The forces are pathetic. Without a single elder. No one answered his words. The Blood Flame sect was large. The combined branches might be stronger than the main sect. They said the military power of the scattered 1st and 2nd apostles approached that of major sect leaders. The relationships between huge sects were in the realm of politics. The 13 evil sects and orthodox major sects were like that. Elder-level supreme masters of the 9 sects stepping forth was a high-level matter. It was equivalent to declaring sect war. Fighting to extinction like the Jiangnan sect and Tyrant Sword sect? Anyone would avoid and watch. Even if orthodox sects proclaimed chivalry, the reality of living people came first. Swoosh. Meanwhile, the sword masters stepped their footwork. Before they knew it, battle formations were arranged. The pressure of exploding momentum was tremendous. It was right before the masters' battle began. Was it due to the tension? Suddenly Hien Wenchang's voice rang out. I don't know why, but these sword masters look so strong. It was a sound transmission. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately answered. You see correctly. He had been in the headquarters for a long time. Many had asked for teachings. There were many blood demons who offered living people as tribute, and among them the blood sword masters who presented martial artists were especially powerful. There's a prison holding people who nearly had their true chi plundered. We must win and save them. He was allocated one prison by the 7th apostle. Those who nearly became sacrifices were gathered in the underground jail. He wanted to protect at least those presented to him. Hien Wenchang's expression changed. He silently gripped his sword again and well-honed momentum extended. It was a killing sword energy technique. Jeong Yeon-shin raised internal energy once more. He filled true chi in the person meeting point on both sides of his throat and the sky screen point right above his vocal cords. He paid special attention. We can kill all the sword master. It was a sound transmission to Baek Mirio. Will you stand as Dharma protector? You are a blue rank who performed a long-term mission. You deserve respect. Baek Mirio answered while calmly changing her puzzled expression. It was while enemies were rushing in. While the 9 sects masters guarded all directions, the radiant demon wing masters calmly observed him. Woom. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately cast the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. The arm dyed blue was different from before. Strange waves spread out. The 6th apostle seemed to realize something was wrong first, but Jeong Yeon-shin was already unfolding the mysteries of sword song through the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm technique. Woom. It was martial arts that loaded radiating true chi onto sword sound. Now was different. He loaded Dharma power instead of sound. The power of the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm technique began spreading in all directions. It was a movement awakening similar energies planted like thunderclap bombs. The powers he had planted while seeing over 30 sunrises of the blood flame sect responded. The resonating sounds were endless. Meanwhile, the sixth apostle's form flashed. His body-protecting movement speed was like a ray of light. Boom! Marble fragments from the courtyard scattered in all directions. The Shaolin monks, including Gak Jeong, stood blocking. Righteous energy waves spread as one. For an instant it seemed like Buddha's form appeared. It was the materialization of true chi. Battle formation multiplying power through joint attacks. Were just 5 of them displaying the Shaolin 18 Arhat formation only heard of in words? The Buddha's will is upon your crowns. Little divine monk Gak Jeong was at the center. He blocked the sixth apostle's fist with the fist technique he showed when competing in Dharma talks with Jeong Yeon-shin. Magnificent power sprouted from the crossed fists. It was Shaolin Dragon Fist. Still he was pushed back. Gak Jeong let out a lion's roar. Aya! The battle cry was tremendous. The 4 warrior monks supporting Gak Jeong's left and right were the same. They added energy waves with the same technique. They said all martial arts under heaven originated from Shaolin. Their underlying strength was truly enormous. He was very grateful. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately closed his eyes. He felt the presence of Chong Myong, Baek Mirayo, and Hyen Wonchang at close range, protecting a warrior about to perform a complex true chi operation. It was Dharma protection. Their trust approached as untimely warmth. Cling. Boom. It was Master's clash. The energy waves resonating like drums against skin were amazing. He felt it completely. The masters who had faced off became chaotically entangled. This fight. I won't drag it out long. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The scale of battle was large. His efforts focusing only on preparation for over 30 days were the same. Very faint energy waves were spreading in concentric circles. It was the sword song of the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm technique dwelling in his right hand. The reaction was immediate. Woom! It started from the railings of the 36 steps. Dharma power waves suddenly burst forth. Jeong Yeon-shin felt it even with his eyes closed. Heek! 2 blood sword masters breathing faltered. They were once crossing swords with plum blossom sword masters while going up and down the steps. A moment's gap converged into instant death. When the Mount Hua plum blossom sword flashed, the guy's head flew off. What is this? The plum blossom sword master muttered blankly even after achieving victory. It was a cross-section of events. Gradually the same things happened everywhere. The sword master's defeats increased rapidly. The source was clear. While blood sprayed and the sixth apostle rampaged madly, regardless of friend or foe, one by one they began extending energy sense toward the young desolate sect master. Amidst that, Jeong Yeon-shin slowly lifted his foot. Step. He began climbing the 36 steps. He alone was peaceful within the escort of his radiant demon wing companions. The sword masters couldn't approach. It was because the waves of the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm grew increasingly dense. Wung. With each step, the Dharma power grew stronger. Long preparation bloomed the flower of demon destruction. Righteous energy was being triggered in sequence from all places in the main hall. Jeong Yeon-shin reached the end of the 36 steps of affliction. He opened his eyes too. It was the place where the blood flame sect leader had looked down on all people. He raised his foot to stamp a true step. It was because it was hard to endure. The upper dantian burning in his mind was dyeing the inside of his head white. Thud. He ground his foot. That was the starting point. Wung. Pale blue light began rippling in 8 directions. The 2 flame blood spirit formations key points transformed into a demon subduing formation. Even the fragments of the sorcery formation carved by desolate sect's lord completely changed. The power of the demon-destroying azure unyielding palm technique planted throughout the headquarters over past days spread like waves. Starting from the railings and reaching the steps and rafters, explosive chains of impacts triggered other detonations. All sorts of screams rang out across the blood flame sect main hall that had become a battlefield. They were the wails of blood demons. The pain each felt nakedly filled the sky. It created a scene of hell in an instant. The blood flame sect members writhed as if fallen into Akila's grasp. TL note, Akala is a Buddhist deity known as the immovable wisdom king. Hyuk. What is this? The sect leader's hall battlefield was worse. They took direct hits from overlapping Dharma power waves. Those who collapsed on the spot died cleanly. The end was miserable for high-ranked members who staggered and were cut to pieces by orthodox sect sword strikes. It was futile compared to the momentum they showed at the battle's start. Demon-destroying, devil-eliminating was fierce words. The orthodox martial artists' movements dealing with demonic heterodox practitioners were merciless. However, the Blood Flame sect members in the courtyard did not look at them. Even while dying, they kept their eyes on Jeong Yeon-shin standing atop the steps. The young grand teacher. While his jet-black hair reaching his shoulders swayed in the waves, his spirit light like a sun-touched sea flashed. His extended hand was wrapped in even deeper blue radiance. The auspiciously undulating blue light created a strange sight intermingling with the blood-colored, pure blood robe's hem. That be *SD*RD needs to die. We brought in a death god. How can a lowborn sparing be so noble? If he had truly become our grand teacher. The orthodox sect members' behavior was similar. While cutting off evil path enemies' throats, they looked at Desolate Sect's lightning genius. The original plan was different. It was to endure the offensive of enemy leaders, including apostles. The core was trust in Desolate Sect's lord's absolute martial power. They accepted great sacrifices. But it was unnecessary. It didn't feel real. The young genius of Desolate Sect who had been held prisoner reversed the battle situation. What in the world is this? Look here. The evil sect fellows committed suicide. Not suicide. It was Buddhist Orthodox sect technique. Never heard of it. Who in the world? They were martial artists from martial families and officials gathered from nearby regions. There were other blue-ranked warriors too. Those who came up from the outskirts saw the scene of the 36 steps. From the vanguard running with lightness technique, they stopped. Silence lingered briefly. They too were martial artists who had sprouted energy sense, so they could clearly feel the Dharma power waves dwelling in the blood-robed youth's hand at the end of the 36 steps. Before they knew it, only the sixth apostle remained standing among enemies. Blood dripped from his fists that had crushed several Nine Schools masters. That was all. The fighting naturally ceased. Has Mahavairocana * descended? TL note, Mahavairocana or Great Illuminator is the chief deity of esoteric Buddhism and is generally referred to as Great Sun Tathagata. He sighed. His words and actions were unlike a Blood Flame sect member. Grand Teacher, no. You are lightning genius. From the start those called apostles. Jeong Yeon-shin cut off the guy's words. He slowly continued speaking. Talk too much. Every one of them. He raised his hand imbued with the demon-destroying azure, unyielding palm technique. The still unceasing Dharma power waves endlessly twisted and stretched repeatedly. It was a gesture saying no need for questions and answers. The formation transformed into supreme nature was on his side. He could handle it. It's hard. His body said differently. The sword song's recoil was overwhelming his upper dantian. It felt like his head was being crushed. TL note, in case you're wondering, when did he use the sword song? He used it to trigger the techniques planted by him to unleash the Dharma waves. He desperately didn't show it. The state of the Shaolin monks who had met the sixth apostle's offensive was miserable. Now he alone possessed power specialized in opposing demonic heterodox practitioners. Momentary bewilderment cleared from the sixth apostle's face as his eyes widened. It was an appearance putting aside fame and doctrine. Competitive spirit showed in his expression. The sixth apostle spoke with admiration. Your head at least. Splash. Along with his speaking mouth, his entire body shattered to pieces. Belatedly, tremendous gale force winds swept away even the fragments of his corpse. Step. There was a woman who lightly stepped on the ground like a flower petal fluttering from above. It was beside Jeong Yeon-shin. Sect Lord. Blood-covered Chong Myong and Baek Mirio prostrated themselves. Even he and Won Chong belatedly knelt. The desolate sect warriors among the crowd also paid respects. Many martial artists followed in kneeling or clasping hands. Supreme reverence or terror reflected on their various faces. Sect. Lord. Jeong Yeon-shin barely opened his mouth. His entire body suddenly became heavy. The burden he had barely been enduring poured out like a flood breaking through a dam. He moved his head somewhat painfully. Their eyes met. Deep green pupils rippled in the sunlight. Her brilliant gaze looking at him intently. Was it because she was a peerless master showing transcendence? It was always like this when facing desolate sex lord. Some grass seemed to tickle even his energy sense. There was something dreamlike sweeping his entire body. She slowly moved her lips. Your position will change. Her voice seemed to ring from far away. He didn't know when his eyelids closed. Before he knew it, his vision darkened like a dream. I first grant you a long sleep. Rest. Rustle. He felt robes softly touching his cheek. His body that was losing balance and tilting stopped. Was he embraced? The sect lord spoke of long sleep. He might open his eyes in desolate sect. He truly didn't want an escort or such. I wish you'd given me the fruit instead. Even just one piece. Even his desperate idle thoughts slowly fluttered away. He fell into an abyss pressing down on him like a swamp. He laid down his consciousness without resistance. Even the blade of his heart tempered through arduous martial world journey was blunted. Jeong Yeon-shin thought it would be just for a very short while. How long had he been in pitch-black unconsciousness? Suddenly, he felt sunlight. It was white. At the same time, it felt like a deep cotton mass was pushing his soul. It was the moment he was waking. A cracked groan started, but stopped. The sensation of the bed was familiar. It had the softness unique to Radiant Demon Wings' quarters. The air's smell was the same. A very cozy and neat feeling. It meant safety. The moment he became aware of his spirit, consciousness flashed like a beam of light. He instantly counted the time that had passed. It was a habit of thought that had already become an instinct. From the Dragon Phoenix gathering to the Rainbow family, then back to South Jili to save and help Haiyan Wenchang recover, then to the Blood Flame sect headquarters before the Namgung family be *SD*RDS. Just the time spent moving was enormous. Significant incidents had also overlapped. The days spent were 87. Lifespan lost to Sword Song was about 15 days total. How long had the return taken? He guessed from his hunger. Though his stomach was empty, it was fine. His body hadn't weakened too much. He also observed internally. His entire body's blood paths, 8 extraordinary vessels, 12 meridians, and 3 dantians. The strength and mobility had become very weak. It seemed to be the recoil from changing the 2 flame blood spirit formation into demon subduing formation key points. The burden his 100 meetings point placed on his upper dantian had also grown larger. I'll need recuperation. He would need to take time to bring back peak condition. There's movement. Are you awake? Power overflowing from the thick voice could be felt. It was inner power rippling even without consciousness. A very powerful Supreme Master spoke without opening the door first. He knew immediately. Both the familiar voice and Ma Jin, who had become mindful of his nephew after learning of their blood relation. Yes, squad leader. Please come in. All right. The door opened with a creak. A large-built man entered and closed the wooden door. Muscles tightly woven enough to show through black clothes, scars on his face meaning hundreds of battles. It was the Radiant Demon Wings leader who had made his name even more renowned while exterminating the Wangbo main family. Jeong Yeon-shin looked at his maternal uncle anew. He had thought many things right after being captured by the 7th apostle. He thought he might never see him again. How's your body? You must have fought the Wangbo family head. Jeong Yeon-shin asked while scanning his body. Ma Jin sat on the edge of the bed. He opened his mouth while looking down intently at his lying nephew. They said it was war, so they attacked together. The family head's martial might was quite powerful. He used martial arts I'd never heard of called secret techniques. I joined hands with the Annihilation Team leader, and only after passing 70 exchanges did I take his head. I recovered from internal injuries while returning. How are you? There's no problem with true chi flow. Blood circulation is good too, and it seems I just need a little rest with meals. However, what day is it today? 5 days before summer solstice. He meant the 15th of June. Jeong Yeon-shin closed his eyes slightly. It meant he had already spent half of his age 16. 3 years and 6 months remained. About 15 days had to be counted as lifespan drawn for Sword Song. He raised his upper body using his abdominal muscles. I acted alone a lot. I should report directly to the General Administration Office. No need to hurry. Those who went to strike the Blood Flame sect headquarters are still returning. Anne, my return was a bit later than yours, but by then the main sect was already in an uproar. They say the sect lord personally carried you back. She seemed to have used lightness technique alone. Then, the General Administration Office's strict handling of matters is well known. However, they cannot rush you to report after witnessing such a sight. It means you can take your time. I understand. He completely got up from the bed. His actions differed from his words. He set aside his body's condition that needed focus on recovery. He had to go to the General Administration Office right away. He couldn't bear waiting for the merit settlement. As he slowly stretched out his legs, Ma Jin was pushed back inadvertently. What are you doing? Just lying down can't be called recuperation. I should feel the sunlight and at least sense the late spring breeze. What? When you're not even an elf. He stopped his uncle who tried to follow and left the inner quarters. He had to stop as soon as he came outside. It was because senior disciples passing through the radiant demon wing hall approached with bright faces. Lightning Genius is up. Are you all right? I heard your activities were quite dramatic. Would you tell us about it? More than that, is it true you were carried by the sect lord? I wonder if you fully felt the peerless body technique. How was the speed? It was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. They were Radiant Demon Wing blue-ranked seniors. They had shown interest every time their youngest completed a mission. Though Jeong Yeon-shin had escaped the lower ranks with the blue rank promotion and Shin Sobin's entry, in their eyes, he still seemed like a young junior. Jeong Yeon-shin's goal was the Divine Sword Squad leader's purple rank. Blue-ranked warriors were the core of Desolate Sect. He had to mind his reputation among them. He walked together with them to the path passing the great martial arts grounds while answering each question. Perhaps because it became noisy for the first time in a while, other seniors also kept gathering. Eventually, they began talking among themselves. The main sect has certainly become turbulent, including how the sect lord returned caring for Lightning Genius. Are there more incidents? At Jeong Yeon-shin's question, another senior opened his mouth. The entire Murim is entering chaotic times. The 17 squad's hands are very lacking, but the ambition of the families under the main sect has caught fire. Word spreads they've begun fighting over mission assignments. Your maternal family, Desolate Ma family, is involved too. Their words and actions were uninhibited even when discussing families. It was warranted. Desolate Sect blue-ranked warriors were masters who could act as strong ones anywhere in the Central Plains. Their personalities were as magnanimous as their lofty martial might. They were masters of the same rank who could easily defeat 100 with one sword. I see. Being like that himself, Jeong Yeon-shin silently nodded. There's more. The genius fellow. Another senior's voice was heard from one side. The surroundings became noisy again. I've heard well. Is it the one locked in the prison? The scorching divine meridian, they said. If you mean the Wangbo family's young master, that's right. There's much talk about his treatment. I don't understand why they don't kill him. Isn't the Wangbo family's martial arts remaining itself a future trouble? Future trouble? He's already captured in the main sect. How could he escape? It was the talk about the Wangbo family's lazy flame dragon. Jeong Yeon-shin asked once more. Did the Shandong expedition team's white ranks return first? Yes. Those fellows' merit is great too. Even after losing to the Family Alliance and Blood Flame sect, they somehow protected several prisoners. The same goes for that lazy flame dragon fellow. He was brought in quite proudly. The madman who had a rose in his mouth came to mind. He was a different kind of madman from the seventh apostle. Compared to the conflicts between families under the main family, it's nothing special. Jeong Yeon-shin inwardly shook his head. The smiling seniors pestered him to tell stories about his mission. They were ones who didn't even enjoy common gambling. They said they had few pleasures in life. Martial arts, Murim affairs, and personal trivia, including war stories, were everything. I'll tell you later. Let's have a sword discussion together sometime. He shook them off with kind words. He headed straight for the General Administration Office. Radiant Demon Wings Jeong Yeon-shin. Is that correct? Yes. The clerk managing the entry register checked Jeong Yeon-shin's Desolate badge. A vivid golden tree pattern was gilded on it. It was an identity badge with the characters for Lightning Genius engraved below the pattern. Lightning Genius was no longer just a name used as an alias. It was the courtesy name officially bestowed by the sect lord during the coming-of-age ceremony. The clerk immediately returned the badge. It seemed he had only formally asked for identification. Jeong Yeon-shin had come wearing his Desolate Sect blue martial robe. There was no way they wouldn't recognize the golden character Desolate, meaning direct disciple of Desolate Sex Lord. Young hero lightning genius. Could you state your business? Mission report and merit settlement. For a moment, a glint seemed to appear in his eyes. Confirmed. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately entered the large hall interior. The scent of ink wafted over strongly. The long stretched-out desks were very classical, and clerks filling the seats widely were each holding brushes writing down characters. It was a very vast office. It seemed no smaller than an ordinary martial arts ground. The number of clerks filling the interior easily reached several dozens. Ma Jin's words were right. There was an atmosphere no less stern than among warriors. He sent sound transmission to the one sitting in the seat of honor at the far end. Radiant Demon Wings Lightning Genius. I wish to report my mission. A robust man wearing brown robes stood up. He was a middle-aged man who had grown a thick black beard, and his reaction was very quick. This way, please. He stretched out his hand while practically shouting. His bearing was very courteous. He seemed unconcerned with the atmosphere. Could this person be the head of the General Administration Office? They said Desolate Sex Grand Administrator could shout even at black ranks regarding budget and personnel. He wondered if this was right. But he soon realized. It's because I received martial arts from the sect lord. Gazes turned once. Some clerks refocused on work while others whispered. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't move his steps. His previous Murim experience made him that way. He learned conduct while losing in sword discussions. I greet the many pillars of the main sect. Radiant Demon Wings Lightning Genius. He clasped his hands in respect to the General Administration Office clerks. They said most warriors under heaven tended to keep their distance from those who were sight-writing. He couldn't be like that himself. He was young, and those holding personnel authority were like kings. The silence was brief. The clerks who rose in numbers returned the courtesy. Their faces were strange. Jeong Yeon-shin was Desolate Sex Lord's direct disciple. They said it was a status originally held only by imperial family members. The clerks had never received courtesy first from a master wearing the golden character. Good. This was enough. It was sufficient to sprout a small goodwill. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his back. Following the Grand Administrator's guidance, while feeling the whispers gradually spreading behind him, the man led Jeong Yeon-shin with an expression hard to describe. There was another office in a separate building. The two sat facing each other. I was thinking of serving Dragonwell tea, if that's all right. I will gratefully enjoy it. The Grand Administrator called a servant and ordered Dragonwell tea to be brought. Meanwhile, Jeong Yeon-shin looked at the Grand Administrator's face. His eye level was quite high, matching his large build. Though head of the administration office, he had learned martial arts. He knew from the intense momentum touching his skin. Indeed, he didn't seem like someone skilled at flattery. One moment. The Grand Administrator pulled out a bundle of papers from a drawer. Some writing was densely written on it. He parted his thick lips while scanning through the bundle close to a book. The Dragon Phoenix Gathering and Pinyin County Wangbo Branch Mission, destroying Blood Flame Sect branches while roaming Shandong and South Jili, sweeping away blood demons before those Namgung B *SD *RDS. He said. It's been quite a while. There were many witnesses, and our side clearly observed the matters. There was also white-ranked warrior Shin Sobin's report, and we received letters from 2 branch officials and blue-eyed sword demon, bewitching sword demon. Even Jeongnan Sek's sword dragon sent word. Are you saying the matters you mentioned have already been settled? Jeong Yeon-shin first asked while maintaining a calm appearance. That's right. With one simple cross-check, you will receive rewards as a blue-ranked warrior. The Grand Administrator raised the corners of his mouth. His smile was big. He slowly continued speaking. However, regarding the incident at the Blood Flame Sect headquarters, since the sect lord hasn't given word about this, we need to receive a clear report. It will take long. So before that, after briefly pausing, he opened his mouth again. Let's discuss the settled rewards first. 50 taels of silver, martial clothes made entirely of 1,000 cocoon silk, the right to request martial arts instruction from the Divine Sword Squad leader, the main sect's high-grade spirit medicine. Of course you can choose. If you specifically say, spirit medicine would be good. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke without hesitation. The Grand Administrator's eyes grew slightly larger. That's not what I meant. Pardon. I was just asking about the spirit medicine. Whether you'll take it now or request storage at the medicine hall. Even if you choose the latter, you can receive it anytime. The medicine hall master is an elf. I mentioned it because they can keep the pills in optimal condition. Since it's free from humidity and temperature, it's certainly trustworthy to leave it there. It's difficult to understand your words. The Grand Administrator laughed at Jeong Yeon-shin's words. Everything is yours, young hero. All that I mentioned is so. Isn't this excessive? Jeong Yeon-shin asked after a moment of silence. Just 50 taels of silver was enormous. It was enough to live like a noble for several years with a family. Yet the rewards listed afterward far surpassed even that. 1,000 cocoon silk martial clothes and the Divine Sword Squad leader's martial arts. There's a saying, priceless treasure. It means unable to measure with value. Clothing that couldn't be torn by blades and martial arts from the Muram's highest realm were like that. The spirit medicine called high grade by the major sect Desolate Sect was the same. Excessive? Not at all. The Grand Administrator slightly tilted his broad shoulders. If it was just the Dragon Phoenix gathering, it would be so. The merit of destroying the Rainbow Branch with just 3 blue ranks is great. I heard it was thanks to your unique martial arts. When even 1 blue rank is precious force, minimizing the power used to strike the main family ranks 3rd. You seem unfamiliar with praise. This is interesting. His smile deepened. The Grand Administrator seemed a more cheerful person than he appeared. Shall we discuss the second? You alone destroyed 6 Blood Flame sect branches in Shuzhou. The local blood demons were exterminated. Even a letter came from the Shuzhou government office, praising Desolate Sect as Ming's divine sword. His expression was very satisfied. Securing influence over government offices is the main sect's key task. A blue rank alone earning praise from branch great masters? It's worthy of being an example to main sect warriors who treat local officials like innkeepers. It's worth making the rewards large and widely known. He praised him to his face. Jeong Yeon-shin's expression slightly stiffened. Such great praise approached as an unfamiliar awkwardness he hadn't experienced. The Grand Administrator opened his mouth while looking at him intently. It was your first Muram venture as a blue rank? You must get used to it. As a main family blue-ranked master, as the sect lord's direct disciple, even more so. Thank you for the advice. It's nothing special. The Grand Administrator, who laughed it off, lightly spoke. Among the settled merits, the Clear Night Valley incident in South Jili ranks first. You burst into the war between the Namgung family and Blood Flame sect. You are the main sect's legitimate guardian of the Great Ming Code. If it's a fight of evil sects designated by the Imperial Court, you can intervene regardless of circumstances. Thus, though Namgung is merely a powerful family, they should properly show respect. Womb. Suddenly energy waves sprouted from his body. It was a realm where mind and true chi rose simultaneously. Jeong Yeon-shin was greatly surprised inwardly. It meant his level of internal energy cultivation was in the realm of Desolate Sect black ranks. Those fundamentally lowborn mongrels watched idly? The secular martial families are like that. They see our main sect as thorns in their eyes. Because cases where the civilian lives protected by our main sect coexist with Muram Power's interests are rare. His words continued with strong power imbued. They wanted to kill without getting blood on their hands. A rising talent who would become Desolate Sect's precious sword in the future. Great anger formed on his expression. His face was frightening even while speaking of past events. Jeong Yeon-shin received a teacup from the servant. While bringing the lightly held cup to his mouth, he waited for the Grand Administrator's anger to subside. It was his first time having the dragon well tea said to be so precious, but even after several sips he couldn't feel anything special. Perhaps I'm far from the tea ceremony. It was tea that should be savored leisurely. He realized anew. It was a hobby that didn't match his life. I briefly showed discourtesy. The Grand Administrator slightly bowed his head and opened his mouth. Though the number of blood demons you killed was many, the main sect gained an even greater justification. We will use the Namgung family as vanguard in striking the 13 evil sects. You mean seeking cooperation? The Grand Administrator shook his head at Jeong Yeon-shin's question. It means we gained justification to force them by martial might. To suppress orthodox sects, we must mine the Muram's attention, but with this matter we can change Namgung's leadership. We intend to deal with those who watched you idly according to Muram's law. Though he calmed his energy waves, his smile was chilling. Niram's law coming from this context was obvious. It meant acting as the strong. It meant gripping the Namgung family and hammering them like a battering ram against the 13 evil sects, using the grudges of the sect lord's direct disciple as pretext. Jeong Yeon-shin felt the Muram's winter. It was severely cold, even though it was Allies' plan. TL note, winter here means ruthlessness, not the season. The Blood Flame sect leader's words about chaotic Central Plains came to mind. Desolate sect was already involved as a major force. The Grand Administrator spoke as if finding it amusing. Borrowing a knife to kill, using poison to counter poison. We can argue it any way. They are mongrels who tried to cut you with the Blood Flame sect's blade. They'll have nothing to say if they receive the same treatment. Jeong Yeon-shin removed his hand from the teacup. That too would be part of the mission? That's right. Rather than war, it will become life-and-death martial matches. We'll bind Namgung's body with justification and only strike their leadership. We're persuading Namgung branch family masters who will replace the head. We told them if they fight the main sect they can't avoid extinction, so cooperate if they want to preserve their family. May I ask about the timing? The Grand Commander smiled faintly and opened his mouth. It's not yet time to give a definite answer. Since it's a mission where defeat won't be tolerated, if you wish to volunteer, I hope you focus on recuperation. There might be competition in selecting volunteers. Since the main sect warriors also stake their honor, they won't want to miss the chance to witness and cut down Namgung martial arts. There could be martial competitions. Thank you for your words. Then regarding the Blood Flame sect main hall. The day is late. Let's first cross-check with written reports along with the settled merits. Perhaps those rewards won't be something I can raise at my level. The Grand Administrator issued a polite dismissal with a gentle smile. I'll send the silver and 1,000 cocoons silk martial clothes to the Radiant Demon Wing Hall in the near future. Since the Divine Sword Squad leader is away, we'll send an order sealed with the sect lord's stamp from our administration office as soon as she returns. What will you do about the spirit medicine? I'll consume it after finishing recuperation. Do so. I'll leave it at the medicine hall under Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius name. And he stopped Jeong Yeon-shin, who had risen from his seat. His face wore an ambiguous smile. Speaking out of this old man's concern, it seems better for you to keep your distance from the desolate Ma family. Why? Jeong Yeon-shin stared at the Grand Administrator. He spoke of someone else's maternal family and discussed conduct. It was a different matter. Hadn't he crossed a line? The Grand Administrator waved his hand and said, I'm hesitant you might misunderstand. These are words of goodwill. Since great prestigious families generally have divided factions, I can only say that your recent Muram journey has caused great waves there. It's awkward to say more since it's not my family matter. Thank you for the advice. Jeong Yeon-shin slightly bowed his head and clasped his hands. The Grand Administrator, who returned the courtesy, scratched his head. He showed many appearances unbefitting his age, build, and martial might. It seemed to be his innate personality. Take care. The Grand Administrator bid farewell with a broad smile. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On the way back, he said 5 days remained until summer solstice. Was this year's June 15th closer to early summer than late spring? Dusk was already falling. A streak of crimson sunlight hazily seeped into his sleeve. It was a sunset that dyed his heart turbulent. The desolate Ma family keeps holding me back. Hearing from others to be careful of my maternal family. Jeong Yeon-shin thought while slightly pulling his robe tight. The wind brushing his cheek and stirring his collarbone was quite cold. Every time he completed a mission and returned, he had to mind his conduct. It was an unwelcome matter. When time was lacking, even just focusing on merits and reputation. I clearly told grandfather. He said not to try wielding blood ties. Hadn't he firmly declared it after winning the martial match with Ma Se-yeon? Yet his bloodline became known through the coming-of-age ceremony. The gazes looking at Jeong Yeon-shin from around changed. Not as a warrior who would establish a family from a countryside martial house background, but as a noble rising star who had to be associated with the desolate Ma family's movements. The earlier Radiant Demon Wing Sr. mentioning fights between prestigious families was like that too. This mustn't be. They said family matters weren't limited to individuals. He might get entangled in unrelated grudges. Not much time remained. Troublesome matters had to be avoided early. Just then, a good measure came to mind. Therefore, Yeon-shin, the handsome youth running urgently, was welcome. He was a familiar white-ranked warrior, and his lightness technique running was quite accomplished. He was the branch family relative who had lost to him twice. He couldn't be forgotten. Ma Seon. He was grandfather Ma Yun-jik's adopted grandson and the desolate Ma family's successor. He met one of the culprits who had disturbed his mind. Here karma that heaven had seemingly casually thrown was tied. Something big must have happened for him to come immediately on the day Jeong Yeon-shin regained consciousness. Perhaps his tactless uncle Ma Jin had told him. It was just before the end of the day. Jeong Yeon-shin stepped forward and asked, "What's your business?" "Just let me catch my breath." Ma Seon, who approached within 3 steps, regulated his breathing. He was one who overwhelmed Jeong Yeon-shin in inner power quantity alone. Since his birth environment was different, he must have eaten spirit medicine like rice, but he seemed to have run quite long. Jeong Yeon-shin waited through 3 exhales. "Speak now." Well. He looked hesitant, unlike his usually proud self. Jeong Yeon-shin silently urged with his chin. Ma Seon sighed and opened his mouth. "The family elders want to see you." "The elders?" "The senior members and my mother." "Let's go." "It's fine to visit now? You seem to have come urgently." He showed quite a surprised expression. He apparently hadn't imagined such ready agreement. The two soon began walking together. Jeong Yeon-shin asked, "Isn't it outside the main sect?" "The main houses. But now many family members have come with grandfather. Everyone is staying in the main sect. We're using an entire hall because grandfather wants to take the position of desolate sect elder council lord." To build his momentum. His tone was considerably softened. He had always been like this since the coming-of-age ceremony. They exchanged a few more words. Meanwhile, Ma Seon glanced at Jeong Yeon-shin's profile. "I heard you received quite severe internal injuries. And? Your energy waves are the same as before. How can that be when you're weakened?" "No, have you grown that much stronger?" "In such a short time?" More importantly, Jeong Yeon-shin avoided answering and brought up something else. "This matter of calling me now. Does grandfather know about it?" "No. He went to the sect lord's office." Ma Seon seemed to feel something wasn't quite right too. But he appeared not to know the circumstances. The corners of Jeong Yeon-shin's mouth rose slightly. "Your hard fist technique was impressive," he said casually to Ma Seon. He recalled the advancing thunder move of the Eternal Blossom Fist that he used effectively any time. They say prestigious families' martial arts number dozens. Is the family members' martial arts different from yours? Naturally so. Interesting. That was the end of it. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't speak further. They walked silently and arrived at the hall where the desolate Ma family leaders were said to be staying. Ma Seon opened his mouth while gesturing to the gatekeepers. "It's here." The main gate was very large from the start. It was comparable to the Radiant Demon Wing Hall. It was like this even though they were borrowing it. One could guess how lofty their authority was. He felt gazes as soon as he entered. Not just one or two. Energy waves seemed contained in every gaze. It was tremendous pressure. Were they determined to meet today? Dozens were seated in the front courtyard serving as a banquet hall. The prestigious family's unique refined spirit could be felt. Even at a glance, there was no one who wasn't extraordinary. Among them, one person particularly stood out. UB*SD* Road. A middle-aged woman wearing jet-black palace clothes parted her red lips. The silk wrapping her body was dyed with black lacquer. Dignity overflowed from her beautiful face. She even wrapped herself in noble energy waves as if having learned special energy techniques, and her gaze seemed to look down on all under heaven. "Are you the child using the Jeong surname?" she asked while seated in the seat of honor. Had she deliberately mentioned the Jeong surname? Her inner thoughts seemed slightly visible. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his head without answering. "Is this your mother?" "That's right," Ma Seon answered glumly. She was disrespected by a young boy far beneath her. A woman who used UB*SD*RD at first meeting. Jeong Yeon-shin thought that a noble lady of high martial arts wouldn't tolerate it. TL note, noble here is referring to elf clan. I'll be using both nobles and elf interchangeably depending on the context. I am indeed that child's mother. I am called Jeong. She smiled gently once. Her instantly changed impression was somewhat shocking. Ju surname. A strange assumption came to mind due to her dignity. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately asked, "Are you from the imperial family?" "That's right." It was hard to understand even after hearing the answer. Ma Se-in's father was also from a branch family. If he was a man outstanding enough to marry an imperial family member, he should have already been famous. He couldn't guess what circumstances there might have been. You seem confused. Few in the main family know my origins. Understand. She has her hair pinned up with jade ornaments. Her round horn ears were distinct. It meant she was from a distant branch of the imperial bloodline. Emperor Taizu was the last to take concubines. They said he had over 40 consorts. Direct imperial descendants were different. They didn't take second wives or concubines. They said they took only one noble family wife as partner. Rather, the numerous descendants without connection to imperial power were free to take wives and concubines. Ju Yunjong seemed to be the daughter of such a person. I greet Lady Ju. He paid respects, but didn't prostrate himself. They said she was an outsider by marriage. Even though she had received a trace of Taizu's blood, it was so. Now she was no longer a person of the Ming Imperial Forbidden City. If she left Beijing and married, she was already a person of the desolate Ma family. It meant she was a martial artist. What an impudent fellow. The corners of Ju Yunjong's mouth curled up. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly raised his head. The reaction was unexpected. Since she had used UB*SD*RD, he thought she was someone desperate to protect her son's successor rights. Was it different from what he thought? The surrounding family members also didn't act rashly. They silently kept their eyes on Jeong Yeon-shin. Sit comfortably. This gathering is for you. Then, thank you. He briefly bowed and sat at the banquet seat. Ma Se-in quietly followed and sat beside his mother. Musicians entered. Perhaps due to the hall's size, they began playing from far away. Classical melodies spread faintly. It felt like they were filling the gathering's rank. I wanted to test your capacity. Ju Yunjong opened her mouth. It's been 20 years since I left Beijing, but I'm like this. The authority still ingrained in my conduct sometimes hurts people's hearts, so I hope you will be generous and understanding. Her words were unconventional. Jeong Yeon-shin was silent for a moment. What is this? It was very different from the gathering he imagined. What was her intention? While the sounds of plucked zither strings and echoing flutes formed gentle melodies, those seated at the banquet were briefly silent. Just the sound was so. The world of masters was different. Jeong Yeon-shin felt streams of internal energy endlessly scanning him. It was so secretive that he could barely detect it due to having energy sense above martial arts level. He deliberately didn't show it. I'm curious about your business. Jeong Yeon-shin asked directly. Both sides hid their intentions. However, it was a gathering where the inviting side was in need. There was no reason to bow and enter. A smile formed on Ju Yunjong's lips. I am accustomed to speaking indirectly from birth, so a warrior's way of speaking feels unfamiliar no matter when I encounter it. Many have praised you, saying your material to be a pillar of desolate sect. It's just as I heard. They said Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius is very brave. I heard your martial arts are quite accomplished. There might be none to compare among those your age. I was curious about many things. How you contained such martial arts when the Jeong family's martial arts were unremarkable. And she smiled as she reached for a white jade bottle. When you had your coming-of-age ceremony, what your intention was in refusing the main family's successor position. Jeong Yeon-shin gained much information from Ju Yunjong's few words. He confirmed two things at this gathering. The first was indeed martial arts. They said many were curious about the origins of lightning genius martial arts. He knew well. It must be because he reached blue rank at the youngest age in the shortest time. Jeong Yeon-shin had already demonstrated his original martial arts several times before the gathering, and it was also because none of them were desolate Ma family martial arts. It was so even before receiving martial arts from desolate sex lord. The stories of recent missions would likely add to the questions too. It was because of how desolate sex lord appeared when returning. Why did she carry me all the way to the main sect? Because gratitude was greater, it was hard to complain even inwardly. And second, this must be the main point. You asked about my intention. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly opened his mouth. I believe I already declared it that day. I said that since my established will lies with the Murim and main sect, I don't want to be bound to my maternal prestigious family. Ma Se-in will make an excellent family head. Your nature is quite magnanimous. Ju Yunjong laughed while covering her mouth. It was an elegant bearing. Jeong Yeon-shin stared at her intently. She was one who called the desolate Ma family to the main sect. A distant branch imperial family member completely settling in the Ma family and acting as mistress. Rather, this was good. Like this, there was no need to deliberately make enemies. Drawing a line would be enough. Jeong Yeon-shin parted his lips as if his words weren't finished. So, I hope not to be entangled with your family going forward. What I want is to sever ties. That would help avoid useless discord. For a moment, a light silence arose. The smile disappeared from Jeong Yeon-jong's face that had been silently laughing. Ma Se-in's expression also stiffened. Only the instrument's melodies flowed faintly through the banquet hall where everyone had closed their mouths. The reaction was strange. Shouldn't they be the ones making this request? Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Regardless of the atmosphere, he continued speaking. Isn't this the family that already severed ties with my mother? Please answer. Before I publicly open my mouth to slash the Ma family's honor. He deliberately spoke excessively. Yet only question lingered on Jeong Yeon-jong's face. How can that be? Do you think the martial arts you received from the sect lord guarantees your authority? Wrong. Desolate sect is not such a place. I just want to live fully as a radiant demon wing warrior, and don't want the desolate Ma family name attached before my alias lightning genius. Isn't this welcome news for Lady Ju? You speak of difficult matters so calmly. Jeong Yeon-jong spoke slowly. Why is that? You have already stepped into the main family's political strife. It was bound to happen the moment you showed talent while having Ma family blood. Those who say we must take you as successor, those who argue you should be made into a sword to erase the main family's glory, we who don't want you. She gave a faint smile. Either way, the moment you sever ties with the main family, great winds will blow over responsibility. If you don't want to face headwinds, you'll have no choice but to do anything. This is ridiculous. Aren't you the sect lord's direct disciple? Child, your existence is already that significant. Even if you alone speak of severing ties, the main family will cling to your robes. It's difficult to remain seated. Jeong Yeon-shin stood up just like that. Though he rudely turned his back, no one thundered at him. In the realm of politics, they were clearly masters when discussing martial might. The musician's unchanging performance saw him off. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 7 days and nights passed. He focused on recuperation in the radiant demon wing hall. Meanwhile, the faces of Jeong Yeon-jong and the Ma family elders filled his mind. Their schemes were not shallow. They had picked a fight of a nature he hadn't experienced before. Those of high authority putting all their effort into entangling him. It was a big problem. What should I do? He lay on his bed lost in thought. Originally, he had intended to pick a fight and become an enemy they couldn't associate with. He thought it would be enough if he experienced prestigious family martial arts in that process. Not now. Their sophistication far surpassed Jeong Yeon-shin. They had an attitude of accepting whatever happened. A completely different kind of conflict. Those of high prestige were being bothersome. At this level, Jeong Yeon-shin's concerns were right. The time he'd get entangled going forward would be far greater than any support gained from accepting the desolate Ma family. He briefly considered revealing his constitution and lifespan to his grandfather. I absolutely cannot trust them. He immediately dismissed it from his mind. He grew up as a non-existent child in the Jeong family estate. His maternal family didn't reach out. That's how his growing years were. After stepping into the Murin, he saw the Wangbo family's conduct. It was the behavior of wielding power for self-interest while claiming to be a pillar of orthodox martial arts. How about the Namgung family being called Orthodox World's #1? They plotted a borrowed knife murder against Jeong Yeon-shin who helped them. There was more. In the blood flame sect he saw the bottom of humanity. It was just an abyss. Only distrust remained. Nothing but distrust. Aiming for desolate sect elder council lord? His grandfather was one who craved power. Even after cutting ties with his daughter, he tried to treat her son as grandson. He did it seeing usefulness. Who knew how he would shake Jeong Yeon-shin after grasping his weakness? Should I see the sect lord? Is it okay to create debt instead? I need to build merit. The 16-year-old young master agonized. Swoosh. He burrowed into his bedding. Even the hazily shining sunset was dazzling now. The radiant demon wing room was indeed his sanctuary. He could put down a warrior spirit without worrying about gazes. He didn't have to forcefully ignore his life with a set time limit. He slowly curled up into a ball. As always, he hazily felt the orange edge of sunlight. How long had passed like that? Young hero Jeong. Young hero Jeong. A familiar voice stimulated his consciousness. It was Hyen Won-chong's voice. Tumultuous energy waves surged toward the radiant Demon Wing Hall. He felt the presences of many seniors too. Those who had first sent off the sect lord and Jeong Yeon-shin had returned. Creak. 3 people came in right away. It was Hyen Won-chong, Chong Myong, and Baek Mirayo. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had already risen, smiled faintly. They were companions who had come to save him all the way to the Blood Flame sect main hall. He welcomed them gratefully. Did something happen? Hyen Won-chang, who had been staring at him, suddenly asked. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly parted his lips. What kind of wind was it? The thought occurred that if this was a life where he couldn't even trust these people, there was no need to be bound by the fruit either. It was fine without wine cups. The tranquil evening air substituted for wine's fragrance and side dishes. It was the moment Jeong Yeon-shin spoke a few words. Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo raised large inner power barriers. It was an energy screen. Sound couldn't leak out. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke. He talked about family matters, revealed his constitution, spoke of his remaining time, and the desolate Ma family. A silence as gentle as the sunset continued. Before they knew it, expressions had disappeared from Chong Myong and Baek Mirayo's faces. Hyen Won-chong silently shed tears. The desolate divine hero sniffled once and said, "Well, let's first visit the Ma family. I thought of a decent plan." What? Listen. After saying that, he whispered for quite a while. Even though the 2 blue-ranked masters' energy screen was firm, it seemed like he was plotting a scheme. Listening to it, that's exactly what it was. Let's go. Hyen Won-chang, who wiped his eyes with white sleeves, stood up. The other 3 people also rose. Simultaneously, Chong Myong patted Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulder, and Baek Mirayo embraced him once from behind. No more words were needed to understand. It was the concern of companions who shared life and death, the understanding of masters who made blades their friends. Jeong Yeon-shin, who awkwardly shook his head, followed Hyen Won-chong's back. For a moment, he truly felt like the youngest. The 4 soon arrived at the desolate Ma family's residence. 2 gatekeepers came forward. Please state your identity and business. No. Young hero lightning genius is here. You can open it. Hyen Won-chang ignored the gatekeepers and shouted loudly. Yun Jeong. Inner power was even loaded in it. His tremendous voice shook the dusky night air. They said few outside knew Lady Ju's origins. There must be private circumstances. However, it wasn't something for radiant demon masters to consider. She's under the sect lord anyway. When even the crown prince trembles, what's a married branch imperial member? Chong Myong smiled slyly and kicked the ground. The blue-eyed sword demon, being pure-blooded nobility, was already famous. What is this? Do you know who you're calling? The gatekeepers ran over with bewildered faces. Hyen Won-chang displayed traceless movement technique. While brushing off their hands, he kept shouting the name Yun Jeong. An untimely drama unfolded in the night. Jeong Yeon-shin slightly twisted his body and turned his head as if not part of the group. What are lightning genius movements? He remained secluded in the radiant demon wing main building. A man wearing a sword reported to Zhu Lianting seated in the seat of honor. It was a separate building of desolate sect's desolate Ma family. The guest room that was originally the main room had transformed into an office. It was Zhu Lianting's order. TL, mother's name was previously mistranslated as Zhu Lianting. The correct name is Zhu Lianting. They said his internal injuries were severe. Would he accept if I send medicine? It was a self-mutter. Zhu Lianting fell into thought while tapping the desk with her finger. Regardless of the warrior kneeling, her trusted subordinate who had served her since childhood, she was lost in thought. She was imperial family. She could say lightning genius background was lowly. Originally it was so. There are rumors he received cultivation techniques from the sect lord. Circumstances changed. The difference between guiding a few moves and transmitting cultivation methods was very great. Lightning genius value grew day by day. There were also words that he made great merit in destroying the Blood Flame sect main hall in recent Muram activities. The merits were unbelievable, and his age even more so. If we are to fully embrace the Ma family, we cannot drive out lightning genius. No matter how I think about it, no method comes to mind. Even considering it for days. Do you feel the same? Yes, my lord. The trusted subordinate answered. He was a swordsman whose energy was tempered like steel. As his martial might was no less than ordinary blue-ranked masters, he was one who had weathered many political battles with Zhu Lianting. Zhu Lianting, who brushed the desk with her fingertips, slightly closed her eyes. Lightning genius. Is he a vessel worth embracing? They said the Ming Taizu's imperial clan was unprecedented in scale throughout Central Plains history. Founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang had 26 sons. All except those appointed as crown prince and heir took wives and concubines. The imperial clan grew endlessly. At present, Zhu's surname households claiming Taizu exceeded thousands. Those who received titles like prince, princess, or king were rare. It meant they could barely reign as regional hegemons, because there were too many imperial family members. Most lived in various manors near Beijing. Zhu Lianting's father was the same. He only held an empty rank. Zhu Lianting was both noble and insignificant. Not being a daughter of a prince or king, she couldn't become a princess or a noble lady. So she came to Desolate Sect. She married the cousin of Radiant Demon Wing's leader, who is said to be impotent. Thanks to her son's good talent, she could be called daughter-in-law by the previous Divine Sword squad leader. It was because the direct line Radiant Demon Wing leader was incapable. She too served Ma Yun-jik devotedly. I told Lightning Genius. Now I can no longer hide my origins from other factions. The succession rites are around the corner, so it's rather good. Wasn't it to overcome crisis by revealing it at such times? That is so, but it's a temporary measure. That child Lightning Genius has legitimacy and martial might. He will trouble Saiyan until death. It will become so even without intending it. There are times thoughts are organized by laying out words. It wasn't a place to seek the subordinate's opinion. She couldn't become a warlord because she had no title. Realizing her circumstances young, she yearned for only one thing: proof of identity and value. She sought ways to be reborn as true imperial family elsewhere. She wanted to grasp one of the precious swords the imperial court aimed at the martial world. The armory was Desolate Sect, and the precious sword was the Desolate Ma family. She spoke. I heard life and death matches with Namgung family leaders became a topic. They said it would be in martial match format. Could Lightning Genius receive the mission assignment by breaking through the main sect's preliminary competition? It's hard to gauge his martial might. Though he seems to have the skill to exchange 20 moves, I heard the momentum I saw before wasn't his full power. It's as I felt. To be at that level even with internal injuries. Truly hard to measure. Using assassins. You'll soon know your suggestion is mindless. Secretly assassinating the sect lord's direct disciple. That's thinking befitting Murum's foolish warriors who only see what's ahead. Rather than keeping the Great Ming's divine sword as future trouble, it's better for me alone to be content with my lot. She said with a slight laugh. We can neither kill nor drive him away. There's no other way. Let's measure Lightning Genius capacity. How much sincerity must we pour out? It was decided. She chose to become a guardian instead. It was better to embrace and control his conduct. Making him an enemy was an amateur's method. He was a disciple the Desolate Sect's lord took interest in. Just need to give support until he loses his mind. What to do is clear. Let's test his capacity. How much wealth and manpower must be invested for him to fall into her grasp? She dismissed her trusted subordinate and lay on the bed. The office was also her bedroom. As the Desolate Ma family's future mistress, she already managed many internal and external affairs. When day breaks I should visit personally. But she couldn't sleep. She heard a strange sound. The ambitious branch imperial member doubted her ears for the first time in her life. Lianting. It was a tremendous sound. Both the volume and meaning were so. Zhu Lianting pondered for a moment. Was there another Lianting nearby? Lianting. Lianting. The shouts didn't ring just once or twice. They spread widely as if to wake the entire vast main sex night. Unlike the frivolous voice, it seemed to contain very deep internal energy. What crazy B *SD *RD. Vulgar words came out from her elegant lips. Step. She came out wearing just one robe over her nightclothes. Though she spoke of imperial authority, she was already a true master of the martial world. Family martial arts were imperial martial arts. She had properly trained from childhood. Even her respected father-in-law said she was powerful. Who is it? How can there be such a lawless person in the main sect? Radiant Demon Wing? Is it truly Radiant Demon Wing? Coming outside, it was already a spectacle. Chaos had broken out. The movement lines of over 10 low-ranked warriors were tangled trying to catch one white rank. Yet they still couldn't subdue him. Such impudence. Shouldn't we step in right away? Wait. Eyes are gathering. That's right. Even if many elders help Lady Ju, still. Damaging the main family's dignity and crossing hands with a youngster, and in the main sect no less. Don't act rashly. The divided faction elders didn't move. Ma Seon and Zhu Lianting's guardians also couldn't step forward hastily. The grappling continued. It wasn't because the Ma family warriors were incompetent. The problem was the nimble movements of the fellow with the hero's headband fluttering on his forehead. His body technique had already surpassed white rank. He was flexible and soundless, as if having learned assassin's secret techniques. Lightning genius? Zhu Lianting muttered. The youth standing apart to one side entered her view. The man and woman standing with him were also familiar. Blue-eyed sword demon Chong Myong and bewitching sword demon Baek Mirio. They were Radiant Demon Wing's vanguard. They were masters counted among the main forces of the 17 divine sword squads. Zhu Lianting's fine brows furrowed. Where is Lianting? Because the low-born shouts were loud, people gathered. Desolate Sect was a cluster of various hall groups. It meant there were very many staying there. The night's disturbance was worth watching. Planning to make it public? Zhu Lianting somewhat caught their inner thoughts. They seemed to intend to escalate the matter somehow. Lightning Genius and the desolate Ma family. If one dug deep into the circumstances, the latter would draw public resentment. It was also hard to skillfully mislead with lies. It was because elves who could see through truth were everywhere in the main sect. The matter was clear. Must subdue first and check after. He called for her personally. The justification was also clear. Thud. Zhu Lianting immediately stamped the ground. The power gathered in her foot's bubbling well point exploded. The footwork of the Imperial Martial Art Golden Immortal 8 methods greatly shortened the distance. Along with a thunderous sound, dust rose in a long straight line. She arrived at the battlefield in an instant. The Radiant Demon Wing white-ranked youth who was displaying smooth body technique smiled with his eyes. He was quite presentable due to his handsome appearance. Zhu Lianting spoke as if murmuring while not taking her eyes off him. Come out. The Ma family warriors moved away in unison. There was discipline in their movements. It was military discipline that would shine in group battles. Zhu Lianting immediately gathered inner power to her right arm. It was the palm technique of Golden Immortal 8 methods. The blood vessel of the large intestine meridian running straight from shoulder to index finger among the body's 12 meridians burned. It filled with power in an instant. Boom. Storm-like energy waves gathered in her extending palm. It was martial arts that greatly utilized the entire body's meridians. Though raising powerful true chi, it was extremely precise. It was a strike to kill a white rank who insulted Imperial family with one hit. That's when it happened. Whoosh! Her vision was dyed with blue clothes. Her eyes widened. A youth with calm eyes had blocked in front. Lightning genius? She missed his approach. It was no one's fault. His body technique resembling the elf clan's movement was very accomplished. The distance was too close. Striking lightning genius here would ruin matters. She desperately tried to withdraw her true chi. She pulled back considerable force in an instant. Enough that lightning genius could handle according to rumors. Done. She couldn't completely withdraw the force. A trace of power remained. Raising intent and completely controlling true chi simultaneously, that was a realm able to match desolate sect black ranks. Her inner power operation hadn't yet reached the achievement of 3 flowers gathered at the crown. Thud. Therefore the sound was loud. Her palm struck lightning genius solar plexus. The cool sensation of the desolate sect blue martial uniform dug into her palm center. In that moment Zhu Lianting's eyes widened further. They said the Imperial family's Golden Immortal 8 methods was martial arts that trained the entire body's meridians. It specialized in longevity and defense against sneak attacks. It granted sharp senses able to fully perceive the opponent's chi and blood in the moment of exchanging a strike. Precise moves originated from sensitive 5 senses. Therefore she felt it. True chi sprouted from Jeong Yeon-shin's solar plexus. It was the middle dantian. The inner power operated in his interior gently pressed the bongan point at the edge of his lungs. Though it brought blood, organs weren't damaged. It was extremely fast yet incredibly detailed cultivation. A once-in-a-lifetime genius. Born with a complete vessel for martial arts. However, Zhu Lianting couldn't admire. In the instant she withdrew her hand, she felt blood rising up lightning genius airway. It meant he would soon cough blood. He deliberately caused blood vomiting. Cough. Blood sprayed with Jeong Yeon-shin's cough. Soon he staggered and collapsed. Anyone could see it was because Zhu Lianting used excessive force. Her eyebrows raised. This impudent thing. Please withdraw your hand. Bewitching sword demon Baek Mirio, who stepped forward, spoke. She was wrapped in pitch black and colored energy flows all over her body. The nature was very chilling. It was an internal energy technique whose origins anyone would find hard to measure. Energy materialization was rare cultivation. Gazes were immediately drawn. Demonic arts? No. The energy waves are pure. Don't you know Bewitching Sword Demon? They were spectators. They were already lined up in front of the desolate Ma family hall. All were desolate sect warriors. Those who came running hearing the main sect's disturbance numbered dozens. There was also a master who drew people's gazes more than Baek Mirio. It was Chong Myong who drew his sword before the pitch-black energy waves could even spread. Hazy wind rose along the sword gripped by the one-eyed noble wearing a hood. Energy waves arose without even releasing sword strikes. It was an ominous sword wind. He parted his lips. Step back. He was the blue-eyed sword demon called Swordsman who could discuss all under heaven in the future. He completely integrated his clan's abilities with martial arts. They said his fame as a Radiant Demon Wing Master was second only to Radiant Demon Wing's leader. You too, are you in your right mind? Think of the punishment. That desolate Ma family's Zhu Lianting over there won't stay still. Hein Wenchong beside them scolded the two seniors. His expression differed from his words. Energy unique to killing sword practitioners gleamed. Internal energy carrying intent created demon-like energy waves, truly not human in appearance. Anyone would consider it the appearance of a warrior glaring at a hero's enemies. The Murim's principles have fallen to the ground. Hein Wenchang, who slightly pushed aside his seniors and stepped forward, opened his mouth. His voice was loud. It seemed he gathered true chi in his vocal cords rather than sword. A voice like Buddhist lion's roar clawed the atmosphere. Is this how you treat Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius who made his name through missions? Lawless ones who know no shame. Are you not ashamed before your parents in heaven? Desolate Ma family. If there are any who would discuss chivalry with this desolate sect hero, step forward. His true chi operation that only withdrew force when mentioning parents was tremendous. His entire body was emitting powerful spirit. Zhu Lianting glanced down and stepped back once. Lightning genius? Radiant Demon Wing's rising talent. I heard he already had internal injuries. The spectators approached bit by bit and craned their necks. The sight of lightning genius crouching on the ground with head deeply bowed wasn't unsightly. The young master's bravery in taking the ascending martial arts strike for his companion was great. Parents in heaven? Zhu Lianting coldly echoed. Are not imperial family members those who look down on subjects from Azure Palace? Hein Wenchang, who glibly retorted, quickly knelt beside Jeong Yeon-shin's head. After seemingly examining the solar plexus wound for several breaths, he soon supported the upper body and began wailing loudly. Ego, ego. It was an astounding sight. Zhu Lianting lowered her hand. It was like watching grand opera that flourished in Beijing. It was an unanticipated event. If I don't do what the Ma family orders, that's all there is to it. Jeong Yeon-shin was concerned about grudges and favors. Prestigious martial families were like clothes patched with all sorts of favors and enmities. Those who considered Zhu Lianting a mortal enemy might point their swords at Jeong Yeon-shin. There would also be those demanding Jeong Yeon-shin to repay favors received from the Ma family. He would have to spend time on matters outside missions. The bloodlines of prestigious martial families were one in themselves. Did it work? Today Ma Yunjik went to inspect civilian affairs in Xiangyang City. The former Divine Sword Squad leader's procession was grand. It meant his departure was known. That was why Hein Wenchong moved immediately. They said a purple-ranked master's martial might was truly transcendent. He moved quickly to prevent variables. The rumor that lightning genius maternal family was the desolate Ma family could only come from here. So they blocked it starting from the main family. They tried to separate Jeong Yeon-shin from the Ma family even slightly, relying on desolate sect warriors' eyes and mouths. Create a disturbance. Draw in others from the main sect and become the Ma family's target. The moment one leader steps forth, Jeong Yeon-shin takes the strike instead. It clearly revealed the relationship with the maternal family. It was a minimal measure. Your behavior is laughable. I cannot match you. Zhu Lianting slowly parted her lips. Lightning genius. I understand your will is firm. Let's see over time. I will accept all your intentions. Anything but severing ties and succession. I hope you think well on it. She turned around. The Ma family warriors followed. The Ma family elders who had been watching from one side also turned their backs. Such was the prestigious family's dignity. They didn't get involved in frivolous matters. It meant conveying intent was enough. Haiyan Wenchang slightly bowed his head. Following and clinging there would make things look strange. It was half a success. He sent sound transmission. Young hero Jeong, how is it? They say they'll accept your intention. Being hit by her palm technique is enough. Many masters saw it. Jeong Yeon-shin gently pushed away Haiyan Wenchang's hand. Unfamiliar warriors approached him as he slowly rose. They were those who had been observing the incident, mixed blue and white ranks. They seemed to be masters from other martial powers. Are you all right? Though we can't comment on family matters, if you studied in the Ma family, this is impossible behavior. Your movement technique was impressive. Many came to briefly examine Jeong Yeon-shin and left. They seemed to accept it as family matters anyway. It was also because nothing good could come from getting entangled with those in power. However, there was also a middle-aged man who approached wanting to talk. First time seeing the rumored rising talent. Because the main sect is vast. Radiant Demon Wing, Lightning Genius. Jeong Yeon-shin of Obeying Heaven Wing. He spoke of the Divine Sword Squad's Obeying Heaven Wing. They said it was a martial power established around the same time as the Radiant Demon Wing. Blue robe sleeves extended from his clasped hands. He was a blue-ranked master. Though a senior deserving informal speech, his bearing was courteous. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth smiling with drooping eyes. Seeing up close your complexion isn't too bad. How about a brief chat? May I ask your business? Lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin. I heard well from Wasen. Since before you were promoted to blue rank. By Wasen you mean? More familiar with his alias? I mean White Qilin. Namgung Wasen. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded slightly. He couldn't recall immediately because much time had passed. He was the man who acknowledged defeat despite winning against Jeong Yeon-shin at Desolate Sect City. A rising disciple who gave the closest feeling to the words fair and righteous. He heard he was active in Obeying Heaven Wing. I know. How is young hero Namgung faring? He became a blue-ranked warrior a month ago. Though it seems a bit late compared to you, it's because he didn't rush through missions. Wasen's promotion speed is quite impressive too. Jeong Yeon-shin said with a slight smile. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded. Less than a year had passed since entering Desolate Sect. Compared to himself who performed years' worth of missions without rest, Namgung Wasen's promotion was truly exceptional. Do you know? An interesting story circulates in the main sect. Had Jeong Yeon-shin extended his energy sense? A stream of inner power scanned Jeong Yeon-shin's entire body. It was very subtle. White Qilin and Lightning Genius. Among the main sect's many rising talents, both showed great prominence, but which would be sharper? I was curious too. However, the middle-aged master of Obeying Heaven Wing, who must have fought hundreds of battles, spoke with an interested face. Now I think Wasen would take 2 moves. Must be because you're not at full power. He meant White Qilin was at least 2 moves ahead. He seemed to speak after feeling the energy waves. Jeong Yeon-shin briefly fell into thought. Before he knew it, the desolate Ma family matter left his mind. It was because of the mission ahead. Life and death martial matches with Namgung family leaders. It couldn't be considered separately from White Qilin Namgung Wasen. The Grand Administrator said so. That competition would be fierce for the mission assignment. Namgung Wasen was a man who left his family and devoted himself to Desolate Sect. To advance smoothly in the main sect, this matter couldn't be neglected. He might even volunteer for the martial match. The Murim was such a place. If he competed with Jeong Yeon-shin, he would be an extremely powerful opponent. Senior Jeong Yeon-shin is blue rank. The more skilled the master, the less they judge opponents by energy size alone. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The information provided by the waves of true qi inherent in the body was not simple. The density and nature of inner power cultivation, the precision of intent were indirectly revealed. Martial world masters were beings who could guess how moves would be unleashed from this. This was how martial artists measured enemy strength. Jeong Yeon-shin's view is the same. It wasn't talk to be ignored. You seem lost in thought. It's understandable, he said. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't particularly respond. He just calmly clasped his hands. Thank you for the advice. Just advice? I spoke facts. Jeong Yeon-shin, who stared at him, said, Aren't you involved in the Clear Night Valley incident? Since you have grudges with the Namgung family, your justification can't be said to be less than Hwa-sin, who wants to point his sword at his own family. Resolving what one started is also a warrior's virtue. I wish you success. He left after giving those words of encouragement. Jeong Yeon-shin bowed to his companions. Chong Myong, who sheathed his sword, and Baek Mirayo were waiting. Thank you. What thanks? Stories of troublesome in-laws are common. Tell us whenever they act bothersome. Chong Myong ruffled Jeong Yeon-shin's hair. His crooked smile was strangely mysterious. Was it confidence unique to nobles? He showed no sign of fearing prestigious martial families. Baek Mirayo extended her long fingers to touch Jeong Yeon-shin's solar plexus. After slightly closing and opening her eyes as if observing meridians, she parted her lips. Your true chi operation is amazing. It went as you said. It won't affect your recovery. We can keep dealing with the Ma family like this going forward. However, Chong Myong opened his mouth while quietly staring at Jeong Yeon-shin's back. It won't be easy for Lightning Genius to receive the mission either. White Qilin. If the main family decided to strike off the Namgung family's head through martial matches, Baek Mirayo said while slightly brushing her sidelock, it means they'll consider face. If that's the General Administration Office's intent, they'll send out main sect warriors matching the opponent's age. Among Namgung leaders at Lightning Genius age, there's only the young master and his sister. There aren't many spots. White Qilin is indeed a competition. But didn't young hero Zhang subdue Lazy Flame Dragon at the Dragon Phoenix gathering? They said even White Qilin yielded one move to the Wangbo young master who was a few years older, yet he surpassed him already? Does he possess martial talent transcending even bloodlines? Hien Wenchang muttered questions as if talking to himself. Lazy Flame Dragon. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled the Wangbo family's young master. Hien Wenchang's words weren't wrong. He broke one technique. But it was thanks to seeing the martial match with Mount Huazu Hien first. Between Jeong Yeon-shin and Lazy Flame Dragon, Jeong Yeon-shin was the one pushed back in their first encounter. The second meeting was different. He won by striking the opponent's opening with innate sense. It would have been difficult if Lazy Flame Dragon had used different martial arts. Just looking at accumulated martial might, he was more accomplished than Jeong Yeon-shin. It was because he was born with a scorching divine meridian and cultivated martial arts for a long time. Saying the past Lazy Flame Dragon was stronger than White Qilin was meaningless. Jeong Yeon-shin had never seen Lazy Flame Dragon's full power. Measuring Namgung Hwa-sin based on breaking his fist technique once? It was absurd. Demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Pam, Sword Song. Demon-subduing techniques and wide-area sound techniques. He used them to achieve merits beyond his martial might. He accomplished large merits thanks to creating special martial arts. This time is different. He must win with his original martial arts alone. He had to return to the starting point. He thought while returning with his 3 companions. Internal energy quantity and training period. How should he overcome a situation where he was at a disadvantage in crucial factors? Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly looked up at the sky. The silver-gray crescent moon that rolled up the darkness scattered pale moonlight. The commotion raised by Hien Wenchang and companions also disappeared into pitch-black silence. Not a trace remained. The night's stillness seemed to speak. Not to resolve countless Miram matters with petty schemes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The very next day, an official notice from the General Administration Office went up throughout the main sect. The disturbance at the desolate Ma family was pushed aside. The impact of the contents was that great. A large announcement was also posted on the central wall of Radiant Demon Wing's great martial arts grounds. Masters read the notice from their respective places. Many stood on roofs with arms crossed, or sat roughly at a distance, just rolling their eyes. It was because they had trained eye techniques. They could see far like hawks and even track swift swords slowly. This is big. No ordinary event. From the first line, it was about the Namgung family. Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius was also mentioned. It said they repaid the desolate sect lord's direct disciples' favor with enmity. As the Namgung family's behavior has crossed the line, Our desolate sect intends to correct the conduct of the Namgung powerful family of South Jili. Therefore, on the great heat of July, life and death martial matches between the main sect and Namgung family will be carried out. Warriors of the 17 powers under the Divine Sword Squad should consider carefully and volunteer. Hien Wen-chong recited the notice's lines aloud. He looked like a scholar examining examination results. If there are many volunteers, there will be competitions. They will be divided by age to compete one-on-one. As it's to distinguish Jade from Stone premising mission victory, main sect warriors should prepare accordingly. As expected, Beck Mirio said. Missions are originally distributed this way, unless the sect lord commands otherwise. It's unusual for matters normally settled at black-ranked master's level to come down. Competition will definitely occur. The Namgung family's name is that high. Azure Sky Boundless Sword Technique, Emperor Sword Form. Jeong Yeon-shin, who smiled, slightly parted his lips. Smashing famous martial arts under heaven brings honor. No warrior would hesitate to make their alias renowned. The mission's merits will be great too. Competition is inevitable. Lightning genius. We won't step forward. Beck Mirio stared at Jeong Yeon-shin. Jeong Yeon-shin did too. Only his smiling expression differed. Jeong Yeon-shin and I aren't in urgent need of merits. Win and take the mission. Can you do it? He didn't answer for a moment. It was because of their words about not volunteering. He knew consideration lay at the foundation of their decision. It must be because they learned of his constitution. Is this just gratitude? A feeling hard to express arose. It tickled. It's hard to say for certain now. Later seems I'll have to know after going there later. Where? I received word. The sect lord is calling. Jeong Yeon-shin answered as calmly as possible. A letter came from the General Administration Office. He received it 2 hours ago. It said Desolate Sect's Lord would bestow rewards for the Blood Flame Sect headquarters matter. I didn't expect. He repeated inwardly. Turbulence was rising in his heart. It had been so since morning. His companions didn't seem to know because he deliberately didn't show it. There were 2 pages. Another letter was enclosed. He took it out casually but was shocked. Because the writer was beyond expectation. It was Desolate Sect's Lord. She said to read and burn it, so he burned it. He couldn't do so in his mind. Her flowing words were clearly engraved as if burning his mind. I bestow a small piece. Come to me when the full moon rises. That was the one line. He saw the crescent moon yesterday. He had to wait 15 days until the full moon. Too far. In his heart it felt close to 100 days. It was hard to calm his mind. What could the small piece mean? Between Jeong Yeon-shin and Desolate Sect's Lord, naturally it should be about the world tree's fruit. Yet he continuously suppressed expectations, not believing. He did so himself. It was a life rushing toward the fruit. He was afraid of getting hurt by harboring hasty hope. The reward for that matter must be tremendous. Beck Mirio said as if somewhat overwhelmed. Sunlight gathered in her slightly upturned eyes. She seemed to be recalling the events at the Blood Flame Sect main hall. Right. It was merit even an early transcendent master would find hard to achieve at once. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth while nodding. It far surpassed your original martial might. It's not strange the sect lord is calling. Though they say martial arts have compatibilities, there are almost no warriors who properly pierced and extremely utilized it like that. Therefore, I'm somewhat worried too. You must clash with original martial arts against masters who cultivated internal energy without any counterattack methods. There are far more enemies who haven't cultivated demonic arts or blood arts. This competition too. Don't be careless. Beck Mirio said while placing her hand on Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulder. He slowly nodded. I understand my abilities. I must, to avoid dying in the Murim. He knew it wasn't just Beck Mirio's concern. He didn't hide various stories from just the Radiant Demon Wing seniors. Though there's a Murim saying to hide one's full power, he couldn't explain this mission excluding the demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm and Sword Song. The Radiant Demon Wing masters who cared for him each gave words. There was an impressive saying. Light consideration, shallow planning. Be wary of being hasty and shallow thoughts. It came across as words arising from long Murim experience. Lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin. His merit achievements at a young age were very great. Though they were merits gained by creating martial arts with special abilities, it would be easy for a youth intoxicated by fame to mistakenly think it was his overall original martial might. Misjudgment is for enemies. Carelessness was always the opponent's share. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The senior's words, including Baek Mirio's, were not presumptuous meddling. But they were needless worries. As one who cared about lifespan more than anyone, observing his martial arts level was a basic quality. First, he asked understanding from Chong Myong and Baek Mirio and stepped away. He was heading to the General Administration Office. There was no reason to agonize. He wanted to immediately volunteer for the Namgung family mission posted by notice. I'll go see the General Administration Office too. Hein Wenchang followed with a broad smile. Jeong Yeon-shin fell into thought while walking shoulder to shoulder with him. A blue-ranked master desolate sect isn't ashamed to show the Mirim. That's what I am now. Evil path practitioners were vulnerable to demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. Warriors with shallow inner power where sword song's effectiveness is maximized. He only displayed overwhelming might against these two types. They said the gap in martial might widened as rank rose. A blue rank just promoted from white and a blue rank right before black rank promotion were different. There was as much gap as between newcomer and veteran. It was a big difference. They said one blue rank could handle 3 blue ranks. How about me? He had stabilized through recuperation. He hadn't had a martial match with seniors since returning. He was curious. Where did he stand now in the blue rank realm? If they divide by age for the competition, opponents for the Namgung young master or his sister would be cut off below 30 at most. For young hero Jeong, there won't be many matches. That's what this desolate sect divine hero who's watched directly from the side thinks. Hein Wenchang's way of speaking was sly. He seemed to have gained strange confidence after causing the bizarre incident at the desolate Ma family. It wasn't bad to see. Young hero lightning genius. Before they knew it, while walking and chatting, they arrived at the General Administration Office. The clerk managing the entry register welcomed Jeong Yeon-shin. You've come to volunteer for the Namgung family martial matches? That's right. I'll record it. Though not long since the notice was posted, many warriors are already putting their names down. The Namgung family's fame is truly extraordinary, it seems. Enough to exceptionally change how mission personnel are composed. The clerk sighed. Weariness seemed mixed in his exhale. Are there that many volunteers? Hein Wenchang, who thrust his head forward, asked. The clerk immediately nodded. This is the first time a mission assignment has been this fierce. Originally, it should be decided at the master's level through meetings between the Divine Sword Squad and General Administration Office, but this time they're accepting volunteers regardless of affiliation. I don't understand the higher-ups thinking. With so many volunteers, young hero Lightning Genius should properly keep the competition in mind. He even provided information with quite friendly conduct. Faint goodwill showed on his face looking at Jeong Yeon-shin. It seemed thanks to paying respects last time. Just as Jeong Yeon-shin, who faintly smiled, slightly bowed his head. A clear voice was heard from behind. It's because the Namgung Supreme Masters are that powerful. The General Administration Office's notice mentioned victory. To win all martial matches, shouldn't the mission be composed of personnel selected from each martial power? Young hero's words are right. Brief agreement and breath-filled laughter followed. Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes slightly widened as he had already turned around the moment the first words were heard. The blue robe of the man walking steadily fluttered magnificently. His beautiful jawline was elegant. His pitch-black pupils that frequently flashed with light displayed a master's dignity. His skin fair as white porcelain created an outstanding atmosphere together with his high nose bridge. He was a peerless, beautiful youth. His presence was still there. So much that the women laughing beside him didn't enter the eyes. Young hero Namgung. Namgung Wasin immediately returned Jeong Yeon-shin's clasped hands greeting. Young hero Jeong. It's truly been a long time. Young hero Hein too. Feels like just yesterday we took the desolate sect test together. You seem even more handsome. Hein Wenchang clasped his hands while slightly narrowing his eyes. Following his gaze, Jeong Yeon-shin also turned his sight. There were women practically surrounding Namgung Wasin. All 4 war weapons, and each displayed refined energy waves. They looked like obeying Heaven Wing Masters. His popularity is amazing, Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He couldn't see it differently. He knew from the eyes staring at Namgung Wasin. The light in the obeying Heaven seniors and juniors' bodies felt incomparably gentle. Are you Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius? I've heard much about you. It was an obeying Heaven Wing white-ranked master beside Namgung Hwa-sin. She had silver ornaments pinned in her braided hair. She stared at Jeong Yeon-shin with slightly upturned eyes, but his attention was drawn to her head ornament. A white-ranked warrior spending time on appearance? While inwardly puzzled, he clasped his hands. Yes, I am Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius. I am Shin Binbin. I heard Sobin is indebted to you. My younger sister. She spoke of Sin Sobin, Jeong Yeon-shin's junior. Looking now, their appearances seemed similar. I too received help. They exchanged greetings along with the response. Brief praise and regards were exchanged. Shin Binbin, who slightly scanned Jeong Yeon-shin, turned to Namgung Hwa-sin with a smile. Senior Namgung's path is lonely. Though this one seems like they could be a companion, I'm not sure. She evaluated Jeong Yeon-shin in front of Namgung Hwa-sin, who came to volunteer for the mission of cutting down his family. She came across similar to Shin Sobin's first impression. She was the Shin family's precious daughter. As long as she didn't openly act arrogant, no one could say anything. Jeong Yeon-shin stopped Hien Wen-chang, who was about to step forward. It was because he saw his mumbling lips. He was hesitant to create trouble. Did young hero Namgung also come to receive an assignment for this mission? Jeong Yeon-shin asked while looking at Namgung Hwa-sin. Shin Binbin of low martial arts didn't enter his consideration. Rather, his senses were drawn to the profound energy waves faintly felt from Namgung Hwa-sin's body now. The feeling rising from deep within was very strong. He's different. When he left the Namgung family, perhaps there were spirit medicines he hadn't yet fully dissolved in his dantian. The weight of his true chi waves was extraordinary. The earlier Sunshin Wing blue-ranked master's words made sense. He clearly understood why Jin Jurim spoke of 2 moves. Namgung Hwa-sin was an older master who had trained divine techniques among internal martial arts. Unlike Jeong Yeon-shin, who spent over 10 years building his body's foundation with Jeong family dynamic technique. The difference started from internal energy quantity. Lightning genius with internal injuries falling behind White Qilin? No master would find that strange. Though I left, this body's roots are in South Jili. Since there are matters to settle with the family, it's right that I step forward. I have no face to say anything to young hero Jeong. Even apologizing on behalf of the family's behavior seems presumptuous. I'm deeply sorry, Namgung Hwa-sin said. Even his expression mixing bitterness and apology was like a painting. And Junior Shin's conduct is frivolous even normally. Please don't mind it. He apologized while slightly glaring at his immature junior. Shin Binbin just smiled slightly without showing any sign of shrinking back. And when she glanced at Jeong Yeon-shin again, her face slightly stiffened. In Radiant Demon Wing Lightning Genius sky-colored eyes, only Namgung Hwa-sin was reflected. What my mental strength focuses on now. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly parted his lips. Is only young hero Namgung's martial might as a competition opponent. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. 3 days passed. It was 12 days until the full moon. Desolate Sect's General Administration Office announced the competition. They said they would carry out martial matches as originally posted. It was because there were many volunteers. Lightning Genius internal injuries haven't healed. But we can't show consideration in matches either, can we? If not our blue-ranked youngest, who will behead the Namgung Young Master? The Radiant Demon Wing Masters worried. Separately from that, matters progressed quickly. The General Administration Office's handling pushing the event forward was like a master's sword strike. Even the match brackets came out. It was like watching a Murim competition where they said even money bets were exchanged over who was best in the area. Those who saw the Rising Disciples age bracket said, they're divided into 2 sides. The General Administration Office can't help but be conscious of Lightning Genius and White Qilin. Matches proceeded in order. They settled 2 matches per day under observation of masters from other martial powers. It was a method of winners continuously comparing martial arts. White Qilin Namgung Hwa-sin advanced with unstoppable momentum. Like at Desolate City, he had no match among those his age. He soon reached the end of the bracket. The watching master's impressions were uniform. Very solid. No weakness in martial might. He built energy techniques properly. Did the Namgung family pour so much spirit medicine even into an illegitimate child? His power is tremendous. The evaluation of Jeong Yeon-shin was slightly different. It was because he showed increasingly stronger aspects as days passed. It meant he was healing internal injuries even while conducting martial matches. All masters agreed on the point that his true chi operation was incomparably delicate. White Qilin came again. Seems he's watched without missing any. Isn't Lightning Genius famous for unique moves? He's observing a strong enemy's martial arts. Finally, 2 remain. They said the winner faces the Namgung young master, the loser faces his junior sister. Since the merits differ in size, it must be fierce. They say Lightning Genius stayed secluded except when coming out for matches. Though his internal injuries seem all healed, he's carrying another disadvantage. Their words were right. Namgung Hwasin showed up every time for Jeong Yeon-shin's matches. He watched the battles while taking in Lightning Genius' unique martial arts. Radiant Wing Step, Eternal Blossom Fist, Radiant Sword Style. While Desolate Sect Masters exclaimed each time a move was revealed, all those martial arts were engraved in White Qilin Namgung Hwasin's eyes. I know why you went that far, but also I don't know, Shin Binbin said. She was sitting with her chin propped in a corner of the practice ground located in Desolate Sect's center. Namgung Hwasin slowly stood up beside her. Lightning Genius Jeong Yeon-shin had just won. Only the last remained. It was the martial match between White Qilin and Lightning Genius. Shin Binbin had heard well from her family's supreme masters. To accomplished masters, Lightning Genius was a promising talent who cultivated special energy techniques. Comparing to Leaf gambling games, he was a card good for surprising attacks against evil path practitioners or enemies who push with numbers. That's how it was for now. I know Senior Lightning Genius moves are quite accomplished. But Senior Namgung is the same, and above all the difference in power. I'm going, Namgung Hwasin said. Simultaneously his body soared high. The blue sky was captured in his fluttering blue robe. Unhindered, clear flow body. It was the Namgung family's body technique. Flutter. Like soaring empty path, White Qilin crossed the sky and landed in the practice ground center. It was in front of Lightning Genius. The watching people let out exclamations. Truly elegant movement technique. Perfect in every way. Not lacking in any aspect. Namgung Hwasin seemed not to mind the crowd's words. His clear voice spoke while silently staring at Jeong Yeon-shin. The martial arena where we met at Desolate City was modest, but this place is quite grand. Many are watching too. I understand there are deep circumstances in the decision to volunteer. Please forgive my inability to yield. Haha. Wouldn't you have such circumstances too? Let's share our thoughts later. Won't you go together to South Gili? He laughed again at Jeong Yeon-shin's answer. Sharing stories on the way to cut down my brother. That would have quite the charm. If only it were just the 2 of us. Jeong Yeon-shin thought differently. The Desolate Sect warriors' attention was greatly focused on this place. The General Administration Office clerks were too. It meant the martial might shown here could affect future personnel matters. He had to show an impressive appearance. Throughout many martial matches, he felt Namgung Hwasin's gaze. It couldn't be helped. Because he didn't know what circumstances led Namgung Hwasin to volunteer to personally cut down his half-brother. I know my move forms have been analyzed. A master of White Qilin's level would have prepared countermeasures. Even if not breaking them, it would be very threatening. That's fine. Martial artists are those who prepare. They do anything, staking life, honor, and martial arts. Knowing the enemy and knowing oneself was the same. Namgung Hwasin knew his enemy. Meanwhile, Jeong Yeon-shin focused on knowing himself. It was to take one step further. The martial art that can trigger the biggest single strike now is demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm. That was true even if the opponent had trained orthodox techniques. However, demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm was a palm technique. It couldn't be used with a sword. Even maximally adapting the formula, its limit was manifesting ability combined with fist techniques. That meant he needed Eternal Blossom Fist. There were 3 moves. Spiral, Advancing Thunder, Blossom Fist. He created Spiral after seeing Chong Myong's battle vision. Advancing Thunder originated from the fist technique shown by Ma Sein of the Desolate Ma family. Mount Hua Sect's head disciple Yu Haiyan's Falling Petals palm method became the inspiration for Blossom Fist. Spiral was rotation, Advancing Thunder was hard fist, Blossom Fist was change. Begin. The black-ranked master overseeing said. It was the Annihilation team leader whom he hadn't seen in a while. Wang. While clear sword sounds rang from Namgung Hwasin's drawn sword, Jeong Yeon-shin recalled the past. It felt like quite an old matter. The martial arts Jeong Yeon-shin had created until now all relied on inspiration. Sword song and radiant sword style, even movement techniques were like that. He only made his own after seeing other results. Not all moves needed to be like that. He had accumulated much observation. The essence of creation was originally one. Create out of necessity. When Namgung Hwasun's sword reached his chin, Jeong Yeon-shin did just that. It was a left-hand technique. There was sufficient material. Ominous energy waves and clear blue light harmonized together. He deployed different powers simultaneously and wove them with the mysteries of technique formations. The sound was loud. It was like demon whispers mixed with stream wind sounds. It meant they were repelling each other without neutralizing. BOM. In the instant he fully spread his palm, the fourth move sprouted. The sect lord. Haven't seen her face in a long time. Since before the competition announcement. It was the seat of honor at Desolate Sect's central practice ground. It was a conversation between the Elder Council Lord and former Divine Sword sect leader. The old man wrapped impressively in purple clothes smiled. He was Desolate Sect's Elder Council Lord. As he stroked the white beard hanging below his chin, even the presence in his small gesture was no less than Ma Yun-jik's. He said, "Long time? It's only been 7 days and nights. Mind your own family affairs. I heard there was quite a disturbance. I just came back angry. Before being an imperial family, she's my family member, yet acting so rashly." Ma Yun-jik echoed with a frightening face. He had just turned over the desolate Ma family separate building. Julienting, Ma Seon's birth mother, had contacted Lightning Genius. A matter that might have gone unnoticed was revealed. It was thanks to the commotion raised by Radiant Demon Wing warriors. Isn't she your nephew's wife? Can't just call it rash. I'm greatly disappointed. I thought she would raise the Ma family to solid ground along with Seon. How could she maintain composure when her son's succession rights are shaking? Even more so if it's blamed on an in-law who rolled in. In-law who rolled in? Now I see you've been jealous. To say such things even seeing that appearance, if you're serious I should first find a grave site for your eyeballs. Ma Yun-jik pointed down. It was the practice ground center. Lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin had won in the competition before the final martial match. The youth wearing blue martial robes was slowly sheathing his sword. There was no trembling in his sheathing motion, and his calm expression particularly stood out. He easily defeated a white-ranked master close to blue-rank promotion. It meant he was a warrior at the level of an orthodox faction elite that any martial artist would acknowledge. They said his age was 16. It was hard for anyone to believe. The Namgung family's clear white twin Chilins made their name when younger than that child. The Elder Council Lord said with a smiling face. The legitimate son Azure Chilins Emperor Sword and the illegitimate son White Chilins Azure Sky Boundless Sword. They said it would be an invincible combination in the future. Do you think Lightning Genius who grew up in an insignificant background can catch up? Those raised preciously with spirit medicines are filled with true chi from their muscles and veins. It's not a gap that can be changed by feeding high-grade spirit pills belatedly. Of course Lightning Genius is extraordinary too. I've heard well of his martial arts that destroy demons and sound techniques that annihilate the weak. However, they won't work on orthodox supreme masters. I know White Chilin's growth momentum. Originally strong, he seems to have dissolved 3 meridians spirit medicine energy. He's a child I've been watching, his achievements were tremendous. They said Lazy Flame Dragon is imprisoned in the sect prison? Even he wouldn't be able to look down on him now. He received heaven-bestowed martial talent. Even without being born with special meridians, his qualities are incomparably outstanding. But Lightning Genius conditions are different. The Elder Council Lord continued speaking while pointing at Lightning Genius and White Chilin each. Look at their faces. Though illegitimate, White Chilin, who was raised in comfort, has smiles seeping from his lips. Isn't it pleasant to see? Very natural. But how about Lightning Genius? His expression is so absent it seems he grew up being hit. Look at those chilling eyes. A face good for killing people. No one can beat someone who smiles. If perfect childhood is added to qualities, nothing more is needed. White Chilin has everything. He might have become Namgung family head if not for his brother. Though I don't know much about Lightning Genius. Enough. Ma Yun-jik opened his mouth again. He might already be comparable to White Chilin. Yeon-shin, that child was born with an unprecedented sense. Martial arts created with great master's qualities should fit him perfectly, so I can't even guess how much more he'll grow. The elder council lord exaggeratedly smacked his lips. The face expression can be made. I'm thinking of adopting him. Or, for my granddaughter who is overflowing with talent. Step over my sword first. Then I should take in White Qilin. But if your heart is so firm, why don't you take in Lightning Genius? You seem unable to even lure him with wealth. I can roughly guess. You're afraid? Of going against the mindset of the grandson you abandoned. Or perhaps, did you get scolded by the sect lord? You who would have done something long ago. The elder council lord said with a broad smile. Both. How pitiful karma can be. No answer came from Ma Yun-jik. The elder council lord's smile deepened at his silently closed mouth. It feels like a dream when you commanded the Murim as Divine Sword Squad leader. Do you remember the day you destroyed the demonic cult's remnants and planted Desolate Sect's flag on Tianjin Mountain? You were truly strong that day. When there were few comparable under heaven, how did you fall so insignificantly? Because Ma family martial arts are far from orthodox techniques. The elder council lord's eyes slightly widened as if not expecting an answer. You've changed a bit. His words were right. Ma Yun-jik wasn't originally someone who spoke like this. The talent of the grandson he saw late was dazzling. He attached people. He used the family's masters as informants. He ordered them to directly observe and report on Lightning Genius, who went to the Murim. He couldn't order intervention. Going against the sect lord's threat was close to defying heaven even for Ma Yun-jik. Therefore, he couldn't respond to the Blood Flame sect 7th Apostle's kidnapping. It was an absurd matter. He received reports that they couldn't approach while Namgung watched on, with 2 apostles and dozens of sword masters. Ma Yun-jik was furious at himself for not attaching supreme masters, but it was too late to be bound by the aftermath. He only felt relief when Desolate Sect's lord personally stepped in, and his grandson's activities he had received vividly in raw reports during that time brought a relief to his heart. Running. Only running forward. TL note. Running forward is referring to Yeon-shin's progress and missions. The boy ran without rest. It was enough to take Ma Yun-jik's breath away while reading the words. His conduct of seemingly dedicating everything to merits and martial arts even sprouted vast spirit. At some point when he came to his senses, Desolate Ma family's Ma Yun-jik was growing distant. It was like that whenever he thought of the boy. The years spent as Divine Sword Squad leader seemed to slowly rewind. It was an emotion hard to define even for himself. He said, "You said fall? It's inevitable. It was built easily, so it collapses easily. Peak periods aren't long. I only envy the Orthodox faction elders. I've thought long about it." Ma Yun-jik looked down at his grandson. The martial match between Lightning Genius and White Qilin was suddenly imminent. He muttered, Yeon-shin will become the main sect's divine sword, so Ma family martial arts don't suit him. I must think of another way. Even more so if that child is to face the Namgung family that's first in orthodox ways in the future. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The combination of Demon Roar blood energy technique and demon-destroying Azure unyielding palm. It was a method that formalized formation techniques into moves while staying long at the Blood Flame sect headquarters. At this moment, he only increased precision and power. The sensation given by operating opposing powers was special. It's cold. His extended left hand was freezing, like being dipped in ice. The true chi passing through the inner gate point below his wrist was fierce. While irregular waves rose with blood energy, the demon-destroying Azure unyielding palm wrapping his left hand revealed dazzling light enough to split. It was blue light pulsing like a heartbeat. When the blue light surrounding his left hand surged greatly once, a thunderous sound burst. Bang! Energy waves exploded in the air. Instantly compressed air pushed down to reach below his feet. Along with dust shooting up backwards, Namgung Hwasun's body bounced. The heavy recoil pushed even Jeong Yeon-shin back. Need to keep refining it. The power was certain. Even without hitting, a master of White Qilin's level stepped back 7 steps. But the problems were just as significant. Precision dropped greatly. It was an extremely forceful power deployment, and if he couldn't even land an effective strike, it would be meaningless. It was an issue to resolve by the time they went to the Namgung family. Right now was fine, though. The opponent's confusion was great. In the tiny instant Namgung Hwasun regained balance from the aftermath of an unknown martial art, That small moment entered Jeong Yeon-shin's perception. Thud. He planted one foot. It was a true step. He had already raised intent in his lower dantian. True chi burst forth from the bubbling well point under his foot. Whoosh! As wind brushed past his ears, Namgung Hwasin grew larger in his vision. He closed 5 steps distance in 1 step. Waves of true chi rose from the hand, drawing the desolate sect sword. Radiant sword style. The sword marks from Mount Jeongnan were unleashed and transformed into unique martial arts. In the hazily distorting light cluster, the desolate sect sword rushed forward as he twisted his arm. It was a straight horizontal strike. Cling. It was blocked by sharp white light. Clear energy waves swept in. Was it the Namgung family's azure sky-boundless sword? His eyes met Namgung Hwasin's as their swords clashed. Colorless light flashed in the eyes, reflecting Jeong Yeon-shin's face. He seemed completely immersed. Crunch. Namgung Hwasin's sword force grew stronger. He pushed with deep internal energy. It was the moment white Chilance, knowing the enemy, became knowing oneself. He would overwhelm with force an opponent lacking inner power quantity. Jeong Yeon-shin's arm holding the desolate sect sword trembled slightly. He thought of the spirit pills received as reward. He deliberately hadn't consumed them. He would encounter countless enemies who had taken spirit medicines since birth. Jeong Yeon-shin was born to a third-rate martial family. Since he would face situations where power fell short anytime, blaming internal energy each time would be foolish. It could be called an obsession. He wanted to overcome through building experience and sense. HUP. While twisting his waist, he loaded true chi into the oblique muscles beside his abdomen. The inner power gathered to the will chamber point supporting his spine shone strongly. Flutter. He spun right there along with fluttering clothes. He deliberately yielded in the power struggle. He loaded battle vision raised by spinning in place into his left fist. After Radiant Sword style came Eternal Blossom Fist. The spiral's energy waves swept up from the ground to clash with his proper fist. Whirlwind gathered in Namgung Hwasin's side clothes. A thud rang out. With the strike, Namgung Hwasin spun greatly and brushed past Jeong Yeon-shin. It was accomplished, unhindered, clear flow body. His blue robe that had been caught swirling in the energy waves instantly spread out again. He responded the moment he felt the spiral airflow. Jeong Yeon-shin felt it from the clothes briefly brushing his fist's surface. It was shallow. He couldn't land a strike on the internal organs. There was more. When their forms crossed, Namgung Hwasin's flashing sword light brushed past his thigh. It stung slightly. They had fully exchanged one move. Thud. He was a strong enemy who had created countermeasures by observing his unique martial arts. Jeong Yeon-shin advanced without waiting for the first attack. Namgung Hwasin did the same. It was a sword technique spreading widely while raising the blade to an upper stance above his head. The family's properly cultivated martial arts were both majestic and magnificent. Azure Heaven Boundless sword forms rushed at Jeong Yeon-shin while emitting free energy waves. Wung. Multiple colorless energy waves were imbued in one sword strike. It approached like a net covering the sky. It seemed to be a skill called sword energy. He heard it was one of many branches of energy waves. Dodge and cut through. He stepped with radiant wing step. The Mount Hua Great Violet Pill incident came to mind. It was footwork he created while taking Ma Jin's test to receive solo missions. First was Radiant Wing first step. The direction of Namgung Hwasin's sword path and energy waves seemed to be caught in his eyes. The 100 meetings point on his crown grew warm. One footstep that could dance between the sword energy net was engraved in his mind. It blazed with very distinct light. He stepped exactly the same. Step. The moment he stepped, sharp sword force aftermath cut and dropped his shoulder cloth. In an instant, moves were exchanged. Namgung Hwasin sprinkled different energy waves as if predicting where he would step. Jeong Yeon-shin avoided by twisting his footwork as if foreseeing that prediction. Step. The boy advanced another step without minding. Energy waves spread from under his feet. Radiant Wing's second step. Colorless waves greatly pushed back the scattering energy waves of Azure Heaven Boundless sword. It was a step gained when drinking 1 cup of immortal wine discussing the Murim. Before they knew it, the distance closed once more. He created an opening and broke through momentum. Wung. He raised the desolate sect sword again with Radiant sword styles versus. Namgung Hwasin was also preparing linked moves. His appearance lowering sword force diagonally was like a painting. The moment wind streams leaked along the blades of the two desolate sect swords, inner power burst from the clashing swords. Clang dash. For an instant, heavy recoil climbed up his grip, numbing sensation. Jeong Yeon-shin suppressed a groan. He couldn't stop. The gap was narrow. This meant only an exchange of blows. Evasion and collision began repeating endlessly. Clang, clang, thud. Radiant sword style, radiant wing step, eternal blossom fist spiral wall breaking, blossom fist. Jeong Yeon-shin unleashed all martial arts he had created and mastered until now. He made this place a ground for refining martial arts. It was another form of training. Even if blood sprayed, even if sword marks open wounds, it was so. When Namgung Hwasin, who had observed Jeong Yeon-shin's unique martial arts earlier, brought his sword with fearsome counters, Jeong Yeon-shin changed verses on the spot to counterattack. The crowd gradually fell into silence. It was a martial match between geniuses. They compared martial arts head-on. Brilliance of extraordinary qualities continuously flashed in the endless exchange of moves. The surroundings that had been individually noisy and clamorous gradually grew quiet. Truly marvelous. Someone opened their mouth. It was a whisper. Those agreeing were the same. Endless unknown martial arts are being unleashed, yet not losing to the 8 great families' ancient divine techniques. White Qilin's skills are amazing too. To handle that level of power so skillfully. Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius. They already say he's a great master. Creating and cultivating martial arts. Receiving the 8 families' divine techniques with unique martial arts? Even at a glance his true chi seems lacking. Yet noble family martial arts grow endlessly powerful eating years. Jeong Yeon-shin heard none of it. He was immersed like Namgung Hwasin. They exchanged sense, move battles, and martial art essentials. It was a realm of qualities shining like comets. He wished it would continue forever. There was a feeling of the unique martial arts that originally suited his body seeping through his entire body. Whoosh! The wind wrapping around his extended hand was gentle. Namgung Hwasin's sword energy rippling with eternal blossom fists, advancing thunder energy waves split at the end of radiant wing step. The techniques rose endlessly more precise. It was extremely enjoyable. The sensation of talents clashing and rising was intoxicating. A feeling of something in his whole body awakening again. His mind that had been anxious thinking of the full moon 7 days away was soothed. He recalled unconsciously. There were also spirit pills. He would soon meet Desolate Sex Lord too. Then, the boy began to smile. Hush! The moment he broke the sword energy with advancing thunder's 1 fist energy wave and 1 radiant wing step, he recognized returning to basics. He felt mastery as if martial art verses were being engraved in his whole body's meridians. Namgung Hwasin's face entered his vision. Unlike his expression gritting teeth, his pale complexion was calm. Perhaps because even if pushed back in technique, he overwhelms with force? Jeong Yeon-shin paid no mind. He thrust his slightly tilted upper body forward. He had just crushed the opponent's sword strike energy waves with footwork. Leisure arose in both hands using left palm right sword. Now, he had to decide it here. His true chi was running out. If dragged on longer, he would lose. He decided to bring it out once more. In the instant he thrust out the white desolate sword in his right hand, he raised opposing formulas with his left hand. His mind was clear. Power deployed from the inner gate point below his wrist. He wrapped demon-destroying azure unyielding palm around blood energy true chi that began spreading wildly. Wung. He left it to fate with eternal blossom fist's incomplete 4th move. That's when white sword light filled his vision. Namgung Hwasin, who deflected Radiant Sword Style's 1 strike, was unleashing a counter sword move. Azure Heaven Boundless Sword's force rushed like invisible arrows. The air split into multiple streams and briefly howled. Jeong Yeon-shin spread his palm without minding. Swish! In that instant Namgung Hwasin's form whirled like sleet. He rushed in with a gently curved movement line. His movement technique was exquisite. Movement encompassing evasion and counterattack. He seemed about to slash from the side and land a strike. As expected of young hero Namgung. He knew it would be so. White Qilin was a master who could immediately respond even to small technique formations. Jeong Yeon-shin guessed the psychology embedded in that movement technique. It was a movement wary of the 4th move's power. He had used it once in this martial match. Namgung Hwasin didn't know this move's flaw. It was still so, and that was enough. Wang. He bent his hand backwards, not targeting the front. It was a form of radiating palm force backwards. He filled the meridian penetrating from shoulder through left arm center, the pericardium channel, with overlapping true chi of fate-defying scripture technique. Then, without delay, he burst the opposing palm method of blood energy and azure river technique. Bang dash! It was like a bomb exploded in his arm fixed with true chi. The scene brushed past his vision, distorting like a storm. Tremendous load fell on his left foot used as axis. He spun while enduring with internal energy. Namgung Hwasin's face was visible at the edge. His eyes were wide. Having already changed direction once to display movement technique, even White Qilin couldn't respond again at this distance. The rushing speed of unhindered, clear flow body was truly fast. Before they knew it, he was thrusting his sword from point-blank range at Jeong Yeon-shin's side, but the position changed with one palm technique. Swoosh! Jeong Yeon-shin fully felt one whole body rotation. It was truly like a gale. It was an instant. Innate sense shown. It seemed like the uncontrollable whirlpool of force automatically guided his body. He squeezed his ankle fibularis muscle to twist up the flow of power. From thigh to waist to reaching his right arm was instantaneous. Clang dash. One sword went flying. The spinning blade flashed ceaselessly before falling to the ground. Flutter. Jeong Yeon-shin's body that spun 2 more rounds with the desolate sword came to a stop. The blue martial robe's hem fluttered once and fell. He was gripping his sword. Sunlight reflected on the desolate sword blade that came down from his right hand rippled long. The last move was a technique first learned at Radiant Demon Wing. Charged strike. It was his own battle technique learned from watching Chong Myong's sword technique. He had truly unleashed all martial arts. It hurts. His grip ached. Numbing vibrations rose to his wrist. Silence fell for a moment. It was because of the sight that fully entered the watching people's eyes. White Qilin Namgung Hwasin had lost his sword. The young genius who learned the ancient divine techniques of the 8 families had lost to a younger master. It was hard for anyone to speak right away. That was so for everyone except the person himself. Therefore, the one who broke the silence was also the martial match's protagonist. It's not even real combat. Namgung Hwasin slowly parted his lips. It would be petty to exchange more moves with fist techniques. The corners of the mouth of obeying Heaven Wing's most promising talent, the brilliant young master, slightly rose. There was no hesitation in his gesture of raising his hands to clasp them. Did he not mind the result? Though he had strived so hard to win, he smiled as if satisfied with the martial match apart from the reward. Young hero Jeong, it was a good match. I lost. It was the same as when he acknowledged defeat at Desolate City. His upright bearing was like the model of an orthodox warrior. He came across as an extremely impressive person. At the entrance exam, my sword flew away. A strange feeling arose. Was it a sense of how times had changed? The memory of losing grip on his sword, unable to handle Namgung Hwasin's sword force, was vivid. The memory of relying on White Qilin's generosity during the entrance exam felt like just yesterday, yet a day like today had come. It was proof of growth. Jeong Yeon-shin straightened his posture while spreading true chi through his entire body's meridians. It was because the aftermath of the intense fight had stiffened his body. Throughout the match, he had withstood force beyond his possessed power. Rather, the defeated Namgung Hwasin's body seemed better, but fortunately, he could raise his hands in return greeting without showing it. I learned a lot. I can only be grateful. Radiant Demon Wing's lightning genius and obeying Heaven Wing's White Qilin raised their hands to pay respects to each other. It was the sight of desolate fortress futures exchanging greetings. Only then did the crowd react. Those discussing the two's future positions, born warriors unable to hide excitement at the various martial principles displayed by the young and youthful masters, those grabbing swords as if unable to suppress the desire to train. Amidst that, admiration and cheers greatly filled the central practice ground. I didn't expect to say such a cliché. The main fortress future is bright. White Qilin would have shown even in the orthodox martial world. His magnanimous nature is truly pleasant to see. I'm curious about Lightning Genius' unique martial arts. They say his Dharma martial art entered the martial arts library. It has an extremely complex system. They say even the masters couldn't practice it. Want to know what the others are like? If he created such martial arts alone, he could establish his own sect right away. Rather, that might be better than being active on the front lines. If he loses in the life and death match with the Namgung family, wouldn't those precious arts fly away? Speaking of the Azure White twin Qilins, Azure Qilin would be a master who trained several years more than White Qilin. The man who mentioned defeat in one corner had to immediately close his mouth. It was because the former Divine Sword squad leader stared at him intently. He created deep and quiet momentum enough to call silence with just his gaze. The rumors of rapid martial decline after passing his peak seemed groundless. A small disturbance arose. However, it was separate from the central practice ground. Step. The Annihilation Team leader approached Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwa-sin. He seemed unconcerned with the commotion. His appearance with powerful energy waves wrapped like iron armor around his gaunt body was tremendous. He was the one who beheaded the Wangbo family head who had been hiding secret techniques. He seemed to have grown even stronger since then. Lightning Genius will face the Namgung Young Master, he said. White Qilin behead the Flourishing Spirit Flower Master. It referred to Namgung Hwa-sin's half-sister. It was like Annihilation Team leader. His indifferent face while speaking of killing family was impressive. They said he was a powerful figure who had roamed the martial world for nearly 20 years as a desolate fortress black-ranked master. Jeong Yeon-shin had even heard words that iron liquid dwelled in his blood vessels instead of blood. I accept the competition's result. Namgung Hwa-sin clasped his hands with a stiff face. What kind of circumstances could there be? He was someone who ranked among the most righteous and fair people Jeong Yeon-shin had met in his life. Rarely, Jeong Yeon-shin became curious about another's affairs. It's quite far to South Gili. They had agreed to talk about each other's circumstances before the martial match. He would be able to hear on the way. They were warriors. They felt it without speaking. That they had grown close while exchanging swords. Lightning Genius. Annihilation Team leader called him. His gazing eyes were strange. I saw you refining your martial arts in this place. They are precious techniques too valuable to be buried. If you happen to make secret manuals, there will be many who would shed blood to possess those books. I speak of when you go out to the Miram. It was something he hadn't thought about. Jeong Yeon-shin was silent. Put effort into safeguarding your martial arts. Along with the advice, force slightly entered the hand gripping the boy's shoulder. Annihilation Team leader who looked at both rising talents once turned and walked away. Namgung Hwa-sin shrugged his shoulders once and approached. Seems like words worth heeding. Extraordinary martial arts tend to call forth blood. Haven't unnamed heavenly demons' graves been dug up countless times? I've heard well. Jeong Yeon-shin silently nodded. Namgung Hwa-sin, whose face seemed much lighter, smiled slightly and said, I've suffered consecutive defeats. To one young hero. Who knows what would happen if we crossed swords again? For now that's true. But do you know? This Namgung must be the one who has personally experienced young heroes' growth momentum. At Desolate City, and now, he said with a broad smile. About a year from now, young heroes' opponents will be different. Even in the 13 evil sects or 8 orthodox families. At least not peers. It was awkward to respond, but his words weren't wrong. That's how it had to be to reach Divine Sword squad leader's rank. He would need to gain martial might capable of suppressing countless veteran masters who had already made their names resound under heaven. But now is now. If I dare advise, young hero Jeong should further hone those mysterious palm methods and sword verses. Also increase internal energy as much as possible. Whatever spirit pills you use. Namgung Hwa-sin said with a serious face. My brother is strong as a person himself. His martial arts too. I never won until leaving the main family. Best not to think of winning with power. Counting the spirit medicines my brother consumed as the Namgung family's legitimate son, he would rank among the top under heaven among peers. I'll keep it in mind. Jeong Yeon-shin slightly bowed his head. He had already found the way. What he needed was time. The day has grown long. Namgung Hwa-sin, who returned the bow, muttered. The sunset burning hot, as if announcing the summer solstice had passed, was still clear. People left one by one in the red shadows cast without signs of dusk falling. There were those who remained in place. I knew it would turn out like this. It was Radiant Demon Wing companions including Haiyan Wenchang and Obeying Heaven Wing Masters. Shin Binbin sitting using the steps across as seats wore a complicated expression. Jeong Yeon-shin saw Shin So-bin, the radiant demon wing junior, seated beside her. Her round large eyes were still the same. Bin and So-bin. He could guess what words these sisters who looked alike at a glance had exchanged. It was because of Shin So-bin smiling alone. Her delighted face was quite comical. While attendants were organizing the place, Desolate Fortress Grand Administrator approached with a smiling face. Contentment seemed to seep from his gaze, alternating between Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwa-sin. It was an impressive martial match. Grand Administrator. We greet the Grand Administrator. His smile deepened at Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwa-sin's clasped hands. Official notice delivery will take time, because we must first declare war on the Namgung family. However, you should be able to receive results in at least 7 days. His praise was the last. The long and short competition came to an end. It was a day when various names, including Radiant Demon Wing's Lightning Genius, were strongly engraved in the vast, desolate fortress. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Afterwards, time passed in a daze. From the very next day, many people came to visit. The aftermath was different from the coming-of-age ceremony or blue rank promotion ceremony. A considerable number of Desolate Fortress masters took interest in those who would face the Namgung family. It was inevitable. The number one family under heaven. Even if the Evil Path's 13 evil sects denied it, they said Namgung was never left out when Orthodox warriors discussed the best secular family. They were the family called the strongest Orthodox faction among secular martial families. One-on-one martial matches between Namgung and Desolate Fortress would shake the Murim under heaven. Almost. Not many days left. Jeong Yeon-shin rarely went outside. He mostly stayed secluded, sitting on the room floor. He circulated true qi through his entire body's meridians and minute vessels over and over while repeatedly regulating his energy. He focused all his efforts on bringing his body's interior to peak condition. He also strived to quickly absorb the wound medicine applied to external injuries. The sunset continued to fade. He waited for the time when the half-moon would fatten its flesh made of light. Soon. Each time he finished circulating the large heavenly cycle through his upper body's blood pathways, one person's face came to mind. A supreme being. Both status and martial might were so. The full moon was approaching. Read only at 9heavens.org. Translated by 9 Heavens. Today was the day. Jeong Yeon-shin waited for the full moon. I should move my body too. He had done enough recuperation. He finished energy circulation to refine his body's interior. It was the promised day. Time to harmonize his whole body's true qi flow with muscle movement. The moment day broke, he requested guidance, sparring from Chong Myong. He didn't know how many hours had passed already. Sunlight filling the back of Radiant Demon Wing Hall brightly wrapped around the noble swordsman's tall frame. His presence filling the quiet, empty ground was truly tremendous. Blue-eyed sword demon Chong Myong. He was a master who wielded Radiant Demon Wing's most accomplished sword techniques. Since Radiant Demon Wing's leader handled Dao techniques, they said Chong Myong contended for Radiant Demon Wing's strongest as a swordsman. Words even circulated that he could be discussed as Desolate Fortress number 1 blue rank. That was so even including veteran masters. It meant he looked down even on White Qilin. Cling. He received Chong Myong's one-strike sword that matched internal energy levels. Fierce wind struck his ears. It seemed to slash outright. His realm of sword technique energy release was so deep that fierce sword force climbed up to the sword grip, making one wonder if he really used the same internal energy. He reached the point of delivering second strike just with vibrations. The force wasn't unfamiliar. It was familiar. In reality, Jeong Yeon-shin wasn't a rising disciple who knew no defeat. Between missions, whenever he returned to the main family, he received focused attention from powerful senior masters. Ma Jin, Chong Myong, Baek Mirao, and other older blue-ranked seniors too. The end of martial arts cultivation was martial matches. Since strike training practiced alone had no meaning, he only went on missions after completing refinement bestowed by seniors. Thus he gradually became accustomed to unleashing martial arts in real combat. It was natural. It meant losing matches was daily life. That's how it was in the main fortress Radiant Demon Wing. Perhaps because of this? Today he was especially lax. Small piece. Though the sun was just setting, he was dazed. His body had opened the middle dantian. He should not tire even sparring all day. Yet it was hard to focus on daily life. It felt like his soul hazily rose above his body. During the martial match, the true chi in his hand gripping the sword grew loose. It was due to completely relaxed intent. The price came immediately. Swoosh! In an instant, fierce blade wind swept in. Simultaneously, shock rose from the sword body. With a clang sound, the desolate sword flew off. If he hadn't properly released it that moment, his grip might have been torn. Our lightning genius isn't in his right mind, Jeong Yeon-shin said with a grin. Weren't you trying to enter a needle's hole? Quickly, that is. He rested his sword on his shoulder. His words coming with a smiling face felt even more stinging. It was a scarier appearance than glaring. You should aim for about 3 years to become Divine Sword Squad leader. You have to spend about half the remaining years building merits. It was rare for Jeong Yeon-shin to let out such a dazed exclamation. It couldn't be helped on a day like this. However, having requested the sparring, he shouldn't argue. Jeong Yeon-shin tapped the sword blade resting on his shoulder. Cold blue light spread from his single eye. Above all, it will be in the form of taking a position. The current Divine Sword Squad leader is very healthy. I can't imagine him losing no matter who he faces. Whether 13 evil sect lords or 8 families leaders. Our lightning genius must defeat such a person. I'm sorry. When you're taking the trouble to guide me, black rank is already an issue. The realm of internal energy cultivation itself must change, but this is the domain of enlightenment rather than talent. Though having martial talent is good, of course. 3 flowers gathered at crown, 5 chi returned to source. The world of intent is different. I mentioned enlightenment? This isn't an exaggeration. Some old folks even dramatically call it shedding. They say it's hard to reach without firmly maintaining one's mind. His tone was light as always. The content was different. Care was embedded in it. At this moment, he was picturing a more concrete future than Jeong Yeon-shin himself. It was shameful. Even more so because he was the person Jeong Yeon-shin had grown closest to along with Hyun Won-chang. The boy raised his hands anew in greeting. Thank you for the advice. I only keep receiving. Enough with the formalities. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth while sheathing his sword. The sword light drawing a half moon and sheathing performed together was elegant. Now it's better to set and study, right? Since the goal is clear. Let's have me for sword techniques, Mirio for energy techniques. Putting aside our leader who's such a busy person. Hey, why are you clasping hands again? Stop with the greetings. I don't seem to have seen Senior Beck today. Mirio? She's been busy lately. After hearing about you, she's organizing cultivation techniques. She cultivated special internal energy techniques, matching her background. She needs to separate and teach things like true chi operation methods. It should all be ready by the time you return from the Namgung family. I'm curious about both your stories too. When Beck Mirio's background was mentioned, he remembered. Jeong Yeon-shin knew nothing about Blue-Eyed Sword Demon and Bewitching Sword Demon. It was due to his narrow vision. Having rushed forward only looking ahead since entering, he only saw his own circumstances. It was very regrettable. He didn't even know Jeong Yeon-shin's age. How did he live in his clan before coming to join Radiant Demon Wing? All of Radiant Demon Wing's first generation are extraordinary. He didn't know what circumstances Hyun Won-chang went through before entering Desolate Fortress alone. Unlike the killing sword he trained in, he had a sense of being raised with care. His hostility toward major sects was also strange. Beck Mirio was the same. She was a master who occasionally showed tremendous divine techniques. What stories lay behind her true chi materialized in ink color? He had only heard that young Beck Mirio was rescued during the mission that made Radiant Demon Wing's Lord Ma-jin impotent. He knew nothing more. Later. There are grudges involved, so I don't want to ramble now. Just dealing with you alone gives me a headache. Jeong Yeon-shin smiled broadly. You'll naturally come to know. As you go through blue rank to black rank to purple rank, it will happen. The quality of information you encounter changes. From black rank, it's quite a leading position. Yes. Though not convinced, he nodded. It was because he had to go soon. The time had come. He knew by looking at one corner of the Dragon Ridge on top of the hall. The white moon was rising over the dark gray roof. Was it the energy created by the full moon? Today it felt strangely distant. Jeong Yeon-shin's face slightly turned following Jeong Yeon-shin's gaze. You should go to the Fortress Lord soon. I'm dying of curiosity about what's happening too. Go quickly. Can't even ask about the business since the Fortress Lord called. How frustrating. He muttered without smiling. I'll be going. Jeong Yeon-shin answered loudly without realizing. He wasn't even embarrassed now. Immediately passing by Chong Myong, he loaded true chi into his feet. Slowly, but gradually he began running faster. After sparring all day long, bathing and purification came first. Madam Jang, please draw the water, he called out while entering through the hall's door. It was a request to the maid. Elf clan's senses are extremely keen. The desolate fortress lord must be even more so. They said she was a completely different realm of being even within the clan. He couldn't give off sweat smell. If her mind changed, the small piece must not become even smaller. Lightning genius? What's happening? Was that Jeong Yeon-shin shouting? Several Radiant Demon Wing seniors opened their doors and poked their heads out. It was fine to ignore them now. Jeong Yeon-shin, who went straight to his room, gathered spare martial clothes and headed to the bathroom. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The night seeping into the air gently froze the boy's body. It was dark and cozy. Finally, moonlight welled up. The light cluster imbued in the full moon was whitish. The full moon hazily smiled. Jeong Yeon-shin entered the inner castle within the main castle. It was desolate fortress lord's inner castle built up with pure white marble. The gate guards standing watch only gave eye greetings, no one blocked him. He silently moved his steps, treading the cold marble. The high stairs felt especially long. Still there was an end. The moment he reached the edge, huge stone doors opened by themselves. As always, the opposite side, without walls, was wide open. It poured out the unusually bright moon's pale light clusters intact. Jeong Yeon-shin raised his gaze. It was above the tree trunk thickly extending through the office. There. The desolate fortress lord was there. It was her back view standing on a branch while receiving moonlight. Her glossy grass-colored hair swayed long. Though not even a trace of energy waves could be felt, she alone was clear. It was strange to the point of being bizarre. Her presence came across truly distinctly. It was especially so in this moment. Though you knew what the piece was, you must have been curious. She didn't turn around immediately. She seemed to be gazing at distant scenery. Under the gentle moon halo, only the voice of the desolate fortress lord wrapped in palace-like green clothes could be heard. It seemed like all the world's moonlight was rushing toward her. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly realized. That was energy circulation. It was true chi operation. Though hard to believe, it was so. The full moon that had become brilliant was breathing with light's mist, and the hazy light streams spat out by the moon were refracting in 8 directions to gather at her. Even basic techniques have reached the realm of miracles. It was insight reached through intuition. It was when Jeong Yeon-shin trembled at a realm he couldn't even imagine. The world tree's fruit. Your guess was correct. She slowly turned around. Though she had her back to the moon, her eyes rippling with light were visible first. Her deep green gaze was distant. A feeling like naturally pressing down even the soul. He experiences a sensation that even the blood flame sect leader never gave whenever facing her. Come here. I greet the fortress lord. Belatedly paying respects, he moved his steps. The desolate fortress lord was opposite where he stood stepping up on the rough tree. Jeong Yeon-shin straightened his waist and faced her. Closer. Yes. He silently followed the command. Now it wasn't even 1 step's distance. The absolute being's face, white enough to be transparent, filled his vision. It was the moment Jeong Yeon-shin was about to bow down and prostrate himself. This is the first time since the evil sect's headquarters. There are words I must convey first. The desolate fortress lord parted her lips. The boy who had risen halfway up stared at her. I will listen attentively. The evil sect's leader may return. Its supernatural power beyond reason. He regained his form with just 1 drop of blood. Though I ended his breath many times. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled the blood flame sect leader. He too had a sense of transcending the human world. Though not reaching the fortress lord's level, he was one who wielded transcendent regenerative abilities at the peak of blood arts. That's when it happened. Was she going to pat his head? The desolate fortress lord extended her hand and said, I couldn't completely destroy him. I had to turn back to watch over you. I'm sorry. He had to hurriedly bow his head. He recalled the moment he tried to face the blood flame sect's 6th apostle with his battered body. He had thought the desolate fortress lord who disappeared with the blood flame sect leader had returned after eliminating the enemy. She was saying that wasn't so. Because of me? She let one of the 13 evil sex lords go in order to keep one rising disciple named Lightning Genius safe and sound. The math didn't add up at all. It was hard for anyone to believe. Sorry, you say. A crystalline voice rang out. It was my choice. You just focus on achievement while being wary of powerful enemies. More than that. The words paused briefly. Due to her presence, her descending gaze could be fully felt. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had been bowing his head, immediately raised it. Several strands of hair that had grown during recuperation were resting on the fortress lord's hand. In my youth, I made friends with world tree leaves fallen in spring wind. Though now they are crumbled and gone. The corners of the desolate fortress lord's mouth slightly rose. Your hair feels similar to that. Pardon. When you become a master, it might be good to grow it out. When he reflexively answered that he would, her lips drew a small and beautiful curve. To the fortress lord, even blue rank isn't a master. However, it was truly natural and not something to make an issue of. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. He was hearing the fortress lord's jest for the first time. It made him think she was human after all. Perhaps he could hope for a slightly bigger piece. Growing out my hair would be good. It was a jest from the absolute being who guards the world tree alone. She was a supreme being whose image-making jokes could hardly be imagined. No words should be taken lightly. Jeong Yeon-shin had to be so. He recalled when he was searching for Haiyan Wenchang. He crossed swords with local martial artists to gather information. He learned hospitality while deliberately losing verbal fights to gain goodwill. Grow hair when becoming a master. He kept it in mind. Still, if it's the main fortress squad leaders, they would call that level a master, wouldn't they? They said the black rank realm meant achieving 3 flowers gathered at crown and 5 chi returned to source energy circulation. He heard it was a realm where true chi immediately responds to intent. A world capable of facing renowned orthodox faction elders. By then, there should be no risk of having long hair grabbed in close combat. After stepping into the realm of ascension, he could grow his hair. It was a very brief thought. When he met the green eyes again, the desolate fortress lord opened her mouth. Your expression is determined. Though it was idle talk. A faint smile gathered at her lips. Though martial artists under heaven make death their companion, lightning genius intensity is not lacking. Not bad to see. I am honored. Nothing to be grateful for, nor sorry about. Her tone was gentle like a breeze. She slowly continued speaking. The main fortress is not stingy with rewards. I called you to reward the merits achieved through your aspirations, so I shall bestow what you rightfully deserve. Finally. At last the fortress lord's words brought heart movement. He needed to calm his mind, but couldn't manage well. Even taking a long exhale, his heart fluttered. Though the desolate fortress lord would perceive everything, she did not withdraw her small smile. Everything in view slowed down. Her lips that finished saying she would bestow opened again. Your merits are very great. I shall speak of 2 things. Her beauty proving peerless martial might did not enter his eyes. He only stared as if engraving in his mind her face that looked just 3 or 4 years older. The merit of finding the evil sex headquarters that harm civilians, the merit of greatly contributing to destroying the rebel group without sacrifice. The former merit was just an incident that arose from the 7th apostle coveting Jeong Yeon-shin's value. That's how the headquarters incident began. But he wasn't embarrassed. Because the reward approaching this moment was more important than anything. It can be said you have accumulated sufficient merit, worthy of testing your qualification. With the words, she extended her hand again. Unlike a warrior, her snow-white palm slowly rose. A very strange thing happened. The moonlight behind the desolate fortress lord began being drawn to her hand and distorting. She creates a truly transcendent sight. It is not a human act. That's how Jeong Yeon-shin felt. This is... Whoosh! The huge tree trunks surrounding the office released a gentle breeze. It seemed to tickle his body. It was the moment the leaves turned green and the full moon's dazzling breath brushed her entire body. The world tree's fruit. A small fragment. It was something like scooping up a handful of moon reflected in a lake. A piece of light sprouted above the desolate fortress lord's hand. It was hazy as if molded from moonlight. Jeong Yeon-shin was silent. A stream of wind blowing in from the wall-less outside teased his neck as it passed. It was the most wondrous miracle of all he had seen in his life. Even the vibration sound was mystical. He stared intently at the piece of light resting in the noble one's palm. Though it was his life's goal, he felt nothing. It was different from commonly spoken of internal energy increasing spirit medicines. There was no surging energy. It was just filled with a numinous feeling. I know what is known to the world. The desolate fortress lord parted her lips. When he raised his head, he met eyes like a bottomless abyss in the forest. She was gazing steadily at Jeong Yeon-shin. All wrong. This is not a spirit medicine that bestows powerful strength. You spoke of qualification. Then what kind? You must feel to know. Her hand came slightly forward. The fragment of light was placed closer. The more he looked, the more mysterious it was. It seemed not of this world. Try eating it. It was the moment he reflexively raised his hand at the desolate fortress lord's words. She slowly shook her head. It loses its power if separated from my body. You must bring your mouth. There is a saying, extraordinary treasures. It meant rare and strange treasures. Dragon spirits, spiritual beings, monster beasts, even mountain ginseng taking human form. That was the nature of famous spirit medicines in the Central Plains, including various divine swords said to manifest miracles under heaven. They said things difficult to accept by common sense were abundant in the martial world's upper echelons. Loses power if separated from the body? The desolate fortress lord spoke as if she herself was the world tree. Countless questions bloomed in his mind. Was she connected by something spiritual? Was that the meaning encompassed by the term world tree's guardian? But he dared not speak it aloud. He was afraid to show presumptuous words or actions. That was Jeong Yeon-shin's position now. He couldn't be called a master by the fortress lord. He was in a position to receive whatever was bestowed. Senior Chong Myong said it. The information encountered changes as rank rises. For now he resolved to aim for black rank. That was enough for now. Still, even so, the world tree fragment before his eyes was a fitting reward. He should rightfully take it. Jeong Yeon-shin unhesitatingly lowered his head slightly toward her hand. At the same time he slowly opened his mouth. The moment his lower lip first, then the tip of his nose bridge slightly touched her hand. Huh? Jeong Yeon-shin let out a questioning groan. It was because the desolate fortress lord withdrew her hand. The appearance is not good. Her tone was calm. Simultaneously the fruit's fragment descended and gathered at her fingertips. Swish. She extends her hand just like that. Hazy light slowly filled Jeong Yeon-shin's vision. It wasn't a movement toward his mouth. It was straight to his head. The pathway directly connecting to the upper dantian seemed to react already. Her long finger touched Jeong Yeon-shin's brow. That's when it happened. Heek. His heart technique breathing immediately cut off. It couldn't be helped. In an instant his consciousness flew away. Along with a feeling like being buried in an abyss's swamp, a sensation endlessly elevating wrapped around and soared through all his intent. Whoosh dash. It wasn't a rise in power. It was some kind of experience. It felt like entering the mind of an untouchable being. A tidal wave of sensation arose. It sprouted truly suddenly. While feeling even the composition of air brushing his skin in detail, he brought in nature's energy. He became sensitive beyond imagination. It was perception that felt like going mad and dying immediately. Suddenly he became aware of time flowing slowly. He could see flowing moonlight. In this moment, Jeong Yeon-shin had transformed into the desolate fortress lord. He felt vision and atmosphere together. He gazed at himself through her eyes. The fortress lord's features reflected in the pitch-black body were mysterious. Would there be another case like this among all miracles under heaven? It was utterly hard to believe. That instant felt like countless eons. Her thin breath was clear, yet even one exhale hadn't finished. The wind brushing past his ears hadn't even moved away yet. But it was hard to endure. Gradually his original upper dantian began to burn as if forcibly enduring. Enough. The moment the desolate fortress lord spoke, as if reciting, the breathlessly long stretched time instantly regained its flow. Whoosh! Jeong Yeon-shin returned to himself. His body staggered. It seemed due to experiencing a sensation that seemed to transcend even the transcendent realm. Just as he was about to lose balance, a gentle hand gripped his shoulder as if embracing it. It was the desolate fortress lord. Not possible now. Too early, she said. Jeong Yeon-shin only raised his head to meet her gaze. What do you mean by too early? Your realm is too shallow to accept the fruit. Devote yourself to training. Just now, what exactly was that effect? I tested if you could receive the world tree spirit nature. When your intense vessel becomes firm, as long as the clan's tree doesn't wither, there will be no ascending to immortality through the 100 meetings point. You would live eternally. She speaks of spirit nature. It seemed to mean securing the lifeline by sharing the world tree's divine qualities. This too was beyond common principle. Jeong Yeon-shin asked if his understanding was correct. Your interpretation is correct. The desolate fortress lord slowly nodded. It meant the fruit was that medium. What? He experienced with his whole body a mystery said to be among the finest in the martial world. Before entering, he had thought of the legendarily transmitted panacea. He was half right. Jeong Yeon-shin felt deflated as he asked once more. Rise to divine sword sod leader's rank. Receive a complete fruit through worthy merits. Then reach the realm of purple martial robes to handle the world tree's spirit nature. Is that what you mean? That too is correct. Then, the sensation this unworthy disciple just had. He asked about the world he seemed to see and feel through the fortress lord's eyes. The corners of her mouth slightly rose. It was inevitable and... Swish. The soft touch on his shoulder gently pushed Jeong Yeon-shin back. A gift. He stepped down from the tree trunk. All his senses had returned already. However, the peerless world he experienced earlier remained vivid in his memory. So it was a test, and, therefore, a gift. He didn't know what she meant by inevitable. But it was an experience that would greatly guide him someday. Perhaps it might even help with the imminent mission. Inspiration for creating heart techniques was rising. Very intensely. Be victorious. Until you reach South Geely, she said. She seemed to know the fact that Jeong Yeon-shin had been selected for the martial match to punish the Namgung family. Though they said the General Administration Office handled all major and minor affairs in the fortress, it seemed there were matters she took interest in. A dismissal. She spoke words of safe journey. It meant he could leave now. May the fortress lord also be at peace. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly paid his respects. Rustle. The sound of clothes softly brushing suddenly came clearly. The fortress lord slightly leaned her body back. She gently reclined against the tree trunk. Jeong Yeon-shin, who saw her slowly closing her eyes, turned around. The moment he left the office, the stone doors that had opened by themselves earlier closed on their own. It must be the mystery of controlling emptiness manifested by the desolate fortress lord. He was used to it now. Jeong Yeon-shin came down the stairs just like that. Unlike going up, it felt very short. So that's what the fruit was. His feelings were strange. Perhaps because he experienced something unimaginable. He fully realized one of the martial world's incomprehensibles. He thought anyone who experienced it would feel the same. He even heard words of eternal life. It was talk far removed from his current self. It was on the complete opposite side. Even if I received the fruit. He knew his realm was lacking to contain that power. Mission experience creates martial arts advancement and builds merit. It meant ultimately returning to basics. Step. The boy who came out of the desolate fortress lord's inner fortress silently moved his steps. His shadow gradually lengthened in the brightly descending moonlight. Deep night was fading. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The next day, Radiant Demon Wing's great practice ground. An official notice came down through the General Administration Office. It was a letter recording the next mission. Jeong Yeon-shin, sitting in the middle of the practice ground, opened the mission assignment dispatch. Seniors surrounded him in a circle. Their gathered appearance looking down was somewhat amusing. Lightning Genius name is in the martial match delegation. It's really written there. Truly an honorable matter. If only I were 10 years younger. Some seniors with more accomplished eye techniques than Jeong Yeon-shin seemed to have scanned it first. The boy read down the letter marked Expedition List at the beginning. He skipped the miscellaneous introduction. He checked the list right away. Execute the following 5 through life and death matches. Namgung Family Flourishing Spirit Flower Master. Namgung Family Young Master. Namgung Family Azure Heaven Sword Group Leader. Namgung Family Elder Council Lord. Namgung Family Head. The following main family warriors shall properly prepare. Obeying Heaven Wing Wing White Qilin. Radiant Demon Wing Lightning Genius. Main Fortress Elder Council Lord. Desolate Ma Family Head. Divine Sword Squad Leader. Divine Sword Squad Leader? Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes widened. Lightning Genius. I envy the other side. We'll see an earth-shattering battle. The opponent for the Namgung family head is truly unexpected. Isn't it inevitable? The Fortress Lord went out once recently. Having to face the 8 great families' head, there's no one else but the group leader. TL note, changing Divine Sword Squad to Divine Sword Group, so the term group leader will only refer to Divine Sword Group leader. Jeong Yeon-shin silently listened to the conversation of the seniors surrounding him. The one they would honorifically call group leader was only one person under heaven. 17 martial forces, including Radiant Demon Wing, Obeying Heaven Wing, and Annihilation Team, form the Divine Sword Group. Group leader meant Desolate Sect's Divine Sword Group leader. Supreme under the Fortress Lord in the main fortress. Incomparably noble. I still haven't met him. Even after entering Desolate Sect, he couldn't see him once. The Divine Sword Group leader was a being who always traversed the martial world. They said they wrote down legendary movements that enthusiasts spoke of. They said they fulfilled Desolate Sect's inherent role by displaying absolutely overwhelming martial might on the front lines. Isn't he out on a mission? Even the direct Divine Sword team has been away long. Rumors say they went a deal with Remaining Spirit. Then straight to the Namgung family without returning. The seniors' conversation continued above sitting Jeong Yeon-shin's head. Did you say Remaining Spirit? Jeong Yeon-shin abruptly asked. Counted among the 13 evil sects. They're troublesome major faction BSDRDS who value wealth and information above martial arts. A middle-aged woman with very sharp eyes answered while stroking his head. She was a blue-ranked warrior named Wu Yuxiang, a Dao technique master who treated Jeong Yeon-shin like a son. Several seniors chimed in. Their schemes rather than martial might. Those Remaining Spirit BSDRDS are experts at plotting behind the scenes. Sword demons like the Tyrant Sword sect might be easier to deal with. They say they have the House sect in their grip. Information also circulates that they're most connected with other 13 evil sects. Lightning genius, you might have been affected several times without knowing. Remaining Spirit. Speaking of another 13 evil sects. 13 sects. They said 13 evil faction groups possessed might comparable to the Orthodox 8 families. The world was vast. The Divine Sword Group leader seemed to lack bodies just to control them. Though they say some 8 great families show hypocrisy in the secular world, the evil deeds of the 13 evil sects who were evil path practitioners from birth stood out more. Personally, I've clashed with Blood Flame Sect, Tyrant Sword Sect. There's also Deep Martial Alliance. Needless to say about Blood Flame Sect and Tyrant Sword Sect who clashed several times. He had beheaded the rising disciple Sword Art Flower of Deep Martial Alliance. Ma Jin's advice about her background and betrothed came to mind. It was right after beheading Wangbo Jun of the Sword Demons while being chased by Blood Flame Sect. The Murim's reaction isn't normal. Martial faction fights aren't just open warfare. The battle of informants is no less important. Word came from the General Administration Office. They say there are those inquiring about Desolate Sect lightning genius activities. Enemies have increased. The grudges formed each time going on missions grew rapidly. He had a feeling this Murim journey wouldn't be smooth either. Was it a premonition from his upper Dantian power? It didn't seem it would end as needless worry. 4 days until departure. Even gathering what we have is urgent. Everyone should withdraw. It was Chong Myong. As he lightly waved his hand, a wind cold as sword wind blew. The Radiant Demon Wing masters withdrew in groups. Then, as if routine, they each smiled slightly and encouraged Jeong Yeon-shin as they moved away. Jeong Yeon-shin stood up brushing off his pants. Senior, didn't you receive a lot from this return? You should organize before heading out again. The blue single eye curved slightly. Chong Myong continued with a smiling face. For example, things like spirit pills. Uncle Jang Myong, your complexion has bloomed? Did you drink something good? A young female swordsman around 20 greeted energetically. The blue martial robe color covering her whole body was very deep. As she approached the Namgung family's majestic main gate without hesitation, dust rose like clouds beneath her light footwork. Servants and warriors following behind her came like background. Young lady. One gate guard looked at her with a face saying she was newly dazzling. Bowing his head to the woman who came close, he raised his hands in greeting and said, "The one who has truly changed seems to be the flourishing spirit flower master. I congratulate your great achievement. We congratulate your great achievement." The 5 warriors guarding the gate together paid respects. The motion of raising both hands gathered into fists arose at once. It even emanated discipline like sword technique energy waves. Not just anyone can guard a major martial faction's main gate. It was even more so for martial families called dynasties due to long-lasting power. Because gate guards were the face of the faction, naturally conducting themselves with might worthy of being counted in South Jili's prefecture, passers-by on the opposite main road couldn't take their eyes off. They whispered very quietly as they passed. They pay such respects to them? You fool. Even the escorts are Namgung people. Just look, isn't she clearly the family's precious jade? The Namgung family's flourishing spirit flower master? That lady's face is tanned with healthy complexion? But this person is completely white. How can you run an upper shop with such late news? They say she consumed the human form snow ginseng passed down in oral tradition. The mystical and cool energy even changed her skin. Very lucky. We witnessed one of the martial world's legends. What? Human form snow ginseng. Flourishing spirit flower master Namgung heard it all. She deliberately paid no mind. Their words weren't wrong. She had taken the legendary human form snow ginseng. It was because her brother and father, the young master and family head, were already internal masters who had filled their lower dantian with true qi. Well, thanks to fighting well with those blood demons. Everyone have a good day. She passed by them with a light smile. The signs of small commotion behind her were clearly felt. The family warriors were useful as subordinates. It was easy to receive devotion worthy of offering to imperial princesses. One smile and light greeting was enough. The things she had rightfully enjoyed since birth felt even sweeter today. Go rest from your travel fatigue. Your efforts were great. She bestowed one word to those who followed her and moved her steps. She answered with hands raised of respect by waving her hand. Whoosh! She split the air with a few light body technique steps. Those passing through the family's inner courtyard were startled and hurriedly paid respects. Only direct bloodline members were permitted to move with body techniques within the family, and the Namgung family's eye techniques easily recognized the family noble lady whose skin color had merely changed. Namgung headed straight for the family's Azure Sky Hall. It was where the young master learned the family head's duties. We congratulate your great achievement. Guard warriors bowed at the waist as soon as she entered. All were Azure Sky Hall warriors. They were different from the gate guards. Their bearing was like serving royalty, and these were truly loyal retainers. The family's pillars who wouldn't shake no matter what rumors blew in from outside. Even if the imperial dogs bark about violating the main family. Namgung thought. The young master gave word. One warrior guided her. Blue curtains of supreme quality elegantly decorated the hall's interior. The warrior who stopped at one side of the corridor said. He said you may enter directly. She slightly nodded her head and immediately opened the door. The magnificently drawn sword pattern simultaneously slid sideways. Along with a soft sound, the Namgung young master's office was revealed. Tables of precious sandalwood stretched in reddish-brown in a room that could be used as a practice ground. You've achieved small completion. Azure Qilin Namgung Seijin said while seated. Calm eyes, high nose, features that could be called beautiful. He was truly a dazzling young master, but he didn't take his eyes off the documents he was scanning. Namgung didn't mind and pulled over a chair. Sitting down heavily across from him and crossing her legs, she opened her mouth. Everyone else calls it great completion. When blood flame sect ambushed the main family, we had to empty our forces to find that human form snow ginseng. Your inner power achievement only bloats power. Compared to the sacrifice, it's just SOSO. Her brother's answer was indifferent. The Azure Qilin among Namgung family's clear white twin Qilins. He received the title of Divine Beast Qilin before Namgung Wasin was called White Qilin. He was the direct line who added powerful strength and dignity to White Qilin's foundation known for righteous character. He had reason to be arrogant. Even this. Swish. Along with lightly flowing hair, Namgung Mi's skin grew even whiter. The documents on the table shook from the suddenly arising energy technique aftermath. Mysterious white energy streams brushed her entire body. Like a goddess of northern wind and snow, her appearance wrapped in cold wind was clearly revealed through true qi. She had contained a peerless spirit medicine in her body. The depth of her energy waves was endless. She opened her mouth. The imperial watchdogs dared declare war on the main family? Even life and death martial matches? It's absurdly arrogant. Can the Divine Sword Group leader defeat our father who achieved completion in the Emperor Sword form? The Imperial Army cannot help Desolate Sect. When missions fail in the Murim where movement techniques are developed, the fall in prestige the Imperial side must bear is severe. The Imperial Court and Desolate Sect never acknowledged external connections. That was why countless Desolate Sect warriors died in the vast Murim. This matter too would remain just a fight between the two. Imperial faction Desolate Sect versus Orthodox World's #1 family Namgung clan. Moreover, it wasn't even a total group battle like the Wangbo family incident. If it's just 10 legitimate martial matches, no 8 great family would worry about defeat first no matter who the opponent. Namgung Sejin said. Don't presume about peerless master's affairs. As you know, you two are named. The martial challenge contents were announced across the Central Plains, likely Desolate Sect's scheme. If we don't step forward, the family name is bent. We can't refuse. Spectators from across the martial world are set to gather. And what if they lose? Desolate Sect, I mean. No warrior fights while assuming defeat. We're the same. This is no ordinary grand event. The victor's reputation will rise incomparably. My beauty and title will become more widely known then. No, I'll just replace Jeongnon Sect's Wei Jimyowa and become the Sword Dragon. And Namgung Mi continued with a composed face. I heard our Wasen is returning. A smooth smile gathered on her lips. Immediately Namgung Sejin furrowed his brow. That child is your brother too. How can an illegitimate lowborn be? It's strange for brother to say such things too. More than that. Namgung Mi's smile deepened as she replied dismissively. The one who became the incident's starting point was on the list? The kid who used sound techniques that would only work on the weak. Lightning genius or something. I saw him briefly before. It's not martial arts to belittle. That was divine technique. Can you imagine what threat he could be in group battle? She ignored her brother's words with a small snort. I want to make that child the touchstone of my achievement. Let's go see. Lightning genius and white Qilin. What? The Imperial watchdogs declared war, right? Already announced to the whole Murim, they said. Even the Divine Sword Group leader can't kill us until the martial matches. Though unlike me, brother, you have many complaints about the lightning genius incident. Don't you want to see if he's worth killing, see what kind of person he is? Also meet the younger brother who will soon die. Do you really intend to kill Asen? TL note, Korean language uses A with names as a sign of endearment. Not Asen, but Wasen. He's not young anymore either. They should have started departing? I want to propose a sequential victory format in advance. In 5 versus 5 matches they'll fight from youngest, so I'll kill Lightning Genius first and end with Wasen. With our brother's hypocrisy, you wouldn't want illegitimate blood on your hands. Are you serious? Does this little sister look like she'll lose? Namgung Mi asked with a red smile. Only her ruby-like lip color stood out amid skin that had turned white as snow. That's not what I mean. You won't lose. Namgung Sejin, who had been staring at her, shook his head. Then he revealed a settled expression as if hearing words he wanted. I can guess your sword energy martial arts. Your internal energy's cold energy will freeze the opponent's meridians first. Without overwhelming power, there's no way to counter. If levels are similar, it's certain victory. Unless the opponent has trained cave techniques their whole life. Why cave techniques? Shaolin monks who achieved completion in the Muscle Sutra train even their body's interior. They say they reach the level of effortlessly raising 3 samadhi, true fire flames, inside their body. But it's not something you need to worry about now. She frowned as if annoyed, then smiled brightly again. And asked, so, want to go see? The day of the Murim journey for the anti-Namgung family martial match delegation. Jeong Yeon-shin consumed the spirit pill received from the medicine hall. It was a reward for missions completed as blue rank. They said it was classified as a superior grade even in Desolate Sect. The boy sitting cross-legged in the middle of Radiant Demon Wing's great practice ground. Whoosh! The hem of his blue martial robe fluttered endlessly. It was greatly different from the supply spirit pills eaten when first entering. The energy waves spreading through his whole body were gradually deepening. Occasionally faint energy streams were visible. Materialization of true chi. Hazy golden light clusters flashed and disappeared one by one. Amidst that, all kinds of sound transmissions flew about. It was Radiant Demon Wing Masters standing guard in a large circle around their blue junior. Hien Wan Chang was with them. Leader, what is that color? The desolate sect divine hero asked Ma Jin, Radiant Demon Wing's leader, without reserve. Ma Jin, who was gazing steadily at his nephew, slightly parted his lips. I heard he established the foundation for creating cultivation techniques. It's not rare for rapidly increasing true qi to fan the sprouting of enlightenment. Though it's just spirit pill energy for now, perhaps a peerless heart technique might be born within this year. Huh. You sent a sound transmission of a psi mixed breath? Maintain courtesy, Haiyan Wenchang. Haiyan Wenchang let the Lord's scolding go in one ear. He had no choice. It was because his life-saving benefactor had already gathered the waves of true qi. Young hero Jeong. Whoosh. Jeong Yeon-shin was taking a long breath. Young hero Haiyan? He opens his mouth while still eyes closed. He seemed to sense Haiyan Wenchang carefully approaching. Haiyan Wenchang asked, "Is it finished?" "Yes. I'm truly curious. How much stronger did you become?" At those words, the moment Jeong Yeon-shin slowly opened his eyes, abundant energy revealed itself as deep blue eye light. The sky color of his pupils was transforming into blue radiance. "I'm not sure," the boy answered. Read only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. The power's radiance in Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes quickly faded. He slightly opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath. Energy waves spread and disappeared once around him. It seemed heavier by the amount true qi had increased. Anyone can see he's an elite warrior. If not for the young face. With a different body, it's even more so. Such a well-trained physique would be rare even in the main fortress. Several seniors threw jokes. Now he had the bearing of a martial master regardless of age. "Thank you." Jeong Yeon-shin raised his hands in greeting to those who stood guard. They were seniors who watched over his energy circulation in the great practice ground. He receives attention from them that he never experienced at the Jeong family training hall. Their great care that approached unusually was very precious. "Don't know how much stronger you've become?" "That can happen," Ma Jin, who had been carefully observing the boy, said. "Power increases like that. The amount you can observe isn't everything. You have to use your body to realize." Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth with a very small smile. "Are you going to spar with me?" His manner of speaking had changed. There was a bit more comfort. That's how Jeong Yeon-shin's attitude toward his maternal uncle was. Ma Jin too seemed pleased with his nephew's appearance of gradually opening his heart along with time. "That would be good, but first pay your respects and follow me." Ma Jin turned around. He immediately moved his steps, heading in the direction out of the great practice ground. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had been standing blankly, turned toward his companions. Receiving the leader's guidance right before a mission. Can't hear advice too many times, right? The opponent is Namgung. Those who claim to be number one under heaven among secular families. Lightning genius, return safely. The radiant demon wing masters behind spoke greetings with smiles. It sounded like saying see you tomorrow, but desolate sect warriors' farewells were originally like that. Missions were heavy. Companions who didn't return weren't few. That's why they sent off lightly. It's the sender's own prayer. It meant hoping for natural return like the next day's noon. It was desolate sect's custom. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly raised his hands in greeting and shouldered the travel pack placed beside him. "Young hero Jeong." "Yes, young hero Haiyan." Jeong Yeon-shin looked at one unfamiliar with the main family's customs like himself. Haiyan Wenchang was smiling broadly. The blue hero band tied on his forehead fluttered slightly behind his head, making one think strangers would mistake him for the mission departure's subject. This time just finish the martial match and return. If it drags on again, yourself might be up to blue rank. But shouldn't a peer watch the promotion moment? Like mine. Young hero Haiyan to blue rank? Isn't that a bit early? I've been hiding 7/10 of my true martial arts. Young hero Jeong shouldn't drag out the martial match and should return. After exchanging idle jokes, he turned around. Jeong Yeon-shin silently began walking. The practice ground floor carved by master's footsteps felt especially rough. It was his first mission without anyone from Radiant Demon Wing accompanying. They had to carry out their own respective missions. They said the Wangbo family time was excessive force mobilization. He learned after returning. They said the expedition to exterminate the Wangbo family was a difficult decision. He heard it was like bringing in lacking manpower while making an example. The martial world was a world overlapping with all under heaven, and Desolate Fortress was a faction protecting administrative territories from numerous martial artists. Though the Divine Sword Group's 17 squads were powerful, looking at the entire Central Plains they were very few. The numbers were so. Sympathizing with the ideology of stabilizing civilian lives and talent the main fortress could trust. Masters with martial might capable of properly facing powerful martial artists. Main fortress warriors had to be both. They were resources difficult to cultivate. Most external personnel with martial power able to pass Desolate City were filtered by the Desolate Fortress Lord's eyes. They said character was the issue. Desolate Fortress suppresses martial artists' freedom. They are potential enemies of all martial factions. Looking at the entire Murim as one, Desolate Fortress was a minority. It's not that the main family is small. The world is vast. The Central Plains was a chaotic world where 13 evil sects, 9 sects, 8 families, and numerous mid-level sects ran rampant. So, Namgung confidently accepted the martial challenge letter? Jeong Yeon-shin, who arrived at a sealed stone chamber in the small practice ground, faced Ma Jin. Yes, very different from the Wangbo family time. From the start it's one-on-one matches, and they're big enough to know our circumstances quite well. They mean who knows what will happen competing with elite few. Namgung is clearly stronger than Wangbo. Enough to be called secular number 1 in the Orthodox faction. I too must soon visit Sichuan. It's because of the thunderclap bombs you were badly hit by once. Information circulates that the Sichuan Tang clan is secretly manufacturing firebombs. They tell me to confirm and return. From the General Administration Office. Tang clan. I heard Sichuan's Murim is treacherous. Isn't it a place where even Radiant Demon Wing Masters can't guarantee survival if caught in factional strife? They say 3 of the 9 major sects and 13 evil sects major factions gather with the Sichuan Tang clan that contends for top among the 8 families. Jeong Yeon-shin casually blurted out. It was speaking as a nephew. During the Yuan-Ming transition, light movement technique supreme masters implicated in treason charges leisurely evaded pursuit by imperial warriors and went into hiding. It was an incident that greatly scarred the Ming imperial court's dignity. That's why Desolate Fortress carrying out missions in the Murim is not officially affiliated with the government externally. Because the Murim is where the burden of mission failure is greatest. It means sharp martial artists don't hesitate to kill Desolate Fortress warriors. Kill without mercy was the phrase used then. I know what you mean. Rather, I'm worried about you. Ma Jin said with a slight smile. I, Radiant Demon Wing's leader, survived without issue until reaching black rank. It's not for a blue rookie to worry about. Without issue? That wasn't true. They said he lost his testicles in the mission to rescue young Beck Mirio. Jeong Yeon-shin, who unconsciously looked toward Ma Jin's groin, quickly turned his gaze away. Ma Jin, frowning, opens his mouth, pretending not to notice. You showed a new palm technique. When having the martial match with White Qilin. Yes. I've been refining it recently. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled the combination of demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm and Demon Roaring Blood technique. It was a method using the repulsive force of extreme mutual generation through technique formations. Despite its surprising power, it lacked precision, but wouldn't change easily. The black ranks who saw your martial match that day would have grasped the pros and cons with just one move. The technique isn't precise. Is that right? That's right. Your ready admission is good to see. Let me give advice. What is the foundation of your martial arts now? Jeong family dynamic technique. Jeong Yeon-shin answered without hesitation. Right. They said little divine monk Gak Jeong was comparable to the Muscle Sutra. If Shaolin's 18 Arhats acknowledged so, your Jeong family dynamic technique is truly a peerless dynamic technique. Haven't you neglected that training recently? While filling inner power. He nodded. It was training he never skipped at Jeong Family Hall. Things like repeatedly sitting and standing while circulating true qi with a log placed on his back. Since it's a completed martial art, deliberately. Jeong Yeon-shin replied briefly. Completed. The conversation broke off briefly. While Ma Jin looked down at him steadily, Jeong Yeon-shin waited silently. Your Meridian's endurance will be beyond what you imagine. Meaning you can be bold in experimenting with martial arts. Unlike ordinary internal masters. Since your whole body is firmly woven together, you needn't greatly worry about qi deviation. Ma Jin slowly continued speaking. Shaolin's 72 martial arts are each famous as divine techniques, but when hearing the training methods, some come across as bizarre. Things like hot sand palm or iron cloth shirt. pressing hands into sand heated by fire, dropping bodies from cliffs. They don't worry about internal injuries while training indestructible bodies. It's thanks to tempering the whole body with the muscle sutra. The leader's insight is no less than young hero Hyen's. To know Shaolin divine techniques in such detail. You mean Hyen Wenchang? Ma Jin, who furrowed his brow once at Jeong Yeon-shin's joke, shook his head and said, "The point is, don't worry about energy circulation in your new palm technique. It should be enough to circulate true qi unhesitatingly to refine precision. I know you're absorbed in creating cultivation techniques, but palm techniques will be more useful for now." Indeed, your words make sense. Jeong Yeon-shin, who nodded, raised his hands respectfully in greeting. Thank you for the advice. It's time I should go. Right, the Namgung direct bloodline swords are frightening. Come back after beheading them without carelessness. The long scar on Ma Jin's face twitched. It seemed like a movement with worry embedded. It was unlike a black-ranked master who had long experienced desolate fortresses customs. I'll be back, leader. Jeong Yeon-shin bowed once at the waist and turned around. Simultaneously, he raised energy sense once greatly to confirm what was prepared. Desolate sword, northern light sword, thousand silkworm thread martial clothes, money pouch and travel pack, and martial arts. All were newly equipped on his body. Preparations were complete. It was time for mission departure. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The path leaving the main family's main gate. Lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin and White Qilin Namgung Hwasin walked the official road, each leading a horse. Though the young desolate fortress blue-ranked masters drew passers-by's gazes, Jeong Yeon-shin paid no mind. It was due to the strange situation. Where did the two go, they say? Just that they received missions to pass through other regions first. Namgung Hwasin shook his head as if not knowing. What? The originally assigned mission wasn't like this. Jeong Yeon-shin's maternal grandfather Ma Yun-jik and the main family elder council lord were supposed to accompany as martial match delegates. They said the Divine Sword group leader and Divine Sword team would join midway under the pretext of participation and escort. Until joining up, two rising talents travel alone? Jeong Yeon-shin was a bit dumbfounded. How long had it been since being chased as Blood Flame Sect's target? The main fortress abandoning him again was strange. Perhaps it was the desolate fortress lord's instruction? Though they say Murim journeys without hardship aren't good for martial arts achievement. He asked, "Are the Elder Council Lord and Desolate Ma family head also carrying out missions?" "I don't know." Looking at Namgung Hwasin smiling with a troubled face, he realized anew. White Qilin too passed Desolate City with him. As it was normally a time to still be at the bottom as a white-ranked warrior, it would be hard to know main fortress circumstances well. Their situations were the same. Jeong Yeon-shin raised his energy sense a bit more and said, "We should hurry on our way. Having built grudges with many 13 evil sects, we might find it hard to meet the deadline if we're not careful." "That seems best." Namgung Hwasin readily nodded, and they mounted their horses simultaneously. Nay, they immediately spurred their respective steeds. There was no need to discuss the route. For Jeong Yeon-shin, it was no longer unfamiliar territory, and for Namgung Hwasin the destination was his main family. A wind of another beginning blew. The gale brushing their faces and vibrations shaking up and down were invigorating. They galloped unhesitatingly on the road where the early summer sun beat down in heat haze. Namgung Hwasin said with a smile, "You're skilled at horsemanship?" Young hero Namgung seems more so. It remained refreshing even after half an hour. The geography wasn't difficult. It was so from Xiangyang, where Desolate Fortress was located, to Huizhou in South Jili. There was only one road if taking the post station route. Perhaps because of this? Suddenly, Jeong Yeon-shin felt a certain inevitability. A stream of wind carrying bright red color seemed to caress his cheek, as if it had been waiting just for this moment. The energy waves spreading from far ahead were very familiar. A strangely refined feeling amid irregularity. Had they waited long in that spot? Weaker than usual. The energy waves are shallow. The boy opened his mouth atop his horse. Immediately a brief conversation between the two geniuses began. Young hero Namgung. You mean the chilling energy? I felt it. Yes. It's blood art true chi. Doesn't seem to be blood sword master level. It's an apostle. Blood flame sex apostle? Yes. Should be the 7 apostle. I've heard well. That she lived with young hero. You knew how to joke too? I'm human too. More than that, The energy waves are strange for an apostle's power. If weakened, it's an opportunity. If it was her original might, then it's already too late. We'll be caught by light movement technique. Speaking of odds, assuming joint attack, how would it be? I don't know. All we can do is hope the main fortress supreme masters notice while fighting noisily. He spoke honestly. His power increased after consuming the spirit pill received as mission reward. However, in the world of masters, an inch difference was a gap in martial might. Jeong Yeon-shin was cautious. It was because he lived a life chased by time. Without using his body to its limits, it was hard to give a definite answer. Would there be a chance of victory? Still, if that markedly weakened energy wave is true. Thud. Jeong Yeon-shin leaped from his horse while measuring the distance. His field of view suddenly widened. Simultaneously, as Namgung-washin, who sprang up his form, entered one side, someone revealing themselves from the now quite close forest came into view. She were wearing a flowing red martial robe, black lacquer-like hair, and a single red eye. There was almost no change to her body. Perhaps just slightly longer hair. Her appearance was different. It was due to blood flowing from the corners of her mouth. The dark red fresh blood felt unfamiliar. Though blood arts had regenerative power, she seemed unable to recover from internal injuries. Boom. It was unavoidably a situation to clash. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately raised a storm of light body technique together with Namgung-washin. Along with scenery passing by like an arrow, the seven apostles' face suddenly filled his vision. Thud. The headquarters must have fallen. Feet scraping the ground raised dust. While the moisture-laden light body technique aftermath blew back as reverse wind, Jeong Yeon-shin, who stopped exactly 10 steps away, opened his mouth. What do you want? Coming all the way to Xiangyang. You weren't home. Slowly, the seven apostle parted her blood-stained lips. She had been wearing a hazy smile since facing Jeong Yeon-shin, even appearing pitiful at a glance. Her pitch-black hair swayed in the dusty wind. Came to find you. The seven apostles' lips moved. Her red eye opposite the black eye patch was glowing. What's with that state? Jeong Yeon-shin, used to superficial madness, asked indifferently. Are you worried? Her smile brightened. In her deeply reddened smile, Namgung-washin seemed not even worth considering. The process was a bit rough. Your black ranks. Her words broke off. It meant her internal energy breathing was unstable. There were desolate masters who hadn't seen her appearance during the Blood Flame sect headquarters incident. Perhaps she was hurt by them. That's when it happened. Found you, so it's fine. Come here. Russell. She approaches, staggering with a smiling face. Her internal injuries were deep at a glance. She seemed abnormal overall. Jeong Yeon-shin raised his hand to stop Namgung-washin's intervention. Fortunately, he stopped. It was trust. It must be thanks to his growth momentum and blue rank, completed missions, and their friendship until now. Strange. Standing still, he only observed the seven apostles' expression and energy waves. Until her thin breath reached his nape. Russell. She embraces Jeong Yeon-shin along with shaking breath. The carefully brushing clothes could be fully felt. Go back and make divine techniques for me. My young grand teacher. My little sect leader. The Seven Death Lord whispered. His ear tickled. If it works on this one, it should work the same on Namgung family's direct line. Jeong Yeon-shin thought while being embraced. Your young grand teacher. He calmly opened his mouth. He hadn't known his new palm technique would face real combat so quickly. Along with mantra operation, there was an ominous wave of true chi rising from his right hand. It was an instant. The dust wind spreading from beneath his feet began shimmering golden under the sunlight. Is no more. With the boy's words, an explosion roared. Read only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. Boom. The palm technique wave's rebound force was tremendous. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately loaded follow-up power into his right arm meridians. The long 12-meridian pathway of the large intestine from inside his shoulder to index finger took on the firmness of Jeong family dynamic technique. It was a move to prevent dislocation from the powerful aftermath. Boom. Still he was pushed back. The feeling under his feet making furrows in the dirt ground was rough. The palm force storm scattering in all directions raised yellow earth dust. Even vision became blurred. As expected, the strike's sensation was shallow. It was because the seventh apostle, whose energy waves suddenly increased an instant before, moved away with swift movement technique. She avoided Jeong Yeon-shin's strike from point-blank range. It was a reaction as if expected, befitting an agile demon woman. The seventh apostle was clearly in a weakened state compared to Wenhol. Her evasion was about an inch slower, but not as much as appeared. The severely weakened appearance was an exaggerated pretense. She was still powerful. Perhaps she wanted to evoke sympathy. "What's your scheme?" Jeong Yeon-shin said while staring beyond the dust. The seventh apostle's figure had retreated 5 steps away. At her single-hand gesture, a hot summer wind swept in and cleared the view. Along with long flowing black hair, her red eye and lips curved in an arc were revealed. "You created another martial art that didn't exist?" The seventh apostle lightly touched her abdomen. Her red silk thread martial robe was clinging wetly as if soaked. She hadn't fully deflected Jeong Yeon-shin's palm force. It meant her accomplished protective energy that should always be active was pierced for an instant. The implications were huge. He had acquired a strike that could work even in the black rank realm. It would become a life-saving ultimate move that could save Jeong Yeon-shin's life someday. Landing it is another matter. Accuracy is the problem. It's hard to load with speed and precision. Because the technique's development signs were noisy and the flow of power was large. Jeong Yeon-shin deliberately suppressed his sense of achievement while taking in the seventh apostle. The madwoman was opening her mouth. Not even a direct hit yet, this much. An innocent smile gathered on her lips. "If I took it properly, it would have been hard to survive." "Amazing!" She looks with quite an excited face. Even her eye opposite the black eye patch seemed to sparkle red. I asked, "What are your intentions?" "You ask the obvious." "To take the grand teacher." She trails off while slightly lowering her single eye. Her attitude had changed. In this moment, Jeong Yeon-shin realized the Muram's principles. There was no reason to think otherwise. It was because he had grown. Because Namgung Hwasin was with him. Free-spiritedness was just the exclusive property of masters. The more powerful, the more dignified one becomes. The Muram's principles were clear. Lightning genius with increased martial arts ranking. White Qilin emanating powerful bearing. They were a force difficult for an internally injured seventh apostle to subdue without getting hurt. She could no longer attempt kidnapping recklessly like before. Jeong Yeon-shin decided. End it with this Muram journey. It would be hard to see the seventh apostle in such a state again. He must eliminate her while she's even slightly weakened. Besides the tyrant sword sect leader, she was clearly the biggest future trouble. "My grand teacher. Let's go together." The seventh apostle spoke with a desperate expression. It was outright pleading. It was amusing seeing such behavior from a mouth that absorbed people's vital energy. Where had the evil sect's supreme master gone, who captured him in one move without right or wrong at Clear Night Valley in South Gili? Jeong Yeon-shin observed her energy. The center of her bright red lips was slightly raised. She seemed to consider it a situation like a chicken that's too tough to eat but too precious to throw away. Hard to subdue Jeong Yeon-shin, but no thought of leaving. Perhaps planning to cling like when staying at the main hall? "Your blood technique." He opened his mouth. Immediately color filled the seventh apostle's face. "Yes, I completed the verses. It's contained in my body." Whoosh! Along with verse operation, chilling energy sprouted. It was the moment he raised demon roaring blood art. Formless true chi waves began explosively bursting sporadically throughout his body. The originally calm atmosphere transformed into explosive demonic energy surrounding Jeong Yeon-shin's entire body. A noise like a snake's tongue added to the ominousness. Swish! Jeong Yeon-shin's face was calm. Not even a trace of blood art's characteristic base madness. Energy waves called pure blood energy at the Blood Flame Sect main hall surrounded his body. For a moment his desolate fortress blue martial robe looked like a pure blood robe. He completely finished changing the verse while researching the fourth move. He only took blood art's characteristic killing intent and explosiveness. It was a change any master who knew demon roaring blood art would feel. The seventh apostle's exclamation was close to joy. It was the moment she opened her mouth with a face carrying even heat. "It's a 100-character verse. I'll give you 4 characters each time you block my sneak attack." Jeong Yeon-shin spoke quietly. He proposes trading martial art verses for life threats. He spoke of sneak attacks toward the Blood Flame Sect's apostle. Young hero Namgung and I will continue moving. You maintain at least 300 jung distance. Don't come closer than that. Only I can approach. If you violate this, I'll take one of your arms. Even if I die, I can take one of your limbs. Jeong Yeon-shin's voice using blood art became roughly distorted. Namgung Hwa-sin beside him thought, like a demon's voice rising from Buddhism's 8 hot 8 cold hells. Young hero Namgung's mind is deep. He doesn't act rashly at all. Jeong Yeon-shin admired White Qilin's capacity. Even though there was no other way, he silently endured his unreasonable words. He was like that even seeing blood art as an orthodox warrior. It was very appreciated. What did you say? The seventh apostle laughed with an amused face. It was saying he would attack unilaterally. It was a strange proposal to accept. For characters out of 100. It meant taking 25 chances at a killing strike against a master several levels above. Even if ambushed, she couldn't kill Jeong Yeon-shin. Her mad obsession and past actions proved this. However, if she tried to capture him clumsily, she would have to handle the joint attack of Lightning Genius and White Qilin disregarding their lives. Now even she was reluctant. While internally injured, she might lose an arm. It was the position of a viper trying to approach a curled-up hedgehog. The initiative had changed. If you accept, move away now, Jeong Yeon-shin said. A hazy smile gathered on the seventh apostle's lips. You might give fake verses? I have no intention of using clumsy tricks. Would a supreme master like you not feel something off? What if you couldn't ambush me? You're no different from the various families. There are those who don't know others' grudges. You created this enmity. You'll die by my hand. He answered calmly. In the Murim where one lives treading on blade edges, his personal freedom was suppressed. He had to live always tense, taking on unwanted positions. He spent over a month like that. He had no thought of forgiveness. She didn't answer right away. After staring at Jeong Yeon-shin steadily, she very slowly parted her lips. 4 characters is too few. 6 characters. She suddenly proposes negotiation. It was a light tone. The atmosphere changed. Faint bewilderment appeared on Namgung Hwa-sin's face. Standing alongside Jeong Yeon-shin, strength entered his hand resting on his sword, befitting an evil sect madwoman. While he muttered, Jeong Yeon-shin said, I'm not a merchant. 6 characters. 5. Good. I'll get to fully taste my grand teacher's blade. The seventh apostle smiled brightly. Suddenly wind blew between the 3 people. The sun above seemed to lose its original heat. The aftermath of fully unleashed blood art was great. The trees lined near the official road were losing their greenness. Tree leaves scattered futilely in a dry wind stream carrying energy waves. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly withdrew demon roaring blood art, trading martial art mantras and life threats. This too is the Murim's way. Go. See you later. The seventh apostle's greeting, eerily composed, evoked belated tension. 300 jong, about 909 meters, was a subtle distance. It allowed response from the moment a supreme master began approaching. But the seventh apostle too would watch the group with accomplished eye techniques. Even sending an urgent message or flying a messenger bird wouldn't be permitted. Rustle. Her pure blood robe swayed red. Along with small footsteps, she instantly moved away with casual body technique. Namgung Hwa-sin, who had been quietly taking in the seventh apostle's retreating figure, opened his mouth. A storm blew from the start. When she tries to return, she'll immediately sprint 300 jung. She will. She accepted because it's a reasonable distance. Young heroes' guts are remarkable. I thought we'd have to fight to the death right here. Evil faction groups are selfish. They're reluctant unless it's a fight they can win more than 90%. She probably complied since we could take one of her limbs even if we died. Jeong Yeon-shin, who had experienced many 13 heavens in a short time, said. Namgung Hwa-sin also nodded. But do you really plan to make 20 preemptive strikes? We can't let her recover. She'll become a powerful enemy if we don't catch her at this time. We must strike while she can't manifest regenerative powers. Of course, when I make my move. Naturally, I must accompany you. Don't worry. I'll gain experience along with the blood flame sex apostle. Namgung Hwa-sin smiled as if it was fine. His eyes were clear as he faced Jeong Yeon-shin, who had momentarily shared life and death as a companion. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly parted his lips. We should be able to return alive this time too. The mission should succeed as well. Of course. Variables arose from the first day of the mission journey. Thus began the strange Murim journey. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It had been 7 days and nights since Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgung-mi left her main family. She gave the warriors a Flourishing Spirit Flower, a branch martial force, the chance to escort her. It was enough with one small gesture and smile. 6 came along. She didn't bring servants. It was because she expected a rough Murim journey. They're cumbersome. It didn't matter much. She naturally made the Flourishing Spirit Flower warriors into servants. The magic bestowed by the smile of a powerful and beautiful direct-line young lady was great. The 6 elite warriors naturally divided up the journey's menial tasks. They put conviction into this journey. They accepted it as a Murim journey to punish the unrighteous desolate sect group. A martial match is fine, but life and death matches? Truly a rude and tragic matter. How could that youngster know who he was dealing with to immediately go out in support? It was a battlefield. Naturally, one should observe the war situation first. There's no law in the Great Ming Code saying we must welcome desolate sect warriors. Moving together with the family's fine horses, they arrived at Wuchang in Huguang Province. It was a city with post stations. After passing through 2 more prefectures would be Xiangyang, where desolate sect was located. Major factions with intelligence networks counted among the finest under heaven. Roughly no desolate sect warriors' behavior patterns. They maintain the fact that they frequently use post-station roads. They moved according to plan as soon as entering the city. Bang! The wooden signboard marked Virtuous Teacher Sect shattered to pieces. It was a sect name containing the meaning of virtuous teacher. The reality was different. It was an evil sect plundering commoners under a fine-sounding name. What the asterisk SD asterisk RDS dare be so brazen? The sect leader's head flew off with one sword strike while shouting. It was Namgung-mi's sword strike that even froze the roof ridge. Under the sunlight falling like curtains, the cold energy rising from her body turned into white steam. What? The enemies hesitated. Her appearance as an immortal maiden wrapped in freezing ice energy seemed beyond the human world. There was no one who could face her. The Namgung family's Flourishing Spirit Flower warriors were the same. They were different class from local evil sects. Along with flashing sword light, the virtuous teacher Gate's disciples fell helplessly. They achieved extermination in less than half an hour. They immediately headed back to Wuchang's marketplace. Look here. People in visibly high-quality martial robes emerged covered in blood. Martial artists' fights spread quickly due to being typically noisy. The eyes of people who had been uncertain with faces, mixed with fear and panic, grew wide. It was because a Flourishing Spirit Flower warrior raised the virtuous teacher sect leader's head. Here, Namgung family's Flourishing Spirit Flower master has taken the evil sect leader's head. A Namgung family branch will be established where virtuous teacher sect was, so you all should rightfully feel at ease and attend to your livelihoods. Namgung, the Namgung family? If it's the Flourishing Spirit Flower master, isn't that one wing of the famous 9 phoenixes? That beauty and energy wave. No wonder. Wuchang warriors watching their movements whispered. Even commoners worried about being caught up in martial faction battles heard. People gathered. The commotion didn't last long. Exclamations mixed with puzzlement soon changed to cheers. They said the Namgung, famous as the Orthodox Murim's #1 family under heaven, would personally protect them. With repeated poor harvests, meals had become scarce. Now when some martial artists with only martial force were beginning to affect civilian lives with outrageous acts, immediate safety before their eyes was what mattered most. What's happening? The Namgung family. Truly, truly thank you. The young lady is so beautiful. Just like an immortal maiden. People of all ages and genders praised the Namgung family. Namgung-mi responded to the cheers mixed with white sunlight with an enchanting smile. The cheering grew louder. Brother should have been here too. She muttered with a smiling face. Azure Chilin Namgung Seijin couldn't come. The young master's position was heavy. He said he would wait for the official schedule of the anti-desolate sect martial matches, unable to leave freely. Easy. Namgung-mi laughed playfully inside. While going out to meet the imperial watchdogs, she easily gained Wuchang's public sentiment. It was a trivial matter, not even needing to use much of the family's power. She just didn't like desolate sect traversing the Murim pretending to be lone heroes while crying out about civilian lives. Everyone would support her. They rightfully should. That's when it happened. These vicious B*SD*RDS. How could you kill even innocent servants? Someone shouted while disappearing into the distance. It was some young man. His running was very fast, and a strange dignity was felt in his bearing. Killed servants? The crowd murmured. Public sentiment in the mundane world changes this quickly. It was even more so because it was the actions of a powerful family wielding authority in the secular world. Suspicious eyes followed unless it was the orthodox schools practicing Tao in the mountains or desolate sect raising the banner of civilian relief ideology. Worthless things. The corners of Namgung Mi's mouth rose further. It was a snow-white smile. When third-rate warriors hard-to-sense energy from fled, she killed several. Perhaps some among them hadn't learned martial arts. Maybe it was the flourishing spirit flower warriors who cut them down, not her. Have it silenced. She sent a brief sound transmission. Just as a flourishing spirit flower warrior who nodded slightly was about to move. There were already two people whispering in a corner of some inn, at a distance they couldn't hear. Young hero Namgung. You did well. This is how one must deal with my sister. I suffered much since childhood. I thought she wouldn't stay quietly at the main family, and waiting a day at the post station was worth it. Good thing we bought spare clothes. Being chased by the seventh apostle helped too. I wonder if there's a reason to delay the martial matches. Her temperament seems to have changed troublesomely. I felt uncontrolled energy. Indeed. Since energy achievement wouldn't change suddenly, she must have eaten something powerful like ginseng. When deliberately raising power, it seems even approaching would be difficult. Why do you say that? 10 seconds. Perhaps 10 seconds would be enough. The boy said. Translated by Nine Heavens. Right after starting the strange wager with the seventh apostle. They wanted to reach their destination as quickly as possible. Jeong Yeon-shin silently galloped his fine horse together with Namgung Hwa-sin. They continued for a long while. Only horse hooves and gales hitting their faces roared fiercely. Young hero Jeong. You seem to have no appetite. Young hero Namgung seems the same. Tension circulated even while tearing jerky while giving the horses rest. They kept their energy sense raised constantly. Each time they looked back, the seventh apostle smiling in the distance came into view. Her beautiful smile felt eerie. The desolate sect blue-ranked master's energy sense was sensitive. Both were the same. However, they weren't relaxed enough to deal carelessly with the supreme master lurking at 300 Jeong distance. In the evening they took turns standing watch. On a cloudy night, Jeong Yeon-shin drew his desolate sect sword. It was night sunk in silence. The countless stars above buried their bodies in darkness, and the moon wore gray translucent clouds up to its head. Only dreamlike moonlight hazily descended. The clearing spread between bushes was quiet. The boy recalled Chongmyong. Swish. Along with moonlight spreading through clouds, Jeong Yeon-shin's body swayed briefly. A small breeze arose at his lightly stepping toes. The next moment, a dash with hidden presence began. He ran silently as if seeping into the night air. She's sleeping. He found her right away. It was the seventh apostle. She had taken off her loose red pure blood robe and covered below her shoulders. She was sleeping curled up on a thick tree branch. Jeong Yeon-shin's gaze sank. Though clumsily imitating an assassin, she would notice immediately. Without hesitation, he stepped with supreme footwork. Once would be enough. True chi silently exploding from the bubbling well point on his soul raised fierce waves. At the end of his soaring movement, a gale arose. Whoosh! It was an instant. He rose to the seventh apostle's eye level. Her long breath could even be felt on his cheek. In that moment their eyes had already met. Her red pupils slightly opened were hidden by small eye smiles. It was expected. While striking down with his right hand's swift sword, he raised left arm true chi. The fourth fist technique not even named yet. Simultaneous operation of demon roaring blood art and demon destroying azure unyielding palm. The reckless power deployment gradually felt familiar in hand. With just one small realization given, it seemed he could properly enter the way. Swish! The seventh apostle's foot flew out. Though kicking up while lying sideways, it was surprisingly fast. Her right foot extending as if crushing empty air pushed back from the sword blade. The cold blade of the desolate sword striking at her neck moved outside Jeong Yeon-shin's reach. Swoosh! He extended his left hand without minding. It was a palm technique loaded like a fire bullet. He unhesitatingly thrust it at the seventh apostle's face and burst it. Boom! The tree shattered with a crack. Due to the very large rebound force, even his shoulder blade felt cold. Jeong Yeon-shin's body was in midair. Along with the palm technique's discharge, he bounced like a leaf hit by typhoon. While smoothly landing, he returned his sword. Along with a hazy trajectory, the desolate sword was sheathed. Your techniques are becoming more refined day by day. Amazing, our grand teacher. A languid voice, as if not fully awake, came from above. It was the seventh apostle's voice. She had avoided even the palm technique. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly parted his lips. True chi extending like rising from the central mansion point rests as storm intent at the meeting point. He recited the fifth and sixth verses of Demon Roaring Blood technique. It was what he had to say. He turned around just like that. One technique per preemptive strike was the unwritten rule of the agreement between the seventh apostle and Jeong Yeon-shin. In the world of masters, an ambush was all about the first move. One who allows even a second strike is not an internal master. The sword combination was usable. Enough to cover the palm technique's weakness. Jeong Yeon-shin glanced back while reviewing his strike. The seventh apostle, who had already moved to another branch, was waving her hand. She looked relaxed, lying sideways with one arm propping her head. She slightly brushed back her flowing hair and smiled brightly. Come back soon. He turned his head back without answering. In the distance, Namgung Hwasin stood at the treetop with arms crossed. His figure silently watching under the hazy moonlight was like a painting. He was guarding against the seventh apostle breaking the agreement and striking. He planned to join the attack if needed. Thud! Namgung Hwasin, who descended with accomplished body technique, opened his mouth. Indeed, your techniques are becoming more precise. It feels like directly witnessing the birth process of divine techniques. Divine techniques. Jeong Yeon-shin, who trailed off with slight embarrassment, shook his head slightly. I'm not sure if I can complete it within the remaining 14 strikes. A supreme master able to face the main fortress black ranks. Making life and death strike exchanges daily, whatever the result, young heroes' gains won't be small. I'm just grateful you always accommodate me. Getting caught up in my grudge. Too kind. I'm gaining enlightenment from a rare experience. Namgung Hwasin smiled with a kind face. Sweat was visible on his palm that had been crossed earlier. He had his hand on his sword while watching the seventh apostle's response. They had built bonds no less than radiant demon wing over several days. Jeong Yeon-shin gave a small bow as always. White Qilin Namgung Hwasin showed great loyalty. He was unlike any Namgung family member he had experienced. Young hero's face is not like usual. Speak without reserve. We might both become wandering spirits by the seventh apostle's hand. Namgung Hwasin said with a smile. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded and opened his lips. You said we should stay a day in Wuchang. I'm curious about the person you called sister. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgung Mi. Namgung Hwasin, who let out a small exclamation, gave a bitter smile. Actually, it's nothing special. The issue was that my mother's status was an assassin raised by the main family. A humid wind characteristic of summer forests crept up, brushing their skin. Above their heads, the moon slowly showing its face through gradually clearing clouds seemed to sneer. Assassin. It was while heading toward their camp. Jeong Yeon-shin reflexively questioned, then closed his mouth. You heard correctly. Many sects claim to walk the righteous path, but it's realistically difficult for groups wielding authority to maintain chivalry. Wealth, rights, land, martial might. How could forces encompassing all these things pursue only righteousness? The orthodox facade is just a way to protect interests. Behind the scenes, they raise invisible swords. Namgung Hwasin continued speaking with a composed expression. A place called Sword Knight, which handles tasks difficult for the well-known main family's Azure Sky Sword Heaven group. They carry out things like assassinations and kidnappings. My mother was a Sword Knight assassin who one day caught the family head's eye. Thus I was born. My qualities were decent. The family head wanted to make this illegitimate son the leader of Sword Knight. I wasn't abandoned like other illegitimate children, that is, my half-siblings. He even had spirit medicine given to an illegitimate child, which earned me my direct line sister's hatred, saying there wasn't enough internal energy for her to take. You mean the flourishing spirit flower master, your current martial match opponent? Yes. Sword Knight are the swords and servants of the Namgung clan's direct line. She inflicted all sorts of humiliation on my mother before my eyes. Though my mother seemed not to even think of such things. She was born an assassin after all. I heard news of Mother's death at Mid-Autumn Festival 2 years ago. Even her body couldn't return from the mission. It's common in Sword Knight, but not for me. Assassinate a 13 evil sex lord's direct descendant. She went to carry out an absurd mission. Looking into it, it was the Flourishing Spirit Flower Master scheme, who frequently entered the young master's Azure Sky Hall. They say she secretly stamped the family head's proxy seal. Document forgery? Isn't that something even third-rate factions wouldn't do? The family was turned upside down. More than several Sword Knight assassins dying, using the family's sword privately was the bigger issue. The Flourishing Spirit Flower Master received punishment of 100 days closed-door training. It was severe punishment for an all-powerful direct line member, but she went in smiling as if what she did was amusing. That's when I left the family and entered the main fortress. The escape process was difficult. I couldn't even dream of revenge. Because I was inadequate and weak. Sword Knight's training method for making branch families obey the direct line touches the realm of sorcery. Like blood flame sex blood demons, one cannot dare raise a sword against their master. Look at this. Namgung Wasin raised his hand. It was shaking violently. Just imagining cutting my sister's neck. A life struggling through years of oppression revealed itself as trembling hands. Even his lower lip convulsed pitifully, with none of the rising disciples bearing that anyone would nod was promising. But his composed telling of the past was befitting White Qilin. He spoke of things he had to overcome. That was enough. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't say anything. He doesn't know such pain. He was like that from birth. Wasn't he not hated despite being born killing his mother in a village where superstition ran rampant? Therefore he knew solitude. Jeong Yeon-shin empathized through silence. Perhaps that was enough. Namgung Wasin slightly smiled with a grateful look and leaned against a tree. They had just arrived at the campsite. The gazes of two fine horses tied together swept over them along with the campfire. Rest first. All right. Calm words were exchanged. Namgung Wasin volunteered for first watch. Jeong Yeon-shin lay down without declining. Using his travel pack as pillow and martial robe as blanket, he closed his eyes. The campfire crackled as it burned. Along with the sound of flames clashing, an acrid smell rose. The firewood seemed damp. Should have dried it with 3 samadhi true fire. Jeong Yeon-shin fell asleep with a very small regret. The occasional whinnying of horses slow to sleep, the seventh apostle's gaze watching while hiding her eyes in moonlight, the tingling sensation of palm techniques taking form day by day. Such was the boy's journey. Until reaching Wuchang with its second post station. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Wasin stayed one day at Wuchang's post station. Ming Dynasty post stations included lodging. They could enjoy decent beds while saving expenses. There weren't many cities with post stations on their mission route. Namgung Wasin predicted the deviation of Namgung-mi, whose every action was radical, and Jeong Yeon-shin accepted his words. They decided to rest for a day. What is that? Namgung Wasin asked. Jeong Yeon-shin, lying diagonally on the opposite bed, raised his head. The Diamond Sutra. He slightly lifted the Buddhist scripture bound as a book. He brought it for studying cultivation techniques. Namgung Wasin nodded with an expression of understanding. Chapter on Adorning Pure Lands. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his gaze back to the scripture. The effectiveness of demon-destroying azure unyielding palm created after hearing Dharma teachings from Shaolin monks was remarkable. Having acquired Dharma power, he was seeking ways to incorporate it into new heart techniques along with the desolate sect Fortress Lord's Moon's Spirit Harmony verse. If successful, the palm technique he was currently tempering would also advance. He could greatly reduce the palm technique's activation speed. Like the achievement of Jeong family cave technique always filling his body, if inner power imbued with Dharma power operated constantly, raising blood technique alone would be enough. It was something that would bring advancement in martial arts ranking itself. Should develop a mind which does not dwell anywhere. Jeong Yeon-shin, who was scanning the text, suddenly raised his head. Namgung Wasin across from him did the same. It was because they sensed the commotion outside. The talking was loud. Virtuous teacher sect, fight, Namgung family. She's here. Let's go. Namgung Wasin said. He and Jeong Yeon-shin were already wearing gray hemp clothes. The desolate sect martial robes that drew attention wherever they went were temporarily put in their travel packs. It was in anticipation of this. The two went outside just like that. A voice carrying true chi was echoing in the marketplace. Here, Namgung family's flourishing spirit flower master has taken the evil sect leader's head. A Namgung family branch will be established where virtuous teacher sect was, so you all should rightfully feel at ease and attend to your livelihoods. Then it was an instant until Jeong Yeon-shin spoke of servants and such to diminish her achievements and return to the post station with Namgung Hwa-sin. While discussing how to act for 2 days, they heard other news. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgung Mi's response was bold. She completely destroyed the dantians of the virtuous teacher sect servants she had left alive. She even damaged their mute points to make them unable to speak. And they said she took the stage once again. Near ink becomes black, as they say. They were in it together. They too were learning virtuous teacher sect's sinister martial arts. The post-station servant who received 10 copper coins relayed the details. He was a boy who looked very intelligent from his eyes. He said when Namgung Mi shed tears pitifully with a face like a heavenly maiden, there was no one who didn't take her words to heart. They were servants of those who acted like they owned the city. We couldn't distinguish them from disciples. Not common people like you, but evil sect members who shared in virtuous teacher sect spoils. But they must have been your children, friends, and fathers. I punish them with a sorrowful heart. Even if you point fingers saying there was no mercy in my methods, I will humbly endure it. However, since virtuous teacher sect was such a vicious evil sect, no one blamed her. The influence of her speech and behavior that seemed to sweetly melt people was also great. Rather, he said it was a situation where the relatives of the various servants watched those who cheered. Even the government offices, including the branch lord, didn't intervene. This was so despite her reducing the labor force and the government's administrative domain. It proved that the Namgung clan's influence wasn't limited to the Murim. Rather, rumors spread of chivalrous Lady Namgung Mi's growing fame. Namgung Hwa-sin's expression grew heavy. This would be a problem even if the main fortress wins the martial matches. If we take their heads in life and death matches, at least in this vicinity desolate sect would earn public resentment. Jeong Yeon-shin answered. Namgung Mi began acting as both Heavenly Maiden and King in Wuchang. Her fame in the vicinity was rising endlessly in a short time. Her characteristic smile full of confidence was still vivid in their eyes. Desolate sect is a group that must always gain public sentiment. Even with justification, they exterminated the renowned Orthodox Wangbo family. Now they seek to behead the Namgung family's leadership too. Even if the Orthodox Murim united, these were actions that left no room for argument. The Grand Administrator said Desolate Sect's leadership was worried about the martial alliance. To avoid giving cause for the Murim's massive alliance to strike Desolate Sect, they must suppress all missions with righteous justification. There's no reason to hastily respond to this battle for justification. The Divine Sword Group leader, Elder Council Lord, Desolate Ma family head. The elders will handle it. We'll receive recognition for merit just by doing what we can. Young hero Jeong. Isn't it common to say both sides can benefit in any dispute? Jeong Yeon-shin rummaged through his travel pack. The feeling that immediately met his hand was chillingly soft. It was the touch of the precious thousand silkworm thread. Slowly, he took out a robe red as blood. It was the seventh apostle's pure blood robe. We just need one mask. A demon mask would be good. Surely not. Young hero Namgung, please tell me. Would it be alright to show no mercy in our methods? When Jeong Yeon-shin saw Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgung Mi from afar, he told Namgung Hwa-sin 10 seconds. Even though his opponent was the Namgung Young Master, he measured timing against Namgung Mi. They had already met. He wondered if he could break her spirit first. The situation had changed. Just as he was about to carry out the martial matches according to the original mission, Namgung Mi gained fame by linking even virtuous teacher sect servants with the evil sect. It was a situation where she gained Wuchang's public sentiment by taking advantage in reverse. It became difficult to recklessly kill in Desolate Sect versus Namgung's life and death matches. Because Desolate Sect warriors must always hold the people's support. Therefore, he took out the pure blood robe and spoke of a mask. Jeong Yeon-shin quietly stared at Namgung Hwa-sin. Mercy in methods. Namgung Hwa-sin trailed off. He seemed lost in thought for a moment. However, the order has changed. He raised his head. Sunlight coming from far away swirled around his handsome features. Opening his mouth with a face befitting the praise white Jilin, his eyes gazing at Jeong Yeon-shin were firm. It was an expression of straightforwardly worrying for a companion. Namgung-mi is a direct line rising talent. Judging by her energy waves, she seems to have recently eaten a peerless spirit medicine. The saying she's foremost among juniors might not be much exaggeration. In cold energy, freezing ice energy. There are various terms, but in internal energy is very tricky. Namgung Wasin said. They say the energy waves freeze meridians first. It rapidly reduces the fluidity of blood vessel energy circulation. Inner power release speed becomes notably slower and explosive muscle power plummets. The longer one exchanges moves, the more extremely the body becomes dull. The power held by true Qi specialized in yin-yang five elements nature is truly frightening. His tone was as serious as his expression. It was talk of compatibility before martial arts level. Jeong Yeon-shin nodded. Made such internal energy into spirit medicine. If the family's capability is to that extent, I can understand the main family scheme. Using Namgung with only its leadership struck down to face evil sections. The flourishing spirit flower master Namgung-mi must have received cultivation techniques suitable for dissolving the spirit medicine. Or perhaps they invited reliable internal masters. Since they're a family with such power, influence and wealth or martial might, they must have used whatever means to raise their only two direct line members. Skipping the energy accumulation process with spirit medicine, Jeong Yeon-shin muttered. Accumulation. Gathering energy. The martial world was full of those who accumulated true qi over long years through heart techniques like energy circulation and absorption methods. It was common to speak to train one heavenly stem earthly branch. One needed 60 years of training. When martial artists say they gained enlightenment in heart techniques, it means they found thought methods more suitable for energy absorption than before. Always lacking in energy accumulation. It was like that even after eating the supply spirit pill said to be superior grade. Even Namgung Wasin right before his eyes had deeper internal energy than himself. It was a difference created due to innate limits. That's why he's striving now to create cultivation techniques with faster energy accumulation speed. Not just skipping, but gaining even more powerful strength. Namgung Wasin's face looked bitter as he turned his head sideways. He continued speaking. It's the strength of a family that exists only for the direct line clan. Different from desolate sect. Since peerless spirit medicines passing through the main fortress must go to imperial family members. Though it happens in utmost secrecy. Even the spirit pill I received wasn't small. It would be beyond that. Naturally so. Perhaps because he had thoughts of facing his half-sister? Namgung Wasin's lips trembled again. The flourishing spirit flower master and azure Qilin are no different from great trees nurtured by Mount Tai that is the Namgung family. I'm not dismissing young hero Jeong. I mean there are martial arts hard to counter even with equal martial arts ranking. Starting with me. Though I volunteered for the mission to overcome heart demons, I'm unsure if I can overcome them in time. He clasps his trembling hands himself. Namgung Wasin smiled awkwardly. This mission has several meanings. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Desolate sect main fortress issued the mission to govern the Murim under heaven. Jeong Yeon-shin, whose life thread was at stake, volunteered to fill achievements, and Namgung Wasin, who was despised, came to clear away past years and avenge his mother. During the competition, he tried to defeat me to fight the young master. Does he have a grudge against Azure Qilin too? The boy stared steadily at Namgung Wasin. After gazing at him like that for a moment, he slowly parted his lips. Though I can't lift young hero Namgung's heart up. Haha, I don't expect such things from young hero Jeong. After Namgung Wasin's small laugh, Jeong Yeon-shin's words continued. It seems I can pull Namgung-mi down. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The woman with snow-white skin slowly bit into a peach. The chair she sat in was decorated with luxurious tiger skin, and her appearance with hands draped on the armrests like a monarch suited her very well. Moving her small mouth unhurriedly, she said, "Do it." Namgung-mi's order fell. For some, it was words announcing their end. The bodies of those remaining at Wuchang's virtuous teacher sect trembled with uncontrollable fear. The servants were already disabled. Next were they who were attendants. The Namgung family's flourishing spirit flower warriors approached. Energy waves spread from their bare hands. Their eyes looking down at the attendants were completely indifferent. not gazes treating equals. Save us, please save us. I was dragged here. Ming Dynasty law does not permit private torture. In Great Ming, commoners were the emperor's property. No one should defy this. However, the Central Plains was vast. It was land difficult for the imperial court to scrutinize thoroughly. At this moment, Namgung Mi's orders were above Great Ming law, even more so in the nearby Namgung family territory. I won't kill you. She smiled thinly. It was a smile with even dignity embedded. I'll just destroy your dantians. You learned vicious, evil sect techniques. Since you acted as dogs for this wicked virtuous teacher sect, who knows what atrocities you might commit against commoners outside after your fallen sect. Never learned martial arts. HEK. The moment flourishing spirit flower warrior's hands moved, screams burst out everywhere. The pain of Dantian destruction is not light. It's tearing apart the ocean of chi point located in the lower abdomen with internal energy palm technique. How could one endure the feeling of blood vessels being completely severed? Never could they return to a whole state. Over a dozen attendants rolled on the ground. Blood came from both below and mouth simultaneously. Bloodstains began appearing across the floor of Virtuous Teacher Sect's central hall. Some of the Virtuous Teacher Sect workers were fortunately selected as Namgung Mi's servants. They stood to one side, not daring to make a sound. Stiff faces. They could barely even breathe properly. Clean up and call people. I'll hold a feast distributing this insignificant evil sect's wealth, Namgung Mi said. They said Namgung Mi's orders were above Great Ming law in the Namgung family. What she spoke immediately came to be. It was sunset. The early summer sun stretched along the twilight's orange light and people's shadows. Under one flourishing spirit flower warriors watched the attendants couldn't act rashly, and Virtuous Teacher Sect's practice ground soon transformed into a banquet hall for Wu Chang's people. The Namgung family's masters exterminated Virtuous Teacher Sect. It was no ordinary big news. Local dignitaries gathered on their own without invitation. So satisfying. Serves those Virtuous Teacher Sect B *SD *RDS right. A snow mountain fairy descended in Namgung's name. Just look at that jade-like skin. She's not like us common people. And possesses accomplished martial arts too. Truly a thankful thing. The table brought out from inside Virtuous Teacher Sect was very large. Dozens of people sat around eating and drinking. They were mainly owners of merchant groups, escort agencies, and martial arts halls established in Wuchang. Even the head of Wuchang's government school teaching academics stroked his beard respectfully. So, you're saying a Namgung family branch will be established here? A middle-aged bald man asked. Though said to be head of a mid-sized escort agency, his manner was like addressing a superior. Namgung Mi slowly nodded. You saw Virtuous Teacher Sect's tragic behavior. Though inadequate, I wish to manage the Murim security in Wuchang. The corners of her mouth gently curled up. I wonder if I might be burdening you all. Absolutely not. Rather, it's something to be thankful for. Many in attendance waved their hands. This was done by the Namgung family's precious daughter. Even if they truly didn't like it, they had to say so. Thank you. The smile on Namgung Mi's lips deepened. A young martial artist who had been staring blankly at her raised his hand. Young Lady Namgung, I heard you'll compete with Desolate Sect warriors. Oh my, are you worried? When she smiled as if pleased, he blushed. It was a reaction that didn't get old. Such was the martial world Namgung Mi had experienced. Though various imperial princes and princesses with elf blood were said to be precious, she who grew up as a clan member no less than royalty in the free martial world didn't envy them. She thought herself to have the cultivation to be content with what she had. She only wanted to protect what she possessed. Namgung Mi tilted her head slightly to the side. Her glossy hair shifted sideways. It was an intentional movement. I wonder why Desolate Sect left Virtuous Teacher Sect alone, when so many commoners were suffering. Those present immediately showed signs of catching her meaning. It was because anyone would know what words she wanted. They're just desperate to strangle the Murim. How would we know their true intentions? They must have left them be because it was good. Since Wuchang's orthodox factions couldn't raise their heads due to those evil sect B *SD *RDS. Isn't Desolate Sect just martial artists suppressing the Murim? Just look at the Wangbo family incident. They sent life and death martial challenge letters to Namgung who fought fierce battles with Blood Flame Sect. They're ones who drop Murim principles to the ground. Their denouncing appearances were intense. They seemed to truly think so. Namgung-mi stared at them steadily. The various martial artists were no different from commoners. They curry favor with the stronger one. Actually, there must be those with different views. It didn't matter. Her martial world was like this. There are none who deny life. It's a world spreading beautifully like a carpet. That's why she wanted to protect it. That was why the family elders overlooked the desolate sect. Lightning Venuswo appeared with amazing techniques. It would have been different if they were a rising disciple of the orthodox schools. Survival of the fittest. To the eyes of a family expanding influence in martial world ways, Desolate Sect was an exasperating group. They interfered in martial world matters at every turn, carrying only the justification of civilian welfare. Must cut off the sprout. This time for sure. She easily won the battle for justification. Seized Wu Chang's public sentiment in an instant. Desolate Sect who spoke of life and death matches were ones who had to mind the eyes of all people. Though she wouldn't lose even in simple martial matches, she as a person of a major Murim faction did everything she could. The careful planner is the strong one in this world. It was when she was reaching for a peach at one side of the table with a gentle smile. Who? Everyone's actions stopped for a moment. It wasn't a voice to let pass. The bearing in the voice was tremendous. Spoke of our sect. A voice rang out combining a boyish tone with rough rupturing sounds of true chi. It seemed to mix inner power at the heaven's edge point right above the vocal cords. Along with the sound of fluttering clothes, a red figure crossed the wall. It was extremely accomplished body technique study. Step. With small footsteps, they descend to the banquet hall. Not even a speck of dust was raised. Namgung-mi quickly deployed eye techniques and raised her eyes. Her eyes carrying the sky-colored radiance of the Namgung family's secret technique Azure Sky Eye technique swept from the person's head down. She was confident she could detect even the smallest tremor of their body. The uninvited guest who mentioned, our sect. Wearing a demon mask smiling like a gaping dragon. Even the energy waves swirling like wind wrapped around the bright red robe sleeves hanging down to the wrists. The appearance was overwhelming from the start. Blood. Flame sect. Someone's dazed muttering reached her ears. Namgung-mi didn't take her eyes off them. The ominous waves were unusual. The flow brushing the skin like ripples spoke of extremely delicate true chi operation. The power control was terrifying. It didn't look at all like showing their full innate inner power. You, the red-robed demon mask said. Are you the Namgung B *SD RD? In that moment, no one opened their mouths. It was truly a shocking entrance. Jeong Yeon-shin wearing the pure blood robe and demon mask slowly stepped forward. In this moment he had to act as a rising disciple counted among blood flame sect's best. He heard from the seventh apostle. The pure blood robe was a treasure bestowed upon apostles. My martial might doesn't yet reach apostle level. Should act like Gaozhongshui. Even the blood flame sect had nobles. Families as old as the main hall's history naturally formed vested rights. The third apostle's son was like that. Gaozhongshui. He was one who constantly checked Jeong Yeon-shin at the headquarters. He died forcing energy absorption on a boy who hadn't even learned martial arts. He remembered slicing his neck. Jeong Yeon-shin decided to impersonate that one. Step. His gait was leisurely. He held his upper body straight. He revealed bearing as if looking down on all under heaven. He put himself under self-suggestion. Outside the main hall there was none more noble than himself. All were worthless bugs. He approached Namgung-mi sitting in the seat of honor unhesitatingly. He measured timing while not showing it. Seems no ordinary status. The guests claiming to be orthodox martial artists couldn't move. Though they must have known it was Blood Flame Sect. They were overwhelmed by Jeong Yeon-shin's appearance and energy waves. It was a bearing that few in the local Murim could face. He was operating Demon Roaring Blood technique at Desolate Fortress Blue rank level. They lowered their eyes one after another. They were ones who had long kept silent before the evil sect Virtuous Teacher Sect. It wasn't like their appearance shouting indignantly at Namgung-mi's words. There were practically no martial artists who could show bearing before Jeong Yeon-shin. The Namgung family was different. A blood demon here? Could it be an apostle's bloodline? As Namgung family warriors immediately stood to draw swords, Namgung-mi raised her hand slightly with a strange smile. Her fingers, smooth and wide enough to be called jade-like, stopped them. I like the fruit's color, Jeong Yeon-shin said. He still had true chi loaded in the Heaven's Edge blood point at his nape. Along with deliberately made rupturing sounds, an eerie voice came out with deep resonance. He arrived close with unhurried steps. It was diagonal to Namgungmi's left. Swish! He picked up a peach. Rather than fighting recklessly, it was to distance his current blood flame sect identity from himself. Though energy waves could be different, he couldn't change his build. He had to prevent them from recalling Desolate Fortress's lightning genius. Actions far from myself. Jeong Yeon-shin tried to provoke another for the first time in his life. He wasn't confident. Could he do it well? This fruit is wasted on these lowly things here. He raised his indifferent tone slightly. He meant to speak arrogantly. It suited him. He felt puzzled that it felt more comfortable than expected. None raised their heads except the Namgung family masters. It seemed to work unexpectedly well. He wasn't sure how he appeared wearing the precious pure blood robe and demon mask while operating demon roaring blood technique. Did he appear as a complete blood flame sect noble in their eyes? That's when Namgungmi moved her lips. I was about to take it. Doesn't that white peach flesh suit me? She slowly crossed her legs. Their gazes met as she gave a slight smile. Her words continued smoothly. A blood demon acts like a noble clan before me. Perhaps feeling inferior to the main fortress? Not knowing your place. Your tongue is long. What? A head that will soon fall moves its mouth too much. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke leisurely through the demon mask. Then he moved his hand. He casually threw the peach he was holding at Namgungmi's nape. He paid no mind to the gasps around him. She stood without avoiding it. The rolling fruit was gently crushed under her fine leather shoes. Seems you came to suck some true chi after hearing rumors. She spoke with a smile. Kill him. As Namgungmi finished speaking, she raised her whole body's power. She recalled the energy waves shown by the blood-robed demon before her. He was one hard to underestimate. She planned to gauge his strength using flourishing spirit flower warriors as limbs. Before that, she intended to first dull his body with energy techniques. The cold of the human-shaped snow ginseng rose chillingly from her dantian. As she raised her hand, enduring pain like her blood vessels were burning, frost formed around her body. It was a sparkling wave of five-colored light. Even the appearance befitted her nobility. She thought the effectiveness would be the same. Whoosh! It was an instant. The moment white mist burst from Namgungmi's whole body, the demon's body suddenly stopped. The internal energy's cold was faster than any sword strike. She stepped back with mincing steps while smirking. Flourishing spirit flower warriors rushed in from all directions. Chaos broke out in an instant. Sword clash sounds rang loudly amid food and alcohol scattering everywhere. Cling! Jeong Yeon-shin felt the vibration climbing up to his right hand, gripping the sword. One's attack was fast, but he blocked with the blade of the iron sword not yet fully drawn. His movements had clearly slowed. What penetrated his body wasn't ordinary cold energy. It seemed it should be understood as having internal breaking hand technique properties. Even so, his muscle strength remained unchanged. Your sword force is pathetic. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke calmly from within the demon mask. His defense didn't waver. When the Namgung man flinched, without delay he struck his face with the back of his left hand. The thud sound was loud. With the feeling of catching his jaw, he bounced him away just like that. HEK. It was a death rattle. He flew back, losing consciousness with eyes rolling back. Jeong Yeon-shin knew right after delivering the strike. He could manage even without using unique martial art techniques. He had become quite strong. He had well surpassed the level of entry-level blue rank at least. He advanced without stopping. He could clear away potentially flying blind sword strikes first. He was grateful for Namgungmi's decision to use her underlings as expendables. Must fight like this. It was the moment he greatly raised the flow of demon roaring blood technique. Sword formation. Another Namgung man shouted. It was an urgent voice. Sword formation. A tactic where multiple swordsmen gather to add connectivity to techniques. Seeing Jeong Yeon-shin's strikes, they seemed to decide on joint attack. A separate world unfolded with the crowd suddenly far away. It was a confrontation between 5 flourishing spirit flower warriors and the demon mask. Jeong Yeon-shin narrowed his eyes. The Namgung men swung their swords while occupying all directions before him. He immediately responded with swift sword verses, and the iron sword provided by Namgung Hwasun moved at similar speed to them. Gradually his whole body's meridians began to ache. It was a remarkable cold energy erosion. I became quite dull. It didn't matter. He combined evasion and counterattack while moving slowly. His sense of measuring timing reached the realm of instinct. He was extremely sharp despite the dulling skin sensation. He inserted sword strikes while avoiding 5 sword movements by a hair's breadth. Once each, once each. 5 times was enough. Jeong Yeon-shin raised the iron sword pulled from a fallen warrior's abdomen. This one was the last. Very slowly, blood flowing down the blade created silence. The pure red robe seemed wrapped in noble killing intent. The Namgung family flourishing spirit flower warrior's blood looked like dirty stains in comparison. While everyone held their breath, Namgung-mi still hadn't moved until then. It was a fight between masters. Hasty intervention could rather mess up the sequence of moves. She was flourishing spirit flower master. What did it matter how she used her underlings? It was enough to watch how long the enemy's shown martial might would continue. Only then did Namgung-mi take a step. Your eye technique training doesn't seem deep. She opened her mouth while slowly approaching. Your sense of distance is quite excellent. You measure timing well. Is it innate? Her tone was relaxed. It was because she confirmed the demon mask's increasingly slowing movements. The human-shaped snow ginseng energy melted through pain was that powerful. It was power that reached another realm. Jeong Yeon-shin stood still while staring at her. A sensation like frostbite swept his entire body. The aftermath was great despite being exposed to just one strike. Though expected, if he hadn't mastered Jeong family dynamic technique, he couldn't have even thought of wagering a match. I can't use unique martial arts. He couldn't deploy the new palm technique here. It was a martial art with distinct characteristics. It could only be used at moments when revealing his identity didn't matter. Rustle. Rustle. Namgung-mi approached with a smiling face. Though not appearing careless, she crushed the timing gap unhesitatingly. Her confidence in cold energy power seemed truly tremendous. It was martial arts worthy of that. She completely grasped his internal energy. She had precisely observed Jeong Yeon-shin's state, gradually making it hard to control his body. Let's see. She reached out her snow-white hand after approaching close like a lover. She lightly touched the demon mask covering Jeong Yeon-shin's face. Your ugly face first. Her lips drew a thin arc. It was truly a defenseless-looking gesture. Her wicked personality showed through directly. It was behavior bestowing ultimate humiliation on a martial arts opponent. Good. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Speaking of 10 seconds was for formal martial matches. He had no intention of facing her with a righteous attitude. He meant to reveal openings to draw her in, but didn't expect her to actually come this close. His Miram was different from hers. It was a struggle for life. He wanted to easily defeat an opponent he hadn't experienced before. I can do it. Lazy Flame Dragon was stronger. The internal energy density of the Wangbo young master, who trained the scorching divine meridian's innate heat, was even higher. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled a technique he gained inspiration from after seeing him. He learned that many called masters in the Murim could use this martial art. 3 Samadhi True Fire. He had been using it since she took a step. It was a technique causing vibrations from the smallest units of true chi. Movement itself raises fire energy. Unlike Lazy Flame Dragon's immediate heat emission born with scorching divine meridian, it was an internal master's delicate true chi operation. Womb. It was a resonance inside his body. He felt it clearly. The cold energy throughout his meridians crackled and burned. His entire body hardened like steel by Jeong family dynamic technique fully handled the heat and vibrations, and demon roaring blood technique's operation path whirled through his whole body in destructive flow. A crackling sensation came from all blood points, including the 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. He could do this all day. The enemy hadn't detected his body's thawing. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately raised the Radiant Demon technique. When the upper dantian in his mind flashed intensely, Radiant Demon Wing's unique martial art absorbed all information. The two people's postures, Namgung-mi's breath mixed with laughter, and even her gaze fixed on the mask. Within that, an invisible trajectory arose. It was a mind's light net only visible to Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes. It was Radiant Demon Technique's path. The boy followed it exactly. It was a move starting from the right elbow, barely moving the shoulder at the end. Swish. Just before Namgung-mi removed Jeong Yeon-shin's mask, he grabbed her neck. It was a very natural movement. He created a scene of instantaneous superiority combining Namgung-mi's solid confidence, radiant demon techniques path advancing from blind spots, timing converging to nothingness, and strikes suddenly accelerated by cold energy destruction. Radiant demon wings lining genius was a fighter. The smooth nape came into his firm grip. Namgung-mi's eyes grew wider than ever. Had she ever experienced being subdued so absurdly in her life? She would have neither heard nor seen such a thing. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly opened his mouth. The noble of the world's blood lineage commands. Hyuk! You lowly Namgung seed. Along with his words, the blood technique responded. There came a feeling like throwing open his body tempered by Jeong family dynamic technique. The mental image of this moment added to the thought forming the verse. He said she gave all sorts of humiliation to young hero Namgung's mother. They said one lacking nothing committed all kinds of evil acts. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Wouldn't he be more dignified than this Namgung-mi? It was thinking he'd never done before. Arrogant thoughts sprouted in his mind. He said, "Kneel." It was before many attendees. When he put sincerity into his spoken words, he felt a strange sensation. The energy drawn into demon roaring blood technique's flow was slightly amplified. It meant the amount of energy accumulation increased. The torrent-like true chi flow seemed to laugh ominously, as if saying this was how blood art should be operated. This too is enlightenment. Jeong Yeon-shin opened his mouth once more. This time he filled it completely with contempt. What are you doing, trash? This. Namgung-mi couldn't continue speaking. She showed no signs of movement. It was because he had sealed her blood points the moment he grabbed her neck. It meant he paralyzed her body with point sealing. Even if she wanted to kneel, she couldn't. Control of her body came into Jeong Yeon-shin's grasp. You're still not moving. You are quite stubborn. Kek. The boy holding Namgung-mi's neck laughed slowly while wearing the demon mask. The pure blood robe's hem reaching his feet fluttered like scattered blood. It was an eerie and mysterious sight. Jeong Yeon-shin wanted to keep Namgung-mi alive. If this woman had skillfully brought justification, he and Namgung Hwa-sin could also use schemes. If subduing had been difficult, he would have cut her neck in one stroke. But since he captured her like this, he could paint the best picture. He leaves the final part to Namgung Hwa-sin. While hoping he would overcome his heart scars, Jeong Yeon-shin also thought to establish merit. He wanted to create a situation where Desolate Fortress could rightfully behead Namgung family's bloodline members. He completely subdued Namgung-mi. Among the flows envisioned with Namgung Hwa-sin, it was conditions worthy of being chosen as best. What should I do with you? He spoke as the blood-robed demon mask. Perhaps due to demon roaring blood technique's destructive and irregular energy waves. The veins rising on the back of his hand holding Namgung-mi's neck looked ominous. Lowly Namgung surname of the orthodox path. However, being a long and widely spread name, through you the vitality of our sect could be announced. These were words revealing the purpose of the blood flame sect noble who burst in here. That situation has. The Wuchang martial artists who were observing the fight between Namgung family and evil sect master's side. Though lacking the bearing and power to take Namgung-mi's side in this moment of complete defeat, they had the insight to understand the situation. Most who attacked Blood Flame Sect's main hall were local martial artists from around South Shili. Counting numbers, they were more than Desolate Fortress warriors at the time. It meant news of the main hall's extermination was far from secret. Martial artists were those who acted through martial arts and honor. Blood Flame Sect was the same. The headquarters noble bloodline personally came out to announce the remaining power of a sect whose name had plummeted. Anyone could understand. I could slice your neck right now. But it seems wasteful. When there are ways to use you repeatedly. It was a voice tinged with low laughter. They said masters who reached realms don't appear human. In third-rate Murim, the Orthodox 8 families and 13 evil sects were like that. The true chi rupturing sounds encompassing the boy's young voice added to such atmosphere. How about making you a servant? To wash my feet. The demon face embedded in the mask seemed to stare steadily at Namgung-mi's face. It was a mask with mouth torn like a gaping dragon. The scene appeared like contemplating what to do with prey. Namgung-mi opened her mouth with a strained expression. She seemed to barely part her lips. You just now said stubborn. I did say that. You who dares wear just a mask, such a daring person. The demon mask laughed. Unpleasant being evaluated by me? You fallen Namgung seed wearing the mask of orthodoxy. The word daring suits you. You even framed innocent ones as evil sect warriors to fertilize your fame. Even our sect wouldn't do such things. Nonsense, Heek. The curse transformed into a painful gasp. It was because the demon mask's left hand blurred the moment Namgungmi opened her mouth again. The explosion sounds of energy waves hitting her body rang dully several times. It was like drums bursting continuously. Anyone could tell it wasn't ordinary point ceiling. While Namgungmi's body went limp with her neck grabbed, the blood flame sect's strange young noble said, "Did talk of being a servant sound like a joke? What? You'll need my permission to operate true chi. It's the divine power of blood technique." It meant he applied inner power sealing techniques. Desolate Fortress's lightning genius had suffered this from blood flame sect's seventh apostle. It wasn't difficult to inflict another the effectiveness of internal energy sealing technique he directly experienced. It was enough to apply the same true chi operation of demon roaring blood technique. "How dare you? How dare you?" Her voice suddenly rose. Namgungmi's fine brow twisted viciously. It wasn't despair but fierce indignation. Something impossible in her life had occurred. "I'll kill you. Make you kneel and kill you." He was one who subdued her and even took away her freedom to circulate energy. She glared as if engraving it in her mind. Her eyes swept over the demon mask's whole body. She focused intensely on around the sleeves where skin showed through. A master's eye techniques transcend any imagination. Near energy points, there was room to deduce identity from movements of pulse where internal energy flows. "It's good to see spirit. Q-heck." It was when the demon mask applied force to the hand gripping her neck. In that moment, amid dead silence, Virtuous Teacher Sek's main gate opened wide. A cool wind swept in. It was a very straightforward flow of energy waves. A blood demon has nested at the site of an evil sect's extermination. He was a young man whose blue martial robe suited perfectly. His facial expression sank heavily toward the demon mask and Namgungmi. "I came to offer congratulatory drinks to my sister." He emanated an unhesitating bearing while wearing a notable, desolate character embroidered beside his shoulder. His straight nose bridge and small closed lips resembled Namgungmi. The crowd couldn't help but recall their blood relation. "Desolate. Desolate Fortress," he said, "sister. Perhaps. White Qilin." "It's Namgung's White Qilin." Color bloomed on people's faces. Namgungmi was subdued. The situation was uncertain for themselves who remained. White Qilin Namgung Wasin. He was a warrior renowned even before entering Desolate Fortress. If he was a young man widely recognized by the Orthodox 8 families, in Wuchang's Murim he must be seen as having surpassed rising talent level. He was a master hard to imagine lacking as an opponent for the Blood Flame sect noble who fought fiercely. Those who denounced the main fortress. Namgung Wasin thought. He had arrived with Jeong Yeon-shin the moment the banquet began. He heard all the talk praising the Namgung family while insulting Desolate Fortress. The exposed true faces of local martial artists who changed their attitude felt uncomfortable. He tried to ignore it and stepped forward. He had been regretting not checking Virtuous Teacher Sect earlier. It was due to Namgungmi's behavior. He thought the servants whose dantians she destroyed after framing them as evil sect warriors were enough. He was wrong. He didn't know she would implicate even the attendants. "Yes, you were that vicious." He saw Namgungmi being choked by lightning genius. She couldn't even turn her gaze, seemingly due to sealed blood points. Did he properly seal her movements? Suddenly Namgung Wasin was surprised at himself. He too seemed merely a small soldier walking the sword path. He checked the well-being of a companion who became closer than his half-sister first. Radiant Demon Wings lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin. As usual, no particular change in his calm breathing. Truly amazing. It was a scene hard for the current Namgung Wasin to create, because he had no means to handle the cold energy. Even if he had them, it wouldn't be easy to do that. It meant lightning genius's displayed martial might was very stable. It was impossible without mastering one's current realm. Born with sense. His martial talent was clearly above his own. He created an opportunity. It's a favor. Must succeed no matter what. Namgung Wasin opened his mouth with firm resolve. Blood demon. Step away. Another Namgung mongrel? Step away? Your words are laughable. The masked lightning genius spoke in an eerie voice. Namgung Wasin thought for a moment. If one didn't know the circumstances, it was speech and tone that could hurt feelings. There was something provocative in the calm manner of speaking. Namgung Hwasin deliberately put spirit into his words. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgung Mi is the target of martial matches designated by the main fortress. The Divine Sword Group Leader is coming as Mission Supervisor. Divine Sword Group Leader. Silence fell over Virtuous Teacher Gate's practice ground. It was a name that should have that effect. The reputation of a peerless master said to look down on all under heaven alongside Shaolin Temple's abbot, foremost in Central Plains, transcends distance limits. Unlike the desolate fortress lord said to walk above clouds, he was a very real and hard-to-resist danger. Release my sister. If you don't wish to be pursued by the main fortress purple rank absolute master until your dying day. Is the Namgung clan threatening me now? The demon mask's response was immediate. He threw Namgung Mi, whose blood points and inner power he had subdued, to the ground like trash. Ignoring her sprawled in a state no one could have imagined during the banquet, he stepped toward Namgung Hwasin standing at the main gate. Swoosh! He drew his sword again from the red pure blood robe's waist. The bearing released with the sword draw was Desolate Sword. Simultaneously, Namgung Hwasin also raised his Desolate Sword. Sweat gathered on the hands of those watching. Step. Step. The air between their timings seemed to stop moving. Not even a point of wind blew. In the dryly rigid atmosphere, only the figures of two masters walking stride by stride toward each other remained. Their appearances walking as if taking a stroll while gripping long swords were strangely similar. It was a scene like the air gradually compressing. Eternal-like tension heightened along with shortening distance. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps, and then, boom! They rang out simultaneously. From strongly planted feet and hands gripping swords, they blurred. Following short supreme footwork sounds, two swords embraced sunlight. The moment white sword light distorted into two streams, their red and blue robe hems also brushed past each other. Cling! Namgung Hwasin stopped. The sword cry ringing as if about to break made him do so. He had originally intended to do this. However, the trajectory and sword force different from when sparring in the Desolate Fortress competition were separate matters. He felt an amazing level of progress. He completely incorporated Rei's true chi into the sword path. The concentrated power was different. Sword path is the path the sword advances on. It was the flow determining sword strike's power and effectiveness. He had heard lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin ate spirit pills. He also saw him compete with 7th Apostle several times. But experiencing the sword strikes directly was different again. Namgung Hwasin recalled his half-brother. Perhaps we really could discuss chances of victory. That's when it happened. His casual thoughts scattered at the sword sheathing sound from behind. It was Jeong Yeon-shin wearing the demon mask. He who sheathed his sword with upright bearing like the nature he showed here said. Worthy of mentioning the Divine Sword Group Leader. Desolate Fortress. Wait and see. There are many branches to replace the headquarters. The blood lineage nobles will return. He stepped arrogantly without even turning his back. It was straight toward the main gate direction Namgung Hwasin had entered through. The Wuchang martial artists who saw the overwhelming exchange of first sword strikes never opened their mouths. Bugs. The blood flame sect noble left with a low laugh. After long-lasting silence, the situation's cleanup became Namgung Hwasin's role. Only then did he turn his gaze to his enemy, his half-sister who always looked at him with contempt and hatred. However, the reunion with bloodkin seemed not in Namgung Mi's concerns. She stood proudly as if she had never rolled on the ground. Her raised eyes were directed toward the main gate. It was the direction the demon mask had left. Grudge seemed to burn in her gaze. It was obsession even Namgung Hwasin had never seen. Namgung Hwasin, who had been staring at her steadily, opened his mouth. Our side will take charge of your safety. We guarantee protection until the martial matches. What? Radiant Demon Wings Lightning Genius is with me. With young hero Jeong and I, you can safely reach South Jili. Behind Namgung Mi, who finally turned her head, the faces of Wuchang martial artists showed. Their expressions revealing complicated feelings were varied. This is serious. That person just now, wasn't he truly a powerful master? To think such a blood demon roams Wuchang. Rather, we should worry about future trouble with Namgung. It was behavior of spitting out the bitter and swallowing the sweet. Namgung Hwasin inwardly frowned and ignored them. The fruits of the battle for justification were bearing. Protecting an opponent promised to life and death matches? Truly, isn't it righteous and fair? Desolate fortress. They spoke of civilian welfare. It was what Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwa-sin intended. Most gathered here were high-status figures. Escort agency heads, martial hall masters, various sect leaders, and even Wuchang Prefecture's government school chancellor were present. Their mouths were the local public opinion. Now it was done. They could behead the Namgung family's leadership without minding the people's eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The tall tree rising at one corner of Wuchang's marketplace was the highest in the vicinity. There was a woman sitting diagonally on a thick branch. Her black silk-like flowing hair fluttered in the gentle wind. Red pupils like red jade cherished by demons remained fixed below. She saw the boy leaving his position with movements like drifting leaves. It was a movement resembling elf clan movement techniques. Though there should be almost no presence, his footsteps clearly reached her ears. The seventh apostle moved her lips. My little grand teacher. Her soliloquy grew longer. Perhaps because her time standing alone in the Murim lengthened? No. She must have been like this originally. Because she was born inherently noble and alone. Hyung, she laughed. Though unintended, a nasal sound mixed in. You're sweet. Lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin. She clearly engraved in her ears his voice carrying demon-roaring blood techniques true chi. His appearance taking out and wearing the pure blood robe again was enchanting. Due to his shining qualities and resolute nature, it suited him better than anyone. Almost approaching with clarity, no less than evil sect slaves branding. That voice and appearance, self-centered bearing. Her whole body felt like melting while watching and listening. Even her mental image became soft like night sky clouds. The seventh apostle's right eye swept over all Jeong Yeon-shin's appearances with gleaming red light. Blood flame sect's young grand teacher, noble and small sect leader. Now removing his mask and pure blood robe in an empty space without people. Suddenly her heart felt like it would tear in pain. Those things are completely yours, my little grand teacher. Even that position seemed to anticipate the seventh apostle. Not far from Namgung Hwa-sin. Huh. She let out a sweet sigh. She muttered as if whispering. What should I do to make you accept me? If only that boy would look at her alone. Wouldn't it be fine to cut off all limbs and take him? TL note, someone on Discord said that they could fix her. I think she is way past the fixable stage. The seventh apostle immediately shook her head. She had to create divine techniques that would illuminate the world like a comet. He was an existence that must not be ruined by wicked desires. Show me an opening. She lightly licked her own lips. The extermination of virtuous teacher sect was a major incident. It was talked about daily in recent Wuchang. It was because the influence of martial sects holding local hegemony extended to civilian lives. Evil sects were even more so. Evil sects established in cities were ones who increased POP's tribute burden 3 or 4 times. They collected protection fees claiming to maintain security. They didn't discriminate between copper coins, silver coins, daily necessities, and even people. It was because government office control rapidly declined as poor harvests continued. For Wuchang Street's hot topic to change, it meant ordinary incidents weren't nearly enough. A blood demon? Lower your voice. They said not just any blood demon. Those Namgung family warriors in an instant. That's right. They say it's a noble bloodline of the evil sect. If martial might is to that extent, they're certainly capable. Watch your nape. Never know when you'll become sacrifice for blood techniques. People gathered in groups of 4 or 5 at a marketplace corner spoke in lowered voices. Nights will become quiet. Must stay home as soon as sun sets. Should be that way for a while. Quiet. A middle-aged man whispered with a startled face. He seemed to exhale surprise through his breath. The surroundings were becoming quiet from far away. 3 people passed through the street. The appearance of one woman in the middle stood out. With jade-like snow-white skin wearing dark blue light armor, she looked like a fairy descended to the mortal world. She was a martial artist everyone here would know. She was the Namgung family's flourishing spirit flower master who recently earned local people's praise for beauty, martial might, and achievements combined. Then those are. Someone muttered. Rumors had spread extensively. The touching story of Namgung Mi who lost her guard warriors to a blood flame sect noble and became alone. The tale of White Qilin Namgung Hwasin and lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin welcoming her as companion to protect their life-and-death match opponent. They said the Wuchang martial artists present admired their composure. Desolate Sect's outstanding new talents. They couldn't help but draw attention. If they didn't unfortunately die away from home, they would become masters counted among the Murum's finest. The strange companionship of those who would fight to the death was gradually becoming known. They say your title is Lightning Genius? Namgung Mi suddenly opened her mouth. It was a plain tone as if looking down from above. She seemed to no longer mind outside gazes. Perhaps because she too knew there was nothing she could do. It wasn't the tone she showed publicly. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer. They had already exchanged harsh moves. The boy couldn't be thick-skinned. It felt awkward to answer casually just because the other didn't know his real face. Besides, she would soon die. He didn't particularly want to exchange words. Now even these B*SD*RDS provoke my mood? Namgung Mi said with her lips raised crookedly. Leisure flowed in her bearing as she stepped with mincing steps. The dark blue hem of her light armor convenient for movement looked like palace clothes. Though she too must know protection was just an outward pretext and she was closer to Desolate Sect's prisoner, she acted this way. Jeong Yeon-shin just glanced at her. She seemed born that way. Raised like royalty of South Jili. Through Namgung direct line blood, she built her own solid world. Even after experiencing major events, her attitude toward the world remained unchanged. She didn't know the blood-robed demon mask was Jeong Yeon-shin. Even most Desolate Sect warriors would find it hard to imagine. Worthless, the boy thought. How would he appear in Namgung Mi's eyes raised with innate arrogance? Judging by the nature he experienced once, she seemed to regard him as just a troublemaker who sparked Desolate Sect versus Namgung's life-and-death matches. No need to reveal unnecessarily. It's an identity that could be usefully employed in other missions too. Jeong Yeon-shin maintained an indifferent expression. He didn't treat Namgung Mi as a person. Only Namgung Hwasin's face became noticeably uncomfortable seeing his half-sister's speech and behavior. Namgung Mi, keep courtesy in your speech and behavior. Young hero Jeong is the Fortress Lord's direct disciple. He's no less noble status than you. Hwasin, your jokes have grown more than your martial arts. The corners of Namgung Mi's mouth curled up. A disciple of a monstrous divine being barely clinging to life is noble? Unless the word precious has become laughable. What? How long will the Desolate Sect Fortress Lord stay above the clouds? The major Murum factions aren't fools. The Wingbo family, Blood Flame Sect's main hall, and now our family. Where next? Their actions are absurdly arrogant and excessive. Do you think the 8 families and 13 evil sects will just wait quietly? Namgung Hwasin closed his mouth with a heavy expression. To Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes, he looked very soft. Perhaps because he experienced loyalty brainwashing sorcery while growing up as Sword Knight's young master in childhood. It was frustrating to see him yield even in small arguments while facing his mother's enemy. Namgung Mi turned her head with a smirk and glanced at Jeong Yeon-shin. You too, little one. You probably haven't received all the true divine martial arts? Those connected to the imperial family wouldn't give all of theirs. What's different from our 8 families where bloodkin is everything? You pitiful half-B*SD* road. 8 families sounds strange. Jeong Yeon-shin said calmly. What? Now it's 7 families. No, 6 families might sound better. What do you think? They're just things that easily decrease anyway. You're now. It seemed like an unexpected retort. Namgung Mi's eyes widened as she opened her mouth with a dismissive smile, but Jeong Yeon-shin quietly cut her off. Maintain the meaning of formal martial matches. Though your Namgung surname is the only reason we are showing you courtesy, our level for comparing martial arts depends on our opponent. No 8 to 1 who will contest life and death with me? How empty that is. If you don't understand, feel free to babble as you wish. It would just mean that's the extent of your capacity. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his head again as he finished speaking. Though he caught a glimpse of Namgung Mi's fine features completely distorted, he only thought the conversation had been excessively long. She wasn't worth spending more than 10 breaths of time on. A half-B*SD*RD speaks of capacity? After one sneering retort, Namgung Mi's mouth fell quiet for a while. Though she engaged in arrogant and unreasonable behavior, she was still a daughter of a renowned martial family. She seemed to have nothing else to say to one who spoke of level. Afterwards, Her expression subtly changed when looking at Jeong Yeon-shin. Read only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. Though her proud attitude of looking down on subordinates remained unchanged, Jeong Yeon-shin observed signs that seemed to examine his whole body occasionally. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgung-mi. What kind of feeling did she get? He momentarily recalled the demon mask, then dismissed the thought. The blood flame sect noble and radiant demon wings lightning genius were different. Starting from the tone. It wasn't even words meant to provoke. He considered it nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, the boy suddenly apologized to Namgung Hwa-sin. The Namgung I mentioned. No, it's fine. It was rather satisfying in its own way. Namgung Hwa-sin waved his hand with a cheerful laugh. Both of them ignored Namgung-mi's snort. That's how this strange company formed. Namgung's half-siblings and Jeong Yeon-shin, and even the seventh apostle shining red eye light from afar. It was a relationship that would only last until the life-and-death martial matches against the Namgung family. Namgung-mi and the seventh apostle had to die. But they said the wind of the dusty Murim is merciless. Perhaps not just two, but all four might perish. Seventh apostle, Azure Chilin. Jeong Yeon-shin recalled both targets. He hoped he and Namgung Hwa-sin would complete the mission with bodies intact. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. To reach Huizhou in South Jili where the Namgung family was located, they had to pass through Huangzhou. The post-station route was like that. It was the only road leading from Hubei's Wuchang land to South Jili. The group entered a large inn. We'd better stay here once, then march straight through. Troublesome rumors seem to be spreading. You said Huizhou is right after this road. That would be good. Jeong Yeon-shin, who exchanged words with Namgung Hwa-sin, walked to find empty seats. Namgung-mi and Namgung Hwa-sin followed right after. Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung-mi sat side by side at a table for four. Namgung Hwa-sin sat across from them. It was an intentional arrangement. Jeong Yeon-shin trusted the eyes of Namgung Hwa-sin, who had long trained in the family's eye technique arts. The white Chilin's sharp gaze carefully watched his sister, who was both bloodkin and enemy. His bearing was ready to strike immediately if she moved rashly. Namgung-mi herself seemed unconcerned. After ordering food from the waiter, she stared steadily at the diamond sutra book Jeong Yeon-shin took out. Buddhist scripture? Were you pretending to be a Buddhist? Jeong Yeon-shin ignored her as always. From here was close to Huizhou. It meant it was within the Namgung family's sphere of influence. News of the martial matches must have spread more widely than any other region. It meant they had to guard against variables. Even this inn was bustling. Prosperous times, prosperous. Martial artists are gathering from all over the Murim. Desolate sect versus Namgung martial matches. Where else could we see martial arts of such lofty martial artists? Will the Divine Sword Group leader and Namgung family head really compare martial might? Hard to believe. I'll probably feel this way until seeing it directly. Namgung should win though. If Desolate sect happens to fight well, even Huangzhou's market prices would shake. For our merchant group to survive, no change is best. It seemed already a daily topic here. There was no other reason to talk loudly as if for Desolate sect warriors to hear. Because it was common talk, all sorts of conversations reached the ears of Jeong Yeon-shin's group. Those who had already seen Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwa-sin's martial robes were silent. Those who hadn't kept running their mouths. Hasn't it been a while since the Namgung young master revealed his sword? They say his opponent is a rising talent called Lightning Genius, who achieved great merit during the Blood Flame sect incident. Must be martial matches competing for the future peak of the martial world. Wonder which side is truly foremost among the rising ones. The young master is the young master. How can we measure him with words like rising talents? Namgung-mi's lips smoothly curved up as she listened to the conversation from beside Jeong Yeon-shin. She slightly turned her head to look at Jeong Yeon-shin and spoke with a faint smile while laughing through her breath. Their words aren't all wrong. To your eyes that only see what's near, our Namgung might not seem different from evil sections. But at least to commoners, we're truly an orthodox sect unmatched under heaven. When floods come we release food for relief, and when evil sect things cause trouble, Namgung warriors step forward. Rising talent level can't receive the main family direct line's emperor sword form. Moreover, my brother has trained it to a level hard to even estimate form achievement. Isn't that enough reason for your defeat? Furthermore, since our Namgung lacks nothing in civilian welfare, Namgung-mi said with a hazy smile. I mean you can peacefully close your eyes under my brother's sword. Isn't your mouth tired? Speaking meaningless words. At Jeong Yeon-shin's indifferent retort, her smile deepened. The expression on her white face was strange. Or, it would be good to surrender first and throw yourself to the main family. I'll let you just wash my feet. I mean it. Washing feet. It was words Jeong Yeon-shin had spoken while acting as Blood Flame sect noble. Is she testing me? Or was it just vicious behavior with no particular meaning? It was when Jeong Yeon-shin was thinking about what intent lay behind her words. Whoosh! Suddenly dozens of sharp wind streams blew in. It was black wind carrying human figures. Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwasin reacted to the bearing that rushed in at amazing speed. Rather than drawing swords, they first activated true chi. It was because truly mighty energy waves came in as if to tear their whole bodies to shreds. However, the uninvited guests didn't target them. Boom. Hair black as ebony distorted with transparent gloss. A hand extending like a swift sword while cutting the air grabbed both of Namgung-mi's cheeks. They were fingers as white as hers. Ominous waves spread from the gesture lifting Namgung-mi into the air. It was overwhelming martial might. You. The seventh apostle's red lips drew an arc. What did you say? It was when she was lying on a tall tree staring at the window. The seventh apostle saw and heard clearly. The lip movements of that worthless thing came as distinct voices. It was due to Blood Technique's sensory path. She had activated it wanting to capture even a strand of the small sect leader's breathing circulation technique. Her hearing thus sharpened was in the midst of capturing everything. It would be good to surrender first and throw yourself to the main family. I'll let you just wash my feet. I mean it. The voice of the lowly Namgung mongrel polluted her ears. Step. She took a step. She truly moved unconsciously. She had to punish one who didn't know their place. As always, the seventh apostle's movements happened the moment she made up her mind. She came crashing through the inn's entrance while wrapped in wind from body techniques. Before she knew it, she was slowly lifting up Namgung-mi while gripping her cheeks. The touch of powder applied to her face was truly disgusting. She couldn't furrow her brow. Because the boy who would create unique divine techniques unmatched under heaven was watching her. She showed a smooth smile. You. She felt the stern gaze of the young grand teacher who always excited her. The seventh apostle thought. My small noble grand teacher, your dignity is my prestige. What did you say? She asked the Namgung mongrel whose face she gripped. Namgung-mi couldn't answer. She could only let out pain-filled breaths while her eyes were wide open. Silence fell over the inn. Only fragments of the broken door scattered belatedly with noise. The seventh apostle's appearance was that sudden. It was even more so due to her overwhelming presence in this place. The explosion of energy waves that rushed in with her movement technique assault was tremendous. All eyes in the inn turned to Jeong Yeon-shin's group. It was a place with many discussing Desolate Sect versus Namgung. Most seemed to recognize the Desolate Sect martial robes at a glance. Wave-like surprise spread. Is that really Desolate Sect? That blue color at that age. More than that. Masters who could raise energy sense to the extreme were rare beings. There were none in this inn. However, the seventh apostle's power intimidated people regardless of their level of energy sense. She naturally emitted an ominous energy that seemed to dig into one's spine. It was a characteristic unique to powerful evil sect masters. Even her clothes are bright red. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The red robe covering the seventh apostle's body was clearly a pure blood robe. It was strange for a supreme master at the level of apostle to disguise herself. It would suit her dignity better to hide her presence with accomplished movement techniques. There's no other choice. She had to be driven away. Even if the pure blood robe didn't have blood flame sex mark, it had to be done. He and Namgung Hwasin were nominally Namgung-mi's companions. If we want to maintain the justification for the martial matches. The boy met eyes with Namgung Hwasin. The exchange of gazes happened in an instant. That's when it happened. Hook. A groan mixed with breath flowed from Namgung-mi. The seventh apostle's fingers were pressing into her cheeks more and more strongly. It looked like she was outright torturing her. It seemed her invisible finger techniques had already sealed Namgung-mi's blood points. You're not answering. Like her plain tone, there was no change in the seventh apostle's face. Her face with just a small smile was terrifying. Even her beauty with silk-like black hair and divine red eyes approached like the appearance of a demon woman. The inn completely sank into silence. With that level of internal master's true chi-loaded grip force, it would take just a moment to crush a face. Jeong Yeon-shin changed his mind. If Namgung-mi died here, there was room for responsibility to be transferred to Desolate Sect. He had to persuade the mind of the seventh apostle that was hard to grasp. He immediately sent a sound transmission. What are you doing? No answer came back. No different from Namgung-mi. Jeong Yeon-shin stared steadily at the seventh apostle. She showed only her side profile without turning her gaze to him. However, the hand gripping Namgung-mi's face seemed to no longer apply more force. It meant she was listening. Disgusting blood demon. Can't read her intentions. The boy slightly lifted his right heel while placing his hand on the Desolate Sect sword's hilt. It was a common sword drawing stance. The internal energy was different. The moment he raised Jeong family dynamic technique's power, solemn energy wrapped around everywhere. Energy waves also sprouted from Namgung Hwasun's body as he took a similar stance with a hardened face. A breeze arose indoors. It even contained killing intent. It was a promise made on our names. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke again through sound transmission. You've blatantly broken it now. 300 Jeong has become one step. I'm very disappointed, seventh apostle. In that moment, the seventh apostle's shoulders shrank. It was an unbelievable sight. Her slender frame that had been hidden by mighty energy waves became fully visible for an instant. The pure blood robe didn't look like 1,000 silkworm thread martial robe. Is it a bluff? Jeong Yeon-shin calmly watched for an opening. He barely suppressed the impulse to strike with his sword right then. Rushing in carelessly would invite a counterattack. Was Blood Flame Sect's noble apostle deceiving him? He almost couldn't continue with the next urging. Are you saying to forget the martial arts exchange promise? 12 seconds remain in our agreement for demon roaring blood technique and one strike. You mean to cut everything off with your own hands? That's what your behavior now means. No. The seventh apostle muttered hazily. Even her head tilted slightly downward. Jeong Yeon-shin's brows furrowed. It was very unfamiliar. It was detestable like Namgung-mi. Though the number of people who died by her hands couldn't be counted, this was like mockery of them. How much blood must have gone into cultivating such mighty blood techniques? Her absurd appearance made him angry. The internal energy raised by Jeong family dynamic technique passed chillingly through the heaven's pillar point at his nape. It must have been what the seventh apostle intended. From her level of controlling distance, she was worthy of being called apostle. The opening is obvious. Can I kill her here? Jeong Yeon-shin was already raising the radiant demon technique. Semi-transparent paths arose in his mind. All invisible streams transformed into sword path trajectories in his mind. The moment sharp lines revealed themselves in his mental image and extended out, they crumbled feebly in front of the seventh apostle's body. Read only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. It meant no sword technique of the radiant sword style could land an effective hit with one strike. The feeling came from the realm of intuition. Must coordinate attacks with young hero Namgung. White Qilin Namgung Hwasun was one who understood Jeong Yeon-shin's sense. They didn't need to discuss the order of techniques. With their current skill, they could fully match hands. If all sword strikes against the seventh apostle were blocked, they needed to create variables first with an exchange of 1-second techniques. It was just when Jeong Yeon-shin was about to strike with a sword draw. Swish! Because of this, the smile disappeared from the seventh apostle's lips as she spoke shortly. With one hand movement, she turned Namgung-mi's body and grabbed her nape. It was an instant. Just like that, she slammed Namgung-mi's head down on the table. It was natural, like a flowing technique sequence. Boom. Huh. Just now, was that a sword technique? They say Desolate Sect has many promising rising talents. Truly a feast of accomplished martial arts. The crowd burst into exclamations as if watching a neighbor's fire. Even his striking just now didn't seem like a strange sight to their eyes. Perhaps it appeared to them as a Desolate Sect blue rank master with hand on sword hilt emanating stern bearing in a battle of energy. It was hard to guess otherwise. That's fortunate at least. Jeong Yeon-shin felt both relieved and strange. None of those in the inn fled their seats. Irregular and strong breaths. Tension and excitement could be felt simultaneously in their breathing. It came across as determination to witness such masters' fierce battle, if not now, then when. This city of Huazhou had 3 main roads. They were official roads leading to Hubei, Jiangxi, and South Jili respectively. As merchant groups and goods flowed heavily, They said many martial artists passed through too. The rumors that only those with great courage went out seemed true. They didn't just run away even when masters' fights broke out. Even the common people's aspects are quite diverse. Apart from feeling his horizons broadening, he didn't let his guard down. It was hard to take his eyes off the seventh apostle with her head deeply bowed. He didn't know when she might unleash supreme techniques. Even gathering dozens of firebombs wouldn't be as frightening as her. Young hero Namgung. Don't worry about half a second difference. I'll support right behind. A reliable voice came from the diagonal behind. Jeong Yeon-shin quietly nodded. It was his first time using a narrow-in as a battlefield. He thought they could respond fluidly with Namgung Hwasin's mastered, unhindered Azure Flow Body. TL note, Azure Flow Body may have been translated as Clear Flow Body in previous chapter. That's when it happened. Step. Suddenly the seventh apostle turned her body. Her bearing still looked dejected. The sight of her lightly stepping and walking out of the inn entered his eyes unrealistically. You must come again. I'll let you land one technique. It was her sound transmission. She retreated while speaking of making an ambush wager. After leaving the inn, her presence that had soared driftingly to the roof gradually faded. Jeong Yeon-shin stood still while gripping the lowered desolate sect sword. If those words are true, I should cut off her right arm first, since she won't give up her neck. He paid no mind to the seventh apostle's hard-to-grasp inner thoughts. The achievement and merit from taking a blood flame sect apostle's head was a secondary matter. Like Namgung-mi, she had to die. Oh. The desolate sect young master drove away the evil sect spawn. What could their identity be? Looked like blood flame sect. Probably not a blood demon. Wasn't the hair black? Surely not a apostle. Weren't the pupils red? Not sure. Only saw the side profile of the one-eyed one. The spectators couldn't approach Jeong Yeon-shin's group easily. They just talked among themselves. Though they might not know to value their lives, they seemed to treat directly facing masters differently. The untimely commotion ended blandly. Though the appearance might have been fine, to Jeong Yeon-shin it was an absurd incident. In the end, he controlled the seventh apostle? Jeong Yeon-shin found it hard to accept that. I must stand solely on martial might. Even relying on enemies' goodwill has limits. This is beyond common sense. It was when he was inwardly resolving this. Namgung Hwasin, who like the boy hadn't sheathed his sword, approached. His expression was complex as he looked at Namgung-mi. We should find a physician. Left like this, she'll have trouble standing for the martial matches. Yes, we should. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly nodded. A peaceful day passed chaotically. The group couldn't leave Huangzhou right away. It was because the mission only had meaning if Namgung-mi could move. For days passed. During that time, they found a city physician to examine Namgung-mi and rented a separate building at the inn where the three stayed together. Only Namgung Hwasin reacted to Namgung-mi's groans heard occasionally while sleeping. Is even an enemy still bloodkin? Jeong Yeon-shin was just silently absorbed in devising new palm techniques and cultivation techniques. He lay thinking. It was deeper meditation than ever before. It continued until just before dawn's light gently swept through the guest room. When the fifth day's sun illuminated all the land, Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Hwasin received a visit from a group of warriors. They brought loud noise even before reaching the inn. It was like a festival had broken out. It was energy waves and presence that couldn't help but be so. Even Namgung-mi's energy revived. A sneer lay on her white face as she looked at Jeong Yeon-shin from the guest room bed. Her expression seemed to speak amid the commotion. Whatever your identity, you must listen to my words. Azure Qilin. It's young Lord Azure Qilin Namgung. Namgung Seijin in Huangzhou. That inn. Weren't there desolate sect warriors there? Azure Qilin Namgung Seijin. The Namgung family young master came personally after hearing news of his younger sister. He sat at the table alongside Namgung Hwasin. Jeong Yeon-shin stared steadily at the person sitting across from him. TL note, some of you may remember that Hwasin was translated Hwashin. Hwashin is the correct translation, and it completely went over my head, and I kept it that way once I got it wrong. Apologies. He appeared to be a handsome young man approaching 30. He had gently downcast eyes. His slightly closed lips seemed to speak of firm resolve. He was the young master of the Namgung family. They said he's young hero White Qilin's brother. Azure Qilin Namgung Seijin. They said he was the foremost rising talent in South Jili. That was a story of the past. These days, they say no martial world enthusiasts discuss him in the realm of rising talents. His build looked as solid as his outstanding appearance. The high-quality blue silk robe seemed like part of his body. It was even darker than Desolate Sect's blue martial robes. Thud. A Namgung family swordsman with long hair personally brought tea. Despite the stern energy, her movements were careful. She seemed to have no reservations about the role of maid. Rather, she appeared to volunteer for it. "Thank you, Yun-mei." She answered the young master's words with a small smile and stepped back. Eventually, she took position at the guest house doorway as if standing guard. It was already a place flawlessly guarded by Namgung family warriors. They looked like they were protecting someone most noble under heaven. They say their nobility like royalty in South Jili. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The rumors felt immediately true. "I'm glad to see you look well," the young master said. He was looking at Namgung Washin with gentle eyes. "They say Desolate Sect is a sect with strict laws. I was constantly worried, but the air of Xiangyang and Hubei seems to suit your body. You've become very strong. Thanks to you, elder brother. I may have contributed a little." A playful smile formed at the young master's lips. "You don't know how much scolding I got from the elders. I was severely punished for helping your departure. I had to go into seclusion for a month. I couldn't achieve much due to worrying about you. The Emperor sword form is still difficult study. I wonder when I'll reach great achievement." "I'm sorry." Namgung Washin bowed his head. It was a different attitude than when facing Namgung Mi. Watching from beside, Jeong Yeon-shin thought it seemed reasonable on the surface. The young master said, "I understand your feelings in volunteering for the martial matches. Since preventing Desolate Sect's event was impossible, you meant to conclude matters yourself. I'm sorry and worried. Brother. It's just karmic retribution for the main family." The young master who had been muttering suddenly turned his head slightly. "And you are?" His upright gaze approached. It was intense. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't avoid his gaze. He met it steadily. "Desolate Sect's lightning genius. We've met before. The Een techniques you revealed at Clear Night Valley were very impressive. Let me speak of Namgung Mi's matter." At the boy's calm words while holding his teacup, the young master shook his head. "You mean the evil sect master who suddenly appeared? It's fine. Though she's my sister, Sister Mi has much karma." As the main family's young master, I looked into the virtuous teacher sect matter in Wuchang. She handled it her own way. As her brother, I can only deeply regret not guiding her properly. Since she hasn't accumulated grudges for just a day or two, it was bound to happen sometime. Elder brother. Namgung Mi's cry rang from the guest room with the bed. It was a very sharp voice. The young master closed and opened his eyes once. It was an attitude of ignoring his sister. Perhaps due to his powerful internal energy as the family heir. Or it might be his nature. The spirit light burning colorlessly in both eyes was very distinct. After silently looking at Jeong Yeon-shin, he opened his mouth. "I too am a petty person with narrow capacity like our elders. Even seeing you today, I've been worrying until now. But this is indeed the right thing to do." "What do you mean?" "I should have begged you first." With those final words, the young master stood from his seat. Swish. He stepped aside to one corner of the table. Then his body slowly tilted forward. He extends his hands and bends at the waist. His upper body showed no signs of stopping as it came down to the floor. Gasps rang out from various places. And so, the Namgung family young master made a full bow to a 16-year-old boy from an enemy sect. There's a saying about apologizing 100 times. It's an apology that must be made. Though I shouldn't speak in Namgung's name to you, this is. It was a voice ringing from the lowest position. The young master spoke while prostrated. "My deep gratitude for your support of Namgung at Clear Night Valley, an apology from the Namgung family young master who repaid grace with betrayal and self-consolation of a small man wishing to face martial matches with you even slightly honorably." The surrounding silence was heavy. They say a martial artist holding dominance over one province of the Central Plains is no less than a small country's king. It meant one destined to rule. South Jili's Muram was equivalent to a crown prince. Their martial might and authority were such. Jeong Yeon-shin looked down with a calm face. The young master's back of head showed no signs of rising easily. His resolve seemed firm. This person's sword techniques must be frightening. The boy showed no change in expression. But inwardly he was perplexed. He was a righteous hero who clearly distinguished grudges. He didn't expect to find the scent of chivalry he felt from orthodox nine-sex seekers in a family. He knew even less that his life-and-death match opponent would be such a person. I dare not seek forgiveness. I know Namgung's crimes cannot be absolved with such courtesy. Since the martial matches are already set, just accept this. The young master didn't raise his head for a long time. Namgung Washin remained silent with a bitter face. While the Namgung family warriors standing guard each showed different expressions, Jeong Yeon-shin took a sip of tea then opened his mouth. You're right. The life and death match is decided. Now one must die, so there's no point discussing meaning at this point. I'll consider the young master's apology received. It would be better if you rise and speak of business. Truly thank you. The young master rose and dusted off his seat. He slowly raised his head. His face wore a sheepish smile. Even his mind is polished. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. The man before him had an unyielding inner self. It was chilling yet curious. What kind of sword path would he possess? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Read it only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. I heard you experienced a couple major incidents coming this far. I came to escort my sister, Brother Washin, and you. Of course, my subordinates will withdraw. Lightning genius, how could you trust us? The young master did as he said. He dismissed all the Namgung family warriors who came with him. The young master should maintain his position. Roaming the Murim alone is for wanderers. There were those who didn't want to leave. It was natural. Huizhou's Namgung was a family discussed as foremost under heaven among orthodox sects. As young master, he wasn't someone who could freely roam the Murim. Don't bring me more shame. I'm embarrassed before desolate sex masters. Give up thoughts of following from afar too. I'll punish disobedience with this young master's orders. The young master drove them away with calm commands. His attitude was very resolute. Though Namgung Mi tried to go with her subordinates, the young master shook his head and stopped her. The human-shaped snow ginseng spirit energy is mysterious. I know your body has recovered. This could be your last Murim journey. We siblings haven't even toured the world intimately before. What do you mean last? Follow me. Huizhou is close. It won't take many days. So 4 people remained. Jeong Yeon-shin's group left Guangzhou, where they had unintentionally stayed 5 days. An unexpected traveling companion had been added. They silently entered the forest path. 8 footprints were occasionally marked in the gold-shimmering dirt. It might be 10 since the 7th apostle was following targeting Jeong Yeon-shin. Namgung Washin and Namgung Mi, Jeong Yeon-shin and the young master. It was a number hard to walk together amicably. One by one they had to die. Only the young master's weighty jokes occasionally scattered the dust. It's a good thing. Suddenly the young master opened his mouth. His smile looking alternately at Jeong Yeon-shin and Namgung Washin was strangely stylish. Lightning Genius and White Qilin. The names of 2 masters have begun spreading beyond Hubei. If you two survive, cherish your bonds of friendship. Worthy opponents are beings who forge each other into divine swords. For me it was the Wangbo family's lazy flame dragon, but they say he's locked in desolate Sex Thunder prison. Who knows if he's still alive? Jeong Yeon-shin answered. He was one who made crazed expressions while biting peonies. It was hard to imagine him matching with the young master. Though he seemed carefree at a glance, he was a foolish friend. He wanted to break free from his family, but it ended with just thoughts. We had many things in common. Though it seems he achieved his dreams in a different way, indeed Murim matters are hard to predict even a step ahead. The young master muttered with a bitter smile. That's when it happened. Jeong Yeon-shin's group all turned their bodies at once. Is desolate sex lightning genius there? A voice loaded with internal energy force rang loudly. It was closer to an announcement than a question. A group rushed from behind at terrifying speed. They all carried weapons. They looked to be about 20 people, but the energy waves bursting collectively were not ordinary. The calm forest air began shaking with strong winds. Desolate sect blue-robed brat. Endure the young master of deep martial alliance's punishment. There was one who stood out among them. One who seemed to be the group's leader sprang out at amazing speed. He already had his sword drawn. Swoosh! Not asking right from wrong. He struck with sword without distinguishing good and evil. Deep martial alliance. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately recalled the Murim journey where he created demon-destroying azure unyielding palm. He had boarded with Shaolin's monk Wen Jiang and other 13 evil sect's rising talents. He beheaded Sword Art Flower, who threatened an innocent woman. Afterwards, Ma Jin had advised, warning to guard against grudges since she had a betrothed. Sword Demon Sect, Blood Flame Sect, Deep Martial Alliance. Evil sects of the 13 evil sects that met Jeong Yeon-shin and formed grudges. Desolate Sect sent martial challenge letters to the Namgung family. The whole Murim was stirred. The list must also be well known. The route to South Jili was obvious, yet they delayed 5 days in Huangzhou. Not strange for pursuit to catch up. It was something he was prepared for. Jeong Yeon-shin grabbed his Desolate Sect sword hilt and responded. Cling. He immediately clashed swords with the draw. The aftermath of the opponent's strike spread to the back of his hand. It was tremendous sword force. Beyond ordinary level. Jeong Yeon-shin muttered. Young master. I am the 100-man commander of the alliance. The young master sent me to punish you. The middle-aged man shouted like a lion's roar. So you're not him. Jeong Yeon-shin muttered inwardly. The fact that only 20 came when called 100-man commander was a secondary issue. Time was running out, but enemies kept increasing. He grew worried. Would he die away from home before eating the fruit? That's when it happened. An overwhelming presence sprouted. It was the front where the man's subordinates were rushing in. It wasn't even a narrow space. Terrifying momentum arose widely from the Namgung family young master's body. Whoosh! It seemed like all the air there was pushed out entirely. Simultaneously, the Deep Martial Alliance warriors' movements rapidly slowed. No, they weren't moving. Even saying they were slow wasn't enough. The bodies of 20 people seemed almost frozen. It was truly an unrealistic sight. Though they were warriors who had learned 13 evil sects' internal energy techniques. It was supernatural. Martial might that transcended reason. Emperor. Sword form. Namgung Washin, who had drawn his sword simultaneously with Jeong Yeon-shin, let out a low sound. While the boy crossed swords with the 100-man commander, the young master had stepped before his subordinates. Divine techniques revealed themselves before Jeong Yeon-shin's eyes. It was the Namgung family's special martial arts, said to be unmatched under heaven. Azure Qilin. Why do you block? Desolate Sect is the Murim's public enemy. Shouldn't we strike down these ones first, then clash? The 100-man commander shouted while matching swords and competing strength with Jeong Yeon-shin. The young master didn't answer. While displaying the divine technique called Emperor Sword Form, he looked at the boy and opened his mouth. Word of you taking the head of Tyrant Sword Sect's 8 fierce Rakshasa sword only recently reached South Jili. Do you know beggar sect observers were watching that scene? Though they call themselves parasites, their insight is no less than most masters. I was able to buy quality information. Then he turned his body again. Armed Deep Martial Alliance warriors filled the surroundings. I heard you're skilled at breaking down and destroying techniques. Good at unraveling and good at demolishing. So I won't show sword techniques in advance. Huh. The warriors trapped in the Emperor Sword Form's domain shouted battle cries. Now none could even twitch. Among them only the young master stood alone nobly. Drawing his brilliant precious sword, he walked the forest path. He began cutting the necks of enemies who couldn't move one by one. Dignity lay in his leisurely gait. None could receive even sword strikes that weren't special techniques. It was right to say they couldn't even resist. One died with each breath. Life threads were cut along with despair-filled breaths. There's a saying about killing while mounted. For orthodox sects to show mercy in their moves is nonsense. The young master's sword-drawing hand was resolute. All orthodox warriors were like that facing evil path heretics. Eventually, when all the 100-man commander's subordinates were dead. How about this? The young master quietly asked. Lightning genius, can you break this? Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer. He instantly gripped the Desolate Sect sword in reverse and threw it. Along with exploding power, he properly pushed forward. After deflecting the Desolate Sect sword, he immediately dug into the 100-man commander's chest. While jointly gripping the dazed one's sword, he placed his left hand on the abdomen. He had already raised Demon Roaring Blood technique and Demon Destroying Azure Unyielding Palm simultaneously. The power of the technique formation arising from his palm wove opposing martial arts into one. Swoosh! Jeong Yeon-shin didn't hide it. He fully revealed the incomplete palm technique. The Deep Martial Alliance opponent was clearly inferior. He burst it without minding activation time and precision. Bang! It was a tremendous vibration. Trees in all directions shook momentarily. Flocks of birds rose fluttering. The 100-man commander's corpse, hard to recognize its form, had flown far away. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his head while shaking off his hand stained with the opponent's blood. The faces of Yeon-shin with slightly furrowed brows and Yeon wearing a shocked expression swept through his vision. Jeong Yeon-shin met eyes with the young master who had raised his gaze. "I have shown you," the boy said. He had engaged in psychological warfare. The martial match had already begun. Soon a hearty laugh spread across the young master's face. His eyes looking at Jeong Yeon-shin drew gentle arcs. "Truly magnificent. I've lost once. You showed the momentum of Emperor Sword form. I too gained something from it," Jeong Yeon-shin answered calmly. It meant there was no need to judge victory in the battle of energy. Emperor Sword form. It was a type of divine technique he had never experienced before. If he had faced it directly in the martial matches, he would have had to concede a move. "You gained something? I'm curious how you'll unravel it." The young master's smile deepened. Jeong Yeon-shin read competitive spirit in his expression. It was the appearance of one walking the martial path. Like the orthodox sex practitioners, he seemed like a person with many faces. "By the way, deep martial alliance." Yeon-shin approached beside Jeong Yeon-shin and opened his mouth. "Unlike their name, I heard their sect system is no different from military. They say they became close to a private army under protection of Hunan's feudal king. They're a sect with many members. Close to military." As Jeong Yeon-shin muttered, he nodded. Just because they're called 100-man commander doesn't mean their martial might stands alone in their ranks. There must be many more powerful warriors in deep martial alliance. Those fallen here should be seen as scouts. From now on, even greater masters will likely target young hero Jeong. His voice trailed off. Worry lay on his jade-like face. His heart caring not for his own safety, but worrying for Jeong Yeon-shin showed through clearly. "I know a bit about deep martial alliances, young master," the young master said as he approached while gripping his lowered sword. Blood was still dripping from the precious sword he hadn't yet sheathed. "You could say he's a general type good at scheming. He'd be a tiresome opponent if made into an enemy." "That sounds like you mean his martial arts level isn't important." "You understand quickly. He's a man who makes good use of human wave tactics. He's clashed with the main family several times too. You should be wary too. If a village you stop at for a night feels strange, it would be best to turn back immediately. If you can, that is. I'll keep it in mind." Jeong Yeon-shin gave a short reply and closed his mouth. It was because the young master's speech and behavior came across as strange. Though they should fight to the death, he advised with a gentle tone as if addressing a younger brother. It was like ordinary martial world senior-junior relationships. His casual conversation with Jeong Yeon-shin made it even stranger. Azure Chilin Namgung Sejin, what a peculiar person. Though a short Miram journey, he should be wary. There was room for the companionship shared with White Chilin to sprout even with his life-and-death match opponent. The boy deliberately emptied his mind. He turned while picking up the fallen desolate sword. Perhaps because the palm technique's explosion had driven away the birds? The forest path was quieter than before. Burying the corpses would be work too. "We should go now." At Jeong Yeon-shin's words, Yeon-shin approached. He had been steadily watching the conversation between his companion and half-brother. "No internal injuries?" It was a blunt question, perhaps due to many thoughts. When the boy answered yes, he silently nodded. Behind them, Namgung-mi watched Jeong Yeon-shin with closed lips. "Let's go," the boy said. The group who had each sheathed their swords moved their steps again. Deep martial alliance's ambush was no small matter. However, it wasn't an issue worth delaying their steps for either. All martial artists were such beings. They were ones who gained fame by stepping over corpses. As he turned around, Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly discovered he had become numb to killing. He felt completely nothing. He just cut down enemies, that was all. It wasn't like this when he killed the tyrant sword sect warrior at Jeong family estate. He had to deliberately look away then. Was it because he was chased by time with a set end? Or was it due to his heart wanting to live even if it meant stepping on enemy corpses? Thud thud. Summer rain began falling little by little. It came down in small intervals. It was like flowing tears in place of the deep martial alliance corpses. Since the killer was indifferent, it didn't seem bad for even heaven to grieve. Since Jeong Yeon-shin himself didn't know when he would become like that too. The sound of rain meeting leaves was clear. Only Namgung-mi's irritated groans came as noise. Jeong Yeon-shin walked silently in the summer rain. He newly realized himself becoming a martial artist. The raindrops hitting his shoulders were cold. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Read it only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. Swoosh. It's pouring tediously. Boredom mixed in flourishing spirit flower master Namgung-mi's voice. The pouring rain streams immediately swallowed even that voice. Rain seemed to pour across the entire vicinity. The glass-like summer rain thoroughly soaked the group's bodies. They had just entered the southern entrance of South Gili. It was Huaizhou where the Namgung family main house was located. The streets are empty. Even accounting for rain, it feels uniquely lacking presence. Namgung Washin standing beside Jeong Yeon-shin said. Though his blood kin was present, he deliberately stayed by the boy's side. It was bearing that seemed to clearly establish his position, while Namgung-mi glared as if finding it distasteful. The young master walking ahead on the muddy ground wearing a bamboo hat answered. It's because even if rain pours, it's not much help for farming. Due to poor harvests? Your words are right, Brother Washin. It's becoming a big problem lately. Even if commoners luckily grow food, it's problematic. Strong young men take it away. It's not rare for martial artists to do the same things. Whether common people or martial warriors, the need to eat and live is the same. Poor harvests even in South Gili. Wanderers and evil sects don't care about commoners' lives. Those who commit evil acts are common. Since public sentiment is unstable, you'll need to pack plenty of dried food when traveling the Murim from now on. Jeong Yeon-shin steadily watched the young master exchanging words with Namgung Washin. He had been constantly measuring him. He did so the whole time walking as companions. From the bearing occasionally revealed and extremely deep inner power breathing, to even his gait that seemed to train movement techniques in daily life. He was already a complete warrior. He simply couldn't feel confident in victory. If there was a flawless lazy flame dragon, he would be like this person. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. This was the appearance of a genius who had trained longer than himself working diligently without laxity. He should be strong. Could he take this person's neck? Why are you like that? He turns back as if sensing the gaze through energy sense. The boy shook his head. That's when it happened. Namgung-mi, who had been watching Jeong Yeon-shin with cold eyes, approached lightly. The main house is soon. I wonder if you enjoyed this Murim tour that will become your last. Is it your hobby to make worthless conversation? What baseless entertainment. At the boy's indifferent retort, she snorted. Namgung-mi was direct line who had learned the family's secret eye techniques. She had eyes that could incite martial arts weaknesses. The same went for the palm technique displayed by Desolate Fortress's lightning genius. There were problems with the precision of activation signs and palm technique direction. It was clumsy enough to be a major flaw in the world of masters. It was incomplete. Only the power was amazing. Though he'll die soon, the feeling is strange. It was like that from first sight. She felt dissonance in his manner of speech. It was hard to exist. It wasn't a feeling that should come from someone she had never seen. Among peers under heaven, only her brother Namgung Sejin had received her acknowledgement. The Wangbo family's lazy flame dragon was dissolute, and Namgung Washin with assassin's blood was useless. Those excellent in martial arts, nature, and bloodline were hard to find even searching all under heaven. 9 young female masters called phoenixes in the martial world. Among the 9 phoenixes under heaven, she prided herself as standing alone. There were no rising talents who caught her eye. It meant no one had left a deep impression in her mind. There existed no one worth deliberately remembering. Only the name of Jeongnan-sek's Wei Jimyowa, who gained the title of dragon, was irritating. It was because she hadn't seen her. The Namgung bloodline was the greatest noble family in South Gili. Namgung-mi had never experienced problems linked to survival. Values that wanderers or small-medium sect warriors would call luxurious were her world. She liked the saying, "I alone am the honored one." Lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin. She had received information gathered by the family. She thought a fairly outstanding new talent was being bothersome. A boy who became pretext for Desolate Fortress to strike Namgung. That was all. He hadn't reached the capacity to discuss all under heaven. His age was such. Then what was it? Why wasn't he unfamiliar? her senses standing on end as an internal energy technique master wouldn't let go of the question. She pondered the whole way to Huizhou. Then suddenly an assumption occurred. She couldn't think of it right away because it was so absurd. Namgungmi had only once looked down on an enemy by force. It was very intense. He was one still dominating a corner of her mind even now. The mask grinning like an evil dragon, the calloused hand that gripped her neck, indifferent eyes, the blood-colored robe that matched ominous and destructive energy waves and stern bearing. You. Namgungmi moved her lips. Won't you show me your hand once? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Desolate Fortress's heavenly gold martial arsenal. It was a castle rising with pure white stone walls. It was a magnificent library no less than the main fortress inner castle. The marble walls were beautiful, said to have been brought from the royal family of the Dali kingdom destroyed by the desolate fortress lord's hand. The gate warriors standing guard had solemn attitudes. It was because desolate fortresses' secret martial art manuals were stored there. Desolate fortresses' basic techniques brought from the imperial family. The main castle martial arts compiled into secret manuals devised by castle warriors. It was a complete collection of martial arts. All gathered here. Was it around here? Along with the unique smell of books, the vast interior spread out. One radiant demon wing white warrior stood before classically arranged bookshelves. The girl in white martial robes was the youngest following lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin. Shin Sobin, who had begun to be called Radiant Demon Wing's White Cat. Like words ambiguous to even call a title, she examined the library with large eyes resembling a white cat. What are you looking for? At the heavy voice suddenly coming from beside, Shin Sobin turned her head. She had been very focused. She hadn't noticed another warrior approaching close enough. Senior Red Day Sword. He was a warrior with the impression of having gone through hundreds of battles in the military division. His bearing was rough and strong. The middle-aged warrior with scars across his face and neck nodded solemnly. Right. We met during the blue rank promotion test. A precious daughter of a renowned family like you remembers even my title. Though I was helplessly defeated by your direct senior. It was an impressive match. Senior lightning genius is, beyond anyone's reach. Shall I call you Radiant Demon Wings White Cat? Shin Sobin's brows furrowed. It was because she didn't like the nickname. Red Day Sword smiled awkwardly as if understanding and changed the topic. Many fortress warriors linger around here. I wondered about giving advice whenever I saw them, but came over since your face was familiar. Many? Isn't it natural? It's the youngest blue rank master's martial arts. Anyone would be interested. They must be filled with flashing wisdom. Even now they're all gone because everyone borrowed them? Since they can't take them outside the heavenly gold library, they must be training in the practice ground behind. It would be hard with just secret manuals. That's how much they're trying. When Lightning Genius returns, Radiant Demon Wing Hall will be very crowded. Who would have known that he would pour out all martial arts before leaving for the Namgung family martial matches? There must be countless people earnestly hoping for Lightning Genius victory now. I was late again. Shin Sobin drooped her hair braided on both sides. I saw black-ranked sect leaders too. Red Day Sword spoke as if consoling the discouraged girl. Fate-defying scripture, radiant wing step, demon-destroying azure unyielding palm, eternal blossom fist, radiant sword style, their secret martial art manuals worthy of discussing all martial arts under heaven. He truly bestowed everything as if sweeping away achievements. There was much talk about that in our Radiant Demon Wing too. Saying, isn't it too wasteful after all? I was curious too. Martial arts that spread widely inevitably have breaking methods developed. Even excluding demon-destroying azure unyielding palm which no one could enter. The martial arts donated to the Heavenly Gold Arsenal were all Lightning Genius main techniques? Even if achievements were very urgent, it's hard to understand. That's also Senior Lightning Genius wish. Shin Sobin raised her head and smirked. He said he wants to try breaking the breaking methods again. Saying achievements would advance greatly. Even when I mastered the first 3 moves of Eternal Blossom Fist and stood before that senior, he's someone who would calmly bring out the 4th move. Well, it would be hard to even follow the mastery achievements of the original creator. TL note, breaking methods are counter martial arts. Breaking the breaking methods. Red Day Sword seemed at a loss for words for a moment. By the way, this time Shin Sobin spoke first. I didn't know I had so many competitors. Fortress warriors numerously entering senior lightning genius martial arts? Even without master-disciple bonds in fortress law, there will be many who revere him. I wonder if he's becoming a sect founder. Though he can't be called sect leader or founder since he hasn't opened a sect, but in the fortress a legacy of lightning genius is already forming. Annihilation Team's Red Day Sword spoke slowly. The title Great Master would be fitting. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly recalled the martial arts he had deposited at Desolate Fortress Heavenly Gold Arsenal. He donated everything except the Jeong family dynamic technique. His martial arts were constantly advancing. Martial arts that stopped at secret manuals were trivial compared to his lifespan. How much merit would I get in return? Donating unique sect martial arts to the main castle is converted to merits. They said value assessment is calculated as universal power enhancement. It meant not just relying on Supreme Master's judgment. It was different from martial artists' values. They said the Imperial family had their own standards. Demon-destroying Azure Unyielding Palm had no entrance, but returned high merit. They said it was due to the rarity of Buddhist power martial arts. There was a reason he suddenly recalled the achievements from martial arts donations. Jeong Yeon-shin closed his mouth while raising his eyes. I said give me your hand. Namgung-mi stood before him with a provocative smile. With wet hair falling to her white nape, she stared steadily at Jeong Yeon-shin as if she had never been irritated by the summer rain. Has she noticed something? Jeong Yeon-shin recalled his disguised blood flame sect identity. It would be troublesome if discovered. He suddenly became curious. Would Namgung-mi's head be worth about the same as Eternal Blossom Fist? She was bloodline of the 8 families. Perhaps no less than Tyrant Sword Sect's 8 Fierce Rakshasa Sword. That was her value apart from martial might. Namgung-mi opened her mouth again while smiling. Don't misunderstand. I'm just curious how much you've trained sword techniques. You'll blatantly measure an enemy's achievements? Enemy? How could you be an enemy? At most fertilizer to spread the main family's reputation once more. You know no shame. Your opponent is young hero White Qilin. But I'm curious about you. She even leaned her face slightly closer. It was very ominous. The light shining in Namgung-mi's eyes reminded him of the 7th apostle. It meant she had ulterior motives. Jeong Yeon-shin took a step without answering further. They had now arrived at the Namgung family. There was no reason to give pretexts. They might have made a good pair. The young master said something absurd. His face was gentle as he smiled looking at his younger sister and the boy. It felt different from Namgung-mi. Jeong Yeon-shin decided not to exchange words with the siblings. He silently moved his feet with Namgung-washin and soon faced the largest group of halls in Huizhou. The walls extending on both sides were vast like castle walls. Though he had seen it once heading to Dragon Phoenix Gathering, it was still too large to be just a single family. The reason people called them a great family was revealed from the exterior. Namgung. Namgung. Namgung-washin muttered while looking up at the nameplate above the gate. Jeong Yeon-shin steadily watched his companion. The firm spirit he usually carried was not visible. The reason Jeong Yeon-shin easily defeated Namgung-mi lay in the compatibility between Jeong family dynamic technique and ice-binding martial arts. Could Namgung-washin defeat her? When he had to overcome sorcery loyalty oaths and terrible cold energy. The General Administration Office spoke of total victory. They said the mission only had meaning if Desolate Fortress Expedition Team eliminated all opponents. They said the Namgung leadership must be replaced with branch family. It's an honor to host such outstanding ones at the main house. The young master smiled and said after nodding to the gatekeepers. Leisure was embedded in his gesture toward the main gate. Jeong Yeon-shin slightly nodded and stepped forward. Finally, the Namgung family. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They unpacked their bags and bathed. Jeong Yeon-shin, who was assigned a guest room, changed into spare Desolate Fortress martial robes. Then he was invited to the Namgung family's formal dinner. Was there martial arts for training thick skin? Jeong Yeon-shin thought while sitting in the neatly decorated interior. Men and women wearing very luxurious silk clothes, the young master and Namgung-mi. They sat around a large oval dining table. Namgung-washin sat beside the boy. His body trembled very slightly, but all 10 people here seemed to notice. It was because there appeared to be none who weren't masters at a glance. They were all different from the young master. Did they consider those of illegitimate birth as non-existent? None showed interest in Namgung-washin. The direct line member's eyes were focused solely on Jeong Yeon-shin. So you're a lightning genius. Jeong Yeon-shin looked at the one who called him. He was a middle-aged man who suited the classical blue robe hem. One called the Namgung family itself. His facial features were distinct. The faces of the young master, Namgung Mi and Namgung Washin were all within it. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly looked at the Namgung family head's waist. A bluish sword handle hung there. Words engraved on the sword hilt faintly showed in the lantern light. Though there be will to surpass the mundane world, cannot cross the Namgung. It was famous for liberal translation due to stories tied to the sword. Otherwise called the Southern Wall Sword, it was the Namgung family's symbol. They said it was a peerless famous sword made by the dwarf clan. A divine energy wrapping the Namgung family master could be felt. Perhaps feeling Jeong Yeon-shin's gaze? The Namgung family head smiled faintly. Do you know of Ming Cult's rebellion that raged at Thousand Mountains? The previous supreme elder of our main family killed Ming Cult's 3 venerables. It's a family treasure bestowed by the emperor, but there haven't been many occasions to draw it. So I'm just grateful to you. When else would there be cause to compare martial might with the divine sword group leader? It's hard to handle the family head's excessive praise. I already heard apologies and thanks from the young master. Jeong Yeon-shin replied calmly. It was pointing out the family head's behavior of not apologizing for the Clear Night Valley incident. Then he immediately felt it. Namgung Washin's breathing roughened once beside him. Now he felt pitiful. It's amazing you can speak so while seeing the Southern Wall Sword. A woman sitting to the family head's left opened her lips. She was the master most gorgeously adorned in this place. My husband and children are the walls protecting South Geely under heaven. Desolate fortress discusses civilian welfare? If that were truly so, they shouldn't have sent life and death martial challenge letters. It happened because your capacity is narrow. Though you may not see the world broadly, how dare you speak of apologies? She was the Namgung family head's main wife. Her shamelessness exceeded even Namgung Mi's. I see why Flourishing Spirit Flower Master's character is insincere. Jeong Yeon-shin spoke calmly. It meant your daughter Namgung Mi takes after you. The main wife's brows furrowed. It must be rudeness she had never experienced as a noble lady. Immediately energy waves spread from 5 or 6 bodies around. Jeong Yeon-shin stood without enduring. Anyway, these people couldn't do anything to him and Namgung Washin now. They came revealing their movements. It was an incident with the Murum's eyes gathered. The presences felt behind their backs entering the Namgung family were varied. Orthodox 9 sex beggar sect, bat-like house sect, evil 13 evil sex remaining spirit, there must be many. Last time you discarded me who was an ally. Now I'm an enemy who walked defenseless into your inner chambers, and your family's patience in enduring without killing me because you'll lose face is amazing. You managed not to reveal your true nature. Perhaps due to the world's eyes focused on these martial matches. Young master, don't send that child off prettily. The Namgung family main wife spoke coldly. The young master grimaced. He had been listening with constant discomfort. Now it's this son's matter. Please, elders. That's when it happened. Intense vibrations burst outside the high ceiling. Even furniture, including tables, shook violently. Ill-bred spawn. What did you just sputter? An elderly voice struck in all directions like a tremendous earthquake. Enormous true chi was loaded. 6 harmonies voice transmission. It was a supreme technique said to fill heaven and earth in all directions with a voice shout. It was the moment the ceiling shattered with a crack. Boom. Just like that, a purple figure stabbed down into the middle of the table. It was like lightning. The energy waves whirling from the impressive body seemed about to block even the breaths of those present. Dust rose belatedly like fog. An old man was rising from within the thick dust. Say it once more. The voice that had released 6 harmonies voice transmission rang with anger. Blade-sharp eyes, large build. Pure white beard reached down to the solar plexus, having dignity like a famous brush. A collar was attached to the purple robe worn on his body woven with muscle strands. It stood straight like the old man's nature. Grandfather. Jeong Yeon-shin somewhat blankly looked at Ma Yun-jik. Not just the boy. While the Namgung family masters were each shocked, an old man sitting to the Namgung family head's right let out a low sound. Divine Sword Group Leader. Namgung Elder Council Head. Do you still live trapped in the distant past? When was it that I passed on my divine entry sword to the next generation? Desolate Ma family head Ma Yun-jik spoke harshly. He looked at the Namgung main wife again. One without any justification had oppressed his grandson. It was an absurd thing. Rage revealed again on Ma Yunjik's wrinkled face. Things ungrateful under heaven dared discuss my grandson's death. The fortress lord did not order the extermination of the Namgung trash family. My wife spoke wrongly. Family head Ma, please calm your anger. The Namgung family head spoke calmly. He alone seemed peaceful amid the waves of surging power. Ma Yunjik, who glared at him for a moment, opened his mouth again. He seemed to have suppressed his anger. Only his eye light burned colorlessly, ready to ignite at any time. The martial match date is the 7th night. Prepare humbly. So be it. The Namgung family had answered. Only then did Ma Yunjik turn his body. His eyes meeting Jeong Yeon-shin trembled for a moment. He slightly twisted his head as if checking his grandson's mood. His attitude changed in an instant. Sorry I couldn't accompany you from the start. No. I heard you received a mission from the fortress lord. I had just completed it early. When you were entering Huizhou, I saw a quite powerful blood demon targeting your back from close by. I couldn't easily step forward. A blood demon. Looked like an evil sex apostle. Ma Yunjik made an annoyed expression and continued. You needn't worry now. The main fortress elder council head is pursuing. Though he's an incompetent old man, his martial might is certain, so he'll soon bring that demon woman's head. The elder council head. Let's move quarters. How can one circulate energy and breath comfortably in such sewage? Jeong Yeon-shin slowly nodded and followed Ma Yunjik. Namgung Washin silently stood beside the boy. He only glanced back once. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Read only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. https://discord.gg/xc9dtstq9z. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They unpacked again at the largest inn in Huizhou. Everything including the bed and drinking water was top grade. Jeong Yeon-shin gave himself to time and ritual. Meanwhile, a consecutive victory format proposal came from Namgung Mi. It was a question of how about starting from the youngest, with the winner continuing martial matches. She seemed to intend to surrender after cutting down Namgung Washin and Jeong Yeon-shin. Such a worthless thing doesn't know its place. The Namgung ones are quite something too. To overlook such arrogance. Ma Yunjik, who was scanning the letter, clicked his tongue. Jeong Yeon-shin looked at Namgung Washin. I would like to accept. What does young hero Namgung think? If accepted, there would be no activity from White Qilin. His turn would only come after Jeong Yeon-shin lost to the young master. The boy rather hoped for that. Having traveled with the Namgung siblings before, he knew Namgung Washin's mind was the problem. Raised as young master of Sword Knight, the Namgung family assassin group. They said the taboo of being unable to harm direct line was a sorcery-level notion that had dug into his consciousness. White Qilin's dramatic victory was a vain hope. That was the reality. Something you'd only hear in hero tales. Jeong Yeon-shin thought. Would he burden Desolate Fortress? Would he struggle to achieve revenge for his mother himself? After contemplation, Namgung Washin said he would accept the consecutive victory format. Other opportunities would come for him to overcome his past. That day Jeong Yeon-shin silently stayed by his companion's side for a long time. Days passed. Refining martial arts, it was already the 7th night. Perhaps because they had moved constantly until then. Though he had just begun quietly studying martial arts, a different world unfolded. A great shift in perspective arose. Eternal Blossom Fizz fourth move. I can complete it in actual combat. The day of Desolate Fortress versus Namgung's life and death martial matches. Jeong Yeon-shin was leaning diagonally on the bed. He suddenly closed the Diamond Sutra book he had been looking down at. The words should not dwell anywhere and thus give rise to mind were folded together. Today's the day. Truly exciting. Who did you bet on? In South Jili, it must be the Namgung family. It would be hard to count rising disciples who could defeat the young master in all under heaven. Meaningless. How do you view Desolate Fortress Divine Sword Group leader? Then what about the Namgung family head? Though it seemed just yesterday the young master spoke of poor harvests, Huizhou was enjoying unexpected prosperity. It was thanks to those who gathered from all over the martial world to see the earth-shaking martial matches. They said martial artists, merchants, commoners, and royalty gathered indiscriminately. It was a day when the large city's commotion reached its peak. They heard even gambling with money was flourishing. Madness seemed to boil in the streets. Young hero Jeong. Namgung Washin called him with a stiff face. Jeong Yeon-shin slowly rose from his seat. Namgung-mi isn't the problem. The boy recalled the young master. Each time he thought of it, his mind burned white-hot with excitement. Fear of death, competitive spirit gained unknowingly as a warrior, interest in the peerless divine technique emperor sword form. Now it was done. Nothing else was visible. Not the cityscape that unfolded upon leaving the inn, not the Divine Sword Group leader seeing him at first glance, not even the Divine Sword Squad said to be strongest among the 17 squads under the Divine Sword Group. Before he knew it, he was standing in the middle of Clear Night Valley where he had been captured by the 7th Apostle. It was because he moved in a daze. The vast valley was filled with people. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master. Look this way once. I adore you. Desolate Fortress Lightning Genius. Don't touch even a hair on Our Lady. Young Hero Lightning Genius Jeong. Set Miram justice right. They gathered like armies facing battle and shouted like thunder. It was a spectacular scene, as if all the Miram of Central Plains had gathered here. I wanted to know who you were, but I'll have to examine inside your corpse. Namgung-mi stood with an irritating smile. The martial match seemed to have begun. Namgung family and Divine Sword Squad warriors surrounded front, back, left, and right. You and Washin. I couldn't grow fond of you even if I wanted to. Namgung-mi moved her lips. The precious sword in her hand shone brilliantly. Power extending in spirals approached with a whoosh carrying cold energy. Woom. Jeong Yeon-shin raised Jeong family dynamic technique to the extreme. Since consuming the high-grade spirit pill, it was the first time except when facing the 7th Apostle. He imagined the enemy before him as blood flame sex 7th Apostle. That was how he could end it quickly. The dynamic technique rose to the realm of great achievement. It began filling his body's 8 extraordinary vessels and 12 regular meridians with solemn flames. Rustle. Namgung-mi stepped with mysterious movement techniques. As she approached lightly, it was hard to know her next position. They said Namgung family warriors studied the Book of Changes from the 4 books and 3 classics and were versed in the 8 trigrams. That they embedded the principles of formations in movement techniques. In that moment, Jeong Yeon-shin took one step of radiant wing step. Like when he broke through the Fortress Lord's momentum to take the Thunder Immortal Treasure Wine. Step. Wind arising from his toes pushed away all energy waves. One step unraveled everything deceiving the eyes. Namgung-mi's body that had been swaying elegantly stopped distinctly like a curtain being lifted. Perhaps her upper dantian's premonition reached her too. Extreme fear lay on her fine face. Her appearance was unrecognizable. Perhaps his incomplete palm technique shown before had rather planted carelessness. She underestimated him far too much. Though we're no longer companions. King. Light rays gathered in Jeong Yeon-shin's right hand. He raised the sword drawn like a comet just as it was. The desolate sword blade that entered with a thud miserably tore through the Namgung family's secret protective energy. The radiant sword style's trajectory extended unhesitatingly. In an instant, white light distorted at Namgung-mi's neck. Feeling came to the handle. He had completely cut off her head. Whoosh! Experience condensed in the sword extremity raised strong winds. The desolate fortress sword returned drawing a moon halo-like sword path. It brushed past Namgung-mi's sprawling body and sheathed again in Jeong Yeon-shin's scabbard. One sword strike. I don't care. Whoever you are. Teal note. So dramatic yet anticlimactic, loudly crying face. The boy spoke calmly to the corpse. The vast clear night valley became quiet like extinguished embers. Namgung-mi had once spoken of surrender and persuasion. This martial match was special. The rank differences were extreme. Except for 4 people, all were veteran masters. They were all of status to give teachings to rising talents. The bloody battle had a strange appearance. It meant a rising talent's forfeit after experiencing life and death matches here at least once was not a flaw. That was flourishing spirit flower master Namgung-mi's calculation. However, at this moment, the sister who used petty tricks has her head fall. The whole world approached like a slug. The desolate sword brushing past Namgung-mi's body, the neck without even blood forming, the body losing balance in an instant and collapsing, the horrific scene embedded slowly. Though those who entered the fight were Lightning Genius and his sister. Azure Chilin Namgung Sejin. The Namgung family young master thought that this too could happen. He didn't stop it before the martial matches. It wasn't possible. Two martial sects counted among the finest in the Murim had agreed to life and death matches. If it wasn't a confrontation with extreme rank differences, it was a martial match where honor took precedence over life. Fighting Lightning Genius or White Qilin. For Namgungmi it was all or nothing. She was the one who proposed consecutive victory format life and death matches starting from the youngest. If she couldn't cut down Lightning Genius and White Qilin, Namgungmi herself would die. She must have known this too, though she wouldn't have imagined her own defeat. So it goes. The cold blade of the Murim fell. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master couldn't handle Lightning Genius sword. So, now she was dead. It was the result of a life and death match. Those densely surrounding the rising mountain ranges must have known it was a duel to the death. However, Flourishing Spirit Flower Master Namgungmi was the direct bloodline of Namgung under heaven as one of the 9 phoenixes of the Murim. No one would have known her head would fall in one sword strike. The countless gathered heroes were right to be silently quiet. The young master too was prepared. It was the Murim. Death comes suddenly. Even blind swords approaching with death were not rare. But was it because he was not a good brother? Or because it was harder to bear seeing his sister's death? The young master suddenly turned his gaze to his father standing beside him. The master of the Namgung house. He was a stern, cold-blooded family head. None in the family could approach him. When Namgung Yeon-shin tried to leave the main house, he ordered sword knight assassins to kill the illegitimate son. His face now was the same as then. His expression just slightly hardened. Young master. The Namgung family head spoke. Prepare. Yes. His father's words were concise as always. He was a crafty hero who watched lightning genius abilities and blood flame sex behavior. He made even his own conscience and children's lives into cornerstones for the family. The young master's life was handled the same way. He couldn't escape the path defined by his father's will. Helping Namgung Yeon-shin leave home was what the young master himself counted as his life's achievement. This unworthy son will go, the young master said. The family head didn't answer. He just slightly nodded his thick neck. After Flourishing Spirit Flower Master was the young master's turn. He received his inhuman father's calm gaze on his back. The young master slowly took a step toward the boy standing without even disturbed breathing. Lightning Genius. Lightning Genius Jeong Yeon-shin stood calmly with 2 swords at his waist. His robe, similar in color to the Namgung family's blue martial clothes, fluttered with a faint bloody fragrance. How bold, the young master thought. He envied the appearance of Jeong Yeon-shin with his head slightly bowed. He had told that boy before that, like the Wangbo family's lazy flame dragon, he wanted freedom. Lightning Genius already had it. His warrior's bearing, displaying excellence at a young age, was dazzling. He seemed to shine brighter than anything under heaven. The young master took a step to compare martial arts with the boy. Step. Only then, words began flowing from the Namgung family's side. Commentary on the martial match started emerging on the spot. Though some maintained silence with solemn expressions, it was because there were many in the great family Murim watching for opportunities. Flourishing Spirit Flower Master. How could this be? She stepped the unhindered azure flow divine steps precisely. Strange footwork. The sword technique was quite destructive too. Some family members whispered with bewildered faces. They were mainly young men of the branch families. The number of branch family members was overwhelming, compared to the direct bloodline limited to the current family head's descendants. The Namgung family was very large. There were even more who didn't care about Namgungmi's death. Restrained speech since direct bloodline members were present? It wasn't so. It was because the shock delivered by Desolate Fortress Lightning Genius was so intense. To the Namgung family members, Namgungmi was like noble royalty. Never thought she would fall so pointlessly. Pointless? Her eye technique achievement seems insufficient. It was a lifelong technique sequence. Lightning Genius accumulated life achievements were more intense than the young lady's. Truly strong. Worthy to be Desolate Fortress representative. But can he match the young master's sword? How many at that age could cultivate Emperor sword form to that extent? Their talk reached Jeong Yeon-shin's ears too. It was because he had raised Jeong family dynamic technique to the extreme. His heightened senses wouldn't easily subside. It felt very good. This was how it should be. Strong. It was because of the young master. Now he walked toward him with upright posture. His energy that had spread like mist now seemed to converge and extend like a sword blade. It was materialized momentum. A feeling like his skin was splitting gave him goosebumps. Hard to say this was someone who traveled the Murim briefly with him. Not the destined master of a great family either. A swordsman who honed his skills to the peak. Now it would be right to say he was an opponent more than worthy. The two faced each other at 10 steps distance. About my younger sister me. The young master opened his mouth. I won't particularly speak of it. Though a lacking child, she met quite an admirable end as a warrior. That's enough. You and I, one of us, or perhaps both, might die. This is a place with the end of life at stake. This fight. I don't consider it a dispute between Namgung and Desolate Fortress. It's a life and death match. If I die, I don't want to close my eyes as a chess piece. Then, a hearty smile lay on the handsome man's face with kind features. I lived peacefully in Namgung's shadow my whole life. Though it sounds like complaining on a full stomach, it was shackles. Indeed it was. At Jeong Yeon-shin's short reply, his smile deepened. Even so, I wanted to break free once. They say there are cases of feeling freedom in the gap between life and death, though I'm still curious if it's really so. I especially want to experience it now. Is it possible with Desolate Fortress lightning genius capacity? It was a provocative question. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't answer. He had to draw his sword again. This time too he gripped the Desolate sword's handle. He was always like this before major battles. Though the Northern Light sword was said to be famous, it wasn't as familiar in his hand as the Desolate sword. The clash between Desolate Fortress and Namgung. Perhaps because the weight of Major Sek's life and death match approached greatly with Namgung-mi's death? The crowds surrounding Clear Night Valley still kept their mouths closed. Occasionally, only fierce valley winds blew. Amid that the two people's energy waves became dense. The young master withdrew his smile. Let's begin. Yes. There was no such thing as a referee. It was a world of masters. Swoosh. The two drew swords simultaneously. A dry wind played with their hair once and passed. Jeong Yeon-shin suddenly felt it. Timing, he spread the sword's domain widely. It was a sensation like a breeze sweeping his skin. It arose the moment the young master drew his magnificent precious sword. It was an extremely sharp momentum. It gave him goosebumps as if an invisible forest of swords had risen. Emperor sword form. From the start it was supreme martial arts. It seemed like his upper dantian intuition was ringing alarm bells in his mind. Jeong Yeon-shin immediately knew. If the young master struck now, there was no way to evade. His body instantly became heavy. Even standing was difficult. It felt like the air wrapping his whole body had transformed into 1,000 gene weight. TL note, 1,000 gene equals 600 kg/1322 pound. Will it work again? He recalled the second Radiant Wing Step. Radiant Wing Step. It was footwork that drove out released energy. It had excellently sealed Namgung-mi's movement technique energy. Could it break through Emperor sword form too? It was an issue he had worried about before the martial match. He couldn't find any other method besides Radiant Wing Step. Even as he pondered, the young master was approaching step by step. It seemed he couldn't use lightness techniques while displaying Emperor sword form. Let's clash. Jeong Yeon-shin changed his mind. Schemes? They didn't suit unique sect martial arts nature. Lightning Genius was a warrior led by instinct. He had survived all fights with faster than expected insight. He decided to clash immediately. Swish. He had to use his whole body's muscles to take a small step. If not for his body trained with Jeong family dynamic technique, he couldn't have moved at all. Thud. Dust rose with one step. Simultaneously, the load hanging on his whole body considerably eased. The implications were big. It meant he had to take all movements in this fight with Radiant Wing Step footwork. Swish! How sensitive was his energy sense? The young master wasn't surprised. As if he expected it, he struck down his sword with an indifferent face. Could he adjust Emperor sword form freely like breathing? As Jeong Yeon-shin got faster, the young master's strike also became swift. Cling! Jeong Yeon-shin almost furrowed his brows. He immediately spread fate-defying scripture true chi layering. It was his right arm. The sword force that would have bisected him as it pressed down stopped. Tremendous vibrations seemed to shake even the blood vessels in his grip. It was sword force he had never experienced. So it's this level. Jeong Yeon-shin calculated in the realm of sensation. Read only at nineheavens.org. Translated by Nine Heavens. https://discord.gg/xc9dtstq9z. If one strike was this heavy, how to apply true chi layering, which direction to step radiant wing step, how to properly counterattack. From then it was selfless absorption. It started rapidly. Two streams of sword paths tangled like chaos. Every movement extending sword blades was heavy. Heavy sword. It was a fight taking place in a heavy realm. Boom. Clang. Clang. Sword energy splashing and soaring in all directions was like sparks. Jeong Yeon-shin's radiant sword style was brilliant. It was sword techniques that even disturbed vision by constantly spraying hazy light streams. He made the wool chamber point supporting his spine the foundation of fate-defying scripture. He handled relatively lacking power with fluid true chi layering. Boom. He made up for lacking weight by stepping supreme footwork on the spot. The moment the young master's sword brushed his cheek, Jeong Yeon-shin stepped in once more. He went in unhesitatingly while gripping the desolate sword beside his face with raised arms. Sword clashed with sword and scraped. Fierce friction sounds rang as if sparks would fly right beside his right cheek. Here. It was the moment Jeong Yeon-shin released his left hand. Force was added to the young master's precious sword. Just like that, while pushing back Jeong Yeon-shin with the sword, he himself also spun half a circle. Rising movement technique energy was properly embedded. The principles of martial arts dwelling in his movements were accomplished. Again. This was the kind of fight it was. The young master thoroughly maintained distance. He didn't approach more than necessary. When it seemed the boy was gathering energy, he immediately thrust a checking strike. He seemed wary of the incomplete palm technique Jeong Yeon-shin had deliberately shown before. The boy suddenly opened his mouth. Speaking of freedom when you're like this? Your fighting style is like that. Being bound by some method is stifling. Quite good provocation. The young master smirked. He didn't appear to have newly realized something. However, his sword bearing changed. Whoosh! The widely spread Emperor Sword form's domain narrowed into a storm. The compressed energy waves centered on the young master's precious sword were very heavy. It felt like changing from wide-area martial arts to person-killing techniques. Commanding momentum. Ordering the sword. Though not of the Forbidden City's Ju family, it was sword-bearing, displaying majesty like an emperor. Sword techniques extended unhesitatingly. Bang! The impact was different from the start. It tremendously stimulated his right hand gripping the sword. While even the desolate sword's blade seemed about to break from shaking, Jeong Yeon-shin was helplessly pushed back. And he realized that finally the moment for phase transition had come. He readied his left hand. He raised demon-destroying azure unyielding palm and demon-roaring blood art simultaneously. Jeong Yeon-shin felt energy waves indiscriminately extending from his body. The young master couldn't help but detect it. Boom. Indeed it was so. Along with heavy supreme footwork, the young master's body rushed in a straight line. He suddenly grew larger before his eyes. The Namgung family precious sword wrapped in energy storm winds was with him. Jeong Yeon-shin strongly used radiant wing step toward the extending sword. The young master also knew this footwork's effectiveness. He seemed to try protecting sword force. The precious sword's trajectory twisted. That was the instant. Jeong Yeon-shin dug into the gap. He passed to the outside. It was the first radiant wing step, phantom wing first step. It was a footstep that threw open timing. He raised his left hand. Blood technique and Buddhist power energy were surging. Even gathering into technique formation was problematic. It took time to draw out as one complete palm technique. Doesn't matter. He extended just like that. He slightly moved his hand over the young master's blade, passing to the side. It was movement as if playing with Emperor Sword form. The reality was different. The upper dantian in Jeong Yeon-shin's mind was burning. He endlessly adjusted his left hand's angle. Blood technique and Buddhist power energy were being refined into imperial internal energy. It was an instant. He adjusted his palm technique with the young master's tremendous energy waves. Swoosh! It was right after reversely riding Emperor Sword form's momentum. Experience whirled from the center of Jeong Yeon-shin's palm. It converged to the extreme point truly quickly. He instantly skipped one process of palm technique activation. Hup! The young master immediately turned around. Surprisingly swift movement hastened the collision. Jeong Yeon-shin's desolate sword flew at the rotating sword strike. The vibrations ringing in his grip were very large. Jeong Yeon-shin went in without minding. He extended his hand to the young master's side. Just like that, he activated the palm technique. Boom! It burst at 2 steps distance. For a moment it seemed clear Night Valley shook. It even created long-lasting echoes unable to endure the tremendous explosion. His ears buzzed. Jeong Yeon-shin stepped back feeling extreme recoil. If a thunderbolt exploded in his left hand, it would be like this. He had trained with high-grade spirit pills together with the 7th apostle. The power was drastically different from when he competed with Namgung-hwa-shin. That's when UAA. Screams rang out from the Namgung family's side behind Jeong Yeon-shin, who had picked up his sword. It wasn't just 1 or 2. They seemed to be veteran-ranked masters with better eye techniques than the boy. Soon Jeong Yeon-shin could see too. He closed his mouth. He had to. The side of his waist was gone and missing. Not even blood dropped. It was a fatal wound. It was strange he was even standing straight. Was the divine energy of Emperor Divine Technique protecting his body? For a moment Jeong Yeon-shin forgot his own martial arts in his mind. The young master's divine might and will were amazing. It would be hard to exist without reaching another realm in this moment. That's when it happened. Stop! The young master shouted. Light shone from his incomparably azure eyes. He took in at a glance the Namgung family masters rushing toward Jeong Yeon-shin. His virtue was different from Namgung Mi's. Many had tried to kill Jeong Yeon-shin while disregarding even the martial match agreement. Azure Chilin Namgung Seijin opened his mouth again, though my movements were restricted by the shell of young master. A long breath continued. The end of warrior Namgung Seijin. I will decide. Namgung Seijin truly released spirit like one possessed. While all present were silent, he slowly continued speaking. Do not sully my death. Then he slowly turned just his eyes. Eyes emitting spirit light gazed at his final opponent in life. What is the technique's name? Jeong Yeon-shin comprehended his question. He immediately parted his lips. It has none. That's fortunate. I have a technique name in mind. Please speak. Shall I call it Brilliant River? Before my eyes now the river of the 3 paths seems to spread, burning so very brightly. Perhaps because my heart is glad. The character for brilliant meaning to emit radiance seems fitting. TL note means radiant/brilliant. It will become martial arts discussed as foremost in the Murim. That's how it feels. Will you use the name I gave? Eternal Blossom Fist, Brilliant River. I will say so if anyone asks. Jeong Yeon-shin answered calmly. Good. You seem to want it widely known, but I too must roam the entire Murim. My innate nature is such. I cannot do otherwise. The boy's words grew longer. Perhaps the clumsy consolation touched him. Namgung Seijin smiled hazily. Yes, do so. Completely freely. Jeong Yeon-shin thought that he couldn't know what inner turmoil Azure Chilin had experienced living as young master. At the very end, reaching life's end, he did not look at his family members. He died as one walking the martial path. He took in fully with his eyes the warrior lightning genius who defeated him. His thread-like breath gradually grew thinner, then scattered without a trace. Slowly, he stopped breathing with eyes open. Only his pupils flickered with powerfully remaining internal energy. Namgung Seijin's death delivered deep resonance to Jeong Yeon-shin too. Besides lifespan, what else should he pursue? As a martial artist, was life his only banner? Azure Chilin, who had stood firmly planted on the earth, slowly collapsed. Thump. He's dead? The young master, the young master. Quickly, quickly. Move. Urgent. Urgent. It became chaotic in an instant. Thunder-like sounds rang out. Enormous crowds began leaving clear Night Valley. All sorts of messenger birds flapped their wings and flew up from everywhere. The weight of flourishing Spirit Flower Master and Namgung Young Master was markedly different. The Murim's landscape would be overturned. It was a place with all the Murim's attention focused. Jeong Yeon-shin, who regretted not being able to support Namgung Seijin, stood as victor. While wind swept in with a festival of energy waves bursting in all directions, the boy silently faced the strong winds while gripping his lowered sword. The golden characters for Desolate beside his shoulder shimmered in the sunlight. The rushing valley winds repeatedly lifted his blue robe hems. It was the moment the title Lightning Genius was engraved in the 9 provinces under heaven. Fame. The beginning wasn't far. Jeong Yeon-shin had to feel it immediately the moment he turned his head. When Azure Chilin Namgung Sejin took lightning genius Jeong Yeon-shin's palm technique strike. At the moment the Namgung family side showed intense movement, Desolate Fortress Divine Sword Squad also stepped forward. The Namgung family masters didn't stop just at Azure Chilin's shout. They faced opponents who were the Divine Sword Group leaders' direct military force. Divine Sword Squad. They were first among 17 military forces under the Divine Sword Group. Both their founding time and martial might were such. They were called Desolate Fortress strongest in name and reality. He wins from that interval. His distance measuring is very instinctive. He plays freely in sword and fist. That's innate. Does anyone know what that palm technique is? I heard that lightning genius friend only uses unique martial arts. Unless one possesses considerable protective energy, it would be instant death when hit. Would it be like this if Shaolin's 100-step divine fist was condensed into 100 close-range strikes? Feels like the preparation time is long though. Not even that precise. The recoil is very large. It's martial arts relying entirely on the user's sense. Even if Sword Uncle belittles it, the power alone is worthy of divine techniques. Definitely not common. The 20-member composition was diverse. Men and women, old and young. Not just middle-aged and young adults, but even a boy and girl each. That's how their outward appearances were. A girl wearing black robes with a spear on her back spoke with a smirk. Look at those ones. Flinching and stepping back. Grandmother Evil's energy waves are strong indeed. But it's probably not because of us. They're the Namgung family after all. A handsome middle-aged man called the girl grandmother while using a youthful manner of speech. No one found it strange. They were extraordinary and uncommon warriors. There's a saying that strange and extraordinary warriors are as numerous as grains of sand in the Murim. The Divine Sword Squad masters were especially famous for this. Please restrain yourself. There are many watching eyes. Leave it. Since when has our squad cared about formality? The atmosphere was very light. All sorts of weighted speech and behavior naturally blended together. It was because they roamed the Murim together almost year-round. They constantly carried out Desolate Fortress missions. By nature, they were close to wanderers. But their martial might was different. Besides the black-rank Supreme Master Squad Leader, all members were blue-rank Masters. Moreover, since the group leader who held both Divine Sword Group Leader and Squad Leader positions was a purple-rank absolute being, united by camaraderie, they paid no mind to the crowd's eyes. However, the young master's internal energy feels less than rumored. Was there some incident before the martial match? What does it matter? In the end, he goes out like this. Azure Chilin Namgung Sejin slowly collapsed. In that moment silence flowed even among the Divine Sword Squad masters. The death of an outstanding talent always called for silence. Moreover, Azure Chilin remained dignified to the end. A comet of the Murim possessing martial arts, spirit, and chivalry was extinguishing. A new era of the Murim faded before it could properly bud. One worthy of mourning. What a waste. Such a waste. More than that lightning genius friend seems like he'll continue? A youthful young man jerked his chin toward Jeong Yeon-shin. The boy's appearance was such. He hadn't sheathed the Desolate Fortress sword he gripped. He was blankly watching the scene of Namgung family masters collecting Namgung Sejin's corpse. The black-robed girl clicked her tongue. He's not showing fighting spirit, but rather mindlessness. He can't think. Seems he's fallen into quite melancholy after defeating a worthy opponent. Common at that age. Grandmother Evil should bring him. If it's truly a thoughtless state asterisk, even decent blue ranks would have trouble carelessly handling him. TL note, thoughtless state. A state free from any conscious thought or intentions. Something like emptying your mind completely. The young man looked at Lightning Genius with an uncomfortable face. Your words are right, Soha. The girl smiled broadly and put both hands to her lips. After brief exaggerated hand movements, tremendous energy waves burst forth. Child, come here. A sound exploded no less than Eternal Blossom Fist's brilliant river. It was chaotic with crowds escaping in all directions. The explosion once again strongly shook the valley, even making the air vibrate. Jeong Yeon-shin jerked his head up. The black-robed girl wearing an irritating smile shouted in her normal voice. You must be aware of your position. Aren't you now a rising talent who struck down the Namgung young master? Look at those Namgung ones over there. Their eyes are so black and wide it seems they'll come slashing any moment. Just bring him over. Why deliberately draw attention and even provoke? The young man called Soha shook his head. Jeong Yeon-shin's lips slightly parted from where he stood far away. While the Divine Sword Squad masters showed amusing appearances like an opera, the boy finally came to his senses. Moreover, he was surprised. The Divine Sword Squad were ones in the clouds even within the Divine Sword group. Their fame pierced the heavens. That person is. He guessed the identity of the girl who called him. Divine Spear of the Wood Shaolin. She was an old master who was said to have reversed her body's years when her special cultivation technique reached the realm of pure refinement. Pure refinement meant reaching the extreme realm of skill. It meant standing out even among desolate fortress black ranks. Even martial artists aren't free from class. They had their own world. They made martial arts, sex, nature, and honor into status. Appearances were also such. It was evidenced by rising disciples' titles like Dragon and Phoenix. Returning old to young. It was a realm that reversed the body's time. Not something possible just with high martial arts. They say enlightenment, opportunities, and mastered divine techniques must all be special. Yusholin was one who possessed everything. She made her name known no less than the Divine Sword Group leader. The Divine Sword Squad vice leader who became young through martial arts directly called Jeong Yeon-shin. It meant lightning genius had at least the minimum qualification. However, the boy wasn't particularly moved. Troublesome. He thought unconsciously. He wanted to savor the enlightenment Namgung Seijin had bestowed. How should one live as a martial artist? Even if prioritizing one's lifespan, is it right to walk the martial path with just that? Since he was Azure Chilin's final opponent. Step. Jeong Yeon-shin turned his back on the Divine Sword Squad masters. Next. He slowly parted his lips. Next. Come forth. He spoke while looking toward the Namgung family side. Whether veteran masters or rising disciples, it was a camp where killing intent seemed to whirl. Though they looked at him as if to kill him immediately, their combined energy waves approached like a giant evil demon. Jeong Yeon-shin didn't mind. He had already guessed Namgung Mi's petty tricks considering surrender. Relying on rank differences to protect life and honor? He didn't want to follow. It was the scheme of a dead person. The boy stood straight in place. It was resolution made by Namgung Seijin's death. The power dwelling in the corpse wouldn't have flown away yet. He didn't want to show a shameful appearance. Whether spirit or recklessness. It was when Yusholin muttered bewilderedly. Good. I gladly accept an outstanding junior's challenge. Along with a great shout, a middle-aged man in blue martial robes leaped. Bang! He instantly reached right before Jeong Yeon-shin. The boy slightly furrowed his brows. The sand grains and energy waves violently bouncing and striking his face were truly fierce. Namgung Family Azure Sky Sword Heaven Group's leader. He was a man with blade-like rising eyes. Meeting face to face, his energy waves were newly tremendous. The flow of true chi undulating from his whole body was enormous. They said the Fortress Lord beheaded the vice leader. The Azure Sky Sword Heaven Group's vice leader was also said to be a swordsman counted among South Jili's finest. However, he became a wandering ghost at desolate Fortress Lord's hands. He heard Xian Yuanchang personally saw it. It was one strike. Perhaps because direct bloodline members' deaths were added to that incident? The energy waves extending from the Azure Sky Sword Heaven Group leader's body gradually gathered like sword blades. It was sharp momentum hard for Jeong Yeon-shin to handle. He didn't show it. He couldn't disgrace Namgung Seijin. Just need to land in Brilliant River. He recalled the killing technique of Eternal Blossom Fist that he had named. The power was proven. If he could just land it somehow, it could inflict fatal wounds even on black-rank Supreme Masters. That's when it happened. Stop there. A stream of clear voice rang out. The Azure Sky Sword Heaven Group leader's reaction was faster than Jeong Yeon-shin's. The middle-aged man's eyes immediately widened. Divine Sword Group leader. It was a name that pierced the mind the moment it was heard. Behind Jeong Yeon-shin, a presence clear enough to make energy sense shiver sprouted. There was momentum rising overwhelmingly like a tidal wave. The boy turned his head despite facing an enemy. He was a tall man. His impression was like a scholar. His attire was also such. Only his scholar's robe was purple. His bearing was different. It was completely different from when he fully contained his power. The impression Jeong Yeon-shin hadn't engraved in his mind because he was dazed became terrifyingly distinct. It approached transcendentally. The Divine Sword Group leader slowly opened his mouth. Sword Heaven Group leader. That's enough. What? How can you so shamelessly? The one without shame is you. Trying to do something to one boy so far beneath you. He finished speaking with a slight smile. His speech and behavior were unconventional from the start. Step. No one could stop him as he walked slowly. The Namgung family had just silently glared from far away. Though he stroked his sword hilt as if about to step forward any moment, for now he had only taken a few steps. The Divine Sword Group leader approached with light footsteps. He appeared free from all people's gazes under heaven. Coming to one step before Jeong Yeon-shin, he steadily gazed at the boy. They called you Lightning Genius? I greet the group leader. Jeong Yeon-shin calmly raised his hands in greeting. The Divine Sword Group leader's lips rose. I thought you were blind. Until coming here you treated your group leader like a non-existent person. It was an unfamiliar experience. To think a boy's thoughtlessness state could be so deep. I apologize. It's a pointless joke. Anyway, I want you to withdraw now. You fought 2 life-and-death matches and your rank is far below. The justification is sufficient. However, the Divine Sword Group leader spoke while wearing a small smile. Your will seems firm. Words alone won't do. I heard from the Grand Administrator that I must pass down a strand of my martial arts to you. Let me add one thing. I'll let you build Miram friendship that can become your strength. Jeong Yeon-shin closed his mouth for a moment. Friendship directly mentioned by the Divine Sword Group leader would be no ordinary connection. However, it was a hard decision to trade. How could he before Namgung Sejin? That's when it happened. The Divine Sword Group leader deliberately furrowed his brows. He made a crying face. You have already done more than enough face saving. Now it seems time to consider your superior. Jeong Yeon-shin silently thought that he didn't know the group leader was such an eccentric. Divine Sword Squad. They were a hard group to understand. I'll take that as agreement. Very grateful. The Divine Sword Group leader smiled broadly while gently pushing aside Jeong Yeon-shin's shoulder and stepping forward. Just like that, the moment he took one step, the Azure Sky Sword Heaven Group leader's momentum disappeared as if swept away by water. It was completely washed away without a trace. From now on, the Divine Sword Group leader parted his lips. I will step forward for all martial matches with Namgung. Absurd words. An elder from the Namgung family side behind shouted. The Divine Sword Group leader's head tilted slightly. Wasn't it youngest first? I believe that was your proposal. Our previous group leader and elder council head are elderly old men. White Qilin is. That's when it happened. Divine Spear of the Wujusholin suddenly approached beside Namgung Washin. It was very swift movement technique. It was before he could even fully make a puzzled expression. Yusholin's left hand blurred into a water blade. It was speed in a different realm. Thud. A dull sound rang out. Right after striking Namgung Washin's nape with lightning-like attack, his balance crumbled. His consciousness seemed to fly away immediately. The Divine Sword Group leader smiled as if well done. Let's finish quickly and go. I have much to tell Lightning Genius. Though it was truly unconventional behavior, none of the Divine Sword Squad masters seemed surprised. They all calmly watched Jeong Yeon-shin and the Divine Sword Group leader. White Qilin Namgung Washin is in no state for martial matches. Let's count this one as our loss. The Divine Sword Group leader's mouth corners rose smoothly. Next is me.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.